The Grand Princess Chapter 67 to Chapter 99. When Li Rong heard this, she subconsciously stood up. Then, she remembered that she was grounded and couldn't go out. She took a deep breath and said to Jing Lan, "Send someone out to inquire about the situation and report back to me at all times. Have someone keep an eye on the main hall. Once there is news of the Qin clan being pardoned, immediately have all the people from the inspectorate clear the roads and send a messenger to the execution ground." Jing Lan acknowledged and left. Li Rong stood in place and paused for a moment. Then, she turned to look at Su Yongqing, who was looking down at the chessboard. She walked back to her original position and sat down. "Lord Su, the prince consort has returned." Su Yongqing said softly, "This humble subject heard what I said just now, Your Highness, just pretend that this humble subject didn't say anything." Su Yongqing looked very calm. Li Rong nodded. According to Su Yongqing's personality, the only reason he said those words was because Pei Wenchuan was dead. Pei Wenchuan was dead, and he wanted to keep her, but why did he want to keep her? Why did he want to keep a princess who had lost her power and had broken off relations with the crown prince? Li Rong thought about it and found it hard to understand. She looked up at Su Yongqing and thought about Pei Wenchuan's return. Su Yongqing saw that she was absent-minded and said, "Since the Lord Pei has returned, he naturally won't return in vain." "Your Highness, don't worry too much." Su Yongqing put a chess piece on the chessboard and said slowly, "Your Highness, why don't you give me some face and finish this game?" Li Rong didn't say anything. She looked at Su Yongqing quietly. Su Yongqing today was very different from usual. He was more like the Su Yongqing she remembered when he was drunk and indulged. There were less rules and more abnormalities. Li Rong hesitated for a moment and walked back to the chessboard. She raised her hand and said, "Please." While Li Rong and Su Yongqing were playing chess in the tower, Pei Wenchuan rode his horse into the palace. Then, he jumped off his horse and ran toward the main hall. He shouted, "Your Highness, the Qin clan has been wronged." At this moment, the morning court session had just begun. Pei Wenchuan's loud shouts came from outside the main hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a young man in green clothes with mud stains on the corners. He held a roll of paper in his hand and walked quickly from outside the main hall. "Pei Wenchuan." When Li Ming saw who it was, he exclaimed in shock. All the officials present had different expressions on their faces. Pei Wenxian gasped for breath and knelt down to pay his respects. "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Long live Your Majesty." "You." Li Ming couldn't believe his ears. Before he could say "Aren't you dead?" he remembered that Li Rong had asked Pei Wenchuan for sick leave. He restrained himself for a moment and then changed his words. "Aren't you still sick?" "Reporting to Your Highness," Pei Wenchuan said respectfully, "Your Highness should have told Your Highness that this humble official pretended to be sick, but in reality, this humble official secretly left the capital to investigate the Qin clan case. After this humble official left the capital, I noticed that someone was following me. In order to deceive others, I pretended to fall off a cliff. That was how I was able to smoothly travel to the northwest to investigate the Qin clan case. Now, this humble official has obtained evidence that the Qin clan was wrongly accused. Your Highness, please immediately send people to the execution ground and have the executioners keep them alive." When Li Ming heard this, he immediately reacted. He hurriedly said, "Quickly, go to the execution ground and keep the Qin clan members here." The eunuch received the order and immediately rushed out. Several old officials frowned and gave the eunuch behind them a look. The eunuch standing behind the curtain quietly retreated. The messenger eunuch received the order and left the palace. Not long after he left the palace, he saw a wave of assassins pouncing on him. The eunuch was startled and quickly retreated on his horse. Seeing an arrow flying towards him, the eunuch widened his eyes in shock. At this time, a saber suddenly rushed out from the side and split the arrow in half. The guard grabbed the eunuch and threw him onto his horse. He hurriedly said, "Darren, this humble official is under the orders of the inspection department to protect Darren. Darren, please come with me." As he spoke, the imperial bodyguard led the eunuch through the crowd. The alley was densely packed with assassins. These people were entangled with the people from the inspection department. The alley was filled with assassins. When the messenger eunuch was blocked on the road, another group of people quickly left the palace and went straight to the execution ground. When they arrived at the execution ground, they found a guard. They whispered a few words into the guard's ear. The guard immediately went forward and found the executioner. He whispered something in the guard's ear. The guard immediately went forward and found the executioner. The executioner frowned and hesitated for a moment. In the end, he nodded. The time has come. The executioner suddenly reached out and took the token with the word execution on it. He raised his hand and threw it on the ground. Execute. Before he finished speaking, he heard a hoarse shout from the crowd, "Darren, the time hasn't come yet." The executioner didn't expect that someone would dare to openly challenge him. He gritted his teeth and angrily said, "Execute immediately." The executioner seemed to know that the time wasn't right. He hesitated. Seeing that the executioner didn't move, the executioner slammed the table. "What are you waiting for? I'll let you execute him." The executioner was angered by his superior. He didn't dare to delay any longer. He raised his hand and took down the token on Qin Lin's back. He raised his broadsword. The moment the broadsword fell, a young man rushed out from the crowd and kicked him away. Then he raised his sword and cut open Qin Lin's ropes. At the same time, he threw a sword over. "The prisoners are being rescued." The soldiers immediately reacted and rushed forward. After Sun Quan whispered, "Save them." He raised his foot and kicked away the soldiers who rushed forward. He raised his sword and stood in front of the Qin family members. He angrily said, "The time hasn't come yet. You dare to execute people in advance? How dare you? Arrest them." The executioner saw that the scene was chaotic and panicked. He shouted, "They have no respect for the law. This is a prisoner rescue. Stop them all." The executioner shouted. The soldiers rushed towards the high platform. Sun Quan stopped them, and Qin Lin stumbled to save people. The two cooperated to protect the Qin family members and made a mess on the execution platform. At this moment, a eunuch, who was protected by the others, galloped over on a horse. He held an imperial edict in his hand and shouted, "Spare them! Spare them!" Huajing was filled with the shadows of swords and sabers. On the northern Yan pagoda, there was an unexpected peace. Lord Su is in a good mood today. Li Rong put down a chess piece and listened to the sound of the copper bell outside. He slowly said, "He's actually willing to play chess with me. This humble subject is willing to play chess with your highness at any time." Su Yongqing looked at the chessboard and said naturally, "Moreover, this humble subject thinks that your highness must have a lot of questions to ask this humble subject. Therefore, this humble subject deliberately stayed. Lord Su is right." Li Rong laughed. "This prince does have a lot of questions to ask Lord Su. Your highness, please speak." "Actually, I don't understand what Lord Su said just now." Li Rong and Su Yongqing put down their chess pieces one by one. "Why does Lord Su want to marry me? Even if Pei Wenxuan is dead, I'm still remarried. Moreover, I've already broken with the crown prince. It's meaningless for Lord Su to marry me. Why does he have to go through so much trouble to marry a woman who's already remarried?" Su Rongqing didn't say anything. Li Rong thought for a while and said, "When Lord Su and I first met, he already wanted to rely on the crown prince. Now that he's trying so hard to protect me, is it because he wants to use me to maintain his relationship with the crown prince? But why does the Su family value their relationship with the crown prince so much? The crown prince has a gentle personality, he doesn't need—" "Your highness," Su Yongqing interrupted her, "do you have to link everything with power?" Li Rong's hand stopped moving. Su Yongqing raised his eyes and quietly looked at Li Rong. "I don't want to be enemies with your highness. I want your highness to live a good life. Can't such a simple reason be enough?" Li Rong stared blankly at Su Yongqing. Outside, birds flew all the way from the northern Yan pagoda to the main hall. In the main hall, Pei Wenxuan had already handed over the accounts he checked along the way, as well as the testimonies of the people of Huangping County about the war. "Your Majesty, this humble subject visited the county government along the way and copied down the specific records of the provisions of each county government. According to the Ministry of War's records, Huangping County had a total of 3,000 soldiers. Before the war, they allocated 10,000 sure of provisions for a month. But in fact, when they arrived at Huangping County, the provisions were less than 3,000 sure. When the provisions arrived at each county, they were reduced by 1 sure. In several large counties, there wasn't much left. In the records of these county towns, the amount of food that each county town received was less than the previous county town. After checking, the total amount of food that each county town reported was wrong. However, the actual amount of food that each county town received was consistent with the records of Huangping County. It can be seen that the data of 3,000 sure of provisions in Huangping County is true. The Ministry of War's record of 10,000 sure is probably wrong. In addition to the records of the provisions, this humble subject also interviewed the local soldiers and people and recorded their testimonies. In the war that year, more than half of the soldiers were hungry and sick before the war started. They were simply unable to fight. Under those circumstances, the Qin family was still able to ensure that the people in the county retreated in advance without too many casualties. Not only should they not be punished, but they should also be rewarded so as to not disappoint the soldiers at the border. This humble subject earnestly requests Your Highness, Pei Wenchuan knelt on the ground and said loudly, to thoroughly investigate the embezzlement of provisions in Huangping County. Just as Pei Wenchuan opened his mouth, the assistant minister of the Ministry of War jumped out and loudly said, "Slander. This is a blatant slander." Whether or not it's a slander, Pei Wenchuan raised his head and said passionately, "We'll know once we investigate." "Your Majesty," Pei Wenchuan kowtowed on the ground and loudly said, "Please thoroughly investigate the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Revenue, and the Ministry of Censorate. Clear the name of the Qin family and give justice to the soldiers at the border." Li Ming didn't say anything, and everyone else also remained silent. Pei Wenchuan brought back too much evidence, and it was too solid. At this moment, no one wanted to speak up. However, with so much evidence, there were also many people involved. After a long period of silence, the people who had participated in the conspiracy finally couldn't help but rush out. The censorate Wenping was the first to bear the brunt. He angrily said, "Pei Wenchuan, what do you mean? The Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Revenue, and the Ministry of Revenue? Are you saying that the entire imperial court worked together to deceive and frame the Qin family? Where did the Qin family get so much face from? And you, as an imperial censorate, you didn't do your job and went out of the capital to deceive the emperor. You fabricated a pile of evidence to deceive the emperor. Do you think the emperor will be deceived by you?" "Yes," Wenping raised his head. The other officials hurriedly stepped out and said in a panic, "You're investigating the accounts? You're just an imperial censorate. Where did you get the authority to investigate the accounts of so many counties? Why did they give you the accounts? Where did you get these accounts? Hurry up and tell us the truth." "Your Majesty," Wenping turned to look at Li Ming and knelt down. Pei Wenchuan neglected his duties and deceived the emperor. His father, Pei Lizzie, and the Qin family have been friends for generations. Now, in order to show favoritism, he didn't hesitate to fabricate evidence. "Your Majesty, please investigate and punish him." As he said this, many people followed Wenping and knelt down. They anxiously said, "Your Majesty, please investigate." Li Ming didn't speak. Pei Wenchuan knelt on the ground and remained silent. In reality, everyone present knew that in the face of such evidence, whether Li Ming wanted to investigate or not wasn't a matter of evidence. It was a matter of whether Li Ming could investigate or not. The aristocratic families were a sword hanging over Li Ming's head. If he pushed too hard, the sword might fall. The aristocratic families gambled on Li Ming's fear, and Li Ming was indeed afraid. Right now, he only wanted to balance the aristocratic families, but only balance, not completely shake them. Right now, he didn't dare and couldn't. And the report that Pei Wenchuan gave him was enough to cut the rope of this sword and make it fall. Pei Wenchuan knelt on the ground and waited for Li Ming's decision. Li Ming didn't speak for a long time. Then, Pei Wenchuan said, "Your Majesty. The border soldiers don't only guard the border, but also Xia's mountains and rivers." This was a hint to remind Li Ming that if he didn't handle the border matters well, the foundation of Xia would be shaken. Li Ming held Pei Wenchuan's report. After a long time, he finally said, "Dear official Pei, you've worked hard. This case is very important. I'll think about it again. You're also tired. Go and rest." "Yes." Pei Wenchuan bowed respectfully. After getting up, he was about to leave when he heard Li Ming say, "Ping Li is now grounded in Northern Yan Tower. Go and pick her up. Let's go back together." Pei Wenchuan was slightly stunned. Then, he lowered his eyes and said respectfully, "Yes." When Pei Wenchuan rushed to Northern Yan Tower, Su Yongqing and Li Rong were still playing chess. After Su Yongqing said "Can't I," he quietly looked at Li Rong and didn't say anything else. Normally, after saying this, people would look at the other party and wait for a response. But when he looked at Li Rong, he really just looked at him. Li Rong couldn't feel any desire from his eyes. That gaze contained a lot of complicated emotions. But no matter what it contained, it didn't contain any expectation for her response. It seemed that he was just saying it for her to hear. Whether she responded or not, it didn't matter. It was to the extent that her answer seemed unnecessary. "Lord Su." Li Rong deliberated and wanted to say something. But before she could say anything to ease the atmosphere, Su Yongqing interrupted her. "Your Highness," he put his hand in the chess box. He seemed to be a little tired. He changed the topic and said, "I was talking nonsense just now. Your Highness, don't take it to heart. Your Highness and the aristocratic families cooperate to assist the Crown Prince to ascend the throne. This is your best path. When you establish the inspection department, there must be a limit. The struggle for power is full of swords and blades. You must be careful." Li Rong didn't say anything. Su Yongqing stood up and said calmly, "This small official lost this game of chess. I won't disturb your Highness and will leave now." Li Rong lowered her eyes and looked at the chessboard that didn't have a clear winner. Su Yongqing turned and walked out. Before he reached the door, Li Rong suddenly called out to him, "Su Yongqing." Su Yongqing stopped. Li Rong looked at the black and white chess pieces on the chessboard. She wanted to say something. She wanted to ask him if he liked her. She wanted to ask him what he meant when he said that he wanted her to live well and didn't want to be her enemy. But when the words came to her mouth, she felt that there were countless questions behind. If he really had a heart, why didn't he ask for her hand in marriage? With the power of the Su family, if he really risked his life to marry her, wouldn't it be possible? If he really liked her, if he really had this intention, yet, he still watched her marry Pei Wenchuan, which showed his feelings for her. A friendship that he didn't even dare to mention in front of his family. What was the point of asking or not answering, with so many questions coming at her? Li Rong suddenly lost her courage. She was suddenly discouraged and waved her hand, "You can go." Su Yongqing didn't say anything. He stood there for a while and finally left. When Pei Wenchuan heard that Li Rong was at Northern Yan Pagoda, he didn't change his clothes and hurried to Northern Yan Pagoda. As soon as he entered Northern Yan Pagoda's courtyard, he saw Su Yongqing walking out. Pei Wenchuan was slightly stunned, then reacted. Su Yongqing should be here to see Li Rong. Pei Wenchuan frowned. When Su Yongqing saw Pei Wenchuan, he also stopped. The two looked at each other. After a while, Pei Wenchuan smiled and bowed, "Assistant Minister Su." Imperial Censor Pei. Assistant Minister Su didn't attend morning court today? Pei Wenchuan exchanged greetings and inadvertently glanced at Northern Yan Pagoda. Coming to Northern Yan Pagoda for a stroll is very elegant. I have something to discuss with His Highness, Su Yongqing said flatly. Pei Wenchuan smiled, "It must be something urgent." Su Yongqing didn't say anything. The wind gently brushed the withered grass around them. Su Yongqing stared at Pei Wenchuan's eyes. After a long time, he suddenly said, "What are you afraid of?" "I'm afraid of you?" Pei Wenchuan raised his eyebrows. "What nonsense are you talking about in broad daylight?" "You're afraid that I'll see His Highness," Su Yongqing said directly. Pei Wenchuan's expression suddenly turned cold. "Assistant Minister Su, be careful with your words." "Am I not?" Su Yongqing put his hands in his sleeves and said flatly, "If it wasn't for His Majesty's fear of his relatives, you wouldn't even be able to touch the corner of His Highness's clothes in your lifetime. Do you think that it would be your turn to be the person by His Highness's side?" Imperial Censor Pei, Are you very curious about what I said to His Highness? Xianxia said and leaned in Pei Wenxuan's direction. He whispered in Pei Wenxuan's ear, I told His Highness, Xianxia lowered his voice, that I am willing to marry him. Pei Wenxuan listened and suddenly widened his eyes. It's a pity that you came back. Xianxia's voice carried a bit of coldness, but if you still want to drag His Highness into going against the aristocratic families and put His Highness in such a dangerous situation, Pei Wenxuan, you won't always have such good luck. Xianxia raised his hand and lightly patted Pei Wenxuan's shoulder, take care of yourself. After Xianxia finished speaking, he calmly left. Pei Wenxuan quietly stood in place. He felt that the October weather was indeed a bit cold. He suddenly wanted to see Li Rong. He was so eager and expectant to see her. But when he thought of seeing her, he felt a bit of fear and panic. He was afraid that she would tell him that Xianxia wanted to propose to her, that she would tell him that she wanted to accept Xianxia. He was afraid that when they met, she would let him know that in this relationship, he had been abandoned long ago. It was like this in his previous life, and it was the same this time. This kind of fear made him stand in place, not daring to move for a long time. Li Rong sat at the top of the tower and drank tea for a while. Then she heard Jing Lan happily say, Your Highness, the prince consort is below the tower. When Li Rong heard this, she instantly laughed. She hurriedly stood up and walked to the window. Sure enough, she saw Pei Wenxuan standing below the tower in a daze. This idiot. Li Rong pursed her lips and cursed. Then she lifted her skirt and ran down the stairs. When she ran to the first floor, she couldn't help but gasp for breath. She pretended to be calm and said to the gatekeeper, The prince consort is here to pick me up. Open the door. The gatekeeper naturally knew that Li Rong's grounding was just for show. The news of the morning court had already been sent to Northern Yan Pagoda several times. These soldiers hurriedly opened the door for Li Rong. The red door creaked as it opened. Pei Wenxuan heard the sound and turned his head. He saw the red door open inch by inch, revealing a slender figure behind the door. She wore a white gauze with blue edges and a white plum blossom wide-sleeved dress. Her long hair was loose and only a small part of it was tied up with a jade hairpin. She looked elegant and otherworldly, like an immortal descending to the mortal world. She looked at him with a smile and a teasing look in her eyes. Her entire person fell into his heart and melted, making his entire heart soften. No matter what kind of emotions he had, whether it was depression, panic, uneasiness, or fear, all of them were forgotten the moment he saw that person smile. He stared at her in a daze, like a mortal looking at an immortal. Li Rong looked at Pei Wenxuan in front of her. The youth was wearing a blue cloth robe and had stubble on his face. He looked like he rarely had a difficult time in his life, but for some reason, it made him look more real and touched people's hearts. Li Rong smiled at him. Then when she saw the mud on his body, his red and swollen palm, and the wounds on his face, she couldn't help but slowly withdraw her smile. There was a silent heartache that spread in her heart. She suddenly wanted to hug him, but she felt that it would be too inappropriate. She called out in a hoarse voice, Pei Wenxuan. At that moment, the youth seemed to be awakened. Without waiting for Li Rong to say anything, he quickly stepped forward and took her into his arms. Li Rong was slightly stunned. Then he heard Pei Wenxuan rejoice and call out in a low voice, Rong Rong. I'm back. I'm taking you home. Li Rong's heart gradually calmed down as he was hugged by Pei Xian. The people around them were all smiling as they waited for them. Li Rong calmed down for a while. Seeing that Pei Wenxuan was still unwilling to let go, she coughed lightly and reminded him softly, It's time to go back. When Pei Wenxuan heard this, he hugged her tightly before slowly letting go. Then he said to Li Rong, I offended your highness just now. I hope your highness will forgive me. You don't have to be so polite with me, Li Rong said as he looked him up and down. Then he smiled and said, Hurry up and go back. You stink. When Pei Wenxuan heard this, he felt his ears heat up. In the past, when Li Rong ridiculed him, he didn't feel anything. But now that Li Rong ridiculed him, he couldn't help but feel restrained. He couldn't wait to scrub himself clean and roll around in the incense so that he could show Li Rong his flawless body. Pei Wenxuan couldn't help but move away from Li Rong. He pretended to be calm and said, let's go back first. Li Ming had someone pass on the message in advance. Li Rong followed Pei Wenchuan out of the palace without any obstructions. Li Rong asked Pei Wenchuan about the situation on the road. Pei Wenchuan answered one by one. Li Rong nodded, his face expressionless. At the end, he finally asked, "You didn't get hurt, right?" When Pei Wenchuan heard this, he smiled and his tone became gentler. "No, don't worry. My journey was very smooth." "That's true." Li Rong thought about what to do next and said slowly, "You've always been smart." As the two talked, Pei Wenchuan accompanied Li Rong to the carriage. When Li Rong got on the carriage, she saw that Pei Wenchuan didn't intend to enter. She rolled up the curtain and looked at the youth outside the carriage. "Why aren't you coming in? This humble subject is lacking in manners. Just go to the carriage behind." Pei Wenchuan smiled. "So as not to smoke, your highness." When Li Rong heard this, he raised his eyebrows. "I thought you couldn't wait to suffocate me." "Your highness, you must be joking." Pei Wenchuan was a little embarrassed. He felt that Li Rong's mouth was too mean. Li Rong laughed. "Come on up." "I don't mind, so why do you mind?" "I still have many questions to ask." After hearing Li Rong's words, Pei Wenchuan knew that it wasn't appropriate for him to refuse. He could only get into the carriage and deliberately put some distance between himself and Li Rong. Li Rong saw him sitting far away and felt helpless. He ordered, "Sit over here." "Your highness, otherwise, I'll sit over there." Pei Wenchuan was speechless. After hesitating for a moment, he finally sat down next to Li Rong. He pretended to be calm. Li Rong saw that he was overcautious. He couldn't help but say, "Were you scared out of your wits when you went out? Why are you so scared after seeing me?" "I'm not scared." Pei Wenchuan subconsciously said, "I just feel that, it stinks." Li Rong interrupted him. Pei Wenchuan was also a little angry that she kept mentioning this. He couldn't help but say, "You don't stink. You went out for 20 days. Try it." Li Rong laughed and poked him with his fan. "I don't want to. You do this kind of thing." Pei Wenchuan saw Li Rong laugh and his heart softened. Then he heard Li Rong slowly say, "We've seen all kinds of embarrassing situations. Why are you still pretending?" "I always hope." Pei Wenchuan lowered his eyes. "Your highness can see more of me at my best." Li Rong's hand paused. She looked up at Pei Wenchuan and saw that Pei Wenchuan lowered his eyes and looked at the teacup in his hand. There was no joy or anger on his face. His words just now were said carelessly, without the slightest bit of charm. Li Rong felt that Pei Wenchuan was also a person with ability. He was always able to say provocative words in a straightforward manner. It was hard to tell if he was used to speaking without thinking or if he had other intentions. If it was a 17 or 18-year-old girl who listened to his vague hints every day, she would have already misunderstood. Fortunately, Li Rong was a person who knew his own limits. He never thought positively of such things. After all, one of the biggest misconceptions in life was that someone liked him. Pei Wenchuan never had a sense of propriety in this kind of matter. Li Rong didn't take it to heart. He only said, "Now that you've come back with evidence, the people in the aristocratic families should be anxious." "Yes." Pei Wenchuan followed Li Rong's words. "This is an opportunity to divide the aristocratic families. I'm afraid that Shangguandaran will come to find your highness soon. I've already asked mother to tell him my attitude. In fact, I think uncle already knows my attitude. Now we only need to investigate the case of the military pay. We don't need to care about anything else. As for what the Shangguan family thinks," Li Rong tapped his small fan on his palm. "It depends on Aya's ability." Pei Wenchuan responded. The two of them were silent, each with their own thoughts. After discussing business, they actually had a lot of other things to talk about. However, when the words reached their mouths, they seemed to want to say too much and didn't know where to start. In the end, Li Rong simply gave up. He only said, "You're also tired. Rest for a while. When we go back to the room, I'll deal with some other things. You can sleep first." When Pei Wenchuan heard Li Rong's words, he didn't know why, but he felt a little disappointed. He didn't show it on his face. He responded, took a blanket from the side, leaned against the small table, and fell asleep. From Huajing to the northwest, it took him 20 days to go back and forth. He also had to check the accounts and take statements along the way. There was almost no time to rest. He leaned against the table. No matter how much he thought, he couldn't help but fall asleep. When the sound of his steady breathing could be heard in the carriage, Li Rong finally looked over. She couldn't move her eyes away from him. This person had lost a lot of weight and there was stubble on his face. He looked completely different from the noble young master in Huajing. She quietly looked at him for a while. Time flew by. By the time she reacted, they had already arrived at the princess's residence. Li Rong pushed Pei Wenchuan. Pei Wenchuan woke up in a daze. Li Rong reminded him, "You go back and rest first. I have to go see the Qin family." "I'll go with you." Pei Wenchuan just said this when he thought of something. He felt that it was a little inappropriate. He only said, "Then I'll go back and rest first." Li Rong knew what Pei Wenchuan was worried about. She felt that it was a little funny, but she also felt that Pei Wenchuan needed to rest. She said, "Go." Pei Wenchuan got off the carriage with her. Li Rong directly went to see the Qin family. Pei Wenchuan followed the attendant to the rear courtyard. After taking a few steps, he finally couldn't help but turn around and call out to Li Rong, "Your Highness." Li Rong turned around and saw Pei Wenchuan standing at the end of the corridor. He pursed his lips and only said, "Your Highness, don't you want to ask a few more questions?" Li Rong was stunned. Pei Wenchuan saw that she didn't react, so he waved his hand and said, "Your Highness, you can continue with your work. I'll go rest." After saying this, he didn't wait for Li Rong to reply and directly left. Li Rong was a little confused by Pei Wenchuan's reaction. She stood in place for a moment before she heard the Jing Lan remind her, "Your Highness, the Qin family has been settled in." She finally reacted and nodded. She collected her thoughts and walked towards the courtyard. She arrived at the courtyard where the Qin family was settled. The Qin family members were all gathered in the main hall. As soon as she arrived at the door, she heard the sound of women crying and comforting voices intertwined together. Li Rong walked into the courtyard. Sun Quan walked up and bowed to Li Rong, "Your Highness. Are you all right?" Li Rong looked at her for a moment. When she saw that her expression was normal, she smiled and said, "I heard that you broke into the execution hall today. The executioner was beheaded in advance today." Sun Quan pursed her lips, Well done." Li Rong raised her hand and patted her shoulder, interrupting her self-blame. She smiled and said, "I lack people like you who have the courage to go against the aristocratic families." "Your Highness." Sun Quan was a little uneasy. Li Rong retracted her hand and comforted her, "I'm serious. Don't worry, I don't mean it." She knew that she didn't understand. Sun Quan was relieved. Li Rong went in with her and whispered, "How is the family?" "They're all good." Sun Quan whispered, "When they heard that the prince consort cleared the Qin clan's name in the palace today, the entire Qin clan is very grateful to the princess and the prince consort." As the two talked, they walked into the main hall. When he saw Li Rong, Qin Lang excitedly walked up and was about to kneel down. "Your Highness, Lord Qin." Li Rong hurriedly reached out to support him, "You're injured. Rest well." "Your Highness, the entire Qin clan was saved by Your Highness. Your Highness has given the Qin clan a new lease on life." "This old man," Qin Lang said, his voice choked with emotion. Li Rong glanced at Sun Quan. Sun Quan walked up and helped Qin Lang sit down. He deliberately changed his hoarse voice and said, "Lord Qin, please sit down and talk." Qin Lang nodded and sat down. Li Rong also sat down next to him and chatted with him for a while. The Qin clan members who had survived the disaster were very excited. They all came up to Li Rong and kowtowed. Only Qin Lin stood quietly to the side. In the end, he saw that Li Rong was somewhat tired, so he stepped forward and said, "Your Highness, now that the Qin clan members are safe and sound, if Your Highness is tired, you can make other arrangements. On another day, this humble subject will bring the entire family to specially thank Your Highness." Li Rong originally only came to check on the Qin clan. After confirming that everything was fine, he followed Qin Lin's words and left the stage. He stood up and said, "Then you all have a good rest. This prince will take his leave first." Qin Lin nodded and personally escorted Li Rong out. On the way, Qin Lin didn't say a word. Li Rong was somewhat puzzled and couldn't help but laugh. "I thought that for such a big matter, Lord Qin would at least thank me. The word thank you has never meant anything." Qin Lin stopped. Li Rong turned to look at him and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Qin Lin's expression was calm. "This humble subject can only return your highness the power of the Northwest." Li Rong didn't say anything. She quietly looked at Qin Lin. Qin Lin looked up at Li Rong. "This is what your highness wants the most, isn't it?" General Qin is very confident in his own ability. "It's not that I'm confident in myself, it's that your highness is confident in me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have forced the crown prince to visit the thatched cottage 3 times and come to Jirio Mountain to invite me." As Qin Lin spoke, he looked at the sky and raised his hand. "Your highness, please leave. There should be a lot of things to do later. Your highness shouldn't delay." After speaking, Qin Lin bowed and turned to leave. Li Rong stood in place for a moment. Then, she chuckled and turned to leave. After taking care of the Qin family, Li Rong went directly to Xianxia in the afternoon. Xianxia and Sun Quan gave her the statements they had made over the past few days and told her what they had done recently. After Li Rong gathered all the information, she discussed with Xianxia what to do next. "Your father should think of coming to me soon, but I'll definitely investigate the military salary case to the end. You have to think of a way to persuade him and let him use this opportunity to rectify the Xianxia family. It's definitely inconvenient for him to come forward to rectify the situation. When the time comes, you can take the initiative to ask the Xianxia family to conduct an internal investigation. In this way, I'll be the one who speaks for the Xianxia family." Xianxia smiled. "I can even discuss with my father and let me negotiate with your highness as the spokesperson of the Xianxia family." "Yes." Li Rong agreed. Then, she discussed the details with Xianxia. After the discussion, Li Rong looked at the sky and said, "I'll go back first." "So early?" Xianxia was a little surprised. "Why don't we have a meal together?" "No need." Li Rong waved her hand. "Pei Wenxuan just came back today. I'll go back early. I still have something to discuss." "I see." Xianxia nodded. "Okay, let's make an appointment another day." Li Rong nodded and walked out. Sun Quan still had some details to confirm with Xianxia. After Li Rong left, Xianxia was still looking in the direction that Li Rong left. Sun Quan couldn't help but ask, "What are you thinking about?" "No, I'm just thinking." Xianxia turned her head. "Do you think His Highness likes Lord Su more or the Prince Consort more?" Sun Quan frowned. "Is this something you should be thinking about? Thinking about serious matters all day long is giving me a headache." Xianxia sighed. "It's good to see how lively His Highness is." Sun Quan was speechless for a moment. Then, he said, "Just take care of yourself." Then, she reminded Xianxia, "Hurry up and finish your work, lest you accidentally run into Su Ronghua again." When Xianxia heard this, she gasped. She didn't know why, but it was so easy to run into Su Ronghua everywhere. Just thinking about it made her afraid. She couldn't help but ask, "Sun Quan, can you do me a favor?" "No." Sun Quan decisively refused. Xianxia still said, "Why don't you beat him up? If you don't do your work, I'll beat you up." Sun Quan said seriously as he flipped through the paper on the table. Xianxia sighed and patted her head. "Ah, what do you mean by friends treating each other with sincerity? The ancients really did deceive me." Li Rong bid farewell to Xianxia. When he went back, Pei Wenxuan had just woken up. He had slept for a whole day and felt much better. Just as he changed his clothes, he heard Li Rong coming home. He was a little surprised that Li Rong came home so early, but he still got up first and went to the door to welcome Li Rong. Li Rong saw Pei Wenxuan standing at the door and smiled. "Didn't you sleep a little longer?" "I slept for a whole day." Pei Wenxuan smiled and went to the dining room with Li Rong. Li Rong saw his smile and couldn't help but say, "You don't look well. I'm afraid you didn't sleep enough, right?" "I slept enough." I just haven't recovered yet, Pei Wenchuan said and sat down with Li Rong. Li Rong nodded and watched as the servants served the dishes. He picked up his chopsticks and told Pei Wenchuan about today's itinerary, the information he exchanged with Xianxia, and the plans for tomorrow. Pei Wenchuan listened quietly and didn't look happy or angry. He just listened to Li Rong's words and responded steadily. This atmosphere made Li Rong feel a little awkward. After the two of them finished eating, Pei Wenchuan didn't stay. After bidding farewell to Li Rong, he left first and went to the study. Pei Wenchuan had been on sick leave for more than 20 days and had a mountain of work to do. He plunged into the study and didn't come out. Li Rong waited in his room for a while. Seeing that Pei Wenchuan didn't come back, he got up and went to read the booklets. The two of them didn't speak and read the booklets in their own rooms. In the middle of the night, Jing Lan and Jing Mei couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Jing Mei lowered her voice and said to Jing Lan, "Say, these two are strange. It's not easy to come back and see each other. Why are they like this?" Jing Lan didn't say anything. After a while, she sighed and said, "I'll go and invite the prince consort." With that, Jing Lan went to the door of Pei Wenchuan's study. Dong Yi was guarding the door. He was dozing off and almost fell asleep. Jing Lan went forward and woke Dong Yi up. She whispered, "Prince consort, aren't you going to sleep yet?" Dong Yi shook his head and yawned, "I'm afraid the prince consort won't sleep tonight." "Sister Jing Lan, why are you here? Did His Highness give you an order?" Jing Lan didn't say anything. She thought for a while and whispered, "Go and tell the prince consort that His Highness hasn't been feeling well recently and hasn't slept yet. Ask him to persuade him." Dong Yi was surprised and made an ah sound. He woke up and hurriedly said, "Please wait, I'll go and tell the prince consort. The prince consort cares about His Highness the most." With that, Dong Yi hurriedly went to the room and knelt on the ground. "Young master, it's not good. Please go and persuade him." Pei Wenchuan looked up and frowned, "Persuade what?" "The princess doesn't sleep," Dong Yi sighed. "I heard that His Highness hasn't been feeling well recently. He's also busy with government affairs today. Please go and take a look." Hearing this, Pei Wenchuan immediately stood up. He finally found a way to vent his anger after holding it in for an entire day. He threw the brush in his hand and angrily said, "Nonsense." With that, Pei Wenchuan directly rushed back to the room. Li Rong was concentrating on reviewing the reports from the inspection department today. Just as she finished reviewing one, she heard the door suddenly open. A cold wind rushed in from outside. Li Rong looked up in surprise and saw Pei Wenchuan striding in. Without saying a word, he took away the reports in her hand and threw her brush to the side. Li Rong blankly looked up at him. Pei Wenchuan put his hands in his sleeves and looked down at Li Rong with a cold expression. "Sleep." The Jing Lan hurriedly closed the door. Li Rong looked at the servants who were running away quickly and then looked at the aggressive Pei Wenchuan. After hesitating for a moment, she slowly said, "Then, let's sleep?" Pei Wenchuan didn't say a word. He turned around and began to take off his outer clothes. Li Rong stood to the side and watched him lose his temper. After watching for a while, she couldn't help but laugh. Pei Wenchuan froze. With his back to Li Rong, he coldly said, "What are you laughing at? After holding it in for an entire day, I finally found a reason to quarrel with you." Li Rong smiled and leaned against the pillar next to her. She looked at Pei Wenchuan who was frozen in place. Censor Pei must have been holding it in for a long time, right? Pei Wenchuan didn't say a word. He hung up his clothes and turned around to make the bed. Li Rong walked behind him. Seeing his angry appearance, she felt that it was much easier to talk to him. She softened her tone and said, "I heard what you said today. Are you angry that I didn't care about you enough?" "It's because I don't worry about you. I know that you're very capable. How could you get into trouble so easily? That's why I didn't ask. It's not that I wasn't worried about you. You don't know, but when I heard that something happened to you, I was also worried." Pei Wenchuan made the bed sheets and spread out the quilt. Then he stood up and washed his face. Li Rong followed behind him and said, "You were angry first. You were cold first. Even if I wanted to soften my tone, it wouldn't be easy." Pei Wenchuan, think carefully. I'm a princess. Before we got married, didn't the palace send someone to teach you the rules? Why is your temper so bad? Pei Wenchuan didn't say a word. He opened the door and poured the water out. Bang! He closed the door again. Everyone was shocked. Li Rong swallowed her saliva. Seeing that Pei Wenchuan had made a great contribution, she decided not to argue with him. She coughed lightly and said, forget it, forget it. Today, I'll give in. What are you angry about? Why don't you take the initiative to tell me? Pei Wenchuan didn't say a word. He turned his back to Li Rong. After a while, he said, is there something you haven't told me? There are too many things that I haven't told you. I don't know which one to talk about. Li Rong said frankly, but if there's something you want to know, I can tell you. Pei Wenchuan didn't know why, but when he heard Li Rong's words, he suddenly lost all his strength. He suddenly felt that he had lost his composure and was being unreasonable. In fact, Li Rong didn't do anything wrong. He was the one who was uneasy. He was the one who cared about Su Yongqing's words. He had a knot in his heart. Therefore, every detail of Li Rong would be infinitely magnified. But he couldn't say these words. He didn't want Li Rong to see how embarrassed he was when he faced Su Yongqing. He took a deep breath and shook his head. It's this humble subject's problem. Go to sleep. As he spoke, he said to Li Rong, Your Highness, go to bed. First. This humble subject will turn off the lights. Li Rong responded, took off his coat, and went to bed. Pei Wenchuan turned off the lights and went to sleep on the outside. The two of them kept their eyes open at night. Neither of them slept. After a while, Li Rong said slowly, when you weren't here, everyone thought you were dead. Pei Wenchuan didn't say anything. Li Rong continued, but I know you weren't. Your Highness has always trusted me. Pei Wenchuan said lightly, thank you for your trust, Your Highness. It's not just trust. The night gave birth to a lot of courage. Li Rong turned sideways and looked at the young man lying flat across from him. He had already washed up and returned to his usual appearance of a noble young master in Huajing. Li Rong looked at him quietly and whispered, it's because I'm still afraid. When Pei Wenchuan heard this, he turned his head in surprise. He saw the young lady with her hands under her head. She looked at him sideways and smiled. If you were really dead, I wouldn't know what to do. So whether I believe you or not, I have to treat you as if you're alive. When Li Rong said this, she looked at Pei Wenchuan's stunned expression. She smiled embarrassedly. You see, it's so embarrassing to say this. That's why I don't like to say it. Pei Wenchuan didn't say anything. He looked at Li Rong. His gaze was so direct that it burned Li Rong like fire. Li Rong didn't know why, but she felt her face heat up. She looked away and turned her back to Pei Wenchuan. She whispered, don't look at me like that. It's embarrassing. Hearing this, Pei Wenchuan chuckled. His laughter was a bit hoarse. When it mixed with Pei Wenchuan's clear voice, Li Rong's ears burned. Pei Wenchuan reached out and pulled her. He said softly, let me see. Li Rong pushed him away. She didn't want to look back. Pei Wenchuan increased his strength and leaned over. He said softly, Your Highness, let me see. Li Rong knew that she was blushing. Although it was night time, she didn't know why, but she felt a bit guilty. She and Pei Wenchuan started to push each other. Pei Wenchuan turned her over. Li Rong raised her hand to cover her face and lightly kicked him. Pei Wenchuan pressed her down and raised his hand to tickle her armpits. Li Rong couldn't help but laugh. Pei Wenchuan took the opportunity to push her to the side, exposing her face. Pei Wenchuan was afraid of hurting her, so he controlled his strength. When he completely restrained Li Rong, he also used a lot of strength. Both of them were panting heavily. Pei Wenchuan was on top of her. His hair was scattered on both sides, gently caressing her face. It was a bit itchy. Li Rong looked at the handsome gentleman. That person was staring at her motionlessly. His eyes seemed to have substance. Quietly, it reminded her of the entanglements in her previous life. If some things didn't happen, it wouldn't be a big deal. But if it did happen, it would always be reflected in her mind at a certain point. Li Rong couldn't help but breathe faster. Pei Wenchuan obviously noticed the change in her. His eyes darkened. He raised his bony hand and gently placed it on her face. Then, he gently slid the back of his hand across her cheek. His hand was a bit cold. When her skin touched, there was an indescribable numbness that spread all the way up and exploded in Li Rong's mind. Your Highness. When he softly called her name, his voice was a bit hoarse, which was rare. This subject is very happy that you have this subject in your heart. Li Rong didn't say anything. Her heart beat faster. Then, she saw Pei Wenchuan gently bend over. I'm willing to offer you joy in the world. His lips fell on Li Rong's lips. His 10 fingers slid across Li Rong's 10 fingers. Then, with a sweetness and scorching heat, he vaguely answered, to repay your kindness. Li Rong remembered Pei Wenchuan's inexperience. Although it had been many years, she still remembered Pei Wenchuan's cautious and flustered appearance when they kissed for the first time. In the beginning, it was just a light touch of their lips. She only felt that it was a little soft, but nothing else. It was not as mysterious as the rumors said. Later on, it was reckless and clumsy, and there was more desire. However, Li Rong did not feel that happy. They had just gotten married, so they just dealt with it. However, Pei Wenchuan saw her dealing with it. He had always been a good student and taught her how to do makeup and draw her eyebrows. This matter would not be forgotten. Therefore, he changed his methods every night and asked her seriously, Your Highness, what do you think? This matter was funny, but he was not ashamed to ask and really tried to find a way out. He could do more than 10 kinds of makeup for Li Rong. He could also give Li Rong the ultimate pleasure in the world with a kiss. Su Yongqing had kissed her before. During the long snuggling, he fulfilled the duties of a person who slept beside her. It was just that his kisses had always been reserved and restrained, just like the person he was and his feelings. It allowed people to always be clear-headed. All feelings were just feelings that were born. The joy that Pei Wenchuan gave her was in addition to her own desires. No matter how strong her reason was, he could turn it into soft thoughts. The moment he kissed her, Li Rong was a little shocked at first. However, it was only a short moment of absent-mindedness. Li Rong's entire mind collapsed. She only felt the joy that she had not felt in decades explode in her mind. She even lost the strength to push this person away. It was not until Pei Wenchuan's lips moved down her neck and bit open the knot of her clothes. He raised his hand to pull open her belt that Li Rong finally became a little more clear-headed. She pressed Pei Wenchuan's hand down. Both of them were panting heavily. Pei Wenchuan paused for a moment and slowly raised his head. He had a smile on his face and a bit of pride in his eyes. He was suppressing the lust hidden in his heart. You. Li Rong said in a hoarse voice, what are you doing? Li Rong was not a fool. She did not believe that Pei Wenchuan wanted to be friends with her. How could there be such a friend? It was fine if he kissed and pulled her, but to be friends with her. Did he think she was a fool? What made her even angrier was that she knew that he had ulterior motives, but she still agreed. She did not push him away in the first place. Li Rong was angry with herself and Pei Wenchuan, so she glared at him. Pei Wenchuan could see the wariness in Li Rong's eyes. She seemed to be afraid that he would kiss her again. Pei Wenchuan looked at Li Rong and thought about the reason for her wariness. He couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Li Rong slowly raised her hand and pushed Pei Wenchuan. Pei Wenchuan fell back on the bed with her force and could not stop laughing. Li Rong grabbed a soft pillow and threw it at him. Pei Wenchuan hugged his head and let Li Rong hit him. Li Rong knew that he was laughing at her loss of self-control. It was just a kiss, but she had completely forgotten about herself. Li Rong became angrier. She was angry at herself and Pei Wenchuan. She threw the pillow away and raised her hand to hit Pei Wenchuan. Pei Wenchuan hit her a few times and finally caught her hand. Li Rong glared at him. Pei Wenchuan supported himself and pulled her hand to his lips. After blowing it gently, he looked up at her and smiled. Don't hit my hand, that hurts. Pei Wenchuan. Li Rong shouted sternly, how dare you? Does your highness not like it? Pei Wenchuan reclined on the bed and propped up his head. He looked at Li Rong with a smile. I think your highness should be happy just now. Li Rong sneered. Imperial censor Pei's skill in serving people is very good. How can I not be happy? That's good. Pei Wenchuan smiled and looked at Li Rong. If your highness wants this official to serve you, this official will be ready at any time. Li Rong did not speak. She stared at Pei Wenchuan and saw that he was relaxed. After a long time, she finally gritted her teeth and said, "What's wrong with you?" This official heard that Lord Su had asked for your highness' hand in marriage. Pei Wenchuan held Li Rong's hand and caressed it casually. His gaze fell on the place where Li Rong touched. He said slowly, "This official was afraid that your highness would be seduced by Assistant Minister Su's beauty, so I just wanted to remind your highness." Remind? Li Rong sneered. What kind of reminder is this? Your highness, if you just need someone by your side, Wenchuan is by your side. Pei Wenchuan looked up and his gaze fell on Li Rong. He said softly, "This official said that this official can give your highness anything you want." Pei Wenchuan could not help but laugh and repeat Li Rong's words. Including kissing you. Li Rong did not speak. She looked into Pei Wenchuan's eyes. Pei Wenchuan looked away and said slowly, "This official knows that Lord Su is special to your highness. His willingness to ask for your highness' hand in marriage is probably not a small shock to your highness. After all, it's been 2 lifetimes." Pei Wenchuan's voice was a bit low. "I'm afraid that your highness will regret not being able to marry him properly. Your highness has admired him since you were young." Rongqing wore white and there were no immortals in the world. Later on, we were together for a lifetime. Due to this official's lack of status, being able to marry Su Yongqing is also a long-cherished wish for your highness. However, your highness, it's not the right time now. Pei Wenchuan pushed aside the sleeves under his body and said carelessly, "If it was in the past, you and the Su family did not have any conflicts of interest. If you two were together, it would be a good marriage. But now, you want to establish the inspection department and seize power from the aristocratic families. If he is willing to stand on your highness's side, your relationship will be mixed with power. This is not the Su Yongqing your highness wants. If he is not willing to stand on your highness's side, the marriage between your highness and him will be broken. What's more frightening is that if he wants to use your highness's friendship to seek benefits for himself, just like in the previous life." Pei Wenchuan's tone was cold. He looked up at Li Rong. "What will your highness do?" Li Rong did not speak. She looked at Pei Wenchuan and said these words lightly. Pei Wenchuan saw that she did not respond and thought that he had spoken her mind. His eyes wandered and he changed his tone. "If your highness must choose someone, compared to Su Yongqing, your highness might as well choose me." "Choose you?" Li Rong's tone was mocking. "Is it not good?" Pei Wenchuan turned to look at Li Rong. In terms of family background, although the Su family is an aristocratic family, the Pei family is also considered a prominent family. What the Su family can give your highness, the Pei family can also give your highness. Moreover, now that His Majesty is establishing the inspection department and is opposing the aristocratic families, the Pei family will fully rely on him. It will be much easier to control than the Su family. And in terms of individuals, Pei Wenchuan raised his eyebrows. How is this official inferior to him? You're boring. Li Rong saw that Pei Wenchuan was talking nonsense and was too lazy to continue talking to him. He turned around and lay down. With his back facing Pei Wenchuan, he said, "Sleep. Don't sleep." Pei Wenchuan saw that Li Rong did not respond and was somewhat dissatisfied. He reached out to pull Li Rong and wanted to turn Li Rong over. "How am I inferior to him? Tell me." Li Rong did not speak with his back to him. He covered his ears and did not want to pay attention to him. Pei Wenchuan was annoyed. He gritted his teeth and said, "In the 6 arts of nobility, I am always first place every year. I'm not inferior to him. In terms of appearance, I'm also not inferior to him. In terms of temperament, he treats you better than me. He can't even ask you to marry him. What are you thinking about?" "I'm not listening." Li Rong heard that he was angry and was somewhat happy. "Bastard, you're reciting scriptures." "Li Rong, speak clearly." Pei Wenchuan turned her over and said angrily, "How am I inferior to him? Then tell me." Li Rong suppressed his smile and pretended to be serious. You're almost the same as him in every aspect. He's also from a noble family. How are you better than him? Pei Wenchuan was stunned for a moment. Li Rong sighed. You can't say it, right? If you can't say it, then don't disturb me. I'm going to sleep. Li Rong finished speaking and fell down. Pei Wenchuan sat behind her for a while. Li Rong was afraid that he would go too far. He was about to say something to comfort him. Before he could speak, he heard Pei Wenchuan say, "But I dare to marry you." What nonsense are you talking about? Li Rong sat up in dissatisfaction. Is marrying me a loss? I dare to risk my life to marry you. Pei Wenchuan looked up at her seriously. Does he dare? Li Rong heard this and suddenly froze. Pei Wenchuan quietly looked at her. Li Rong, I took you back. When he was still alone, he risked his life to overthrow the Yang family and stir up the imperial court before marrying Her Highness. But he doesn't dare. He obviously has a noble status and has power in his hands, but he doesn't dare. Li Rong listened to these words and looked at the young man in front of him. He was like a lonely blade. From the past to the present, he had always moved forward by himself. In fact, she knew. She always knew that this man who climbed all the way to his position had the courage and ambition that was rare for a son of a noble family. Only with her, he had a little bit of youthful naivety. So, Li Rong stopped joking and smiled bitterly. I married you. Pei Wenchuan, do you know? Li Rong reached out and took his hand. In fact, you're good at everything except for one thing. In your heart, you always feel that you're not good enough. When you praise yourself, you must have some achievements. You're the first in the gentleman's 6 arts. You know everything. You're an official. You write well. You're talented. Even, Li Rong looked up and said with a faint smile, your skills are good. When Pei Wenchuan heard Li Rong's words, his face suddenly became hot. He pretended to be calm. You can't talk nonsense. When I say that I'm good, I naturally have to have some reasons. But I don't think there's any need. Li Rong said directly, you're Pei Wenchuan. That's very good. Pei Wenchuan's body stiffened. Li Rong continued, you told me before that your mother always compares you to your father and other people. But let me tell you now. You don't need to compare yourself to anyone, especially Su Yongqing. You're afraid that Su Yongqing will propose to me and I'll be tempted. I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, Li Rong said calmly. I won't ruin my future for a man. Pei Wenchuan, that's not what I meant. It's not impossible to ruin your future for a man, but it can only be him. This answer flashed through Pei Wenchuan's mind, but he couldn't just say it out loud. He struggled to open his mouth and choose his words carefully, thinking about how to say it. Li Rong looked up at him. Her eyes were clear and bright. She seemed to know everything, but she didn't want to mention it. Pei Wenchuan fell silent. He didn't know whether he should say it or not. He didn't know whether he should break the silence. He was afraid that if he said it, this person would push him away and they wouldn't even be friends. But if he didn't say it, he was afraid that this person wouldn't understand. He paused for a moment, and his eyes flashed past Li Rong's lips. After a moment, he smiled and said, I know your highness is clear. I'm worried too much. Your highness has other things to do tomorrow. Pei Wenchuan lay down. Go to sleep. Li Rong was also a little tired from dealing with him all night. She lay down. After a while, she felt someone pressing against her from behind. Pei Wenchuan hugged her from behind. She tensed up and was always on guard against Pei Wenchuan's next move. Your Highness, Pei Wenchuan sensed her nervousness. He smiled and whispered in her ear, we have plenty of time in the future. Li Rong didn't say anything. She thought it through. Pei Wenchuan, this old fox, was really going to make a move on her. Bah! Li Rong cursed inwardly. Beast! Pei Wenchuan hugged Li Rong and did not make any further movements. After a while, he slowly fell asleep. Li Rong sensed that Pei Wenchuan had fallen asleep and breathed a sigh of relief. His entire body relaxed and he also closed his eyes and fell asleep. When the lights in the Princess Royal's residence were turned off, the Shangguan residence was brightly lit. Many people gathered in Shang Guansu's room with a worried expression. Censor 8 Wen Ping paced back and forth in the room with an angry expression. He reprimanded the Ministry of War's Dr. Wang Shi. I told you to find a weakness. You said that there was a problem with the battle in Huangping County, but that battle was caused by your embezzlement of soldiers' pay. Why didn't you say so earlier? Now that someone has found a weakness, this is great. Everyone will be finished together. How can you blame me for this? Wang Shi's face also had a bit of anger, but he did not dare to directly scold people. He could only beat around the bush. The Qin family originally had nothing to investigate. If they had to investigate, what could I do? In the fight for the Northwest Army, the original plan was to find a few dirty people from these poor families to deal with. This was to intimidate Xiao Su and make Xiao Su not rely on Consort Ro and the emperor to go against the aristocratic families. However, at the last minute, Shang Guansu changed the plan to the Qin family. The Qin family's hands and feet were clean. There was nothing to do. In order to curry favor with Shang Guansu, the subordinates did not care about anything else. They simply tore up the military records in Huangping County that had been reported to the Ministry of War. If it involved the front lines, then it was a great crime to confiscate the family's property and exterminate the entire family. When such a case was brought out, everyone was a bit afraid at first. However, when they thought about how the emperor had been suppressing the aristocratic families, a group of people wanted to dampen Li Ming's spirit a bit. Thus, they decided to resolve this case. But who would have thought, at first, Wang Shi didn't dare to reveal the matter of the lack of military pay, so he only said that there were some suspicious points in the case. The people from the Ministry of Justice of the Censorate thought that they could cover the truth with their hands, so they thought of a way to fabricate evidence. In the end, they were forcefully dragged into the military pay case by Li Rong. Shang Guansu understood what Wang Shi was implying. He raised his head and looked at him coldly. Why? Are you blaming me? I don't dare. Wang Shi held his breath and could only say, it's just that back then, Imperial Censor Wen, Assistant Minister Cui and the others all agreed that no matter what case it was, they would be able to handle it properly. Now that something has happened, it's all this humble one's fault. This humble one. Wang Shi didn't continue, but Shang Guansu already understood. Cui Shuyun, who had been listening for a long time, sighed. He was the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, and also the main person in charge of this case. At this point, he also lost the strength to argue. He could only say, there's no point in discussing right or wrong now, Prime Minister. Cui Shuyun turned his head and looked at Shang Guansu. The most important thing now is to stop Her Highness. Today's matter, if it wasn't for Her Highness investigating, would it have reached this point? If it was someone else, everyone would have already made a move. But Her Highness is the Crown Prince's elder sister, and Prime Minister's niece. Everyone is giving in to her out of respect for Prime Minister. Previously, Prime Minister cared about Her Highness' friendship. Now it's up to Her Highness to see if Her Highness cares about Prime Minister's friendship. Shang Guansu heard Cui Shuyun's words and turned his head. His gaze fell on Cui Shuyun's face. In a cold voice, he said, what do you mean? Prime Minister. Cui Shuyun took a cup of tea from the side and said calmly, today, I made some inquiries about the military pay case. There are many people involved, such as my third uncle. You want to protect him? Shang Guansu understood the meaning of Cui Shuyun's words. His expression was calm. He embezzled the military pay. You want to protect such a big matter? Cui Shuyun, I'm afraid you've lost your mind. You must be joking. Cui Shuyun laughed. This official is just asking for mercy for my third uncle. After all, your uncle is the main person in charge of this matter. Shang Guansu wasn't surprised to hear this. His face was cold as he listened to Cui Shuyun calmly say, my lord, it's up to you whether Her Highness can stop. If Her Highness can't stop. Cui Shuyun didn't finish his words. He smiled and bowed. Shang Guandaran, it's late. You should have a good talk with Her Highness. We'll take our leave first. Wang Shi and the others followed Cui Shuyun and bowed. The ministers greeted Shang Guansu and then left. After they left, Shang Guansu suddenly flipped the table and said angrily, shameless. Shang Guanya was waiting in the courtyard. When Cui Shuyun and the others came out, she carried a bowl of soup and went to Shang Guansu's study. Father. Shang Guanya stood at the door and said softly, I prepared snow pear soup for you. I'm coming in. Get out. Shang Guansu shouted angrily, you're so annoying. Why are you meddling in this again? Shang Guanya didn't get angry when she heard Shang Guansu's words. She only said, Father, the fire is burning too hot. It needs pear soup to moisten it. Father, let me in. Shang Guansu was about to scold her, but before he opened his mouth, he realized something and paused. He thought for a moment and suddenly realized that Shang Guanya might be hinting at something. He hurriedly said, come in. Shang Guanya came in with the pear soup. When she saw Shang Guansu sitting behind the table, she waved her hand and the servant next to her left. Shang Guanya went forward and placed the pear soup in front of Shang Guansu. She pursed her lips and said with a smile, those people came to make trouble for father again. It's late. If you have something to say it. No one knew a daughter better than a father. Shang Guansu knew what kind of monkey spirit he had raised. When Shang Guanya brought the soup over, he knew that his daughter was harboring some intentions. Shang Guanya smiled and knelt in front of Shang Guansu. She said gently, I heard that the Qin family's case has been overturned. Shang Guansu's expression didn't change. Shang Guanya poured some tea and said calmly, although it's said that it's a case in Huangping County, it's related to the military pay case. I think that if something happens to the military pay, the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue won't be able to escape. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue is also my maternal uncle. Just thinking about it makes me nervous. If my maternal uncle is involved in this case, do you think we should intervene or not? If we intervene, embezzling the military pay will shake the foundation of the country. But if we don't intervene, I'm afraid that grandmother won't let father off and will turn the world upside down. Just say it. Shang Guansu understood that Shang Guanya was here to persuade him, so he asked directly, what do you want to do? Father, what do you plan to do after this? Shang Guanya asked directly. However, before Shang Guansu could answer, she continued on behalf of Shang Guansu, Father, there are only two problems facing you now. First, whether to protect Cui Shuyun and the others who forged evidence to frame the Qin family. Second, whether to investigate the embezzlement of the military pay case or not. But in the end, there's only one problem in this matter, and that is how to face the princess. Shang Guanya raised her head and looked at Shang Guansu. How should I face her? The princess has His Majesty's support. So, what I want to ask you today is how you're going to face His Majesty. Everyone knows that His Majesty wants to weaken the Shangguan family. Father's tough attitude is just to make His Majesty fear him and not do anything drastic, Shang Guanya said as she stirred the tea leaves into the teapot. Her voice was calm as she said, but father doesn't want to completely break off relations with His Majesty. No matter what, the Shangguan family will stand on His Majesty's side. After all, His Majesty is a member of the Shangguan family. He's your cousin, and his wife is your sister. If the Shangguan family completely breaks off relations with His Majesty, the aristocratic families may gather the power of the officials and change the emperor. Will the new emperor still be from the Shangguan family? You're right. Shang Guansu was a little tired. But His Majesty doesn't think so. He's now focused on the Shangguan clan's involvement in politics. His Majesty's thinking is also right. Shang Guanya said slowly, for example, Father, if the princess doesn't intervene in this matter, how will you deal with the military pay case? Shang Guansu paused. Shang Guanya said calmly, this case involves many aristocratic families. Father can't really do anything to his supporters. Otherwise, they'll be disappointed. So, if you really investigate, you'll just demote them and exile them. You'll catch a few demons who don't have any backing and punish them. But will this have any effect? The aristocratic families are complicated. They're like a spider's web. You can't do anything to them, and neither can His Majesty. But no one will do anything. Shang Guanya smiled bitterly. It's normal for the Yang family to betray the country and bribe the Rong family to avoid war. So, it's normal for His Majesty to think that the Shangguan clan's involvement in politics. But all the aristocratic families are like this. Shang Guansu looked a little angry. Why does he keep an eye on the Shangguan clan? Then who's the representative of the aristocratic families? Xianxia asked calmly. Shangguansu was stunned. Xianxia lowered his eyes and poured tea. He said slowly, Father, the Shangguan family's current situation is that the emperor is afraid of them, and the aristocratic families hate them. The Shangguan family has long been a target. They seem to be powerful, but they're already in danger. This time, Father, do you feel that the situation is already out of your control? In order to please you, your subordinates lied about the Qin clan's case. Now that it's exposed, you're forced to be involved with them. Are you in control of them, or are they in control of you? Shangguansu listened calmly. He took Xianxia's tea and took a sip. He was silent for a long time, as if he was thinking about Xianxia's words. Xianxia waited for a long time. Shangguansu slowly put down his teacup and finally said, In your opinion, what should we do now? In my opinion, this isn't the first time something like this has happened. Father, you're already tired. Why don't you take this opportunity to completely reorganize the Shangguan family? Reorganize? Shangguansu frowned. Xianxia took a step back, knelt in front of Shangguansu, and bowed respectfully. Father. If Father trusts me, I'm willing to be your envoy and ask for peace on your behalf. Then, we'll use the princess's name to reorganize the Shangguan family. If there are any criminals involved in embezzling military funds, we'll deal with them first. In this way, we'll definitely suffer heavy losses. Shangguansu said uneasily. If the other aristocratic families retaliate, or if His Majesty wants to make trouble for us, isn't there a princess? Xianxia said calmly. Shangguansu was stunned. Xianxia laughed. Father, if the Shangguan family wants to survive, an aristocratic family can't go beyond the imperial power. What do you mean? If you think we only need to submit to the imperial power, why don't we directly surrender to His Majesty? Because if we directly obey His Majesty will endlessly weaken the aristocratic family's power to satisfy his desires. Only by relying on the princess can we maintain balance. Xianxia analyzed. The princess needs the aristocratic family's power to support her position, so she'll protect us. In exchange, we have to listen to the princess's arrangements. Otherwise, the princess won't dare to hold a sword without a scabbard. With the princess, we have a buffer against His Majesty. Now that we've broken our own wings, we're surrendering to His Majesty and the princess. The princess will only accept a clean Shangguan family. Father, only in a clean Shangguan family can you have absolute power. Otherwise, he would have countless weaknesses that others could use against him and control him constantly. Then, Shangguansu hesitated. How can I say this? If he said that he wanted to investigate the Shangguan family, he was afraid that the elders of the Shangguan family would expel him from the position of master. Seeing Shangguansu hesitate, Xianxia laughed. Don't you still have me? Shangguansu was stunned. Xianxia looked at Shangguansu and said, Father, you can give me full authority to investigate the internal affairs of the Shangguan family. From today onwards, I'm the scabbard of the Shangguan family. As long as you don't mind my identity as a woman, Xianxia sighed. You can secretly give me some power. Shangguansu was silent. Xianxia looked at him out of the corner of her eyes. After a long time, Shangguansu finally said, Okay. As he spoke, he looked at the sky and said directly, You can leave now and go to the princess's mansion to convey my message. In the future, the Shangguan family will be the Shangguan family of the princess. As for this case, I hope that the princess will think more about it. This was an exchange. Xianxia smiled and stood up to bow. When she turned around, Shangguansu suddenly said, I've always known that you went to the casino. Xianxia froze and couldn't maintain her smile for a moment. Shangguansu continued, I hope that you can tell Her Highness one thing. In fact, I could have fought against her to the end. If I killed her, the inspection department would be finished. Then, I could have suppressed His Majesty and allied with the aristocratic families in the future. Whether His Majesty dethrones the crown prince or not, I could have let him ascend the throne. Now, I'm only compromising for one thing. Shangguansu sighed, and there was a hint of helplessness in his tone. You young people are my family. I hope that your highness will always remember. Li Rong and Pei Wenxuan were still sleeping when they heard footsteps outside. Jing Lan stood at the door and said respectfully, Your Highness, Miss Shangguan is here. Li Rong was not surprised to hear this voice. She closed her eyes and said in a hoarse voice, Let her wait for a moment. After Li Rong finished speaking, she slowed down a little. Now that it was almost winter, the weather was much colder. She did not sleep enough last night, so she needed some courage to get out of bed when she was suddenly woken up. Li Rong heard Pei Wenxuan get up and then lit the lamp. She squinted her eyes under the light and raised her hand to rub her eyes. Just as she was about to get up, she felt someone drape a coat over her body. The coat was warm. Li Rong adjusted to the light and saw Pei Wenxuan draped a coat over her. He was holding her clothes and helping her put them on. Li Rong looked at Pei Wenxuan and felt a little sleepy. She tilted her head on his shoulder and let him help her lift her hands. He stuffed her clothes into her sleeves and tied the belt for her. She leaned against him and said with her eyes closed, The weather is so cold. I don't want to go to court. If I really don't let you go to court, I'm afraid you'll be unhappy. Pei Wenxuan laughed and put a furry fox fur cloak on her. After putting on the clothes, Li Rong did not feel cold anymore and got out of bed with more courage. Pei Wenxuan saw her leaning on his shoulder and raised his hand to hug her. He said with a smile, Xianxia is here. Are you up? I know. Li Rong sighed and got out of bed with the help of Pei Wenxuan. He called Jing Lan and the others in and helped her wash up. While washing up, he said, I can roughly guess what she wants to say. It's not something urgent. Probably Shangguan Su and her have reached an agreement. Pei Wenxuan wiped his face and analyzed, This way, your highness can be considered to have gotten what you wanted. Li Rong responded. After washing up, he went out with Pei Wenxuan. The two of them stepped over the threshold together. Pei Wenxuan grabbed Li Rong's hand and whispered, Your highness, be careful. Li Rong's body stiffened. In the past, whenever Pei Wenxuan pulled her over, she would think that Pei Wenxuan was unintentional, absent-minded, and did not notice. But now that he pulled her over so naturally, she could no longer treat it as unintentional. However, she couldn't directly shake off his hand. She always felt that if she responded too fiercely, it would seem that she would tear apart a layer of paper. After tearing it apart, she didn't dare to think about what she would have to face. So she unconsciously looked at Pei Wenxuan. Pei Wenxuan noticed her gaze, turned his head, and smiled faintly, Your highness, why are you looking at me? Li Rong was brought back to her senses by his question. She stiffly looked away and said, Nothing, I was distracted. I'm afraid you didn't sleep enough. Pei Wenxuan gently said, Tonight, I urged your highness to sleep early. Li Rong didn't want to be entangled with him on this topic. He casually pulled back his hand and touched his own hand, saying, I forgot to apply some perfume today. Then I'll have someone bring it and apply it on the carriage for you. Pei Wenxuan immediately replied. Then, without waiting for Li Rong to refuse, he smiled and said, And your highness doesn't need to worry. Even if you didn't apply any perfume today, your highness's hand is still as tender and beautiful as usual. There's no need to add any extra perfume. When Li Rong heard him say these words with a smile, she felt that he seemed to have seen through her hiding and was deliberately flirting with her in a serious manner. She lightly coughed and said, Prince Consort, you're becoming more and more flattering. Pei Wenxuan didn't reply. He smiled and came forward, holding Li Rong's hand again. His tone was gentle, but he didn't allow her to refuse, saying, The weather is cold, and you didn't apply any perfume. Let this official block the wind for your highness, so that you don't get sores. Li Rong saw that Pei Wenxuan was very unyielding on this matter and kept pestering her. She secretly liked the feeling of him holding her hand. After all, the weather was cold, and everyone liked warm things. So she was too lazy to argue. She followed her hard and pretended not to know, and walked with him to the main hall. When they reached the main hall, Xianxia was already waiting there. She seemed to be sleepy, and was dozing off with her head propped up. Li Rong led Pei Wenxuan in and smiled, What, you didn't sleep all night? Xianxia was startled by Li Rong's words, and her entire body trembled. When she realized who it was, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and complained, Your highness, can you not suddenly frighten people? Li Rong smiled and didn't reply. He sat opposite Xianxia, and Pei Wenchuan sat next to her. After sitting down, he began to make tea. Xianxia glanced at Pei Wenchuan and smiled. Prince Consort, you're back? It seems that the journey was smooth. If it wasn't smooth, Pei Wenchuan put the tea leaves into the purple clay teapot and smiled. Miss Xianxia wouldn't be sitting here. That's true. Xianxia nodded and turned to look at Li Rong. Princess has good taste. Having the prince consort is like adding wings to a tiger. It's easy to do things. Just tell me the result. Li Rong calmly said, it's almost morning court. I'm waiting for your father's reply. I should have asked Imperial Mother to pass on the words that should be said. What does your father think? Since I'm here, it's naturally settled. Xianxia smiled. My father means that everything will be done according to your highness's wishes. From today onwards, Xianxia family will conduct an internal investigation and assist your highness with all our strength. How do you plan to conduct the investigation? Li Rong lowered his eyes and asked when he heard the water beside him boil. Pei Wenchuan poured the water into the purple clay teapot and poured it over the tea tray. Xianxia had already prepared a plan and calmly said, I'll be in charge of this matter. Tonight, Xianxia family will hold a family meeting in the ancestral hall. I'll convey your highness's wishes and then I'll privately investigate the past one by one. Xianxia family's crimes are divided into 3 categories. The first category involves serious crimes involving life and death and will implicate the crown prince. I'll report it to your highness and let your highness punish it as a merit of the inspection department. Although the second category involves serious crimes, most of them involve money. The amount involved is huge, so I'll persuade them to resign. The third category involves not much money. This category will only be used as a warning not to commit the same crime again. After Xianxia classified the crimes, he looked up at Li Rong and smiled. What does your highness think? Li Rong looked into Xianxia's eyes and remained silent. Pei Wenchuan poured the tea in front of the 2 ladies and then reached out to hold Li Rong's hand. He held the tea and sipped it quietly. The warmth of Pei Wenchuan's hand calmed Li Rong's chaotic thoughts and allowed her to think more calmly. In fact, she clearly knew that her answer at this moment would determine Xianxia's final position. Xianxia cooperated with her for 2 reasons. First, it was for his own power in the Xianxia family. Second, more importantly, he wanted to protect the Xianxia family. If she went overboard and forced the Xianxia family into a corner, Xianxia would probably think of another way. Moreover, she indeed couldn't completely destroy the Xianxia family. She only wanted to control the Xianxia family, not destroy it. However, if she punished them too lightly, it would be unfair to the Qin family and they would easily be disappointed. Moreover, the Xianxia family might think that she was a pushover and bully her like how they bullied Li Chuan. Li Rong pondered for a moment, then took a sip of tea and said slowly, Uncle, what do you think of this military pay case? The military pay case is a matter that threatens the foundation of the country, Xianxia said calmly. Your Highness, you naturally have to decide on such a case. What about the Qin family case? Li Rong continued to ask. Xianxia remained silent for a moment and said slowly, Your Highness, the Qin family is still alive. The Qin family was still alive, and this case was handled by Xianxia Su. If they continued to investigate, they would probably implicate Xianxia Su's trusted aides. Xianxia sat on his knees and continued, Initially, my father didn't want to exterminate the Qin family. He just wanted to find an excuse to punish the Qin family. However, in order to please my father, the Ministry of War tore up the military log and reported it to the Censorate and the Ministry of Justice. The Censorate and the Ministry of Justice didn't know that the military log had been torn up, so they speculated that the Qin family had colluded with the enemy and fabricated evidence. My father was wrong in this matter, but it's definitely not like what your highness thinks, where you can exterminate an entire family for your own selfish reasons. It was just that everyone pushed a little bit in the middle, and in the end, it became a big case. When the Ministry of War received the news, they wanted to investigate the Qin family's crimes. The Qin family didn't have any crimes, so the higher-ups couldn't handle the task, so they tore up the military log and found a stain. When the Censorate and the Ministry of Justice saw this stain, they speculated that there must be a problem. If they didn't have evidence, then they would fabricate evidence. In any case, in their eyes, there was definitely a problem with this case. It was just that they didn't have evidence, and they didn't wrongly accuse the Qin family. By the time the news reached Xianxia, the situation had changed completely. Even if he knew that there might be some loopholes in the story, he guessed that there wouldn't be too big of a loophole. The Qin family deserved to die, but if they could use the death of the Qin family to threaten Li Ming and Xiao Su, then it couldn't be any better. Li Rong listened to Xianxua's words. After a while, he nodded and said, I understand what you want. However, so many people have died. Li Rong looked up at Xianxia and said, I'm afraid it won't make sense for you to insist that I failed in my duty. There has to be blood in the Qin clan case. Xianxia pursed her lips. Li Rong said calmly, I know it's difficult for you. If you help me deal with Uncle's subordinates, I'm afraid that Uncle won't have anyone to rely on in the future. Give me the list of names. Xianxia was stunned. Li Rong turned to look at her and asked, who killed the witnesses? Xianxia reacted after hearing Li Rong's words. The Qin clan case couldn't be investigated openly. If they continued investigating, it would implicate the Empress. At that time, they would be shooting themselves in the foot and affecting Li Chuan's position as the crown prince. However, whether it was the subordinates deceiving their superiors in order to please Xianxia, framing the Qin family, or killing people to cover up their crimes, these matters couldn't be let go so easily. They could only be dealt with privately as a warning. Xianxia bowed and said, I'll get the list of names. Li Rong nodded and turned to look at the sky outside. He said calmly, you can go back now. I have to go to court. Xianxia responded and bowed. When she got up, she glanced at the two of them and raised her eyebrows. Your Highness, is it cold today? Li Rong was a little puzzled. Huh? Pei Wenxuan held her hand with one hand and held a teacup with the other as he calmly drank tea. Xianxia smiled. Prince Consort has been holding on to you all this time. You two have a good relationship. Hearing this, Li Rong's face turned red for no reason. She hadn't experienced this for many years and felt a little embarrassed. Pei Wenxuan smiled gently and said, Miss Xianxuan, you'd better go back and catch up on your sleep. You can go to the casino and play a few rounds of leaf cards. Otherwise, Prince Consort Su will lose more weight today and look haggard. When Xianxia heard Pei Wenxuan quietly mocking her, she quickly waved her hand and said, I can't afford to offend you. I'm leaving now. After she finished speaking, she walked out of the room. After she left, Li Rong breathed a sigh of relief and stood up. He finally had a reason to pull his hand out of Pei Wenxuan's hand and said unhappily, You've been holding on to me all this time. If outsiders see this, they'll laugh at us. When Pei Wenxuan heard this, he lowered his head and chuckled. He stood up with Li Rong and followed Li Rong out of the room. When Li Rong saw him laughing at her, she frowned. And asked, What are you laughing at? At this time, the sky was still dark. The two walked one after the other on the long corridor. Pei Wenxuan was only half a step away from her. His warmth mixed with the cold morning wind blew on her back. Li Rong couldn't help but look at him. The lantern painted with Chang'e holding the moon swayed gently in the wind. The soft light shone on the young man dressed in a black official's robe. Pei Wenxuan smiled and said slowly, If I tell you why I'm laughing, your Highness will be angry with me. Tell me. Li Rong tapped his small fan on his palm and added, If you don't tell me, I'll be angry with you. If your Highness says so, then this official can only tell you the truth. Pei Wenxuan sighed helplessly. Then he casually walked up to Li Rong's side. Holding the ceremonial tablet in his hand, he put his lips next to Li Rong's ear and whispered, I know the name of the rouge your Highness used today. His breath was like an invisible hand that gently caressed her ear. His hoarse voice that contained a hint of laughter drilled into her heart. Without waiting for her response, he said, Xianxia. Li Rong didn't say anything. She turned to look at Pei Wenxuan. This person was very close to her. He was like a peach blossom that crossed the long corridor and slanted in front of her. The branches were elegantly hanging down, and the posture was beautiful and seductive. This kind of Pei Wenxuan was very similar to the gentle and elegant young master in her memories. But compared to the ignorant 20-year-old Pei Wenxuan, this person today was more calm and measured. He tentatively grasped the distance, carefully approached, showed goodwill, and reminded her. He quietly moved past them, and before anyone noticed, he hurriedly returned to the border. If she was still 18 years old, Pei Wenxuan's actions would cause her to worry about personal gains and losses. On one hand, she would wonder if this person liked her, and on the other hand, she was afraid that she would misunderstand. On one hand, she would feel uneasy because of his actions, and on the other hand, she had to restrain herself. She was afraid that her embarrassing emotions would be seen by him. But now, she was an old fox in her 50s. She had seen many things between men and women. Before, she was blinded by Pei Wenxuan and couldn't see clearly. Now that she reacted, she knew that he was deliberately teasing her. She was originally somewhat unwilling to be in such a passive position. Now that he was laughing at her blushing, she couldn't help but feel a bit angry. She also wanted to let Pei Wenxuan test her feelings. Therefore, she smiled slightly and only said, "Then I also know what incense Fuma used today." Pei Wenxuan raised his eyebrows. Li Rong stood on tiptoe and moved closer to his ear. He opened his small fan to block the side, as if he was afraid that someone would hear. In a low voice, he said, "Is it sandalwood?" Pei Wenxuan was slightly stunned. He was about to refute, but then he realized something. He stared blankly at Li Rong. He saw Li Rong pursed his lips and chuckle. He turned around and waved his fan, swaying his waist, and lightly walked away. "When can I borrow the east wind, blowing sandalwood to my pillow?" Note 1, the embroidered bed leans against the delicate one, chewing red velvet, smiling at sandalwood. Note 2, these poems suddenly appeared in Pei Wenxuan's mind, and his face instantly turned red. Li Rong walked a few steps and saw that Pei Wenxuan didn't follow. He turned around and saw Pei Wenxuan standing in the corridor in a daze. He didn't know what he was thinking, but his face turned red all the way to his ears. Li Rong immediately laughed loudly and stood at the side of the corridor. "Pei Wenxuan, let's go." Pei Wenxuan reacted. Like a small animal whose fur had been tamed, he followed Li Rong with a red face. This time, he didn't say anything. Holding the ceremonial tablet, he quietly followed Li Rong. Li Rong saw that his momentum had dissipated. He put his hands behind his back and became much happier. She pursed her lips and was quite happy the whole way. Pei Wenxuan's emotions slowly calmed down. He raised his head and looked at the young girl in front of him who was walking with her hands behind her back. He couldn't help but smile. This was the first time in her life that she had responded to him so intimately. Even if it was in such a roundabout and joking way that she didn't even notice, she still gave him a hint. He was her sandalwood. The two of them arrived at the palace gates together. As soon as they entered the palace, everyone looked at them. Everyone knew that Pei Wenxuan caused a ruckus yesterday. Since Li Rong came out of northern Yan Pagoda today, the Qin family's matter would be settled. However, they didn't know how this young princess, who was new to the imperial court, would end this matter. Everyone had different thoughts. They waited in the imperial court for the whole morning. However, neither Li Rong nor Pei Wenxuan mentioned this matter. After the imperial court, Li Rong said goodbye to Pei Wenxuan. Then, he listened to Li Ming's summons and followed Li Ming to the imperial study. After arriving at the imperial study, Li Ming didn't beat around the bush. He directly said, "Now that Pei Wenxuan is back, the case in your hands should be almost finished, right?" "Yes." Li Rong respectfully said, "It's almost finished." "Tell me." Li Ming took out a brush and ink and began to read the memorials. Li Rong stood next to Li Ming and quickly explained the cause and effect. The aristocratic family wanted to compete with Lord Xiao for military merits in the northwest region. Lord Xiao wasn't easy to deal with, so they planned to make a move on the people around him to intimidate Lord Xiao. Thus, they went to the Qin family. The higher-ups sent a message to the subordinates saying that they wanted to find trouble with the Qin family. After searching for a long time, they only found a small problem with the battle in Huangping County. In order to complete the task, the subordinates tore up the explanation at the back of the military log and sent it to the Ministry of Justice and the censorate. When Wenping of the censorate saw the military log, he guessed the cause and effect and forged evidence to intimidate the witnesses. In the end, the Qin family became an ironclad case. Li Ming listened to Li Rong and frowned. He was quite angry. They have guts. Later, when I got involved, they killed all the witnesses in order to obstruct me from investigating the case. What exactly happened in Huangping County? Li Ming was a little impatient. 3,000 soldiers against 3,000 soldiers, and it's a battle to defend the city. Won't the Ministry of War pursue the matter? At that time, there were many battles, big and small, on the battlefield. For a small-scale battle like Huangping County, Li Ming's memorial only contained one sentence. Now that he had figured out what had happened, he could not help saying, Qing Feng is too incompetent. That's not the case. Li Rong walked to Li Ming's side, raised his hand to grab the ink stick, and ground it for Li Ming. Back then, the incident in Huangping County involved the military pay. Li Rong explained what had happened in Huangping County. When Li Ming heard this, he shouted angrily, they must be tired of living. What is the military pay? How dare they touch it? Imperial father, you're right. Li Rong said and comforted him. For such a big case, we can't let it go at will. When Li Rong said this, Li Ming was a little hesitant. He was silent for a while and thought about Li Rong's intentions. Then, he said, since you know so clearly, why didn't you say anything in the morning court just now? Imperial father, it's one thing for me to know, but in the end, I still have to listen to Imperial father's arrangements. In the morning court just now, I didn't dare to speak casually. Li Rong spoke respectfully, showing his obedience to Li Ming. When Li Ming heard that Li Rong put his thoughts first, he felt a lot more comforted. He looked at the memorial and said, then what do you think should be arranged? I'll listen to Imperial father. Tell me, Li Ming lowered his head and said, Zhen will pardon you. Imperial father. Li Rong didn't directly answer Li Ming, but reminded him, this time, I want to punish them severely. Punish all the people on my list. This will achieve the goal of shocking the aristocratic families. But in this way, won't the aristocratic families be forced to do something desperate? As Li Rong spoke, he lowered his eyes and said, for the aristocratic families, the most important card is none other than the government troops they have. With their current strength, if they are forced to go to the harem and petition together, the Empress Dowager will issue an imperial edict. I'm afraid that it will be difficult to keep father's position. As Li Rong spoke, she secretly looked at Li Ming's expression. Seeing that Li Ming only frowned when he listened to her, Li Rong felt relieved and continued to analyze, for the aristocratic families, if they ask the Empress Dowager to depose the emperor, they will have to appoint a new emperor. They will have to provide money, food, and manpower. Who knows, they might be schemed against in the future. Every family has their own plans, so if the aristocratic families aren't forced to a certain extent, they won't be willing to rashly change the emperor. Now, we need to grasp the balance. How to make the aristocratic families not be angered to a dead end and not feel that the inspection department is meaningless is the most important thing for father to consider. As Li Ming listened to Li Rong's words, he felt that her analysis was quite good. He and the aristocratic families were in a delicate balance. The aristocratic families weren't willing to change the emperor, and they also didn't want to be involved in troubled times. Therefore, even if they had a large number of troops, they still had to take Li Ming into consideration. On the other hand, the aristocratic families had military forces, but more often than not, they also had to look at the imperial court's mood. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one wanted to be a traitor. Li Ming thought for a while and finally said, you decide. The military salary case must be severely punished, but the Qing clan case. Li Ming hesitated for a moment, but before he could speak, Li Rong said, settle it privately. They killed the witness. This matter is too much. If we don't deal with it, I'm afraid that it will lose prestige. However, if we really deal with it, the Qing clan case will implicate too many officials. If we alarm the high-ranking officials, they will be unscrupulous and change the situation. It's better to deal with it privately. Not only will it deter the other officials, but it can also be considered a show of goodwill. They won't investigate further. Then we'll do as you say. Li Ming agreed, then discussed the details with Li Rong. Finally, he let Li Rong go. When Li Rong went out, Pei Wenxuan was sitting in the carriage with a pile of memorials. He was quietly reading through them. Li Rong entered the carriage and looked at him from head to toe. He was somewhat puzzled and asked, why are you doing business here? The old fogies of the censorate are all watching me. Pei Wenxuan flipped through a pile of memorials with one hand and declined the teacup with the other. He said indifferently, "It makes people nervous. I'll go back to the residence and hide. I'll go back when everyone's pointing fingers at His Highness." "Oh, you're going back to the residence during office hours. You're getting more and more capable." Li Rong smiled and said, "What's your reason for coming back?" "It's simple." Pei Wenxuan raised his head and looked at Li Rong with a faint smile. "I said that the princess missed me and no one dared to stop me." Hearing this, Li Rong almost spat out the tea in his mouth. In his previous life, when Pei Wenxuan was working at the censorate, in order to build a good relationship with the other officials, he was loyal to his duty and stayed at the office longer than anyone else. It was all to put on a show and make his superiors happy. Li Rong sighed and said, "You weren't like this in the past." "I'm young and immature." Pei Wenxuan turned around and looked at the memorials. He sneered and said, "They're all going to die anyway. What's the point of maintaining a good relationship with them? The censorate is the third master of the Shangguan family. As long as you reconcile with the Shangguan family, help me put in a few good words." Pei Wenxuan winked at him. "I'll be relying on you for my promotion." "From what you're saying," Li Rong took the teacup from the side and said with a smile, "You're planning to live off a woman?" "After sacrificing so much, I don't even have a woman to live off." Pei Wenxuan sighed. "Your Highness is too stingy." Li Rong was amused by Pei Wenxuan. He covered half of his face with his fan and couldn't stop laughing. He said, "Good, good, good. I'll reward you with this woman. Do well." "Well done." Li Rong raised his hand and used the small fan to poke Pei Wenxuan's shoulder. "I'll promote you." Pei Wenxuan pursed his lips and smiled. His gaze fell on Li Rong's hand that was holding the fan. He said with a faint smile, "It's not impossible if you don't want to be promoted." Li Rong raised his eyebrows. Pei Wenxuan paused as if he felt something was wrong. He coughed lightly and turned to Li Rong. "Did His Majesty agree with your idea?" He originally wanted to do so. Li Rong was attracted by Pei Wenxuan's question. He said indifferently, "He doesn't have the ability to really exterminate the aristocratic families." Pei Wenxuan nodded and said, "If we want to reorganize the aristocratic families, we have to wait until the imperial examinations start again this year and bring in some people." Hearing this, Li Rong's fan paused. Pei Wenxuan saw that she didn't respond and looked over. Li Rong met his questioning gaze and smiled faintly. He said, "They're all people. Poor aristocratic families can't be that bad." Li Rong's words were very tactful, but Pei Wenxuan knew that Li Rong didn't directly point at his nose and scold him for knowing honor and disgrace when one has enough food and clothing. Poor aristocratic families were scum. This was much better. In Li Rong's heart, the aristocratic families only made mistakes. The poor aristocratic families were only tools used to correct the mistakes of the aristocratic families. In her bones, she didn't really want to support the poor aristocratic families. When he realized this, Pei Wenxuan's heart was unhappy for a moment. However, he didn't want to argue with Li Rong on this matter, so he changed the topic. He smiled and said, "Has your Highness applied the fragrance ointment? Why don't this official help you? Look carefully at your booklet." Li Rong raised his chin and then turned his head. He whispered, "Old pervert." Pei Wenxuan didn't hear Li Rong's words clearly, but his intuition told him that it wasn't anything good. He raised his head and frowned. "What did you say?" "N?" Li Rong smiled. "Did I say something?" Pei Wenxuan was speechless. After a moment of silence, he decided not to argue with Li Rong. He lowered his head and continued to look at his booklet. When the two returned to the princess's residence, Li Rong lifted the curtain of the carriage and saw Sun Quan waiting at the door. When Li Rong came down from the carriage, Sun Quan greeted him. "Your Highness." Li Rong knew what she wanted to ask, so he said, "Let's talk inside." Sun Quan nodded and followed Li Rong into the room. After entering the room, Pei Wenxuan went back to his study to avoid arousing suspicion. Li Rong and Sun Quan sat at the table. Sun Quan knelt in front of Li Rong with his eyes lowered. Li Rong slowly said, "Ask what you want to ask." This subordinate heard today that your highness didn't mention the Qin clan's case during the morning court session. Sun Quan's voice was a bit hoarse. It seemed like it was very difficult for him to ask. Your highness doesn't plan on investigating? Li Rong already knew that Sun Quan would ask her about this matter. After a moment of silence, she slowly said, tomorrow, I will write a memorial to the Censorate and Ministry of Justice officials who neglected their duties and mishandled the case. Neglected their duties? Sun Quan repeated, Your Highness, do you mean that they only neglected their duties? Li Rong was silent. Faced with Sun Quan's question, she felt a sense of helplessness rise up. She opened and closed the fan in her hand. After a long time, she slowly said, Sun Quan, it's not that I don't want to do it, it's that I can't. She looked up at Sun Quan and said seriously, I'm sorry. Sun Quan was stunned. He looked at Li Rong in disbelief. Your Highness, you are Princess Ping Li, the head of the Department of Supervision. It's just a title. Li Rong smiled bitterly. Without real strength, no matter how many titles you have, it's useless. Do you know why I am able to investigate this case? It's not because I am Princess Ping Li, nor is it because I am the head of the Department of Supervision. It's because I have the Crown Prince and His Majesty behind me. It's because I am the Crown Prince's elder sister, a princess supported by His Majesty. The aristocratic families are afraid that the Crown Prince will alienate them and that His Majesty will blame them, so they don't dare to kill me. Why are they afraid of the Crown Prince and His Majesty? It's because His Majesty is the Emperor of the world. His Majesty has military power, financial power, and the power to decide whether someone can become an official. The Crown Prince also has the power to decide whether someone can be promoted. He has the support of the Shangguan clan, and the Shangguan clan has the government army, large amounts of land, and officials in the imperial court. Money, military power, these are the Real Foundation. Only with these can you decide their fate and become the real head of the Department of Supervision that you know. If you want to investigate the Qin clan case thoroughly, you will need to investigate the entire Censorate and Ministry of Justice. Li Rong analyzed. This is not something I can do. Sun Quan listened to Li Rong's words and couldn't help but clench her fists. She said with difficulty, in this world, is there no place to seek justice? As she spoke, she looked up at Li Rong. Is it so difficult for me to seek justice? Li listened to her words and saw the pain in Sun Quan's eyes. Li felt tired. She couldn't bear to speak, but she still replied, it's difficult. She turned her. This matter. Li looked, she felt. She turned her head, she said, but this matter SSS not of this matter. But. This matter. After I attend the memorial tomorrow, the officials involved in this matter will be punished according to their crimes. After some time, I will bring a list of the people involved in this matter. Once you have the list, Li Rong paused for a moment, then said slowly, do whatever you want to do. Sun Quan looked at Li Rong in surprise. Li Rong picked up a cup of tea and said, after you're done, you can't stay in Huajing. Follow what I told you and go to the northwest. Sun Quan listened to Li Rong. She took a long time to calm down. She knew this was the best option, but she didn't know why, but she still felt a weight on her chest. She took a deep breath, raised her hand to her forehead, and knelt in front of Li Rong. She slowly kowed out and said in a low voice, thank you, Your Highness. Li Rong looked down and replied, okay. Sun Quan bowed deeply, then stood up and said in a low voice, Your Highness, I'll take my leave first. Li Rong didn't look at her, only said, go. Sun Quan walked out of the door. When she reached the door, Li Rong couldn't help but call out to her, Sun Quan. Sun Quan stopped. Li Rong looked at her back as she stood in front of the door. She pursed her lips. After a long time, she said slowly, I'm sorry. It's not Your Highness who should be apologizing. Sun Quan's back was facing her. Her voice was blank, it's this world. Actually, I don't understand. Sun Quan said. She turned around and looked at Li Rong, who was sitting at the table. Her eyes were filled with confusion. Isn't justice something that should exist in this world? Why is it so difficult? She had already abandoned her identity, changed her name, and fought for her life. According to the legends and stories, her family shouldn't have been able to clear their name in the imperial court. Then, those who had harmed them should have been punished openly and justly. Why did she have to punish those who had done wrong in private? Why did she have to do it quietly, as if she was afraid of disturbing the world? Li Rong listened to her words. She remained silent. Sun Quan looked at her with a questioning gaze. At that moment, she seemed to see Su Yongqing from her previous life kneeling in front of her and asking her with a smile, "Your Highness, what did the Su clan do wrong? Justice is something that should exist in this world." Li Rong said with difficulty, "But not now." "When will that be?" Sun Quan asked again. Li Rong didn't know how to answer. Sun Quan took a deep breath and bowed to Li Rong. "My apologies, Your Highness." "It's fine." Li Rong lowered her eyes and waved her hand, "Go and rest first." Sun Quan complied and left. After she left, Li Rong sat in the same place. After a long time, she raised her hand and pushed everything on the table away. When Pei Wenxuan came in, he heard a loud crash and saw Li Rong pushing everything on the table to the ground. He was a little surprised. He walked into the room and bent down to pick up the overturned inkstone. He smiled and placed it on Li Rong's table. "What happened to Your Highness? Why are you so angry?" "It's nothing." Li Rong lowered her eyes. She paused for a moment and raised her hand to pick up the memorials by her feet. She said in a low voice, "Have you finished reading all your memorials? You must have accumulated a lot of work while you were on sick leave, right?" "Not yet. I heard that Lord Sun just left, so I came to see how Your Highness is doing." Pei Wenxuan half squatted and tilted his body to look at Li Rong from below. He smiled and said, "I just happened to see Your Highness lose your temper." "I'm not losing my temper." Li Rong's face was cold. "Go and do your work." "Your Highness is not saying what you mean." Pei Wenxuan looked at her with a smile. "You're obviously angry." "Pei Wenxuan." Li Rong looked up at him and warned, "Are you very free?" Pei Wenxuan saw that she was really angry, so he didn't joke around. He straightened up and packed up the memorials while whispering, "Your Highness doesn't want to say. Why don't I guess? Get out." Lord Sun has always been stubborn. She can't handle the case clearly. I'm afraid she has a grudge. Did she quarrel with Your Highness? You guessed wrong. Get out. Li Rong took the memorials from the side, picked up the pen on the pen holder, and flipped open the memorials, pretending to be serious. Pei Wenxuan didn't care. He tidied up the table, picked up the things on the floor one by one, and placed them neatly on the table. In the process of doing these things, he seemed to be tidying up Li Rong's heart. He gently picked up the memorials, piled them up, and gently smoothed them out. He said slowly, "Then, Lord Sun accepted Your Highness's idea and didn't complain?" Li Rong didn't speak. Pei Wenxuan chuckled, "If that's the case, Your Highness must be blaming herself. Get out." You guessed it. Pei Wenxuan was happy. Li Rong tightened her grip on the pen and stared at him warningly. Pei Wenxuan laughed and shook his head helplessly, "You." As he spoke, he reached out and pulled her into his arms. Li Rong was a little angry, but when he pulled her into his arms, she leaned against him and suddenly felt a little wronged. This was something she had never experienced before. In her previous life, when she was with Pei Wenxuan, she was still young and rarely involved in political affairs. Later, the two of them parted ways. When it came to sad matters, it was good enough that he didn't ridicule her. There was no such gentle time. Li Rong leaned on his chest. He didn't say anything. After quietly hugging her for a moment, he said slowly, "Your Highness is unhappy. Tell me." "I don't want to. In my previous life, when you were sick, I went to ask the imperial physician." Pei Wenxuan hugged the person in his arms. When he thought of the last moments of his previous life, his tone couldn't help but soften. "The imperial physician said that you were depressed and worried too much. In your previous life, you were a taciturn person and no one listened to you. Now that I'm here, can't you talk about it?" Li Rong leaned against Pei Wenxuan and closed her eyes. After a long time, she said, "I thought that at that time, you couldn't wait for me to die. When we quarreled, I thought that way." Pei Wenxuan laughed, "But when I thought about it, I felt a little sad." I felt that it was better for an old witch like you to live a long life. When Li Rong heard this, she couldn't help but laugh. When Pei Wenchuan heard her laugh, he knew that she was happy. He thought for a moment, then lowered his head and said, "Your Highness, in this life, you really have to live a long life." In his previous life, she was in poor health. When winter came, she would be sick on the bed. Sometimes, when he went to see her, he would hear news of her illness. He would stand at the door and talk to her about court affairs. He would listen to her cough intermittently. He didn't want to experience this kind of thing again. He wanted Li Rong to live a peaceful life and not get sick when she was old. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but hug Li Rong a little tighter. Li Rong sensed his emotions. She leaned against him. After a long time, she slowly said, "Pei Wenchuan, what's the use of being a princess?" Pei Wenchuan hugged her and listened quietly. When Li Rong talked about these things, she still felt a little awkward. But when she leaned against this person and heard him say that he wanted her to live a good life, she couldn't help but open her mouth. Sun Chuan asked me, "Asking for justice is something that should exist in this world. Why is it so difficult?" Actually, I felt that her question was childish. How can there be real justice in this world? But when she asked me this, I felt sad. Don't you think that I'm the childish one? As Li Rong spoke, she couldn't help but laugh. What does this have to do with me? She's only in her teens. How old am I? How can I be sad because of this? Pei Wenchuan didn't say anything. After a while, he slowly said, "Your Highness, do you remember when I sent Yang Lai out? You asked me. You said that when I was young, I also wanted the common people to live a better life. In the end, I still fought with you for personal power. At that time, I didn't explain myself to Your Highness because I was afraid that Your Highness would laugh at me." When Li Rong heard this, she looked up at him and felt a little strange. Pei Wenchuan looked at the 18-year-old girl and laughed softly. "Actually, I'm the same. I'm already a few decades old, but my heart is the same as Your Highness. When you see injustice, you will feel sad. When you see the common people homeless, you will feel sad. When you see the soldiers fighting on the battlefield and not returning, you will also think about when there will be peace and prosperity and everyone will live a stable life. Of course, I'm not a saint or a good person. I also want to live a good life and have a stable family. Only then will I think about these things. I'm even more timid than Your Highness. I care about the gains and losses." Pei Wenchuan said and sighed, just like the case of the Su family. "I also felt that it was inappropriate, but I didn't dare to dissuade them like Your Highness. I was afraid that I would lose the Emperor's heart. In the end, I saw that His Majesty felt guilty towards Your Highness. I was also afraid that something would really happen to Your Highness, so I went to persuade His Majesty. I didn't dare to say these things to others, especially to Your Highness. I was afraid that Your Highness would laugh at me." "What's there to laugh about?" Li Rong laughed. "It's a good thing that you have a good heart." So, Pei Wenchuan turned around and returned her words to her. "It's a good thing that Your Highness has a good heart." Li Rong was stunned. She realized that Pei Wenchuan went around in circles to persuade her. Seeing that she didn't speak, Pei Wenchuan helped her up and sat on a small couch. He helped her tidy up her skirt and half knelt in front of her. He looked up at her and said, "Your Highness, there is no justice in this world. There are only rules set by the strong. If Your Highness wants something, just get it. There's no need to be sad." After all, Pei Wenchuan smiled and reached out to touch Li Rong's cheek. He said gently, "Your Highness is only 18 years old. You still have a great future. Wenchuan will always be by your side. The world you want will definitely come." Li Rong was silent. She looked at the young man in front of her. His eyes were darker than the average person's. They were like ink, but there was also a hint of brightness that was rarely seen in ordinary people. In fact, Li Rong also knew that Pei Wenchuan's position was too different from hers. He was also very scheming. The future he promised was not to be easily believed. It wasn't that he deliberately wanted to deceive her, but the future was not in anyone's hands. Right now, they were still working together. The contradiction was not obvious. But one day, the difference between them would be obvious. Pei Wenchuan might have forgotten what happened in her previous life, but she always remembered. Pei Wenchuan had his own political ambitions. Whether it was because of his so-called naivety or because she thought it was because of his selfishness, in the end, he was still different from her. But she didn't know why, but at this moment, when he looked up at her and said sincerely and gently that he would accompany her, she unexpectedly felt an indescribable emotion. She hoped that they could always be together at this moment. There was no selfishness, no estrangement, he would accompany her. He was Pei Wenchuan. And she didn't want too much. As long as he could give her this much, she felt that it was enough. Pei Wenchuan, Li Rong said in a low voice. She couldn't help but laugh. Whether what you said today is true or not, I thank you. Whether your highness believes it or not, Pei Wenchuan looked at her without the slightest care, and said softly, what I said is true. Pei Wenchuan, Li Rong looked at him, then can I promise you one thing? Pei Wenchuan was a little confused. Li Rong restrained her expression and said calmly, no. Matter what the future is, at least before the Chuaner ascends the throne, I will stand with you. Hearing this, Pei Wenchuan's expression suddenly changed. Li Rong said gently, you and I will always be friends. You don't have to worry. Friends? When Pei Wenchuan heard Li Rong's words, he felt that it was inconceivable and repeated it. Then he asked again, there are friends like you and me? Li Rong didn't expect him to ask so directly and felt a bit awkward. She stood up and waved her hand, forget it, I'm just saying it casually. Don't take it to heart. You go back and rest first. I still have a booklet to read, so I'll go back later. With that, Li Rong sat down in front of the table. Pei Wenchuan's back was facing her and he still maintained his original position. He didn't speak, as if he was trying hard to control his emotions. Li Rong also forced herself not to think too much. She opened the booklet and her eyes fell on the words on the booklet. She was annoyed at herself for being impulsive. There were many things that could be resolved if you didn't say it and I didn't say it. Why did she have to say it out loud? Li Rong looked down at the booklet and didn't dare to look around. After a long time, she heard Pei Wenchuan stand up. Pei Wenchuan's back was facing her. After a while, he suddenly said, Your Highness, we won't be friends. Li Rong looked up at Pei Wenchuan and saw Pei Wenchuan turn around and look at Li Rong. He calmly said, Your Highness has a request, and I also have a request. Your Highness wants this humble official to be considerate and care, this humble official can give it to you. However, this humble official doesn't want the word friend that Your Highness mentioned. With that, Pei Wenchuan walked in front of Li Rong. Li Rong looked up at the young man standing in front of her with an expression that couldn't tell whether he was sad or happy. He was wearing a plain robe that he wore at home and his hair was half tied up with a jade hairpin. His body was thin, his shoulders were wide, and his neck was long. His usually gentle eyebrows had lost their smile and he looked a bit more like an immortal. They looked at each other for a moment. Pei Wenchuan reached out his hand and without hesitation, he directly flipped the booklet on Li Rong's table, the booklet scattered on the floor. Li Rong looked at Pei Wenchuan in shock. Pei Wenchuan was expressionless, this humble official won't pick up the booklets for my friends. Your Highness can pick them up yourself. With that, Pei Wenchuan turned around and elegantly and calmly walked away. After he left, Li Rong still hadn't recovered. Jing was a servant and he respectfully said to room. How? This was done. By Prince. Consort. This was done. Jing Lan hurriedly came forward and checked on Li Rong. Your Highness, Prince Consort. He did something to you. Are you all right? I'm fine. Li Rong heard Jing Lan's question and finally recovered. She looked at the booklets on the floor and realized what Pei Wenchuan had done. She frowned, do you think I'm too good to him? Jing Lan froze. Li Rong suddenly became angry. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Send my order. Tell Prince Consort to copy the palace rules that he learned before he got married. In the future, he must follow the rules and bow to me. Your Highness. Jing Lan hesitated, isn't this too hurtful? Hurtful? What feelings do I have for him? Let him copy. Li Rong said and pointed at the booklets on the floor, put away the booklets. Jing Lan knelt to the side and put away the booklets. She advised, Your Highness, Prince Consort has always been busy. It's not early anymore. If you want him to copy the palace rules, who knows when he'll finish. Copy. Li Rong gritted her teeth, if I don't set rules for him, he'll simply be lawless. Jinglan saw that she couldn't persuade her. She hesitated for a moment and could only say, as long as your highness doesn't feel bad. I feel bad? Li Rong sneered, what a joke. Jinglan looked at her helplessly and put away the booklets. She respectfully said, this servant will pass on the message. With that, Jinglan left. She asked Jing Mei to prepare a bowl of calming soup for Li Rong. Then, she went to Pei Wenxuan's study. She asked Dong Yi to announce her arrival. After entering, she bowed. Then, she heard Pei Wenxuan reading the booklets and saying, Tell me, how does the princess want me to be punished? Jinglan was a little embarrassed for a moment, but she could only tell the truth. Her Highness wants Prince Consort to copy the palace rules that were given to him before the marriage. In the future, he will have to bow to Her Highness according to the rules. Is there anything else? Pei Wenxuan asked calmly. Jinglan hesitated for a moment and slowly said, Prince Consort, this servant should say something that shouldn't be said. The princess is only angry now. If Prince Consort really copies it, I'm afraid the princess will only be angrier. Prince Consort, why don't you go back now and say a few good words to Her Highness? Her Highness is soft-hearted. You may leave. Pei Wenxuan calmly said, the princess is right. I should copy it. Prince Consort, you still have so many things to do. Jinglan still wanted to salvage the situation. Then, she heard Pei Wenxuan say, it's fine. With that, Pei Wenxuan took the palace rules from the side and flipped open the one that was specially written for the Prince Consort. Then, he took a piece of paper and laid it on the side. His left hand took a pen, his right hand read the booklets, and his left hand copied the palace rules. Jinglan was stunned for a moment. Then, she heard Pei Wenxuan say, you may leave. Jinglan, seeing that Pei Wenxuan was copying the booklets with one hand and reading the booklets with the other, Jinglan couldn't persuade him anymore and could only leave. When she returned, Li Rong was drinking calming soup while reading the booklets. When she heard Jinglan return, she didn't raise her head and said, did you order Prince Consort to copy the palace rules? Jinglan was in a difficult position, I did. Does he know his mistake? Prince Consort said that he should copy the palace rules more. He completely understands your highness's painstaking efforts. Li Rong paused. She looked up at Jinglan, who was lying through his teeth. After hesitating for a moment, she frowned and said, does he have a lot of free time? Now that he had just returned, he was probably very busy. Copying the palace rules, he would either not do it or come over and quarrel with her again. But he actually copied it just like that. Jinglan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She only said, Prince Consort wrote with his left hand and read the booklets with his right hand. He didn't delay. Li Rong, for a moment, she actually admired Pei Wenxuan a little. Li Rong thought about it. Since it didn't delay the official business, she didn't bother with Pei Wenxuan and lowered her head to do her own things. The two were busy until the middle of the night. Li Rong finished the last thing on hand and finally got up to go back. She was so busy that she was a little confused. She had almost forgotten about the quarrel with Pei Wenxuan just now. Yawning, she went back to her room. As soon as she pushed the door open, she saw Pei Wenxuan wearing a single shirt that had been washed clean. He was kneeling in front of the door with his back straight. When Li Rong came in, he raised his hand to his forehead and cowed out in greeting, this subject respectfully welcomes your highness. Li Rong was startled by him. Then she remembered that this was indeed the formal greeting that a prince consort should give to a princess. However, ever since they got married, she had never made things difficult for Pei Wenxuan. Today, she suddenly made Pei Wenxuan act according to etiquette. She was startled. Fortunately, she reacted quickly. After lightly coughing, she entered the room and said, you may rise. After Pei Wenxuan knelt in thanks, he bowed and got up. After that, he waited by Li Rong's side. Li Rong washed her face and rinsed her mouth as she tried to find a conversation. She asked somewhat awkwardly, have you finished copying the palace rules? Reporting to your highness, I have finished copying. I heard that you can write with your left hand. Li Rong laughed, trying to ease the atmosphere. I didn't know before. Pei Wenxuan replied expressionlessly, Your Highness has never punished me to copy the palace rules before. Li Rong was angry that he didn't give her a way out twice. She didn't say anything else. After washing her face, she went straight to bed. The window had already been covered and warmed. It was a bit warm. She didn't know if it was done by a heater or by someone. Li Rong was too lazy to pay attention to this. She closed her eyes and went to sleep. After Li Rong lay down, Pei Wenxuan turned off the lights. He went to the side of the bed, covered himself with the quilt, and closed his eyes to sleep. Li Rong closed her eyes and slept for a while. She couldn't fall asleep, but when she opened her mouth, she got angry again. She didn't say anything wrong. He was the one who said he wanted to be friends. Now, he was the one who had bad intentions. She had already given him a way out, but he still wanted to put on airs. Did he think she was easy to bully? How could she not know what he was thinking? They had been at peace for so long, but he suddenly wanted to make a move on her. It was only because he was agitated by the incident with Su Yongqing that he was afraid she would lose her position. He had feelings for her, but there were also some disputes of interest. Naturally, he was willing. But what was wrong with her not being willing? The more Li Rong thought about it, the angrier she became. She wanted to say something, but she swallowed it back. It was at this moment that the person behind her seemed to inadvertently reach out and pull her into his arms, letting Li Rong lean against his chest. He didn't say anything and just quietly hugged Li Rong. Li Rong didn't know why, but leaning against this person, she suddenly felt sour and wronged. Pei, sleep. Don't be friends. Don't keep trying to find things to talk to me. Pei Wenxuan closed his eyes and decisively threw out these 3 sentences. Li Rong was so angry that she felt dizzy. She reached out to push Pei Wenxuan away, but Pei Wenxuan simply used both hands. He didn't even open his eyes and held her tightly in his arms. Li Rong struggled for a while. Although this person was a scholar, he was very strong. Li Rong struggled for a long time without any movement. Then she heard Pei Wenxuan leisurely say, There is a spare sword inside. Either you stab me to death, or you sleep. Li Rong was originally tired and wanted to rest, but when she heard this, she was so angry that her vision turned black. She realized that Pei Wenxuan was really capable. Every time she was about to call a truce, he would say something that would infuriate her. However, she was indeed tired. Thinking of the morning court tomorrow, she only said, Fine, you have the ability. Just you wait. Pei Wenxuan didn't say anything. Li Rong was wrapped around by him like a vine. After a while, Li Rong fell asleep. Pei Wenxuan raised the corners of his mouth in the dark night. He buried his head in her shoulder and chuckled. The two slept until dawn. As usual, Li Rong was awakened by Pei Wenxuan helping her put on her clothes. She opened her eyes with difficulty and saw Pei Wenxuan sitting by the bed helping her put on her clothes. She was at a loss for a moment. Then she immediately remembered what happened last night and shouted, How dare you not bow to me? She wanted to torment Pei Wenxuan. According to the rules, Pei Wenxuan had to kneel by the bed in the morning and bow to her to wake her up. Pei Wenxuan heard her words and lightly said, I just did it. Your Highness is asleep. If it's not enough, this official will do it again. I didn't see it. I didn't bow. Li Rong immediately replied. Pei Wenxuan looked up at her. She couldn't tell if he was happy or angry, but there was a faint smile in his eyes. He nodded, okay. After saying that, he let go of her hand and got up. Li Rong was halfway through putting on her clothes and suddenly felt a little cold. She wrapped the quilt tightly around her and sat cross-legged on the bed with the quilt wrapped around her. She watched Pei Wenxuan kowtow to her. When she was angry, seeing Pei Wenxuan unhappy was an extremely happy thing. When Li Rong saw Pei Wenxuan bow to her, her mood immediately improved. Pei Wenxuan heard her happy words and straightened up. Then he saw Li Rong sitting on the bed with a head of messy hair wrapped in the quilt. She looked quite pleased with herself. It was rare to see Li Rong like this. Pei Wenxuan couldn't help but laugh. For a moment, he couldn't get angry with her. Li Rong heard his laughter and turned her head. She raised her eyebrows and said, "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing, I just think that your highness is very cute." As Pei Wenxuan spoke, he returned to the bed and helped Li Rong put on her clothes. Li Rong didn't dare to mention what happened last night. She let him help her get dressed. After washing up, she walked out. The winter cold shrouded Huajing. As soon as Li Rong went out, the cold wind came head-on. Fortunately, Pei Wenxuan blocked in front of her in advance, so it wasn't that cold. "This humble subject blocked the wind for your highness." Pei Wenxuan walked in front and respectfully explained to Li Rong. Li Rong nodded and allowed Pei Wenxuan to walk in front of her. Li Rong went out and saw Sun Quan waiting by the side of the carriage. Sun Quan escorted her to the carriage. Before Li Rong entered the carriage, she suddenly thought of something. She turned her head and said, "Sun Quan." Sun Quan looked back in confusion and saw Li Rong smiling at her. "I thought about your question yesterday and have an answer. There is no natural justice in this world. Justice needs to be protected. It's a pity to suffer injustice, but isn't it what you and I should do to change the current situation?" When Sun Quan heard this, she looked up at Li Rong standing in the carriage and smiled lightly. "Then, does your highness want to change the situation?" "If I have the ability," Li Rong gently tilted her head, her phoenix eyes showing a bit of arrogance, and smiled lightly. "Why not? This world belongs to the young, and it belongs to the strong. If official Sun is dissatisfied, then you can be the one to set the rules. Wouldn't that be fine?" "Your highness is right." Sun Quan smiled. She looked up at Li Rong, her eyes shining. Li Rong rolled up the curtain and entered the carriage. She saw Pei Wenxuan looking down at a booklet. Li Rong sat beside him and hesitated for a moment before saying, I still have to thank you for last night." "No need." Pei Wenxuan looked up and smiled faintly. "I said something wrong last night. If possible, your highness, please forget those words. I don't treat my friends that well. Your highness, you remember my words of comfort. I feel that I suffered a loss." Li Rong, she felt that her understanding of Pei Wenxuan was still too shallow. Not only was he narrow-minded, but he was also narrow-minded. Back then, the petty-minded king of Hell Pei lived up to his reputation. In fact, Li Rong was very experienced in dealing with Pei Wenxuan. After all, in her previous life, she and Pei Wenxuan didn't get along much more than they got along well. In this life, the two of them got along well ever since they were in prison. She had almost forgotten what kind of person Pei Wenxuan was. To say that he had a good temper was true, but to say that he had a bad temper was also true. It all depended on who he was facing. Li Rong thought about it and couldn't help but laugh. She only said, "Previously, you had to endure everything. I felt that it was hard on you, so I gave you a few words of advice and asked you to think about yourself a little. You've really gone too far." When Pei Wenxuan heard this, he stiffened. He lowered his eyes and didn't say anything. Li Rong saw that Pei Wenxuan had been warned by her, so he should have understood her meaning. She didn't continue to talk about him. Pei Wenxuan lowered his head and looked at the memorial. His expression didn't reveal anything. He just read the words on the memorial by candlelight, looking very serious. The two of them didn't say a word on the way. After a while, they arrived at the palace. When the two of them entered the palace, Li Rong yawned as she entered. Pei Wenxuan followed beside her. Just as they entered the crowd, Li Rong saw a person walking towards her with a smile. He bowed and said, "Your Highness." That person was wearing a formal official's robe today, and his handsome face was somewhat different from the usual upright look. He and Su Yongqing looked a bit alike. However, compared to Su Yongqing, he looked a lot more flamboyant. Usually, it wasn't obvious. Now that he was dressed up, Li Rong saw some similarities. She smiled and said to Su Ronghua, "Eldest young master came to the morning court today? Your Highness is joking. Don't you come every day?" When Li Rong heard this, she smiled faintly. She didn't pursue the matter and only said, "Lord Su, is there something you need?" "I heard that your Highness built." As soon as Su Ronghua spoke, Li Rong guessed what he was going to say. He raised his hand to cover his forehead, as if he suddenly thought of something. "Ah, Prince Consort, I'm a little dizzy, Pei." Wenxuan knew that Li Rong didn't want to talk to Su Ronghua at this moment, so he raised his hand to support Li Rong and comforted him. "Your Highness, please rest for a while." As he spoke, he looked at Su Ronghua and smiled apologetically. "Lord Su, His Highness has been tired recently, and he's dizzy and can't think of proper business." "Lord Su, why don't you come and talk to His Highness another day?" When Su Ronghua saw Li Rong acting, he laughed and said, "Why don't I treat you to dinner at the Drunken Immortal restaurant this afternoon? His Highness has been busy for the past few days." Pei Wenchuan declined on behalf of Li Rong. "Why don't you wait until you're done with your business before you talk to Lord Su?" "What I want to talk about, I have a headache," Li Rong said in pain. "Prince Consort, quick, help me to rest." Pei Wenchuan supported Li Rong and nodded at Su Ronghua. "Lord Su, let's talk another day." As he spoke, Pei Wenchuan helped Li Rong to the side and helped Li Rong lean against the white jade railing. The two left the crowd, and Pei Wenchuan pretended to massage Li Rong's acupuncture points. Li Rong sighed and said, "I should have come later. In the future, I have to come on time. Now that the military salary case and the Qin family case are almost over, when it's time for the trial, I'm afraid that all the families will come to our door." Pei Wenchuan said in a low voice, "Your Highness, it's best if you don't handle official business these days." "You're right." Li Rong nodded. She looked at Pei Wenchuan kneeling in front of her and massaging her hands. She couldn't help but look at the ministers who were looking at them from time to time. After thinking for a while, she said in a strange voice, "Pei Wenchuan." "Yes? Do you feel aggrieved about marrying me? Why does your Highness think so?" Pei Wenchuan asked indifferently. Li Rong raised her chin in the direction of the ministers. "Look at their eyes, they're all sympathizing with you." Pei Wenchuan paused and looked over. After quietly staring at the ministers for a while, he turned his head and massaged Li Rong's legs. "This humble minister also sympathizes with them." "Why do you sympathize with them?" Li Rong was a bit puzzled. Pei Wenchuan calmly said, "This humble minister's wife can attend court, but they can't." There were two ways to interpret this. It could be said that he was praising Li Rong for having the right to attend court and that he could steadily live off a woman. It could also be said that he was praising Li Rong for being able to spend more time with him and that they were a loving couple, which made others envious. Although Li Rong wasn't sure what he meant, she knew that he was praising her. She smiled and bent over. "You're not angry anymore?" Pei Wenchuan paused. After a moment of silence, he sighed and said, "This humble minister is angry at himself." He was angry at himself for thinking too much and losing his sense of propriety, which made this situation difficult. Now, he couldn't retreat. If he retreated, he was afraid that he would have to be Li Rong's friend for the rest of his life. He didn't want to. He could not enter. Since Li Rong had opened her mouth, it meant that she had rejected him. Given her straightforward personality, if she had not been forced to be with him, she would have parted ways with him a long time ago. Pei Wenchuan never felt that there was anything that couldn't be solved. However, when it came to Li Rong, he finally encountered difficulties. Li Rong didn't dare to ask Pei Wenchuan why he was angry at her. Seeing that his temper had calmed down, she didn't want to provoke him. She always wanted everything to be stable. After all, she still had more things to do. Pei Wenchuan took her to hide for a while. Li Ming came. After attending court as usual, Li Ming asked about the recent weather in various places and confirmed that there was an ice disaster in the north. After discussing a solution for a while, he finally asked Li Rong, "The case I asked you to investigate, is there any result?" "Yes." Li Rong respectfully replied. She took out the memorial she prepared last night and knelt down to present it. "Reporting to Your Majesty, the case of the Qin clan has basically been cleared up. This case originated from the Ministry of War. The Ministry of War didn't keep the military logs properly, causing the logs to be missing. Pages. An official accidentally discovered that the battle in Huangping County wasn't normal, so he casually spread the news. Then, a kind person anonymously reported the Qin clan to Imperial Censor Wen. Imperial Censor Wen and Assistant Minister Cui Shuyun of the Ministry of Justice jointly investigated the case. During the process, the two of them neglected their duties and wrongly handled the case. Now that the Qin clan's grievances have been cleared, I hope that your majesty will severely punish the Ministry of War's Longzhong Wangxi, Censor Wenping, Cui Shuyun of the Ministry of Justice, and other related personnel. Li Ming listened to Li Rong's report and nodded. He raised his hand and said, "Since you're investigating the case, you can decide. After a thorough investigation, just write a memorial and present it to me." "Yes." "And Pei Wenchuan?" Li Ming raised his eyes and looked at Pei Wenchuan. He smiled and said, "You've made a great contribution to the Qin clan's case this time. You're to be rewarded." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Pei Wenchuan and Li Rong knelt on the ground and bowed. Then, they stood up and returned to their seats. After rewarding the two of them and expressing his attitude, Li Ming looked at the people in the imperial court and said slowly, "Previously, when I wanted to establish the Department of Investigation, you all refused to let me. You said that Ping Li was too young and couldn't do anything. Now, how's the case going?" No one in the imperial court spoke. Li Ming sneered and said, "I think it's done well. No one is controlling you, so look at what you've all become. This is such a big case. If it wasn't for Ping Li, the Qin clan, who fought on the battlefield for the country and the people, would have been wronged to death by you all." Li Ming scolded, but no one spoke. Li Ming directly said, "Then it's decided. From today onwards, Ping Li will be the head of the Department of Investigation. The Department of Investigation will report directly to me. Ping Li can establish an internal department of the Department of Investigation. The Ministry of Revenue will make a budget for the Department of Investigation and report it to Ping Li." Minister of Revenue Jing listened to these words and bowed respectfully. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Li Ming say, "The annual budget must be no less than 30,000 taels." "Your Majesty," Jing Ran frowned and said, "Isn't this too much? Nowadays, we need money everywhere, and your highness still needs to spend so much. You can't even take out 30,000 taels?" Li Ming was somewhat dissatisfied. A year's tax is tens of millions of taels. Now, you can't even take out 30,000 taels. What are you doing? "Your Majesty, this official has been wronged." Jing Ran hurriedly knelt on the ground and began to argue with Li Ming. "Dexia's annual tax revenue is several hundred million taels when it's good. When it's bad, it's no more than 80 million taels. I heard that it's a lot of money, but it's also a lot of money used. You see, since this year, there was a war at the northwest border in the beginning of spring. The military budget has already taken up more than half of the national treasury. During the flood season in June, there was a flood in the south. There was disaster relief and dikes needed to be repaired. Then..." All right, Li Ming interrupted Jing Ran. He didn't want to listen to him talk anymore. He decisively said, "Don't calculate. Go back and write me a report. How much money can be given? But no matter how much money is given, the Department of Investigation will be officially established from today onwards." As he spoke, Li Ming looked at Li Rong and comforted him. "Ping Li, in the future, you must properly share Imperial Father's burdens." When Li Rong heard these words, he smiled and saluted, "Yes. Now that the Department of Investigation has been established, the military salary case will also be handed over to you," Li Ming directly ordered. Before Li Rong could reply, he heard Su Ronghua say, "Your Majesty, this isn't appropriate, right? Your Highness just got married. The Qin family's case is one thing, but the military salary case will also be handed over to the princess. Won't this tire the princess out?" Su Ronghua had always been a person who didn't speak in tune, but this time, someone actually agreed with him. However, the other officials spoke in a much more dignified manner. "Your Majesty, Lord Su's words aren't without reason. If we continue to investigate one case after another, not only will it tire your Highness out, but this military salary case is also an old case. It's more appropriate to hand it over to this official. Your Highness is too young. I'm afraid you don't understand the twists and turns involved." It's precisely because this official understands the twists and turns that this official should avoid arousing suspicion. Pei Wenchuan held his ceremonial tablet and walked out of the ranks. The great deity said, "This military salary case originally originated from the Qin family's case. The princess's investigation has been successful, and whether or not she is tired will be up to the princess to decide. I hope your Majesty will be clear about this." Ping Le, Li Ming heard Pei Wenchuan's words and turned to look at Li Rong. Are you tired? Reporting to Imperial Father, Li Rong replied righteously, to be able to redress the grievances of the victims and restore justice to the world, this official son isn't tired. Did you hear that? Li Ming raised his eyes and looked at the crowd. Does anyone else have any objections? At this time, everyone knew that Li Ming had already made up his mind, so they didn't try to persuade him anymore. Everyone thought that since Li Ming had issued an edict, it still needed to be reviewed by the provincial government. When the time came, they could just reject it and discuss it again. Since the court officials didn't argue, there was nothing else to do. Li Ming announced the end of the court session. Li Rong and Pei Wenchuan went out together. As soon as they left the main hall, they saw many court officials surrounding them. Li Rong saw the situation and hurriedly said, "Let's go quickly." As he spoke, Li Rong raised his hand to cover his forehead and fell into Pei Wenchuan's arms. Pei Wenchuan raised his hand to support Li Rong and skillfully pushed the crowd away. He calmly said, "Everyone, I'm sorry. The princess is not feeling well, so I'll take His Highness back first." After speaking, the two broke through the crowd and quickly left. The court officials stared blankly at the backs of Li Rong and Pei Wenchuan. Li Rong's upper body pretended to be weak as he covered his head, but his lower body was extremely fast. He didn't lose to Pei Wenchuan at all. In a short while, the two disappeared from the palace. Su Rongwo watched the two disappear into the distance and couldn't help but sigh. Looking at His Highness's vigorous steps, he must have practiced. Everyone looked at Qin Lin. Qin Lin hesitated for a moment before Li Rong said, "My condolences, Lord Qin. Please come and visit your sister." The words, "my condolences," meant that Li Rong had confirmed Qin Jinjin's identity. Qin Lin paused for a moment before walking up to the corpse. Qin Jinjin's body was almost like a mummified corpse. They couldn't see the face and some of the bones had turned white. The coroner pricked Qin Lin's hand with a needle and dripped his blood onto the exposed bones. Everyone held their breaths as they watched the blood slowly soak into the bones. The coroner observed for a moment before turning around and saying to Xia Lanqing, "Lord Xia, this body is undoubtedly Miss Qin's." Xia Lanqing was shocked when he heard this. "How is that possible?" Xia Lanqing stepped forward as he spoke. The people beside him hurriedly stopped him. "Lord Xia, this is an inauspicious place. Don't get too close." Xia Lanqing stared at the corpse. After a moment, he pointed at the corpse and said, "She died less than a month ago. How can she become a mummified corpse like this?" "Lord Xia, normally, after a person is buried, they will start to decompose in 3 to 7 days and become a mummified corpse in 1 to 2 months. The decomposing process will be slower when the temperature is low. If the body is not buried in the ground and is left outside, the decomposing process will be faster. In addition, the decomposing process will be different due to the difference in gender and physique. This lady was buried in a simple and crude manner. She wasn't properly treated to prevent decomposition and the coffin wasn't sealed. If she had been left outside for some time, it wouldn't be strange for her to become like this." Xia Lanqing was still in disbelief when he heard the coroner's words. Li Rong chuckled. "Lord Xia, what are you afraid of? If you haven't done anything wrong, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door in the middle of the night. Even if Qin Jinjin has turned into a malicious spirit, Lord Xia, if you haven't done anything wrong to her, what is there to be afraid of?" "What am I afraid of?" Xia Lanqing turned around coldly. "Your Highness, don't talk nonsense. I'm just afraid that someone will use ghosts as a pretext to bring chaos to the court and violate the law." Lord Xia's painstaking efforts are indeed commendable. Li Rong raised his hand and clapped. "Now that the examination is over, do you have any doubts?" "This?" Xia Lanqing looked at the corpse and frowned. "How is this possible?" "Xia, there are many things in this world that people have no choice but to believe in this world. Young Mistress Qin died in vain. Now, we are merely taking revenge. I believe that young Mistress Qin's soul has been comforted. Let's not disturb her and let her rest in peace." "Thank you, Your Excellency." Some timid courtiers in the crowd couldn't help but say, "Let Miss Qin rest in peace." "Forget it." Xia Lanqing raised her head and wanted to scold someone, but when she looked over, she realized that it was Cui Shuyun's brother, Cui Shue. Xiaolonqing's anger was stuck in her chest. Everyone tried to persuade Xiaolonqing. Li Rong looked at Xiaolonqing with a smile. Xiaolonqing finally couldn't take it anymore. She turned around and said, "Let's put the coffin in it." After that, Xiaolonqing led the people back. On the way back, it was lively. The court officials were discussing and speculating about the truth of the resurrection. Li Chuan walked to Li Rong. He frowned and whispered, "Sister, Qin Jinjin." Li Rong looked at him and smiled. "Come to my residence for a drink some other day." Li Rong walked past Li Chuan. Pei Wenchuan walked beside her and whispered, "Am I right? If you're wrong, I'll kill you." Li Rong's lips moved and whispered. After the officials returned to the imperial court, they reported the results to Li Ming. Li Ming was listening to music by Consort Ro. When he received the results, he was surprised. However, he didn't believe in ghosts. After thinking about it, he decided that since Li Rong was involved, it wasn't appropriate for him to investigate further. Consort Ro was listening to the conversation. Li Ming saw that she wasn't speaking, so he turned around and asked, "After listening for so long, what do you think?" "I think it's amazing." Consort Ro smiled. A dead person using a corpse to kill people, and in the imperial city, this is, too inconceivable. Consort Ro sat on Li Ming's lap and leaned on Li Ming's chest. She said with some fear, "Your Majesty, this vengeful spirit won't come to the palace, right?" "What vengeful spirit?" Li Ming smiled. "If there really are ghosts in this world, the palace would be the place with the most ghosts." "Your Majesty means that it's not a ghost?" Consort Ro looked up at Li Ming. Li Ming put the booklet to the side and hugged the woman. He slowly said, "There's no such thing as a human turning into a ghost. There are only people pretending to be ghosts." Then, Consort Ro was a bit confused. "Your Majesty, why don't you investigate?" "Investigate?" Li Ming sneered. "What's the point of investigating this ghost? She deserved to die for killing those people. If it weren't for their elders threatening me with the matter of the inspection department, even if this ghost didn't cause trouble for them, I wouldn't have let them off." Consort Ro leaned against Li Ming. After thinking for a while, she slowly said, "Your Majesty, will the inspection department be handed over to Her Highness Ping Le?" "What else?" Li Ming looked at her and said coldly, "Who does my beloved consort think is suitable to give it to?" "Your Majesty, don't be angry." Consort Ro knew that Li Ming was thinking too much. She sighed, "Xianxia knows Your Majesty's feelings for Xianxia. Xianxia wouldn't deliberately cause trouble for you. It's just that Xianxia is worried that the inspection department exists to supervise the aristocratic families. Her Highness is a princess from the Shangguan clan after all." Consort Ro hesitated and didn't continue. Li Ming heard her and slowly said, "I know you're worried. But right now, there's no one more suitable than her to be the head of the inspection department. If I let Hua Le go and let you go, would you be able to hold on to that position?" Li Ming said and then sneered, "I'm afraid that those old wolves would have already eaten you to the bone. Ping Le is with them right now. That's an internal conflict. We'll just wait and see. If Ping Le is soft on the aristocratic families, I'll take back her power. If she does her job well." Li Ming thought and then sighed, "She's my daughter after all. She's a descendant of the Li family. Since she's loyal to me, I won't treat her unfairly." "Your Majesty is right." Consort Ro smiled. She thought, however, the inspection department has a lot of power. Your Majesty needs to be careful. "All right." Li Ming smiled, "You don't need to worry about these things. I know what to do. Xianxia is also worried about Your Majesty." Consort Ro raised a hand to hug Li Ming. "Your Majesty is Xianxia's husband. Xianxia will rely on Your Majesty for her entire life." When Li Ming heard Consort Ro's words, his heart softened. He hugged Consort Ro and sighed, "Don't worry. As long as I'm here, I'll protect you and your son." Consort Ro softly acknowledged and didn't say anything else. Li Ming hugged her and thought about other things. When they returned, Li Ming walked in the imperial garden with Fu Lai following him. Li Ming thought for a long time, then slowly said, "You said that Ping Le's memorial was confiscated by someone?" "Yes. Fu Lai said in a low voice, the memorial is now here. Does your majesty want to see it? Li Ming acknowledged and took the memorial from Fu Lai's hands. He glanced at it and then laughed, you didn't learn anything else. You learned how to threaten me like those old things. Forget it, she's already dead. If she wants to take care of it, then take it. Write an edict. The military salary case and the Qin clan case will both be handled by the inspection department. The inspection department will be formally organized. The head of the inspection department will be Ping Le, and there will also be a deputy head of the inspection department. When Fu Lai heard this, he was a bit confused. Deputy head of the inspection department? Consort Ro is right. Li Ming put his hands behind his back and said slowly, with so much power in Ping Le's hands, there has to be someone who can keep her in check. What do you think of Su Ronghua? Eldest young master Su? Fu Lai thought for a while and laughed. Eldest young master Su is Prince Su's teacher and also the son of an aristocratic family. He will definitely keep a close eye on Her Highness. He doesn't seem to care, but he's actually very clear in his heart. Li Ming raised his hand and said, let's do it like this. Let the Secretariat issue an edict. Ping Le will choose a date to officially establish the inspection department. Yes. Fu Lai responded. After a while, he said respectfully, Your Majesty, Her Highness has already given out all the titles that should be given. You used to think highly of the prince consort. Why didn't you mention him? Pei Wenchuan. Li Ming laughed, the size of his reward will depend on how much meat Ping Le can bite off. Fu Lai was stunned. After he understood, he followed Li Ming into the corridor and said with a smile, Your Majesty really does favor the prince consort. A knife is easy to break. Li Ming looked at the snow-covered garden and said slowly, it's only right to decorate it with more gems. Li Ming's edict was issued by the Secretariat. After it was reviewed, it was sent to Li Rong. Li Rong led people to the princess's residence to receive the edict. She officially established the inspection department and took over the Qin clan's case and the military pay case. Then, the news spread out. This news spread like wildfire throughout the imperial city. The common people talked about it enthusiastically. After all, with the story of the female ghost coming back to reclaim lives, everything became mysterious. Li Rong's reputation among the common people was unprecedentedly high. She was a princess who pleaded for the common people. In order to rehabilitate loyal people, she became the head of the inspection department, which was suspended above the heads of the aristocratic families. A strange case of coming back from the dead was born with a bit of a legend. Li Rong spurred on and asked the imperial astronomer to choose an auspicious day for her. She held the opening ceremony of the inspection department at the Mingxing drill ground. That day was beautiful and windy. Li Rong woke up early. Her maids helped her put on a fiery red peony-embroidered dress and a golden crown. Pei Wenchuan also put on his official robes and smiled as he watched her dress up. After she was dressed, Pei Wenchuan bowed slightly, raised his hand, and said with a smile, Princess, please. Li Rong looked at him and couldn't help but smile. Pei Wenchuan, you really look like a henchman. To be your highness henchman, Pei Wenchuan smiled, is this official's honor? Pei Wenchuan, I finally know why the monarch likes you. Li Rong put her hand on Pei Wenchuan's hand. Pei Wenchuan helped her out the door. Li Rong looked at the rare sunny day. If power can make people bow and bend their knees to this extent, then it really is something that people like. Your Highness is wrong about one thing, Pei Wenchuan followed beside her, this official is not willing to bow to just anyone. Oh? Pei Wenchuan smiled, Your Highness is special. Li Rong paused, then lowered her head and smiled, pretending not to know anything, and looked away. The two got on the carriage and traveled from the princess's residence to Mingxing's drill ground. When they arrived, everyone was already waiting there. At present, the inspectorate's designation, flag, uniform, official office, and organization had all been prepared. The black peony flag with golden edges representing Li Rong was placed around the perimeter. Li Rong alighted from the carriage and was supported by Pei Wenchuan all the way to the top. Then Pei Wenchuan retreated to the bottom and looked at Li Rong standing alone on the top. By the decree of the heavens, and by the imperial grace, we are gathered here today to establish the inspectorate. To guard the political discipline of the court, to protect the law and ethics. The foundation of our inspectorate lies in the word justice. Li Rong looked around, and his gaze fell on the faces of the youths. Many commoners had come to watch the commotion today. They stood outside the drill ground and looked at Li Rong from a distance, listening to Li Rong's clear voice resounding across the drill ground. Sun Quan and Su Ronghua stood at the front of the guards, while Xianxia and Pei Wenchuan stood to the side, looking up at the woman under the sunlight. No matter what your family background is, in the inspectorate, only the capable can occupy the position. We are willing to be the sword to cut down evil, we are willing to be the candle to illuminate the world. When encountering injustice, we must return justice, when encountering injustice, we must speak for all to hear. Starting today, the inspectorate will be established. The sword will protect the Xia, and the pen will protect the common people. After speaking, Li Rong waved his wide sleeves, took out 3 incense sticks, and bowed before inserting them into the incense burner. Sun Quan and Su Ronghua led the soldiers and knelt down. From today onwards, we will serve the inspectorate and follow the inspectorate's orders. The sword will protect the Xia, and the pen will protect the common people. The crowd's cheers were like waves. Pei Wenchuan raised his head and looked at the woman standing high in the sunlight like a phoenix. Xianxia followed Pei Wenchuan's gaze and couldn't help but ask, "Doesn't Prince Consort feel oppressed?" Pei Wenchuan turned his head and felt a bit strange. "Miss Xianxuan, what are you referring to? Your wife is so domineering, doesn't Prince Consort feel a lot of pressure?" Xianxia laughed. "I heard that men are very afraid of this kind of woman. They all like women who are gentle like water, and it's best to be a virtuous wife." But looking at His Highness now, Xianxia thought for a moment, "I'm afraid Prince Consort needs to be a virtuous wife." "What's the harm in being a virtuous wife?" Pei Wenchuan looked at Li Rong without moving his gaze at all. "Prince Consort, aren't you afraid that people will say that you're spineless and incompetent? Only incompetent people will show off their abilities by having a wife who is weaker than them." Pei Wenchuan turned his head to look at Xianxia and chuckled, "I only hope that my wife can live according to her wishes. If she wants to rule the world, I can give it to her. If she wants stability, I can give it to her. As a husband, I dote on my wife, not to give her a golden birdcage." No matter what she does, Pei Wenchuan turned his head to look at Li Rong and chuckled, "I can let her do whatever she wants." Xianxia was stunned. After a moment, she asked tentatively, "You say it so well. Speaking of which, aren't you friends?" Pei Wenchuan froze when he heard this. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. "It seems that Prince Consort still has a long way to go." "That's not necessarily true." Pei Wenchuan's expression was cold. At this time, Li Rong was bestowing the official seal to Sun Quan. He looked at Li Rong and said with some dissatisfaction, "Who knows, maybe it will be soon." Xianxia suppressed her laughter and didn't provoke Pei Wenchuan anymore. After the founding ceremony, Li Rong invited the main personnel of the inspection department to eat at the princess residence. Sun Quan was appointed by her to be the inspector in charge of the inspection department. She was supposed to leave early, but she was injured and also for the founding ceremony, so she stayed. Li Rong set up a few tables and ate in the courtyard. Su Ronghua was a talkative person. He led people in the courtyard to play drinking games and play poetry. Pei Wenchuan had won against Su Ronghua once before. Su Ronghua grabbed Pei Wenchuan the whole night and stared at him to compete. Pei Wenchuan's head hurt from the noise, so he grabbed Li Chuan and Qin Lin. The 4 people had a scuffle and drank until the sky turned dark. Xianxia, Li Rong, and Sun Quan set up a small table and sat on the side to watch these people fool around. Xianxia was a talkative person. She first talked to Li Rong about her thievery in Yuzhou, and then slowly talked about coming to Huajing. Then she sighed and said, "When I talked about it, to be honest, I felt that I was finished. Your Highness, I hope you don't mind me speaking my mind tonight." Xianxia said and patted Li Rong. Li Rong waved his hand and said, tell me, am I such a petty person? Then I'll tell you. When I heard that I was going to be the crown princess, I thought, it's over, my life is over. Look at my aunt, she's been the empress her whole life. How pitiful. What's the use of having a lot of power? As the young miss of the Shangguan family, what can I not eat or play? After entering the palace, I can't gamble, I can't drink, I can't go fishing, climb mountains, or play polo with my friends. What's the point of living? To watch people kowtow. You're right, Li Rong took a sip of wine and nodded. That's right. Yes, Sun Quan also responded. I think so too. That's why you scared me to death at the palace banquet that night. I'm sorry, Xianxia patted Sun Quan's shoulder. At that time, I didn't think that there would be someone who didn't want to be the crown princess. You have to think about who wants to be the crown princess. Sun Quan's tone was full of disdain. That consort Ro's niece, Xianxia stuttered. Who's she called again? That's not important, Li Rong waved his hand. In any case, she can't be my younger brother's wife. My younger brother is such a good person. Yes, Xianxia nodded. Such a good person, but he was delayed by the position of crown prince. Sun Quan also nodded. Miss Xianxia is right. The three women whispered to each other. Xianxia had drunk a lot and was dozing off early. Li Rong glanced at her and personally poured wine for Sun Quan. The two clinked glasses. Li Rong whispered, You're leaving tomorrow? Yes, Sun Quan said softly. I won't bid farewell to your highness. Okay. Li Rong nodded. It's not a big deal. I just don't know when we'll meet again. That might have to wait until your highness is in power, Sun Quan smiled. Don't worry, your highness. I'll do my best to work for your highness. I know, but you have to change your personality. Don't be too straightforward. Li Rong clinked glasses with Sun Quan. Sun Quan replied, Don't worry, your highness. I'll be careful when it comes to things I don't know. Li Rong didn't say anything. Sun Quan drank her wine. After a while, she said slowly, Your highness, I apologize for what I said in the snow that day. Li Rong was stunned when she heard this. Then, she looked up and smiled. It's not a big deal. You don't have to apologize. Actually, I didn't want to cause trouble for your highness that day. Sun Quan understands that your highness is good to others. You're right, Li Rong said calmly. I'm not an emotional person. I helped you because I was selfish. I won't deny it. I don't believe what your highness said. Sun Quan looked up at Li Rong. Actually, your highness is fair. You won't treat others as pawns. The so-called struggle for power is more for your highness to protect yourself. Besides that, your highness is also a bit hot-blooded. I know that your highness has the world that your highness wants, and that's also the world that Sun Quan wants. Li Rong looked at Sun Quan quietly. Sun Quan raised her glass. Actually, Qin Jinjin's death might not be a bad thing. Sun Quan has been very happy following your highness. Sun Quan toasts to your highness. Thank you for saving my life. Li Rong didn't say anything. She watched Sun Quan drink the wine in one gulp. Then, she filled her glass again and continued, The second glass is to thank your highness for recognizing my worth. After meeting your highness, Sun Quan realized that a woman's world is vast. There is also another way to live. You're welcome. Sun Quan drank the wine. Then, she filled her glass again and said, I'm not afraid that your highness will laugh at me for this third glass. The third glass is to thank your highness and Aya for meeting. Although we haven't known each other for a long time, Sun Quan treats both of you as friends. This glass is to thank our friendship. I hope that the future will be long and that the three of us won't let you down. I'll drink this glass. Xianxia was sleeping, but she suddenly woke up. Sun Quan looked over and saw Xianxia raise her glass. She said happily, Come, after drinking this glass, I have to leave too. You've all drunk. How can I not drink? Li Rong smiled. She raised her glass and gently touched the glasses of the other two. When the glasses touched, Li Rong's heart fluttered. This was a feeling she had never experienced in her previous life. It was different from the sentimental feelings of love, and different from the deep feelings of family. She couldn't describe the feeling, but just like this glass of wine, it was refreshing with a hint of sweetness. It made her feel comfortable. After the three of them drank, Sun Quan stood up and said in a low voice, I'm going to talk to my brother. Your brother knows that you're still alive? Xianxia was curious. Sun Quan nodded, yes. Sun Quan raised his glass and walked towards Qin Lin. I'm sleepy. Li Rong also stood up. I'm going to sober up. Xianxia nodded and waved her hand. Okay, I have to go too. The crowd dispersed. Li Rong returned to the corridor. She didn't know why, but she took advantage of her drunkenness to sweep the steps with her sleeves and sit down. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. It was a good night. Li Rong sat for a while. Pei Wenchuan came looking for her. He saw Li Rong sitting on the steps and looking at the moon. He chuckled, Your Highness. Ah. Li Rong turned her head and looked at Pei Wenchuan. Have you sent the people outside away? Yes, they have. Pei Wenchuan said and walked to Li Rong's side. He said gently, The floor is cold. Your Highness, please get up. I'm getting warm. Li Rong raised her hand and patted the area beside her. You want me to get up? Why don't you sit down? Pei Wenchuan smiled and sat down beside Li Rong. Your Highness, what are you doing? Sun Quan is leaving tonight. Your Highness, aren't you going to send her off? Pei Wenchuan accompanied Li Rong and felt a little strange. Li Rong smiled. Why would I send her off? It's easy to be sad when parting. At this time, I won't see her. Your Highness is not a pretentious person. Pei Wenchuan chuckled. The two sat quietly for a while. Li Rong looked at the moon in the sky and said softly, Pei Wenchuan, I have friends. Pei Wenchuan turned to Li Rong. Li Rong smiled. She looked happy. I have friends and family. I feel very happy in this life. Although I don't know what the future will be like, I feel that I have everything I need now. Your Highness still lacks one thing. Pei Wenchuan said gently. Li Rong looked at him strangely. Pei Wenchuan turned and looked at her with a smile. Your Highness still lacks a husband. Li Rong did not say anything. They were very close to each other. Pei Wenchuan's gaze on her was like a gentle net that gently floated down and wrapped around her body. She lowered her head and smiled, then turned her head. Pei Wenchuan saw that Li Rong did not respond, but he was not angry. He looked at the moon in the sky and began to outline a plan in his heart. Everything had to be planned. Pei Wenchuan pondered in his heart. When he pushed Li Rong out, he had to have a plan. Now, if he wanted to get Li Rong back, he had to have an overall plan. While Pei Wenchuan was thinking aimlessly, Su Ronghua helped Xianxia out of the residence. I'm not drunk. Xianxia emphasized to Su Ronghua with a serious face, I can still walk steadily. Look. Okay. Su Ronghua looked at Xianxia, who was swaying as he walked, and compromised, You're not drunk. You're very sober. Can you drink less in the future? My sister is leaving. Xianxia raised his hand and gestured, It's not a big deal. How can I not drink? You can drink. Su Ronghua did not know whether to laugh or cry. Can you not drag me along? There are so many people watching. Don't you usually chase after me? Xianxia frowned, Why are you running now? I don't want to run. Su Ronghua glanced at the bodyguards behind them. The problem is, you're a big girl. It's not right for you to drag me along. I want to annoy you. Xianxia stopped and said seriously, I'm very annoyed when I drink. I've experienced it. That's why I want to torture you. I want your reputation to be ruined. I want you to be condemned by everyone. I want your reputation to be ruined. In the future, you won't bother me anymore. Su Ronghua could not stop laughing when he saw how serious Xianxia was. Initially, he thought that Xianxia was a funny person. Now, he actually found her to be adorable. He glanced at the bodyguards behind them. They were all from the Xianxia and Su family. He went forward and whispered, Miss Xianxia, there's actually a way to ruin my reputation immediately. Xianxia frowned. Su Ronghua reached out his hand, If you take my hand and walk out, I'll be yours. If you don't want me, my reputation will be ruined. Xianxia listened. She was a little dizzy from drinking. She frowned and thought for a while. She actually felt that Su Ronghua's words made some sense. She reached out and held Su Ronghua's hand, and said seriously, Okay, let's go. Su Ronghua could not stop laughing when he saw that she really believed him. The bodyguards behind him wanted to persuade him, but Su Ronghua waved his hand and shook his head, just don't say it out loud. Su Ronghua and Xianxia pulled each other to the door. The people from the Xianxia family came up and together with Su Ronghua, they finally helped Xianxia into the carriage. After Xianxia got into the carriage, Su Ronghua turned around and saw his family's carriage parked at the side. Su Yongqing was standing next to the carriage with a lamp in his hand, quietly looking at the door of the princess residence. Su Ronghua could not help but smile when he saw Su Yongqing. "Why are you here?" "I'm afraid that eldest brother is drunk." Su Yongqing smiled, "So I came to pick you up." "I know what to do," Su Ronghua said and walked to the side of the carriage. Su Yongqing raised his hand and helped Su Ronghua into the carriage. Su Ronghua waved his hand and said, "I'm really not drunk." Su Yongqing responded and handed the lamp to the servant before getting into the carriage. After getting into the carriage, he turned his head and looked at the plaque of the princess residence. Su Ronghua took a sip of tea. When he turned around, he saw Su Yongqing's gaze. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he did not say anything. The banquet ended, and everyone went their separate ways. After Sun Quan and Qin Lin said goodbye, he packed his luggage, opened the door, and walked out. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a young man waiting at the door. Sun Quan was stunned, then reacted and said in a hoarse voice, "Your Highness." Li Chuan saw Sun Quan and felt a little awkward. He stood at the door and did not know what to say. Sun Quan waited for a moment and said calmly, "Your Highness, if there's nothing else, Sun Quan will take his leave first." "That," Li Chuan stopped her and said hurriedly, "that, you're leaving today?" "Yes." "Have you recovered from your injury?" "Yes, thank you for your concern, Your Highness." "Yes." Li Chuan nodded. Sun Quan waited for a moment. Seeing that Li Chuan did not say anything, she cupped her hands and bowed before turning to leave. She took a few steps, and Li Chuan finally could not hold back and called out to her, "Miss Qin." Sun Quan stopped in her tracks. Li Chuan looked at her back and pursed his lips. Finally, he opened his wide sleeves and bowed slightly, "I'm sorry." Sun Quan did not reply. After a moment, she returned to her clear and bright voice. She seemed to be the girl he first met on Jiuyu Mountain. She always maintained a kind of coldness that kept people 1,000 miles away. She said in a low voice, "It's okay." After saying that, she walked away. Li Chuan straightened up and looked at the girl in black clothes and a long sword as she left under the moonlight. That was the last time Li Chuan saw her as the crown prince. After Sun Quan completely left, a servant reported to Li Rong, "Your Highness, Lord Sun has left." Li Rong finally retracted her gaze from the moon. She supported herself and wanted to get up. As soon as she moved, Pei Wenchuan came forward and quietly supported her. Li Rong looked up at Pei Wenchuan and heard Pei Wenchuan say with a smile, "Let's go." After saying that, Pei Wenchuan slid his hand down and held Li Rong's hand. Li Rong scrutinized him. Pei Wenchuan pretended not to notice Li Rong's gaze. He held her hand and said gently, "Your Highness, what do you want to eat tomorrow?" Li Rong did not speak and quietly let Pei Wenchuan hold her hand. Pei Wenchuan slowly relaxed. He thought about it. He could not be too hasty in chasing Li Rong. He had to take 3 steps. First, he had to get used to it. He had to gradually let Li Rong get used to his existence and his intimacy. After Li Rong got used to it, he would let go a little and let Li Rong loose in order to catch him first. When Li Rong had feelings for him, he would plan a big event and save the damsel in distress so that Li Rong would confess to him. Pei Wenchuan was so happy that he almost laughed out loud. Li Rong looked at him and felt that he was laughing inexplicably. Compared to Pei Wenchuan, Li Rong's idea was simpler. As long as they did not talk about feelings, anything could be discussed. After the founding ceremony, the inspectorate officially began to operate. That winter was the most intense winter in Xia's imperial court. Li Rong started with the Qin clan case and the military pay case. After a series of investigations, he investigated nearly 70 officials. When Li Rong's 2 cases came out, the distribution of military power in the northwest was finally decided. As compensation to the Qin family, Qin Feng was promoted to General Zhongwu, and Qin Lin was promoted to Deputy General. Consort Ro's older brother, Xiao Su, became the Northwest Marshal. He guarded Qinzhou and was in charge of the various armies in the northwest. The matter was pushed forward quickly, and everyone was busy. Li Rong was busy investigating cases, arresting people, and organizing evidence. Pei Wenxuan was busy submitting memorials, arguing with those who opposed Li Rong, and finding ways to mediate private relations. The memorials scolding Li Rong in the imperial court were overwhelming, and Pei Wenxuan scolded back 10 times. He scolded those who opposed Li Rong, and he scolded those who scolded Li Rong. Before the end of the year, he alone had more memorials than all the people in the censorate combined in a year. After arguing in the imperial court, Pei Wenxuan didn't even want to talk to Li Rong when he came back. Sometimes, when he finally rested and waited for Li Rong would come back, take a bath, and then fall asleep. Without time to interact, there was nothing to do. Fortunately, Pei Wenxuan wasn't in a hurry. Being busy had to come to an end, and since he didn't have time to do big things, he would start with small things. As a result, Pei Wenxuan woke up early every day to dress her. In the afternoon, he ordered people to send her snacks and sweet soup, as well as a love poem. He carefully paid attention to all the details of her life, trying to silently infiltrate into her life. Until the day before the spring festival, most of the matters were finally settled. The officials in the imperial court were also tired. They knew that no matter how much they argued with Li Rong didn't make any big mistakes. She was determined to handle the case, the emperor was determined to protect her, the Shangguan family pretended to be dead, and the crown prince couldn't persuade Li Rong. Unless they directly overthrew the imperial court, they couldn't stop Li Rong from arresting people. In addition, the spring festival was coming, the officials in the imperial court lost their patience and didn't want to quarrel anymore. Pei Wenxuan finally had some free time. After the morning court, he calculated that Li Rong should be free today, so he specially came back from the official's office and waited in his room. He asked people to prepare Li Rong's favorite dishes in advance. He was quite interested in it, personally made a calming incense, and dressed well. It was now the coldest time of winter, but he still wore a white unlined shirt and an azure brocade white plum overcoat. When he chose this set of clothes, Dong Yi couldn't help but remind him, "Gongzi, it's very cold today." Pei Wenxuan straightened his collar. After a moment, he pointed to the cabinet and said, "Bring a thicker overcoat over." Pei Wenxuan asked people to burn the charcoal in the room. He wrapped himself in the overcoat and read in the room. When it was time for dinner, he finally heard the sound of Li Rong returning to the residence. He took off the overcoat and stuffed it to Dong Yi, saying, "Quickly hide." Dong Yi looked at him blankly. He saw Pei Wenxuan tidy his clothes in front of the mirror and quickly got up to greet him. Pei Wenxuan hurried to the door. When he reached the front yard, he heard Li Rong talking to someone from afar, "You can't be careless about robbing land and killing people. This is a serious crime. His father can't do it. Take some slow-acting poison from the palace and let someone feed it to him. Treat it as a serious illness and deal with it for him. After dealing with it, go find his father and persuade him that since his son is dead, he shouldn't cause trouble. Let the Shangguan family apologize to the family in private and compensate the money. In this way, when they investigate in the future, they will say that he committed suicide because he felt guilty and uneasy. They won't be able to track him down." As Li Rong spoke, Pei Wenxuan saw her and Xianxia walking in together. The winter was getting colder, but Li Rong didn't wear a thick coat like the others. Her clothes looked slightly thicker and she wore a white fox fur coat. She looked fluffy and cute. Pei Wenxuan smiled and waited for her in the corridor. Li Rong was still talking seriously with Xianxia. The two girls didn't seem to see her at all. Xianxia said in a low voice, "I understand. I will clean up the Shangguan family before His Majesty officially takes action against the Crown Prince." "Do they listen to you?" Li Rong frowned. Xianxia smiled, "I'm investigating the case. At the same time, I promoted some concubine-born sons who weren't valued in the past to help me. Your Highness helped me recommend them. They see that if they follow me, they will get benefits. If they don't, I will find trouble with them. They are currently cooperating. After all, at most, they will resign. As long as they don't kill anyone, it's fine. Then your hands and feet must be clean," Li Rong instructed. Xianxia nodded. As the two talked, they walked past Pei Wenxuan. Pei Wenxuan quietly followed them. The two didn't notice that there was an extra person behind them and continued to talk about business. Did those people from the aristocratic families look for your father? They did. Xianxia smiled, how could they not? They want to find someone to persuade you. I heard that the Empress Dowager in the palace talked to them. I went to inform the Empress Dowager in advance. The Empress Dowager has closed her door and refused to see anyone. Don't worry. That's good. Li Rong and Xianxia talked. She pondered for a moment, then they only have one way to go. Xianxia nodded. She understood Li Rong's meaning and said in a low voice, Your Highness, take care of yourself. Yes. Li Rong thought for a moment and said, You too. As the two talked, Xianxia sat down and talked about many details. When Xianxia and Li Rong finished their discussion, it was already late at night. Xianxia said her goodbyes and left. When she stood up, she realized that Pei Wenxuan was standing there. She was stunned. Then, she smiled at Pei Wenxuan and cupped her hands, Sorry to disturb you. Prince Consort, please don't take offense. Pei Wenxuan smiled and raised his hand, Miss Xianxia, take care. Xianxia hurried out of the door. Li Rong took a breath and drank a mouthful of tea. He looked up tiredly and said slowly, I heard that you plan to be promoted to the Ministry of Personnel? His Majesty plans to hold an imperial examination this year. Pei Wenxuan walked behind Li Rong and placed his hand on Li Rong's forehead. He said calmly, Now that you have taken care of so many people, the imperial court doesn't have enough people. His Majesty plans to hold an imperial examination in advance and select a group of people. Now that I am transferred to the Ministry of Personnel, there will be a group of students. De Xiao's method of selecting talents was based on family background and the imperial examination. Most people with discerning eyes knew that the imperial examination was a method used by the emperor to suppress the aristocratic families. However, most of the people who passed the imperial examination were from aristocratic families. Even if there were some who passed the imperial examination, they would be placed in some insignificant position. For example, last year's top scorer, Cui Yulong, was placed in the Ministry of Rights as a fifth-rank official. It sounded nice, but it was insignificant and did not have any real power. Therefore, even if the imperial examination was important, the powerful ministers in the imperial court did not care about it and did not bother to fight for the position of an examiner. However, if it was not important, some people would want to take a bite out of it when it was time to select people to make money. Pei Wenxuan and Li Rong both knew that the most important thing to become an examiner of the imperial examination was not to be able to make money from the descendants of the aristocratic families, but to have a natural bond with the examiner. If the examiner knew how to manage things, these people would even treat the examiner as a teacher in the imperial court. They would promote and take care of each other. This was one of the sources of Pei Wenxuan's large number of supporters. Li Rong was not surprised that Pei Wenxuan wanted to take care of the imperial examination. Especially when she cut out a large number of empty seats. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to go directly from the censorate. Li Rong thought for a moment. There are many people bothering you now. It's all thanks to your highness. Pei Wenxuan smiled. He gently pressed Li Rong's temples and said in a low voice, but it doesn't matter. I'm already working on it. Li Rong responded. Pei Wenxuan rubbed her acupuncture points. She smelled the incense on Pei Wenxuan's sleeves, which gave her a rare moment of peace. She did not know why, but she did not want to think about the matters of the imperial court. She did not speak. Pei Wenxuan looked at her expression and said in a low voice, Your Highness, let's eat together? Li Rong nodded. Pei Wenxuan helped her up. Then his hand slid down and gently held her. The cold winter made the temperature of his hand feel a bit nostalgic. Li Rong was too tired and did not think. Pei Wenxuan saw that she did not speak and did not resist. He could not help but feel uneasy. He glanced at her and carefully looked at her expression. He coughed lightly and said, Your Highness, do you want to eat in the bedroom or in the dining room? You decide. Li Rong heard his words and returned to her senses. Pei Wenxuan immediately said, Let's go to the bedroom. Li Rong saw that he replied so quickly and could not help but feel a little suspicious. At this time, she looked at him carefully and found that Pei Wenchuan was still wearing such thin clothes in the middle of winter. It was as if it was still the height of spring. But it had to be said that Pei Wenchuan was very handsome in this way. The way he pulled her forward was very much like a playboy leading his lover on a walk. There was a bit of silent youthful spirit in his tenderness. If she was a little girl, she would probably be able to look at him for a lifetime if she looked up like this. Li Rong's gaze fell on his face and he led her into the room. When the door was opened, Li Rong saw the small table set up inside. She saw the new winter plum blossoms and the incense that had been specially mixed. She knew what was going on. She did not show it on her face and only glanced at the serious Pei Wenchuan from the corner of her eyes. She pretended not to notice anything and entered the room. She slowly said, "It seems a bit colder today than usual." Pei Wenchuan responded and closed the door. He entered the room and said, "Yes, I had people. Add charcoal to the fire. Does your highness still feel cold?" "I'm not cold." Li Rong looked up at him with a smile that was not a smile. "It's just that you're wearing thin clothes. Don't you feel cold?" "My body is strong and healthy. I don't usually stay outdoors," Pei Wenchuan said and walked into the room. He sat across from Li Rong. "Wearing this is enough." Li Rong nodded, but in her heart, she was laughing. Pei Wenchuan was a civil official. She knew what he was capable of, but he wanted to show off. She did not say anything and only said, "Let's eat." As she said this, Li Rong raised her hand and put down her chopsticks. It was obvious that she had put in a lot of effort into this meal. In the past, she did not notice it, but today, Li Rong paid more attention. When she looked carefully, she found that not only were all the dishes she liked to eat, but they were also well matched with meat and vegetables. There was no coriander, the meat was thin, and there was a lot of chopped green onions. Li Rong looked and did not know whether to be surprised or gratified. Pei Wenchuan had lived with her for many years and knew her habits very well. Since he knew her so well, it would not be difficult to poison her to death. Fortunately, he did not have such thoughts at that time. Otherwise, she would have died a long time ago. When Li Rong thought of this, she could not help but feel a little scared. She looked up at Pei Wenchuan. Her gaze was so complicated that Pei Wenchuan felt a little scared. He could not help but ask, "Why is your highness looking at me?" "I want to persuade you to eat more." As Li Rong said this, she casually asked Pei Wenchuan some business matters. Pei Wenchuan answered one by one. While answering, he did not forget to ask Li Rong some trivial things. "Your highness, did you receive yesterday's candied fruit?" "I received it." "How did it taste?" "I didn't eat it." It was all divided by the subordinate. Pei Wenchuan was stunned by this answer. For a moment, he felt that the braised pork in his mouth was not delicious. So he could not help but ask, "Your highness, did you receive the poem I wrote?" "I received it." Li Rong thought of the sour poems he wrote every day and felt a little sour. Pei Wenchuan saw her response and asked with some expectation, "What does your highness think?" Li Rong looked up at him and saw that Pei Wenchuan seemed to be planning to write poems for her every day. She hurriedly said, "Don't write these things." Li Rong earnestly advised him with the tone of an elder, "You are originally a great talent. If you always indulge in these elegant ways, I'm afraid it will affect your mind. If others see you, they will think that you are a poet. They will inevitably think that you only know poetry and don't know politics. Look at the politicians who do their work. How many of them write these romantic poems?" Pei Wenchuan was stifled by Li Rong's lecture. He could not help but say, "I only write for your highness to see." "I understand." Li Rong nodded and pretended not to understand. She said with understanding, "You don't dare to write for others to see. I know you have a sense of propriety." Pei Wenchuan was speechless. Li Rong finished eating. She put down her chopsticks and said calmly, "I'll go read a few more memorials to help with digestion. You can continue with your work." With that, Li Rong stood up and walked out. Pei Wenchuan sat at the table by himself and felt a little annoyed. A meal like this was really not interesting at all. Li Rong walked 2 steps and turned around. She saw that Pei Wenchuan was still sitting in his seat and looked somewhat disappointed. Li Rong could not help but feel a little pity for him. She could not help but laugh and reminded him, "You should wear more clothes." Pei Wenchuan did not speak. Li Rong watched him stand up and walk to the side skillfully. He opened the cabinet and took out a thick coat. He skillfully put it on and said expressionlessly, "Your Highness, don't worry. I won't feel cold." With that, Pei Wenchuan put on the coat and returned to the table. He picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Li Rong saw how skillfully he put on the coat and was certain that he would not feel cold. Li Rong went back to read a few memorials. After an hour, she felt tired. She went to the bathroom to take a bath and leisurely walked back. When she entered the room, Pei Wenchuan was already asleep. He was also tired recently and did not sleep well. Li Rong was not surprised. Li Rong did not light the lamp. She groped her way into the room and fell asleep quietly. Not long after she fell asleep, she felt the person next to her turn over. Li Rong thought he did not mean it and continued to sleep with her eyes closed. After a while, that person turned over again, as if he was a little unhappy. Li Rong pretended to sleep soundly and did not intend to pay attention to him. She did not know what he was thinking about that made him angry. She had offended him too much. He should think about it more carefully. Pei Wenchuan kept tossing and turning. He seemed to be angry. After waiting for a long time, Li Rong was in a daze when she felt the person next to her suddenly get up and approach her. He came over aggressively. Before Li Rong could react, the person stopped. Pei Wenchuan was hanging above her. Li Rong held her breath. She did not know if she should open her eyes to defend something or close them to avoid embarrassment. The two of them were in a deadlock for a moment. Pei Wenchuan frowned. After a long time, Li Rong felt the person lower his head and gently kiss her forehead. He seemed to be afraid that she would wake up and kissed her very carefully. This person was very strange. If Pei Wenchuan's kiss landed on her lips, or even if he stuck his tongue in, it would be a battle of desire. She would not feel anything. She was not afraid of a head-on battle. But he restrained himself and carefully kissed her on the forehead. Then, he chuckled and left in satisfaction. She felt that the man was not kissing her forehead, but her heart. Like a wave of autumn water blown by the wind, ripples appeared layer by layer. Li Rong did not know why, but she blushed in the middle of the night. She could not help but turn over with her back facing Pei Wenchuan. Pei Wenchuan saw her turn over and lay on his side on the bed. He supported his head with his hand and looked at her back. He lowered his head and chuckled. The next day, Li Rong and Pei Wenchuan woke up together. As usual, Pei Wenchuan got out of bed first. The two acted as if nothing had happened. Pei Wenchuan helped Li Rong put on her clothes and went to court with her. After the two sat in the carriage, Pei Wenchuan asked pointedly, "Did your Highness sleep well last night?" Li Rong looked at the memorial and didn't raise her head. Instead, she asked, "Why do you ask? Did Prince Consort not sleep well?" Pei Wenchuan saw that Li Rong was so calm. For a moment, he didn't know if she really slept last night or if she was faking it. Li Rong saw that he was at a loss for words and felt that it was funny. She changed the topic and asked, "Who else in the censorate is suing me?" "Only the Chen family's people are left." Pei Wenchuan saw that Li Rong was asking about serious matters and didn't dare to not answer. He could only change the topic. "It's the family of Chen Guang from the Ministry of Revenue. He's going to die." Li Rong said lightly. He handled the Qin family's case and the military pay case at the same time. He was the one who pulled the strings for the military pay case. The Qin family's case can be said to be unintentional, but he wanted to force the Qin family to die. Now, it seems that he was worried that the military pay case would be exposed and wanted to take the opportunity to completely silence the Qin family. In the future, the dead can't tell the truth. The Chen family actually knew that they couldn't save him, Pei Wenchuan said calmly, but Chen Guang's people refused to let him go. Chen Guang's mother came to the censorate several times and cried and made a fuss in front of Imperial Censor Chen Hui. Chen Hui was afraid that his aunt couldn't stand it and pleaded for mercy. So, although the memorial was written, it wasn't a big deal. Li Rong responded. She thought for a moment and smiled. "Once this case is closed, we can celebrate the new year. The imperial court will give a 7-day holiday. Have you thought about how you're going to spend it? When Pei Wenxuan heard this, he didn't expect Li Rong to say such casual words. His heart warmed a little, and he replied, if your highness has any ideas, you can tell this humble subject. This humble subject will make the arrangements. I can't go to places far away, Li Rong said regretfully. After these two big cases, I'm afraid there will be a lot of people who want me dead. I won't be able to leave Huajing. Your highness is right. Li Rong thought about it and sighed. Speaking of which, I haven't seen flowers for a long time. This winter has been too long. Does your highness want to admire the plum blossoms? Pei Wenxuan pondered. Li Rong laughed. Plum blossoms are everywhere. There are plum blossoms in the palace. Speaking of which, Pei Wenxuan put his hand on the table and leaned closer to Li Rong. After knowing your highness for so many years, I only know that your highness loves peonies the most. I wonder if your highness has any other flowers that you like. I like a lot of flowers. Peach blossoms, pear blossoms, orchids, they are all good. However, my favorite flowers are gaudy. I like peonies, and roses. Li Rong answered casually. After she finished speaking, she suddenly remembered something. Why are you asking these questions? As she spoke, she became vigilant. Don't give me these. It's a waste of money. Now is the time to spend money. Pei Wenxuan felt a little guilty. He looked away and picked up the tea. He subconsciously said, Your Highness is thinking too much. This humble subject can't bear to spend so much money to give Your Highness these. As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Wenxuan immediately felt that his mouth was cheap. He hurriedly turned around and added, If the price is right, I will still give it to you. Li Rong didn't speak. Her eyes were full of disdain. Pei Wenxuan was swept by her gaze. He wanted to say something to refute her, but he restrained himself and turned his head away. Li Rong saw his expression change again and again. She couldn't help but laugh. She poked him with her fan. If you want to scold me, don't hold it in. Your Highness is joking. Pei Wenxuan raised his head and smiled. Your Highness is this humble subject's darling. How can this humble subject bear to scold your Highness? When Li Rong heard this, she showed an unhappy expression. Look at you. If you want to talk, then talk. Why do you have to scold me? When Pei Wenxuan saw Li Rong mocking him, he sneered. He didn't say anything and went to look at the booklet. After looking at the booklet for a moment, Pei Wenxuan remembered what he wanted to say. He wanted to talk about what happened last night and ask Li Rong how she felt. But now that he interrupted, the atmosphere just now was diluted. If he asked again, he would feel awkward. Pei Wenxuan couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He glanced at Li Rong and saw her smiling as she drank tea and looked at the booklet. He thought about the conversation just now and was sure that Li Rong was awake last night. It was because she was awake that she didn't want to talk about it and deliberately changed the topic. When he thought about how Li Rong seemed to be shy last night and deliberately changed the topic today, Pei Wenxuan felt that something was amiss. He suddenly realized that Li Rong was a person who couldn't be forceful, but reminding her in a gentle way seemed to be effective. In fact, Li Rong seemed to have always been like this, but it was more obvious when she was young. At that time, if he dared to kiss her forcefully, she dared to hold his face and kiss him 10 times. She held her momentum and didn't have stage fright. She was arrogant as if she could have 10 gigolos at any time. She was very cute. Now that she was older, she seemed to have restrained her temper and wouldn't kiss him 10 times. But in her bones, she hadn't changed at all. If he dared to kiss her forcefully, she would treat him as a gigolo. What really made her helpless was the intimacy that was more emotional than sexual. When he kissed her, she would pull his hand and refuse. When he quietly kissed her forehead, she blushed and didn't dare to look at him. She didn't even mention it. When he realized this, Pei Wenxuan couldn't help but laugh. He didn't ask any more questions and only lowered his head to look at the booklet in his hand. But his smile couldn't fall. Li Rong secretly glanced at Pei Wenxuan and saw that Pei Wenxuan lowered his head and smiled without saying anything. Under the candlelight, the youth's face was fair and clean, his expression gentle. His thin and slender hand holding the brush turned the pages of the booklet, silently drawing out an indescribable handsomeness. Li Rong's heart skipped a beat and she hurriedly averted her gaze. She didn't even dare to ask him why he was laughing. The two went to court together. After court, Li Rong and Pei Wenchuan separated and went straight to the inspection department. The inspection department was established on the outskirts of the city. Currently, there were two deputy heads. One was Su Ronghua, who had been pushed over by the imperial court, and the other was Xianxia, who had been appointed by Li Rong. Li Rong came down from court. As soon as he entered the inspection department's courtyard, he heard Xianxia's voice from inside. I said before, I didn't hit him. That wound was caused by himself. This statement was also his own confession. Miss Xianxia must be joking. Who would cause a whip wound for no reason? Su Ronghua's voice sounded. Li Rong stepped into the main hall. Xianxia saw that Li Rong had arrived and revealed a happy expression. She happily said, Your Highness. I heard you arguing. Li Rong smiled as he walked to the table and looked down at the paper on the table. Li Rong picked up the paper and glanced at it. The Lord Su seems to have said that this statement can't be used? Your Highness. Su Ronghua bowed and smiled. According to the Dexiao law, the nobles can't be punished. Today, I went to visit Chendaran. He had whip wounds on his body. I'm afraid this statement was extorted by torture. A whip for extorting a confession by torture? Xianxia sneered, Is the Lord Su coaxing a child? A whip wound is still a whip wound. Li Rong gently said, Since the Lord Su feels that this statement is not suitable, then let's re-examine it. I'll do it myself. As he spoke, Li Rong put down the statement and led Xianxia towards the prison. He said indifferently, Let's go. Xianxia coldly glanced at Su Ronghua, Lord Su, let's go together. Otherwise, you'll say that we beat up Chendaran again. Extorting a confession by torture can't be used. Su Ronghua smiled and bowed. He raised his hand and said, Please. The three of them went to the prison together. Li Rong had someone drag this Chendaran out. Li Rong smiled when he saw him. It was Chen Guang, who Pei Wenchuan had mentioned in the morning. This person came from a prominent family in Jiangnan and was the manager of the warehouse department of the Ministry of Revenue. The manager of the warehouse department was in charge of the warehouse. He had been in this sensitive position for 10 years and could be considered a wily old fox. Li Rong looked at his statement and asked Xianxia to invite him to sit down. After Chen Guang sat down, Li Rong put down the statement and smiled, Chendaran. Your Highness. Chen Guang cupped his hands and said with a smile, Your Highness came at the right time. This humble subject has something to report to Your Highness. Chendaran wants to sue Xianxia for abusing his authority to punish you, Li Rong said directly. Is that so? Ah, Chen Guang looked surprised, Your Highness already knows? Li Rong nodded, I heard that Chendaran was whipped in prison. Yes, Chen Guang unbuttoned his shirt and said hurriedly, Your Highness, look, this wound is very deep. May I know when and where Chendaran was whipped? Last night, Chen Guang immediately said, when she interrogated me. Look at this wound, it's still fresh. Call a doctor over and take a look at Chendaran's wound. Li Rong raised his hand and called for the people next to him. Then, he turned his head and said in a very good temper, Chendaran, I'm afraid that your statement can't be used. Let's record another one. Chen Guang smiled and raised his hand, Your Highness, please. With Your Highness here, this humble subject will definitely tell the truth. Chendaran, Li Rong nodded, touched the statement, and said slowly, You're also a senior member of the Ministry of Revenue, so you should know a few things. What are you talking about, Your Highness? The first thing is, according to the law of the Great Ming Dynasty, officials who confess will have their sentences reduced, and officials who refuse to confess will have their sentences increased. I know, Chen Guang nodded, and then? The second thing is, your current crimes only add up to losing your official position, but if you add another crime, you'll lose your life. Your Highness is exaggerating, Chen Guang said with a smile, not to mention, this humble subject is innocent. Even if I'm guilty, it's not that serious, right? In the past, many officials have committed more serious crimes than this humble subject, but But they're being interrogated in the Ministry of Justice. Li Rong looked up, slammed the table, and shouted, "This is the Ministry of Investigation. Do you still think I'm playing with you? Let me tell you, this is your crime. If you confess today, I can let you go back and enjoy your old age. If you don't confess, I guarantee that you won't be able to roll under my feet in the vegetable market." Chen Guang's expression changed dramatically. Li Rong raised his hand and grabbed a stack of statements. "Why do you think I want you to confess? I'm just giving you a way out because of your family. Otherwise," Li Rong looked up and sneered, "Chen Darren, think about Wang Darren, who was killed by a vengeful spirit." Chen Guang didn't speak. Su Ronghua coughed softly. "Your Highness, Chen Darren is old. Do you have the right to speak here?" Li Rong looked up and said coldly, "I'm not dead. If I don't let you speak, what are you going to say?" "If I offend your Highness again," Xianxia laughed, "I'll have to slap you." Su Ronghua looked coldly at Xianxia. Xianxia sneered and looked away. Li Rong waited for a while and quickly looked through the statements. Then, he said casually, "When you were in charge of the warehouse, how much food did you distribute to Huangping County?" Without waiting for Chen Guang to speak, Li Rong said, 3,000. Chen Guang's expression didn't look good. Li Rong frowned and flipped through a few more pages. He raised his hand and threw the statements away. He stood up and said, "Didn't everyone else confess? Su Lin has already been confessed. Why do you still want Chen Darren's statement? This is nonsense." Hearing this, Chen Guang hurriedly looked at Su Ronghua. Su Ronghua wanted to say something, but Xianxia blocked Chen Guang's line of sight and said with a smile, "Lord Su is very talkative today?" Su Ronghua's expression was a little ugly. Li Rong led the people out. Halfway through, Chen Guang suddenly called out to him, "Wait, Your Highness." Li Rong stopped and turned his head. Chen Guang's face was pale, and he said anxiously, "Your Highness, if I confess, will Your Highness spare my life?" "That depends on what you confess. If there's nothing new in your confession," Li Rong smiled, "I don't like people who waste my time. I have ironclad evidence." Chen Guang said anxiously, "Your Highness, what you have now is a statement, right?" "I have evidence." Li Rong turned back and sat down. "Speak." As he spoke, Li Rong turned his head and looked at Su Ronghua. "Lord Su, this involves the children of nobility. Do you want to leave?" Su Ronghua didn't speak. He stared at Chen Guang. Chen Guang didn't dare to look at him. Xianxia raised his hand and said, "Lord Su, please." Chen Guang did have ironclad evidence. Su Lin of the Su family was considered a distant relative of the Su family. However, the Su family was a noble family. Anyone from the Su family was not a small figure. Su Lin was in the Ministry of War. In fact, he only helped to open a pass. However, if he was investigated, he would definitely be demoted. Li Rong quietly listened to him confess everything. She signed and stood up. Chen Guang said anxiously, "Your Highness, my crime, wait for the verdict." Li Rong's voice was flat, "How the law is written, I will not be biased." Chen Guang's expression didn't look good. However, he lowered his voice and continued to plead, "Your Highness, you are young and have just entered the imperial court. You don't know the dangers involved. We're all relatives, so you can't really sentence me to death." "Why not?" Li Rong looked up at him and chuckled, "Does Lord Chen think that I won't?" "Your Highness," Chen Guang frowned, "if you really kill me, how will you explain it to the aristocratic families?" "When you were doing this," Li Rong said coldly, "have you ever thought of giving an explanation to the soldiers who died at the border?" "That's because they were too greedy," Chen Guang said angrily. He seemed to be extremely dissatisfied. Li Rong glanced at him coldly and said, "You all say that to me again. Isn't it annoying?" After saying that, Li Rong walked out. After a few steps, Chen Guang couldn't control his emotions. "Your Highness, you are digging your own grave." Li Rong stopped in her tracks. She turned her head and sneered, "I'm afraid that you are the one digging your own grave." After saying that, she walked out of the door. When she reached the door, Xianxia came up to her. Li Rong took a look and didn't see Su Ronghua. She couldn't help but ask, "Where is she?" She went to pass on the information. As Xianxia spoke, he took Li Rong's statement and praised, "Your Highness, I really admire you. You said that you knew that the grain that was sent out from his warehouse was 3,000 dan, but you also knew that he was related to Su Lin? How did you know? 3,000 dan was the result of Pei Wenxuan's calculation. As for Su Lin, Li Rong didn't continue speaking. That was what Su Yongqing told her in her past life. Su Lin was once involved in a case of the Northwest Army's salary. The Su family later dealt with him internally. With Su Ronghua around, Chen Guang wouldn't believe that he was exposed unless he was given some unusual details. If Su Lin and the 3,000 dan were exposed, Chen Guang would guess that he was betrayed. Su Ronghua had been lying to him because she didn't want him to expose Su Lin. As long as Chen Guang had doubts about Su Ronghua, he would easily collapse. Li Rong thought of what Su Yongqing told her in her past life. She felt a little tired and didn't say much. After a while, she ordered, "Go and find out who was on duty last night." He couldn't have whipped himself. Find the person and tell him to either whip him more or whip himself. After he's done whipping him, dismiss him and kick him out. Shang Guanya nodded. Li Rong looked at the confessions in her hand and asked, "Who else is left?" Shang Guanya reported a few names. Li Rong nodded and said, "Let's go together." Li Rong and Shang Guanya were busy dealing with the remaining prisoners who had not confessed. In the afternoon, a guard suddenly rushed in from outside and said anxiously, "Your Highness, there's something." Li Rong sat on a chair and held a cup of tea. She shifted her gaze to the guard's hand. The guard was holding a kite with the word "Stop" written in blood red on it. Shang Guanya saw the kite and his face changed. He asked coldly, "Who did it?" "I don't know," the guard said while kneeling. Just now, the kite suddenly fell into the courtyard. "I've already sent people to catch the culprit, but they couldn't." Shang Guanya's face was cold and she didn't say anything. She wanted to scold the guard, but she knew that it wasn't easy to investigate this matter. She turned to look at Li Rong. Li Rong held his tea and thought for a moment. She laughed and said, "They're at their wits' end, so they're playing tricks. When you go back, bring a few more people with you. Let them be." After Li Rong finished speaking, he took a sip of tea and placed the teacup on the table. He turned to look at the official who was being interrogated and continued to work. She was never afraid of assassination. In her previous life, she lived like this for a lifetime and was already used to it. After all, Shang Guanya had just encountered this kind of thing. She took a moment to calm herself down and finally felt relieved. The two of them worked until midnight. Pei Wenxuan finally finished his work and came out of the palace. He took a carriage and went to the princess's residence. Pei Wenxuan was a little tired. He leaned against the wall of the carriage and closed his eyes to rest. He didn't have much time to rest, so he had to make use of the time to rest. Halfway through the journey, the carriage suddenly stopped. Pei Wenxuan folded his hands and slowly opened his eyes. Dong Yi rolled up the curtain and whispered, "Darren, it's the person who blocked the street to lodge a complaint." Pei Wenxuan frowned. As an imperial censor, receiving a complaint was a common thing. He nodded and tiredly said, "Bring up the complaint." Dong Yi responded and jumped down from the carriage. He walked to the child who blocked the street to lodge a complaint. However, at that moment, an arrow flew out from the crowd and directly fell into Pei Wenxuan's carriage through the window. Pei Wenxuan's hands were faster. He raised his hand and closed the window. At the same time, a silver sword opened the curtain and forced its way in. Pei Wenxuan coldly looked at the long sword in front of him. Pei Wenxuan raised his hand and grabbed the hidden sword. When the other party's sword was in front of him, he bent down and took a step forward. The sword pierced the other party's abdomen. That person desperately slashed at him. Pei Wenxuan tried his best to push him out, but the sword still cut his arm. Blood instantly spread out. Although Pei Wenxuan usually only had Dong Yi with him, in fact, his men were everywhere. When the other party made a move, Pei Wenxuan's men rushed up. Except for this fish that escaped the net, the others were blocked outside. In a moment, the murderers were restrained. Dong Yi hurriedly lifted the curtain and came in. He held his sword and said, "Young master, are you okay?" Pei Wenxuan covered the wound on his hand and didn't say anything. He stepped down from the carriage. The others were already dead. Only the child who had lodged a complaint was left. He directly walked to the child. However, when the child saw Pei Wenchuan walking over, he gritted his teeth and struggled. He really broke free from the Imperial Guard's control and rushed towards Pei Wenchuan. Fortunately, the Imperial Guard's reaction was very fast. He caught up with the sword and pierced through the child. Pei Wenchuan was shocked and said, "Wait," before he finished speaking, the child was already dead. The Imperial Guard squatted down and quickly checked the child's mouth. He then raised his head and said, "Darren, it's a dwarf." Jianghu's assassins liked to train dwarfs as assassins. These people looked like children and were easy to let people's guard down. However, in terms of strength and movements, they were like adults. Pei Wenchuan's expression was somewhat ugly. He stared at the assassin for a moment and could only say, "Go and investigate. Send more people to protect His Highness." "Yes." The Imperial Guard responded and immediately rushed to inform Li Rong. However, Li Rong's informant had already gone to the inspectorate. Li Rong had just walked out of the inspectorate. He was wiping his hands with a hot handkerchief and talking to Xianxia about the follow-up matters. The two had just walked out of the hall when Jing Lan walked in and said anxiously, "Your Highness, it's not good." Li Rong looked up. Jing Lan hurriedly said, "Prince Consort was assassinated." Hearing this, Li Rong suddenly opened his eyes. Xianxia was also shocked. She immediately reacted and hurriedly said, "Your Highness, don't panic. You go back to the residence to check on Prince Consort first. I will investigate." Li Rong regained her senses and rushed out. She pulled the reins of her horse and mounted it. She shouted, "Dig them out. I want to kill them." Li Rong galloped all the way back to the residence. On the way, she met Pei Wenchuan's people. Li Rong didn't ask any questions and led them back to the princess residence. As soon as she arrived at the princess residence, she saw people coming and going. It seemed to be extremely busy. Li Rong led the people into the bedroom. She saw basins of blood being carried out. She lifted the curtain and went in. She directly said, "Where is Pei Wenchuan? How is he?" As she spoke, she saw Pei Wenchuan sitting on the bed. The doctor was bandaging his wound. His face was a little pale. Seeing Li Rong come in, Pei Wenchuan was a little surprised. "Your Highness? How did you come back so quickly?" Li Rong saw that Pei Wenchuan was fine and her face relaxed a little. She walked to the bedside and looked at the doctor. "Is he okay?" "Your Highness, don't worry." The doctor respectfully said, "The wound didn't damage the tendons, and it wasn't poisoned. He will be fine after resting for a few days." Li Rong nodded. She waited for Pei Wenchuan's hand to be bandaged. Then the attendants retreated, leaving only the two of them in the room. Pei Wenchuan looked up at Li Rong and smiled. "Aren't you tired after standing for so long?" As he spoke, he patted the bed and gently said, "Sit down." Li Rong sat beside him and sighed. "How could you be injured? You are not a child. How could you be assassinated?" "It's my fault." Pei Wenchuan looked at Li Rong checking his wound and said softly, "On the way back, a child complained to the imperial court. It turned out that it was a professional assassin. I was careless. But you don't have to worry. I have already sent people to investigate. The results should be out soon." Li Rong responded. Pei Wenchuan saw her lowered head. After a moment, he raised his hand and tucked her hair behind her ear. He gently said, "I made your Highness worry. Be careful in the future." Li Rong said in a low voice. Then she remembered, "Have you eaten?" "Not yet." Pei Wenchuan smiled. "Your Highness, have you eaten?" "Not yet." Li Rong stood up and naturally reached out to help Pei Wenchuan. Pei Wenchuan lowered his eyes to hide the expression in them. Rong helped him out. Li Rong couldn't help but ask, "Other than your hand, where are you hurt?" "Where?" Pei Wenchuan's heart smiled. Pei Wenchuan's heart smiled. I'm scared, Your Highness." Pei Wenchuan, Rong's, said, you, Pei, Rong, you, Your Highness, I'll never get used to life and death. Pei Wenchuan shook his head. "It's just that I have to face it, so I pretended to get used to it." Li Rong thought about it and felt that Pei Wenchuan was right. She helped Pei Wenchuan to the table and let him sit down. Then she asked the servants to bring the dishes. Li Rong asked Pei Wenchuan in detail about the assassination, and Pei Wenchuan answered in detail. When the dishes were all served, Pei Wenchuan reached out a hand to pick up some food. He didn't touch the soup beside him at all. As he ate elegantly, he looked at Li Rong, who was drinking the soup thoughtfully. He saw that she was eating absent-mindedly. He hesitated for a moment, then said, "Don't think too much. There are many people who hate me now. This kind of thing will happen eventually. I can protect myself, so leave it to me to investigate, okay?" When Li Rong heard this, she came back to her senses and nodded. Okay. As she spoke, her gaze fell on Pei Wenchuan's hand that was holding the chopsticks. Then she looked at the untouched soup bowl beside him. She paused and put down her chopsticks. "Your Highness? Let me feed you." Li Rong took the soup bowl beside her, gently blew on it, and brought it to Pei Wenchuan. Pei Wenchuan was stunned. Li Rong urged him, "Drink it." Pei Wenchuan was urged to come back to his senses. He lowered his eyes and sucked on the white porcelain spoon that Li Rong brought to him. He liked to drink soup before eating every time. He thought that Li Rong never paid attention to these things, but he didn't expect that Li Rong actually knew. She knew that he liked to drink a bowl of soup first. She also knew that he didn't want to lose his manners in front of her. Therefore, she didn't even drink the soup because she was missing a hand that was holding the bowl. Pei Wenchuan was fed the soup by Li Rong. He smiled and said, "I can eat the dishes myself." "Your Highness, don't starve yourself." Li Rong responded, took out a handkerchief, wiped his hands, and ate a few mouthfuls of the soup. After Li Rong led Pei Wenchuan to eat, she heard that Xianxia came over. She helped Pei Wenchuan back to the bed and let Pei Wenchuan rest first before returning to the main hall. Xianxia was waiting for Li Rong in the main hall. When she saw Li Rong come out, she bowed and said, "Your Highness. Do you have any leads? I've confirmed Su Ronghua's whereabouts." When the incident happened, he didn't have time to return to the Su residence. His movements shouldn't be so fast. "It's not him," Li Rong said with certainty. The Su family wouldn't do such a thing. Su Lin was only demoted, and the other Su family members weren't involved. They wouldn't assassinate Pei Wenchuan for such a small matter. "Is Prince Consort all right?" Xianxia glanced at the backyard. Li Rong nodded. "There's no poison on the knife. They were just warning me. If they wanted Pei Wenchuan to die, they would have smeared poison on the knife. I'm afraid he's already in trouble." Xianxia listened and couldn't help but frown. Li Rong closed his eyes. She sat on the chair and rested for a while. "They interrogated someone this afternoon. In the afternoon, they used a kite to threaten me. At night, they killed Pei Wenchuan. I'm afraid they sent someone to the inspector's office to inform them. Check all the people who came in and out this afternoon." "Yes." Xianxia pondered. Li Rong looked up at her. "You seem to have something to say?" "Your Highness," Xianxia thought for a while and said slowly, "Actually, at this point, what they want is to keep their lives. Now, it's just a warning, but it's already pointed at Prince Consort. If they wanted to, Prince Consort today, I'm afraid." "Just say it." Li Rong's voice was calm. Xianxia pursed her lips. "I'm afraid that something too hard will break easily. Why don't we take a step back?" Li Rong didn't say anything. She looked up at Xianxia. Xianxia was almost 20 years old. It was normal for her to be afraid when encountering such a thing. If they didn't do anything, I could still let them live. Li Rong stood up and said, "Now, either I die, or they die." Xianxia was stunned. Then, she understood Li Rong's meaning. She didn't try to persuade him anymore. She only said, "What does your Highness plan to do?" Li Rong pondered for a moment and said slowly, "They're in the dark, and we're in the light. After all, it's not a good idea." "What does your Highness plan to do?" Xianxia tilted her head and waited quietly for Li Rong's instructions. Li Rong thought for a long time and finally said, "You go and investigate first. If you can't find anything, we can only lure the enemy in and then catch the turtle in the jar." Xianxia heard this and showed some puzzlement. What lore? Li Rong looked up and said calmly, me. Your Highness. Xianxia heard this and immediately said, no, it's too risky. Isn't it risky for them to kill me? Li Rong sneered. If they have the guts, do they think I don't? Are they the same as you? Xianxia was anxious. What's their status? What's your status? Your Highness, the prince consort will never agree to this idea. Did I tell you to talk to him? Li Rong looked coldly at her. Is it his turn to decide my affairs? Xianxia was speechless. Li Rong was too lazy to pay attention to her. He waved his hand and said, that's enough. You go back first and investigate. If you find evidence, then do it directly. If you don't, then we'll talk about it. Xianxia didn't say anything. After a moment of silence, she turned and walked out impatiently. I have to go and talk to the prince consort. Stop. Li Rong stopped Xianxia. Why do you want to talk to him? In any case, he can't control you. Xianxia laughed. Can't I chat with him for a while? Xianxia. Li Rong sneered. I'll lend you the courage. Xianxia stared at Li Rong. After a moment, she became a little irritated. She waved her hand and said, forget it, forget it. You can do whatever you want. In any case, I'm not the one risking my life. After Xianxia finished speaking, she waved her hand and walked out. Li Rong drank tea in the main hall for a while. After he got up and took a bath, he finally returned to his room. In the room, Pei Wenxuan was still awake. He was wearing a white shirt and a blue robe. He was sitting on the edge of the table, looking down at the booklets. Li Rong walked to the door, but she didn't move. She stood at the door and quietly looked at Pei Wenxuan. When that person didn't speak, he was like a painting, quietly and gently waiting for her. It gave her the courage to return. Pei Wenxuan picked up a pen and wrote 2 lines of words. He realized that there was someone at the door. He raised his head and looked at the door. He saw Li Rong standing in front of the door. Behind her was the light of the courtyard. She silently looked at him. Pei Wenxuan stared at Li Rong. After a moment, he put down the pen and waved at Li Rong. He said softly, Your Highness, it's cold at the door. Come and sit here. Li Rong obeyed and walked to Pei Wenxuan's side. She sat down with Pei Wenxuan and smiled gently. What are you writing? I'm just casually looking at the news reported by my informant. Pei Wenxuan looked at her. Did you quarrel with Xianxia? When will you change your habit of exposing people's secrets? Li Rong sat down and lazily leaned on the table. Her gaze fell on Pei Wenxuan's hand. Does your hand still hurt? If I say it hurts, will your Highness blow on it? Pei Wenxuan raised his hand. Li Rong smiled and raised her fan, pretending to hit him. Pei Wenxuan didn't move and looked at Li Rong with a smile. Li Rong's fan fell half an inch above the wound and couldn't go any further. Pei Wenxuan stretched his hand in front of her and continued, Your Highness will blow on it. It won't hurt anymore. Are you a child? Li Rong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Pei Wenxuan sighed. Ai, Your Highness really doesn't care about this humble subject. Pei Wenxuan withdrew his hand. Li Rong glanced at him and saw Pei Wenxuan's sad face. She laughed and raised her hand. Give me your hand. Pei Wenxuan stretched out his hand. Li Rong put his hand in her palm and looked at it carefully. She then looked up at him and said, You're a common person. Your hand is beautiful and has some immortal aura. Pei Wenxuan smiled and didn't say anything. Li Rong hesitated for a moment. Pei Wenxuan didn't understand why she was hesitating. He saw her lower her head and gently blow on his hand. Her breath was a bit warm. It blew on his palm and then went up to his wound. Pei Wenxuan's eyes darkened. He quietly looked at Li Rong, who lowered her head for him. He saw Li Rong blow on his wound like a child. She looked up at him and asked innocently, Is it better? Pei Wenxuan didn't say anything. His gaze first fell on Li Rong's eyes, then moved to the tip of her nose and stopped at her lips. Li Rong was a bit puzzled. Pei Wenxuan? Pei Wenxuan heard this and laughed. I thought your Highness wouldn't take it seriously. As he said this, he pulled his hand away from Li Rong's. Li Rong straightened up and said casually, "When I was young, my mother would blow on my wound like this. After blowing on it, I really didn't feel any pain. That's natural." When Pei Wenchuan saw Li Rong stand up, he also stood up. When Li Rong heard him stand up, she turned around and helped him up. Pei Wenchuan had never been taken care of by Li Rong like this before. He didn't show it on his face. He followed behind Li Rong and said in a low voice, "If someone is willing to blow on your wound, it means that someone cares. No matter if the wound hurts or not, I'm always happy." "You sound so pitiful." Li Rong turned around and gave him a sidelong glance. "It's as if I don't treat you well and you lack love. Your Highness, of course, treats this humble subject very well." As Pei Wenchuan spoke to her, he came to the bedside. Li Rong helped him take off his outer clothes and went to sleep on the bed first. Pei Wenchuan watched as Li Rong crawled under the quilt. He walked to the bedside, turned off the light, and went to bed as usual. His left hand was injured, but his right hand was still intact. After Li Rong lay down, after a while, she heard Pei Wenchuan say, "Your Highness, in fact, sometimes I can't help but think. What would it be like if you were a wife?" Li Rong was silent and didn't speak. Pei Wenchuan continued, "Your Highness should also be a good wife and a good mother. After all, although your Highness looks decisive, you're actually very gentle. Just now, when your Highness took care of this humble subject felt as if I had my own home." As Pei Wenchuan spoke, he secretly looked at Li Rong. Li Rong listened to Pei Wenchuan for a long time. She slowly said, "There shouldn't be much difference." Li Rong said and looked at the bed curtain. "I don't like things that will affect me. Whether I'm a wife or not, I should be the same as I am now." "How can that be?" Pei Wenchuan turned to look at her. "Your Highness, if you like someone, everything should be different." Li Rong heard this. After a long time, she smiled softly. "But I don't know what like is, and I won't like someone." Of course, Li Rong turned her back to Pei Wenchuan and lowered her voice. "I don't expect anyone to like me." Pei Wenchuan was stunned. He found it hard to understand. "Your Highness, why don't you expect others to like you?" "I'm a strange person when it comes to matters of the heart." Li Rong closed her eyes. "It's hard to like me, and even harder to like me for a long time. I know myself, so I don't think too much about it." "Your Highness, why would you think so?" Pei Wenchuan comforted her. Didn't this humble subject like your Highness very much in my previous life?" "My liking is different from yours," Li Rong said calmly. "The word like is too heavy for me. For you, that kind of feeling is like. But for me, it's too difficult for me to like someone." Pei Wenchuan listened quietly. At that moment, he seemed to find some differences between himself and Li Rong. He didn't know why, but he remembered that when he got married, Li Rong was still 18 years old. At that time, Li Rong was much more exposed than she was now. She didn't hide many of her emotions. Now, more than 30 years had passed. He didn't know why, but when he heard Li Rong talk about these things, he felt that Li Rong was no different from when she was 18 years old. She seemed to be that little girl, walking with him in the harem and telling him her past. "The people in the palace all call me princess, but I know that. They all say that I have a strange temper and that they don't like me. But I don't care about their liking. If they don't like me, then so be it. Do I need to care about them? Do you see that Northern Yan pagoda? That was built by my imperial father for my imperial mother. They say that it's because my imperial father loves my imperial mother very much. I don't think that's the case. It's just a momentary good feeling between a man and a woman. It can't withstand any storms, so how can it be called like and love?" When Li Rong said these words, he was only in his early 20s. He didn't understand the true meaning of Li Rong's words at all. He just followed behind Li Rong and quietly listened to her. He smiled and comforted her. "Your Highness, it's all in the past." He thought that Li Rong loved to talk about the past with him, but now that he thought about it, it was just Li Rong asking him for help. The 18-year-old Li Rong was telling him what kind of relationship she wanted, what kind of person she was. She carefully held herself up and said to him, "Pei Wenchuan, please learn how to love me. These words might sound a bit unreasonable, but it was Li Rong's greatest sincerity that she gave him her most cowardly side. But he didn't understand. 30 years of age taught him to understand people's hearts. Looking back, he felt a stabbing pain in his heart. He thought that after so many years, Li Rong really didn't care about anyone, just like she said in prison. But after slowly familiarizing himself with her and coming into contact with her, he realized that the arrogant phoenix that looked down on everyone was just another kind of abandonment after extreme disappointment. After all, in Li Rong's previous life, she had never received complete love. Whether it was him or Su Yongqing, they had all failed her in the end. And she had never shown the slightest bit of love. Whether it was love or hate, she had never truly exerted it on him and Su Yongqing. Realizing this, Pei Wenxuan's heart suddenly surged with great pain and bitterness. He couldn't help but approach her and gently place his hand on her body. Ignoring the pain from his wound, he hugged her in his arms. Li Rong lowered her eyes when he hugged her like this. She laughed softly and said, "Is it because the winter is so cold that the Lord Pei treats me as a heater? Hugging me from time to time, you don't seem to be as reserved as before." Pei Wenxuan hugged her and didn't say anything. After a long time, he said, "Your Highness, it's not difficult." Li Rong was stunned. Then she heard Pei Wenxuan say in a low voice, "Your Highness, it's not difficult to have someone who loves you wholeheartedly." Li Rong didn't say anything. She listened to Pei Wenxuan's words. At first, she thought it was funny, then she felt a bit of indescribable regret. Finally, it turned into a bit of confusion and a bit of expectation that she didn't realize. She subconsciously wanted to speak. She really wanted to ask, how could it not be difficult to have something that she had never gotten or seen in her life, but she didn't say anything. She would ask these questions when she was young, but she didn't ask them now. It wasn't important. She didn't care. Li Rong's silence, in Pei Wenxuan's heart, was like the death of 1,000 cuts that came 30 years late. It wasn't because he was rejected by Li Rong, but because he just realized that he had let Li Rong walk alone for 30 years. He suddenly had a great urge to tell her, just like she told him, that Pei Wenxuan was very good, that Pei Wenxuan could like someone else. He also wanted to tell her, whether she rejected or accepted, he wanted to tell her. Li Rong, there is someone who likes you. He likes you very, very much. The moment this thought surfaced, Pei Wenxuan calmed down. This was a very important matter. If he casually said these words at this time, it would seem too careless. Even if he said it, Li Rong wouldn't take it to heart. More importantly, he wanted to say these words to Li Rong at the most beautiful moment. He wanted Li Rong to be happy and remember it for the rest of his life. Whether Li Rong accepted it or not, at least she would always remember this moment and Pei Wenxuan in her heart. Pei Wenxuan was thinking about how to say these words. When Li Rong saw that he was hugging her without saying anything, he raised his hand and patted his hand. He said calmly, "Okay, go to sleep. Don't your hands hurt from hugging like this?" "It hurts." Pei Wenxuan leaned his head on Li Rong's back and said in a low voice, "It doesn't hurt when I hug your highness." "Nonsense." Li Rong sneered and gently pushed away Pei Wenxuan's hand. He closed his eyes and said, "Go to sleep." The two of them closed their eyes. Li Rong rested for a while and suddenly remembered, "In a few days, I plan to leave the capital. Do you want to come?" Hearing Li Rong's words, Pei Wenxuan became a bit more energetic. "Leave the capital?" "Yes." Li Rong closed his eyes. "We'll find a place to stroll around. Just treat it as a vacation." When Pei Wenxuan heard Li Rong's words, he had some ideas in his mind. He pondered and said, "Has your highness thought about where to go?" "Let me think about it." Li Rong pondered. He had to find a place where it was easy to set up an ambush. The two of them fell asleep with different thoughts in their minds. The next day, before dawn, Pei Wenxuan woke up early. Li Rong heard a rustling sound next to her and thought that Pei Wenxuan had woken up. Then, she felt a handkerchief gently placed over her eyes, and then light came on. A moment later, Pei Wenxuan came back, shook her gently, and said softly, "Your Highness, get up." In the past, Pei Wenxuan would not wake her up. He would usually let her fall asleep and change her clothes. He would only wake her up when it was time to get out of bed. Li Rong was a little confused. She opened her eyes and saw Pei Wenxuan's bandaged hand. Only then did she remember that Pei Wenxuan's hand was injured. It was a little difficult for him to support her with one hand. Li Rong opened her eyes in a daze and saw Pei Wenxuan waiting by her side. He said, "Your Highness, please sit up first." "It's okay." Li Rong shook her head and climbed out of bed. Pei Wenxuan hurriedly put the clothes on her. Li Rong pulled the clothes on herself and said, "I'll put them on myself." Li Rong put on the clothes as she spoke. She turned her head and looked at Pei Wenxuan, who was still wearing a single shirt. "Aren't you cold?" "I'll put them on right away." Pei Wenxuan smiled and went to pick up the clothes. Li Rong saw that it was inconvenient for him to do it with one hand, so she walked to the bed with a yawn. She picked up the clothes and put them on him. "Let me help you." Pei Wenxuan was stunned. Li Rong did not notice anything. She asked Pei Wenxuan to put the gloves into the clothes and raised her hand to help Pei Wenxuan button up. She had never done this before, so she looked a little clumsy. She lowered her head and stood in front of him like a child who had just learned how to do things. Looking at Li Rong like this, Pei Wenxuan actually had an indescribable feeling. The most seductive thing was not that she was frank and flirtatious, but that she was like a little girl. She lowered her head in front of you, revealing her slender and beautiful jade neck, learning to button up a button for you. She raised her hand from behind, as if she was hugging you, but also as if she wasn't. Her fingertips gently slid across your waist, and then she pretended nothing happened. She raised her hand in front of you and tied the belt tightly. Pei Wenxuan looked at the girl in front of him and tried hard to restrain his impulses. He maintained his usual gentle expression until Li Rong raised her hand to tidy up his clothes. He hurriedly stopped her. When he opened his mouth, his voice was a little hoarse. "Your Highness, there's no need." Li Rong was still a little sleepy and did not notice that something was wrong. She raised her head and looked at him. "Why is your voice hoarse? Are you cold?" "Maybe a little." Pei Wenxuan quickly adjusted his voice to cover up the strangeness. Li Rong raised her hand and touched his forehead. "You're injured right now. If you have a fever, it'll be bad. Rest well and don't worry about other things. I'll take care of everything." "Your Highness." Pei Wenxuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Why do you always steal my words?" Li Rong smiled and said softly, "If you can't sleep, read a book. I'll attend the morning court for you. You should rest first." As she spoke, Li Rong called for someone to come in and help the two of them wash up. Then, she put on her clothes and went to the morning court. Pei Wenxuan saw her all the way out the door. He also wanted to go to the morning court, but Li Rong forced him to stay and blocked him in the room. After Li Rong went to the morning court, she reported the assassination of Pei Wenxuan. Li Ming ordered for a strict investigation, so Li Rong took care of this matter. When she returned to the inspectorate, she found that the entrance of the inspectorate had been splashed with feces. Li Rong was so angry that she laughed. She turned to Su Ranhua, who followed her. She pointed at him and said, "Lord Su, you're not going to investigate this matter?" Su Ranhua smiled bitterly. "Your Highness, this matter is obviously caused by some unruly village women. Even if we investigate, we can't do anything." "Why can't we do anything?" Li Rong said coldly. "If we really can't do anything, I'll have someone pour feces on your Su residence tomorrow." Su Ronghua's face stiffened. He seemed to see the scene of the Su family's entrance being splashed with feces. He immediately changed his words and said, "Your Highness, don't worry. I'll take care of it right away." Li Rong was too lazy to say anything else. She led Xianxia inside. Xianxia whispered, "Your Highness, why did you let him take care of this matter? Why don't you take care of it?" Li Rong raised her eyebrows. Xianxia immediately replied, "Lord Su is indeed suitable." The two of them entered the inspectorate while talking. Li Rong whispered, "Do you have any clues about yesterday's assassination?" "Not yet." "Then let's see where the suburbs are suitable for an ambush," Li Rong said thoughtfully. "If we can't find any clues in 7 days, we have to take the initiative to attack and take care of everything before the new year." Li Rong smiled. "I also have a good new year." "Your Highness is right." Xianxia was a person. When she objected, she would do her best to oppose. If she agreed, she would do everything cleanly. When Li Rong heard her agree, he was relieved. He led people into the prison to do the final sorting of all the confessions and evidence. Now that all the evidence was almost done, only the final conviction was left. After the crime was decided, the memorial was sent to the higher-ups for the emperor to review. There weren't too many problems, so it was decided. The more it was like this, the more things there were. In the morning, feces was splashed on the inspectorate's entrance. At night, people came to the princess residence's entrance with silver. Li Rong had people stop them outside and walked back to the princess residence. After 7 days, the matter was almost settled, and Xianxia had more or less found some clues. It's Qin Guang's family. They spent a lot of effort to hire assassins. Xianxia followed Li Rong out of the prison. Li Rong wiped his hands with a handkerchief and listened to Xianxia. Qin Guang has a high status in the Qin family. He is the only son of Madame Qin. If he dies, the Qin family will completely decline. There should be many big families supporting the Qin family. However, Your Highness has offended too many people. We can't figure out who is secretly supporting the Qin family. Is there any evidence? Li Rong asked in a low voice. Xianxia shook her head. No, they did it very quickly. This conclusion is just an inference. There's no evidence. Has Qin Guang been convicted? Yes, Xianxia said in a low voice. According to Your Highness's orders, he was convicted by beheading. Li Rong responded. She thought for a moment and said in a low voice, have you found a suitable place to ambush in the suburbs? I found it. Xianxia and Li Rong walked to the hall. She took a map and pointed to a place. It's here, Butterfly Gorge. There are cliffs on both sides. At this location, we can find a suitable place for Your Highness to hide in advance. Your Highness only needs to lure them here and then hide in a safe place. We can catch them like a turtle in a jar. Li Rong nodded and said, then let's set it here. 5 days later. Li Rong looked up. 5 days later, I will take Pei Wenxuan out for an outing. If they want to make a move, this is the best time. Your Highness wants to take the prince consort? Xianxia was a little puzzled. Why do you want to take him? If I go out alone, it will be too deliberate. I'm afraid they will be vigilant. Li Rong thought and said, taking Pei Wenxuan out can be considered a cover. Then you won't tell him? If I tell him, will he let me go? Li Rong directly asked. Xianxia paused. After a moment, she sighed and said, Your Highness, with your temperament, you can only rely on yourself. Li Rong was too lazy to pay attention to her. He only said, since they dare to make a move, they will be fully prepared. You need to make a final plan for the ambush at Butterfly Gorge. Is there water there? Yes. Xianxia said, there is a stream there. I went to see it. The water flow isn't too fast. There are many caves on the side. The water flow is connected to the small caves on the side. If Your Highness encounters a situation where you have no choice, you can jump into the water. Prepare some incense. Li Rong thought, if you encounter the worst situation, jump into the water and light the incense. But if it comes to that, Li Rong looked up and sneered, think about how to punish yourself. Don't worry, Xianxia immediately said, I will arrange it well. After Xianxia and Li Rong finished talking and confirmed the plan, the two parted ways and returned home. Li Rong returned to the Princess Fu and saw Pei Wenxuan reading. She walked behind Pei Wenxuan. After looking for a while, she found that he was reading some folk stories. You really have too much free time at home. Li Rong laughed. She took the book from his hand and flipped through the names. She looked up at him, the Lord Pei is also reading these kinds of things. Pei Wenxuan and Li Rong stood up together. The two walked to the dining room in a practiced manner. Pei Wenxuan looked at Li Rong and said tentatively, this official has nothing to do and casually read. But after reading for a while, I found that there are many interesting things that this official can't understand. Oh? Li Rong used to read a lot of stories. When he heard that Pei Wenxuan was interested in these kinds of things, he couldn't help but ask, for example? Just now, I saw that scholar confess to the girl he likes. This official thought that liking someone is just a matter of saying a word, but that scholar repeatedly prepared. Why is that? When Li Rong heard Pei Wenxuan's question, he couldn't help but laugh. Pei Wenxuan, I didn't expect you to be such a boring person. This official doesn't understand. Pei Wenxuan and Li Rong entered the dining room together. They sat down and said in a humble and polite manner, Your Highness, please explain. Liking someone is indeed a matter of saying a word, but if a man says this to a girl, what do you think he wants to do? Pei Wenxuan was puzzled. Li Rong laughed. What he wants to do is to confirm a relationship. From this moment on, they belong to each other. If there is no ceremony for such an important matter, wouldn't it seem that the girl is not valued? When Pei Wenxuan heard this, he showed an expression of sudden realization. Your Highness is right. This official is enlightened. Li Rong sighed. You haven't pursued a girl before. You haven't seriously said a word of liking someone, so you don't understand this. As he said this, Li Rong habitually carried the soup. Recently, after Pei Wenxuan's hand was injured, it was Li Rong who fed him soup. Pei Wenxuan looked at Li Rong blowing on the soup and pursed his lips to hide the smile in his eyes. He seemed to be curious. I don't understand. Seeing that Your Highness is so knowledgeable, you must have encountered many such situations, right? Li Rong's movement stiffened. After a moment, she put down the bowl and turned her head. I'm here to serve the prince consort soup. When Pei Wenxuan saw that Li Rong was angry, he hurriedly said, I'm just casually asking. Your Highness, I think that a woman like you, who is beautiful, intelligent, dignified, and noble, must have countless men who like Your Highness. That's why I asked. Pei Wenxuan, I find that you always have the ability to touch the pot that doesn't boil. Li Rong looked at him and sneered, I don't. Do you? When Pei Wenxuan was refuted by Li Rong, he subconsciously wanted to refute. After all, he was such an outstanding man who had lived a lifetime. There should be a few girls who confessed to him. However, the moment he opened his mouth, he found that he also didn't. Before he got married, in Luzhou, there were some girls who threw flowers to him, but it couldn't be considered a confession. Later, in Huajing, at first, the girls in Huajing didn't like him. Soon, he became Li Rong's prince consort. Li Rong had been in the clouds for almost all of his life. He had great power and a strong personality. The girls in Huajing were afraid of death and kept far away from him when they met. Therefore, his rebuttal was blocked in his mouth. When Li Rong saw that Pei Wenxuan was embarrassed, she smiled and said, Lord Pei, no one in your life has ever told you that they like you? When Pei Wenxuan heard this, he smiled to hide his embarrassment. Isn't it the same for Your Highness? I'm different from Lord Pei. Li Rong blinked. There are many people who have told me that they like you. Who? Pei Wenxuan asked subconsciously. His mind quickly turned. Su Yongqing could be counted as one. But Li Rong said there were many. Before Li Rong got married, she didn't come into contact with many men in the palace. Later, in the imperial court, she got married. Who dared to seduce her behind his back? Pei Wenxuan's face turned ugly for a moment. Li Rong observed and smiled at him. Pei Wenxuan quickly asked a few names that were close to Li Rong in the imperial court. Li Rong saw how anxious he was and wanted to laugh. In the end, she raised her fan and patted Pei Wenxuan's hand. Don't guess blindly. They're all low-class people. They think that they're good-looking, so they recommend themselves and want to have a bright future. Aren't they afraid of death? Pei Wenxuan was a little shocked. Li Rong thought for a moment. Maybe my style isn't very good? After all, compared to ordinary women, she didn't seem reserved enough in the outside world at that time. When Pei Wenxuan heard this, there were some waves in his heart. He didn't know that the men in this world could be so spineless and so courageous. In order to have a bright future, they were not afraid of him and dared to recommend themselves. He underestimated these men. He didn't guard against them well in his previous life, so he had to be more vigilant in this life. Pei Wenxuan calmed down the many thoughts in his heart and then remembered his original purpose. He changed the topic. Then how did they tell Your Highness these things? Just casually mentioned it. Li Rong seemed to feel that it was too embarrassing and didn't want to say more. she asked, why do you keep asking these things? Pei Wenchuan smiled. I just saw the scholar in the storybook say that he liked it, and he even specially chose a place. I felt that it was too grand, so I wanted to ask your highness, are other people really like this scholar? It depends on whether they have the intention or not. When Li Rong saw that Pei Wenchuan seemed to be asking a question and didn't seem to be implying anything, he said casually, those who have the intention can do better than what is written in the book. Those who don't have the intention may not even say that they like you. Pei Wenchuan, he felt that Li Rong was hinting at something, but when he saw Li Rong's expression, he felt that he was thinking too much. He continued, Your Highness, what do you think is considered as having the intention? When it comes to intentions, Xianxia just has to do it. Do you still need me to think? Li Rong was a little puzzled. Pei Wenchuan continued, what does Xianxia have to do? At least you know what the other party likes and dislikes and what they want the most. Li Rong pondered and said slowly, actually, you can learn from Su Yongqing about this. Pei Wenchuan smiled when he heard this name. When Li Rong said it, she felt that it wasn't right. She looked at Pei Wenchuan and saw that Pei Wenchuan's smile didn't change. She felt a little guilty. Pei Wenchuan asked gently, Your Highness, what do you say? I don't mean that you are inferior to Su Yongqing. Li Rong quickly explained. Pei Wenchuan laughed. Your Highness, am I such a petty person? Seriously. Li Rong didn't dare to say it out loud. However, when she saw that Pei Wenchuan's expression was still alright, she guessed that Pei Wenchuan had already let go of the grudge between him and Su Yongqing. Thus, she continued, do you remember that there were peonies in the princess residence every winter? Yes, I remember. Pei Wenchuan nodded. Li Rong smiled and reminisced. Su Yongqing knew that I liked peonies and not plum blossoms. Therefore, he would specially cultivate peonies in the greenhouse every winter. The peonies in the princess residence were all planted by him for me. At that time, I felt that this was probably Xianxia. Pei Wenchuan's expression didn't change when he heard this. He picked up his tea and took a sip. Li Rong looked up and felt a little uneasy. Why aren't you saying anything? I am just a little emotional. I didn't expect Lord Su to be so good to your highness back then. Li Rong felt that the atmosphere was weird when Pei Wenchuan said this. She nodded reluctantly and replied, indeed. But I remember that his highness actually likes peony the most. Li Rong was stunned. After a while, she laughed. I can't believe that you know about this. Peonies are not noble enough, Li Rong said slowly. Furthermore, my mother taught me from a young age not to let others know what I like, even if it is a flower. Pei Wenchuan listened to Li Rong. After a while, he nodded and said, I understand. Oh, by the way, make some time in a few days. As Li Rong spoke, she suddenly thought of something and said to Pei Wenchuan, I want to bring you to the Butterfly Gorge to take a look. I heard that the scenery there is beautiful and it is very beautiful. Pei Wenchuan smiled when he heard this. It is my honor to be able to travel with your highness. As he spoke, he had already outlined the Butterfly Gorge in his mind. It was indeed a beautiful place. There was a gurgling stream and a mix of hills along the shore. It was the most suitable place to set up a place of love. Li Rong also outlined the Butterfly Gorge in her mind as she drank her tea. It was surrounded by mountains on both sides and lush vegetation. It was the most suitable place to set up an ambush. Both of them had their own thoughts, so they began to make their own preparations. Li Rong's case came to an end. Everyone had been convicted. Out of more than 70 officials, more than 40 were demoted, 13 were exiled, and 7 were executed. There were also a few who committed suicide right after the investigation, so they were not included in the case. When the memorial reached Li Ming's hands, Li Ming deliberated for a day before he finally wrote down the word approved. After the memorial was handed over to the Ministry of Martial Arts for review, the Ministry of Martial Arts refuted it back on the same day. They listed the past achievements of those officials in detail, and summed it up with one word, too heavy. Li Rong was too lazy to argue with these civil officials, so she asked Pei Wenchuan to write her a memorial to scold them. Pei Wenchuan's temper had been very good recently. At night, he would sit next to her. Every time she scolded him, he would write in a different way. When she was tired of scolding, he would give her a cup of water to moisten her throat. On the surface, she was arguing with these people from aristocratic families, but she secretly sent people to set up an ambush in Butterfly Gorge. The day before she prepared to go to Butterfly Gorge, she ordered Xianxia to bury gunpowder in Butterfly Gorge as a precaution. As a result, that night, Xianxia came to report to her, "Your Highness, have you mentioned the ambush in Butterfly Gorge to anyone else?" Li Rong looked up from the document. "What's wrong?" "There's another group of people doing something else in Butterfly Gorge." "Something else?" Li Rong became vigilant. "Have you figured out who it is?" "I thought you knew," Xianxia laughed. "It seems to be the Prince Consort's people." "Prince Consort?" Li Rong was a bit surprised. "What are his people doing there?" "I don't know for the time being, but they transported a lot of flowers today. It seems like they're setting up something." Li Rong heard her words, thought for a moment, and said, "If they transported a lot of flowers, wouldn't it be very noisy?" "Exactly." Xianxia seemed to be a little happy. "I was originally worried about what to do if the Qin family didn't do anything about your Highness' trip. Now, there was no need to worry. What the Prince Consort did today had already shocked the Qin family. The Qin family's informant reported tonight that many people came to the Qin residence today. Madame Qin withdrew a large amount of gold and silver from the accounts room. I'm afraid she's making preparations." The older, the wiser. Li Rong felt a little helpless. "Sure enough, we can't hide it from Pei Wenchuan. Prince Consort is a smart person," Xianxia smiled. "Your Highness has already reached this step. He also understands that he can't stop your Highness, so he might as well help your Highness. If we succeed tomorrow, everyone will be rewarded." Li Rong was happy, but then she remembered, "Is the gunpowder buried?" "It's buried." As Xianxia spoke, she took out the topographic map of the Butterfly Gorge and pointed out the location to Li Rong. "It's placed at these 3 points. After your Highness enters the Butterfly Gorge, jump into the 3rd pool and swim west. After 10 zhang, you'll see the light and see a small hidden cave. If anything happens, your Highness can hide in this cave." Li Rong nodded. After asking Xianxia about the whole process in detail, he saw that it was already late, so he went out with Xianxia. As soon as they arrived at the door, they saw Su Ronghua, who was planning to go out together. Su Ronghua bowed to Li Rong and respectfully said, "Your Highness." Li Rong nodded. "Lord Su went back?" "Yes." Su Ronghua smiled. "Your Highness and Miss Shangguan also plan to go back?" The 3 people stepped out of the inspection department together. Li Rong smiled. "It's not early. It's been cold recently." Su Ronghua sent Li Rong to the carriage and respectfully said, "Your Highness, it's better to go out less recently." When Li Rong heard this, she couldn't help but pause. She turned her head and her eyes fell on Su Ronghua. After a long time, she smiled gently. "Thank Lord Su for reminding me. It's late, Lord Su should go out less at night." Su Ronghua chuckled with a bit of helplessness on his face. "Your Highness, it's not up to me to decide whether to go out at night or not. The only thing I can do is to try my best to walk under the light." As arrogant as eldest young Master Su, Li Rong was a bit puzzled. "Can't I choose to go or not?" Su Ronghua didn't speak. He raised his hand to salute and whispered, "Farewell, Your Highness." Li Rong looked at Su Ronghua. After a moment, she finally nodded and said goodbye to Xianxia and Su Ronghua. When Li Rong returned to the residence, she saw Pei Wenchuan waiting for her as usual. He heard that she was coming back in advance, so he waited at the door. As soon as Li Rong entered the residence, she saw the blue-clothed youth standing in the long corridor. When Li Rong saw Pei Wenchuan, she unconsciously smiled. She walked in front of Pei Wenchuan and patted Pei Wenchuan's shoulder. She encouraged him. "Well done." Pei Wenchuan was a bit at a loss. He carefully said, "Your Highness, when you said well done, you mean, I know what you did in Butterfly Gorge." When Pei Wenchuan heard this, he was surprised. He didn't expect Li Rong to care about him so much that she even inquired about such details. Pei Wenchuan couldn't help but say, "Since your Highness knows, then tomorrow." Pei Wenchuan was a bit uneasy. "Does your Highness still plan to keep the appointment? How can I not go after spending so much effort?" Li Rong smiled. "Do as you wish, but do it beautifully." When Pei Wenchuan heard this, he was a bit stunned. His heart beat faster. He looked at Li Rong's back as she walked forward with her hands behind her back. He opened his mouth to ask many questions, but he felt offended. Since Li Rong knew what he did in Butterfly Gorge, with her intelligence, she naturally knew what he was thinking. She still allowed him to do so. Did it mean another kind of response? Pei Wenchuan didn't dare to think too much. He was afraid that he would think too much and couldn't help but say too much. However, he was already prepared to say these words tomorrow, so he smiled and said solemnly, "Your Highness, don't worry. I will arrange it." Li Rong nodded and said happily, "Okay, let's eat." That night, Li Rong was in high spirits. Pei Wenchuan saw that she was happy and felt a little uneasy. He thought that Li Rong should be looking forward to his performance tomorrow. If he didn't perform well, would he let Li Rong down? He understood Li Rong's temperament. She was very defensive and wouldn't let down her guard because of his confession. However, she seemed to be looking forward to tomorrow. She should be looking forward to what he could do for her tomorrow. Little girls always had a bit of vanity and wanted to receive special care and attention. However, Li Rong had seen many big scenes. Pei Wenchuan wasn't sure if he could give Li Rong the answer she wanted. Pei Wenchuan thought about tomorrow's matter and couldn't sleep the whole night. He tossed and turned at night. He was afraid that he would wake Li Rong up, so he could only simulate tomorrow in his mind over and over again. Every word he should say tomorrow, everything he should do, every detail. After he confirmed one by one, it was already almost dawn. Both of them had specially asked for leave. Li Rong stayed in bed and slept. Pei Wenchuan got up early and went to the room next door. After freshening up, he left the city before dawn. Li Rong slept soundly. When she woke up, the sky was already bright. She yawned and got up. Jing Lan came forward to serve her. She couldn't help but ask, "Where's the prince consort? Why don't I see him?" "The prince consort left early this morning." Jing Lan smiled and said, "He left a message, saying that he will wait for your highness at Butterfly Gorge." "How many people did he bring with him?" Hearing this, Li Rong first thought about Pei Wenchuan's safety. Jing Lan understood Li Rong's meaning and replied with a smile, "The prince consort brought all the elite secret guards under his name. Your highness, don't worry. The prince consort will arrange it well." "That's good." Li Rong was relieved when she heard that Pei Wenchuan brought all the elite secret guards out. She was even more certain that Pei Wenchuan had a rough idea of today's matter. Jing Lan helped her put on her clothes and went to the dining room to eat porridge. Then, Jing Lan led her to the carriage and headed out of the city. Li Rong brought a lot of people with her. It looked mighty. Jing Lan and Jing Mei sat in the carriage with Li Rong. Jing Mei couldn't help but ask, "Your highness, you brought so many people with you. Who would dare to approach you?" Li Rong was drinking tea. When she heard Jing Mei's words, she looked up at her with a faint smile. "You are still too young. If I don't bring anyone with me, I'm afraid that others won't dare to approach me." "Ah?" Jing Mei was a little confused. "I don't understand your highness's words." Li Rong smiled. Since she had nothing to do in the carriage, she patiently explained to Jing Mei, "My identity is here. Now that the case is at a critical juncture, I'm going out in such a high-profile manner. If I don't keep a tight watch around me, I must have a backup plan. Compared to being strong in the open, a secret arrangement will make those killers more afraid. After all, there are so many people in the open. The degree of danger is also here. Whether they have the ability to make a move or not, it will be obvious at a glance. Then what if they see that your highness is on high alert and don't make a move?" Jing Mei was a little confused. Li Rong was quite helpless. He took the fan and looked at her head. Helplessly, he said, "Of course I'm on high alert because I heard the news." "Don't worry," Li Rong said with a cold look in his eyes. "Chen Guang is the only son of the Chen family. Even if the old madam has to risk her life, she will save him. If someone is willing to be the knife, how can those who want to make a move let go of this opportunity? It's a good opportunity to deal with them all at once." Li Rong laughed. "All day long, they want to kill the chicken to warn the monkey in front of Father Emperor and me. They really think that I have a good temper and can't do anything to them." Hearing these words, Jing Mei couldn't help but look at Jing Lan. She didn't really understand, but she seemed to understand. Jing Lan poured a cup of tea for Li Rong and said softly, "Your Highness is right." Li Rong and Jing Lan chatted with Jing Mei while Pei Wenxuan was busy in Butterfly Gorge. Pots of peonies bloomed in the gorge. Pei Wenxuan directed the person to place the peonies in the right place, turning the entire Butterfly Gorge into a sea of flowers. Gongzi. Dong Yi walked over from the small path and stood beside Pei Wenxuan, who was standing in the sea of flowers. He said happily, "His Highness is here." Hearing this, Pei Wenxuan pursed his lips and smiled. He lowered his head and said, "Then I just started warming the wine. When His Highness arrives, there will be warm wine to drink." As he said this, Pei Wenxuan had someone put a small stove to warm the wine on the long table he had already set up. Then, he warmed up a pot of peach blossom wine. After setting up the stove and putting the wine on the table, Pei Wenxuan knelt in front of the long table and touched the guqin on the table. He hadn't played the guqin for many years. In the past, Li Rong liked to listen to him play the guqin, so he would always play for her after the morning court. The girl would lie on the table and quietly look at him. When the song ended, she would laugh and happily say, "Pei Wenxuan, you are so beautiful." He didn't know whether this person really liked to listen to the guqin or simply thought that he looked good playing the guqin. But it didn't matter. She liked it, and that was enough. Pei Wenxuan gently stroked the strings of the guqin. At this time, Li Rong's carriage had also left the city and was getting further and further away from Huajing. Just as they were about to reach Butterfly Gorge, arrows fell like rain and fiercely pierced the walls of Li Rong's carriage. Outside, people were thrown off their feet and horses were thrown off their feet. Li Rong calmly sat in the carriage and coldly reminded the person next to him. "They are here." Shouts and screams could be heard from all directions as the carriage sped up. The three girls swayed left and right in the carriage and each of them found a protruding spot to stabilize themselves. Jing Mei and Jing Lan were already pale with fright, but they still forced themselves to remain calm. The arrows hit the walls of the carriage one by one, as if the walls would be pierced through at any time. "Your Highness," Jing Lan trembled and said, will the carriage be pierced through?" Just by listening to the sound of the arrows outside, they knew what kind of rain of arrows was outside. If it weren't for the special carriage, they would have been shot into sieves. Li Rong supported himself and listened to the sounds outside. He calmly said, "Don't panic, the carriage can't be pierced through. It might overturn in a while. Hold on tight." As soon as he finished speaking, the horses outside screamed, and the carriage suddenly turned upside down. Li Rong used his strength to stabilize himself so that he wouldn't roll with the force of the carriage, but he was still hit by a huge force and hit the wall of the carriage. Li Rong took a breath and saw a guard lift the curtain and anxiously said, "Your Highness, come out quickly." Li Rong didn't have time to care about his manners and hurriedly rushed out. He ordered Jing Mei and Jing Lan, "Run to another place." After saying that, Li Rong followed the guard and rushed to the side. He mounted the horse and galloped towards the Butterfly Gorge. Jing Lan and Jing Mei climbed out of the carriage and rushed towards the other side of the forest. Xianxia had already set up an ambush on the mountains on both sides of the Butterfly Gorge. They had to hurry to find Xianxia. Li Rong rushed towards the Butterfly Gorge under the protection of the guards. The guards and the killers behind him fought and retreated, leading the killers to rush in. Xianxia stood on a high ground and watched the killers being led into the Butterfly Gorge by Li Rong. Seeing that more than half of the killers had rushed in, Xianxia shouted, "Falling stones." As soon as his voice fell, stones fell from both sides of the gorge, cutting the killers' team in half. Pei Wenxuan was playing the zither when he heard the sound of rapid horse hooves. He looked up and saw Li Rong, dressed in red, rushing towards him under the protection of the guards. Pei Wenxuan's pupils constricted, then he heard a loud bang. The entrance of the Butterfly Gorge was blocked by a huge rock on the spot, raising the dust. Li Rong and right as Li Rong, trampling the stream and right and the peonies on the ground. Pei Rong right, Pei Wenxuan, get out of the way. The killers and the guards behind her were engaged in a fierce battle. The two groups of people were killing each other in the sea of flowers. Pei Wenxuan could only see the peonies being trampled by them. They slashed at the flowers one by one, and the petals danced in the air. Li Rong, dressed in red, galloped through the sea of flowers. Pei Wenxuan's face turned pale. He looked at the peonies that he had spent a lot of money to scour the entire Huajing area to find. He watched as the peonies turned into petals flying in the air during the battle, but those people were completely unaware of it. They were fighting so fiercely that it was difficult to separate them. He was so angry that his whole body trembled. He was speechless. Li Rong rode his horse to his side and jumped down. He pulled him up and said, "Why are you still standing there? Run." As he spoke, Pei Wenxuan was pulled by Li Rong and ran forward. The killers chased after Li Rong and rushed over. The guards blocked the killers from behind. Li Rong turned his head to look at his guards and shouted, "Retreat! Take everyone and retreat." "Your Highness." Pei Wenxuan finally reacted. He realized what had happened. He looked up at Li Rong and hurriedly wanted to say the words that he had prepared for a long time. "I'm waiting here for, hold your breath." Without waiting for Pei Wenxuan to finish speaking, Li Rong pushed him into the cold lake. Li Rong pushed him directly and decisively, as if he used all his strength. Pei Wenxuan was not prepared and was directly pushed into the lake. The lake water rushed into Pei Wenxuan's mouth and nose. Fortunately, he subconsciously listened to Li Rong's words and held his breath. After falling into the water, the most important thing was to calm down. Pei Wenxuan panicked for a moment and calmed down. He adjusted his posture and then felt someone pulling him forward. Pei Wenxuan knew that it was Li Rong and hurriedly followed Li Rong. The two swam forward for less than 100 meters. Li Rong pulled him up. As soon as he appeared, he felt the ground shake. Pei Wenxuan grabbed Li Rong and held on to the shore. Then the two quickly climbed ashore. The winter was cold. As soon as the two came ashore, they felt a biting cold. Before Pei Wenxuan could ask what was going on, Li Rong trembled and hurriedly went to the side. She took out a bag and took out clothes. She threw one to Pei Wenxuan and said with a trembling voice, "Change." As she spoke, she didn't care that Pei Wenxuan was here and directly began to take off her clothes. Pei Wenxuan hurriedly turned around and didn't dare to look at her. Things happened too fast and Pei Wenxuan didn't have time to think. He could only quickly change his clothes with Li Rong. After changing his clothes, his hair was still wet, but the warmth calmed his nerves a little. Li Rong turned around and looked at Pei Wenxuan. She smiled and said, "Did I scare you?" Pei Wenxuan didn't speak. He pursed his lips and stared at Li Rong. "Your people should be fine." Li Rong saw that he was dissatisfied and thought that he was worried about the safety of the people outside. She comforted him, "I just asked someone to command your people to withdraw. There is a safe area within the range of these explosives. Before coming here, I told them that unless it was a last resort, they must ensure that everyone is in the safe area before igniting the explosives." Pei Wenxuan didn't speak. He nodded, looking a little embarrassed. Li Rong saw that his expression was strange and couldn't help but ask, "What did you want to say to me just now?" "Nothing." Pei Wenxuan turned his head and hid his expression. He turned his head and looked at the light outside the cave. "Was everything arranged by your highness today?" "Don't you know?" Li Rong laughed, "Don't be angry, I know what to do. Just now, I've already separated their people into two sides. A small number of people are blocking the outside. I asked Xianxia to capture some of the people outside alive. The evidence of the Chen family's assassination is stable. Your highness is using yourself as bait." Pei Wenxuan's voice was very low. Li Rong sneered, "I don't have the patience to waste time with them. They come out from time to time, I can't guard against them every day. It's better to lure them out and catch them all in one fell swoop. It's too risky." Pei Wenxuan lowered his voice. He seemed to be a little absent-minded and was trying hard to restrain himself. Li Rong could also see it. She hesitated for a moment and finally said, "It won't happen again in the future. Don't worry." Pei Wenxuan looked outside the cave and didn't say anything. Li Rong glanced at Pei Wenxuan's messy hair and the clothes he took off. She then noticed that Pei Wenxuan was wearing white today. He hadn't worn white for many years. Li Rong didn't know why, but she felt a little nervous. She wanted to say something, but Pei Wenxuan was silent. She didn't know where to start. The sound of fighting outside gradually faded. After a while, Xianxua's voice came from outside. He shouted, "Your Highness, are you okay, Your Highness?" "I'm here." Li Rong immediately raised his voice. Xianxia followed the voice and led people in. She looked happy. It seemed that she had encountered something good. She saluted Li Rong and then nodded to Pei Wenxuan. "Lord Pei." Pei Wenxuan silently returned the salute. Xianxia then turned to Li Rong and said, "Your Highness, we captured 12 people alive today. 10 of our people were injured, but the rest are fine. Take them back for interrogation first." Li Rong immediately said, "Take the corpses back and check them one by one." "Yes." After Xianxia finished speaking, he looked at Li Rong from head to toe. "You go back first. Don't catch a cold. Leave the rest to me." With that, Xianxia looked at Pei Wenxuan and smiled. "Prince Consort, you have made a great contribution this time. His Highness said that he will reward you handsomely." Pei Wenxuan's expression did not change. He only said respectfully, "Thank you, Your Highness." Li Rong nodded. He did not know what to say. He could only raise his hand and point outside. "Let's go." Pei Wenxuan nodded and directly walked out. Xianxia also felt that something was wrong. She walked beside Li Rong and whispered, "Your Highness, Prince Consort looks very unhappy." Li Rong responded. He looked at Pei Wenxuan's thin back and gently tapped the small fan in his hand. He seemed to be thinking about something. After walking out, Li Rong saw a mess. The corpses fell in a sea of flowers. The stream was dyed red with blood. The table, chairs, and qin that Pei Wenxuan had prepared were all smashed to the ground. The stove that warmed the wine had rolled to the side. Pei Wenxuan looked at this scene. He paused. After a moment, he did not say a word. He put his hands in his sleeves and stepped on the sea of flowers. He walked all the way forward. He was wearing a black cloak. His hair was scattered. The wind blew the chopped peony petals to his face. Li Rong looked up and saw the man's back walking out of the valley. "It's winter." Xianxia was a little surprised. Where did he get so many peonies? Li Rong's gaze fell on the peonies. She was stunned for a moment. Then she walked to the qin table. She raised her hand and touched the qin. She saw the words "green sandalwood" engraved on the qin. She instantly remembered that this was Pei Wenxuan's favorite qin. The mountain was full of peonies. His most cherished qin. If he wanted to cooperate with her to lure the enemy, why would he spend so much effort? Li Rong looked at all of this in a daze. Xianxia was surprised for a moment. She immediately reacted. She hurriedly ran to Li Rong's side and stuffed the qin into Li Rong's arms. She anxiously said, "Your Highness, why are you still in a daze? Quickly chase after them." "Chase?" Li Rong looked up blankly. "Chase after them?" "Chase after them. Otherwise, Prince Consort will be sad." Xianxia pulled Li Rong up with a serious face. She pushed her and said, "Hurry, I'll help you disperse the people. You can speak without worry." Li Rong held the qin. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. Xianxia kept pushing her. After a moment, she reacted and said coldly, "Don't push, I'll go over." As she spoke, Li Rong held the qin and walked through the crowd. She walked very fast, but she was extremely restrained. She was like a taut string that had expended a lot of energy. She wanted to catch up with that person, but she was afraid that she would lose her composure. She quickly walked behind Pei Wenxuan and called out loudly, "Pei Wenxuan." Pei Wenxuan stopped. He didn't look back. Li Rong pursed her lips and whispered, "Your qin." Pei Wenxuan was silent for a long time. His voice was a little hoarse. "The qin is broken. You don't need it." Li Rong didn't know what to feel. She felt like her heart was hit by this broken qin. Pei Wenxuan didn't seem to mean that he didn't want the qin, but Li Rong didn't let herself think. She just held the qin and said coldly, "This qin has been with you for a long time. It can still be used after some repairs. I've repaired it too many times." Pei Wenxuan said slowly. "No need." Li Rong grabbed the body of the qin. Pei Wenxuan gently turned his head and looked at Li Rong. Li Rong's face was expressionless. He looked at her seriously. After a long time, he smiled. Your Highness, I prepared for a long time today. I bought the peony at a high price. The clothes were also praised by Your Highness in the past. Everything was according to Your Highness's preferences. I was just afraid that Your Highness wouldn't like it. As he spoke, he seemed to feel embarrassed. He lowered his eyes and looked at the petals on the ground. He smiled. Your Highness should have told me in advance. I thought you knew. Li Rong said calmly, you've always been smart. You can see the big picture from small details. I thought you'd already noticed the assassination and secretly investigated me. That's why you cooperated with me to move these flowers to Butterfly Gorge. Pei Wenchuan didn't speak. Li Rong lowered his eyes and said in a low voice, it's you who lost your usual rationality. Your Highness is right. Pei Wenchuan smiled. In the past, I didn't understand why Your Highness was so resistant to love. Now I understand. Pei Wenchuan looked up at Li Rong. If there is someone in your heart, it's inevitable that you will lose yourself. I have already noticed Your Highness's strange behavior, but I thought that it was Your Highness's goodwill to me. I lost my sense of propriety and almost disturbed Your Highness's plan. Every word Pei Wenchuan said pierced Li Rong's heart. Li Rong held the zither tightly. It was the first time she knew that ordinary words could be so hurtful. But she couldn't show it. She listened indifferently as Pei Wenchuan spoke. It's my fault. Your Highness, don't worry. It won't happen again in the future. After Pei Wenchuan finished speaking, he bowed elegantly and turned to leave. Li Rong watched Pei Wenchuan leave. Her fingers clasped tightly on the zither. Seeing him walk far away, she finally couldn't help but call out to him. Pei Wenchuan. Pei Wenchuan didn't look back. He continued to walk forward. Li Rong gritted her teeth and shouted, why do you have the final say? You said we should be friends, so we should be friends. Now you said we shouldn't be friends, so we shouldn't be friends. You can come and go as you please. What right do you have to throw a tantrum with me? That's right. Pei Wenchuan stopped and turned his head. He cursed like Li Rong. I don't have the right. I never had the right. I wasn't in your heart before. Now, no matter what I do, it won't stay in your heart. I'm not in your heart, so I don't even have the right to like you, accompany you, and pursue you, right? Li Rong's eyes widened. Pei Wenchuan looked at her expression and laughed mockingly. Are you surprised? Didn't you already know? As he spoke, Pei Wenchuan walked forward. He clenched his fists and restrained himself. He lowered his voice so that only the two of them could hear. You clearly knew everything, but you hid it in your heart. You pretended not to know. You just hoped that I could be like before and maintain this so-called friendship with you, and then continue to treat you well. You didn't want to be with me. Pei Wenchuan's voice was trembling. But you couldn't bear to part with my talent and my kindness to you. So, on one hand, you expressed goodwill to me to keep me, but on the other hand, you rejected me when I got close. But Li Rong, Pei Wenchuan's eyes were red. You can't trample on feelings like this. You can say that you don't like me, but you should at least respect this love. If you had paid attention to what happened today, you wouldn't have been in the dark. I can't guess your conspiracy. It's not that I'm stupid. It's just that I'm more willing to believe that you called me out because you really wanted to go somewhere with me to relax. It has nothing to do with these conspiracies. And you knew my intentions, but you couldn't guess my actions. It's not that you don't understand, but in your heart, you're more willing to believe that I'm playing a conspiracy, and not. Pei Wenchuan paused. He stared at the woman in front of him, whose expression didn't change at all after he finished speaking. He suddenly felt tired and embarrassed. He even felt that if he said those words, he would really lose everything. He would completely lose even his last bit of dignity. Not what? Li Rong raised her head and looked at him quietly. Pei Wenchuan looked at her extremely calm eyes and couldn't help but laugh. Your Highness is still better. He turned his head and said in a hoarse voice, Your Highness still has important matters to deal with. This humble subject will take his leave. Pei Wenchuan. Li Rong's voice sounded tired. She looked at the ground and whispered, I've never said these words to you. You're not the only one who feels that your feelings have been trampled, and you're not the only one who feels pitiful. Pei Wenchuan was stunned. After Li Rong finished speaking, she felt that she had lost her composure. She took a deep breath and turned around with her zither. She tried to calm herself. Down. You go back first. I still have things to do. Your Highness, go back. Li Rong shouted. Pei Wenchuan didn't say anything. He quietly looked at Li Rong's back. After a long time, he raised his hand and bowed to Li Rong. This humble subject will wait for your Highness to return home. His voice was very low and carried a hint of pleading. Li Rong stopped in her tracks. After a long time, she replied, yes. Li Rong walked back with the qin in his arms. Xianxia led her men back from afar. She walked to Li Rong's side and glanced at Li Rong's expression. She cautiously asked, what happened? Bring the corpses back first. Li Rong did not respond. He calmly said, bring back the living ones for interrogation. As he spoke, Li Rong turned his head and called out to Jing Lan, whose face was still somewhat pale. He handed the qin to Jing Lan and said, give the qin to the best teacher and have it repaired. Jing Lan acknowledged and walked down with the qin. After Jing Lan left, Li Rong and Xianxia went to see the living assassins. Xianxia had already escorted the assassins to the inspection department. The two of them walked out together. As soon as they left the butterfly gorge, Li Rong saw a group of men and horses galloping towards them and then stopping in a hurry. Li Rong raised his head and was rather surprised. He could not help but say, Lord Su? Su Ronghua's expression relaxed. He looked around, then dismounted from his horse and saluted Li Rong, Your Highness. Why are you here? Li Rong laughed, Lord Su should still be resting. I heard that something happened to Your Highness. Su Ronghua took a deep breath and said, this humble subject came to help. Lord Su came at the right time. Xianxia walked over from behind Li Rong and said with a smile, you came right after the incident. It's a good time. Xianxia, you don't have to be so sarcastic. Su Ronghua glanced at Xianxia and turned to Li Rong, this humble subject only received the news when Your Highness left the city. I hurriedly rushed over and did not intend to delay, I know. Li Rong nodded. Thank you for coming. As he spoke, Li Rong turned to call out to Xianxia and said softly, let's go. Li Rong stepped forward and glanced at the people brought by Su Ronghua. She didn't say anything. Xianxia whispered in her ear, Your Highness, he brought people from the Ministry of Justice. Li Rong responded and did not say anything else. The two of them boarded the carriage and returned to the inspectorate. Li Rong ordered for the assassins to be detained separately and then brought the leader over. The man was tied up tightly and his mouth was stuffed with a rag. Xianxia bent down and whispered into Li Rong's ear, this man wanted to die, his mouth was stuffed with a poison sac, which was dug out. Li Rong looked at the man carefully and recognized him. This man was also a famous figure in his previous life. He was the deputy hall master of the top assassin organization, 7 Stars Hall, Lin Feibai. Li Rong couldn't help but chuckle. Hall Master Lin was even invited. The Qin family must have invested a lot this time. Lin Feibai's face was cold and he didn't speak. Li Rong felt a little scared. Even a person like Lin Feibai was invited out. Fortunately, she had divided the assassins into 2 groups today. There were a few outside and they would use numbers to besiege the Qin family. There were more inside and they would use gunpowder to set up an ambush. If they really met force with force, it would be disastrous today. It was no wonder that the Qin family was so bold. It turned out that they were prepared for her to die today. Someone must have promised the Qin family something. Once she died, even if the Qin family was traced back, old Madame Qin would come out to take the blame. The people behind them would then work to protect Qin Guang. Old Madame Qin was also risking her life this time. She must protect this son of hers. Li Rong calculated all this clearly and looked up at Lin Feibai. Hall Master Lin, I want to talk to you. I'll have someone smooth out your tongue now. If you play with me by biting your tongue to commit suicide, tomorrow, I'll have people lead soldiers to attack Xianxia Mountain and destroy your 7 Stars Hall. Do you understand? Hearing Xianxia Mountain, Lin Feibai suddenly opened his eyes, seeming a little shocked. The biggest taboo for assassin organizations was to let people find out where their headquarters were. They dared to come because they thought that even if the matter was exposed, the people in the palace wouldn't be able to find them. Lin Feibai didn't expect Li Rong to report their stronghold. He panicked for a moment. Li Rong saw that Lin Feibai was emotional. She raised her hand and asked someone to take out the rag in Lin Feibai's mouth. As soon as Lin Feibai spoke, he immediately said, "How did you know?" "It doesn't matter how I know. Young Master Lin just needs to be obedient. I know that you assassins have been trained together since childhood. Your brothers are all on Xianxia Mountain, right? What do you think if I send people out today and catch them off guard?" Lin Feibai's face was cold and he didn't speak. Li Rong continued, "I know that in your line of work, revealing the employer's information is a big taboo. I won't let you testify, nor will I expose you. You just need to tell me what you know." "And after I tell you?" Lin Feibai's voice was cold. "If you take my words and go out to find the murderer, won't I die anyway?" "That's not necessarily the case." Li Rong guided him patiently. "You can leave a clue for me. I'll follow it and take it that I found it. Then I'll give you a chance. You can escape from prison and go back to inform your brothers to change places. How about it? Is there such a good thing in the world?" Lin Feibai sneered. "Does your highness take me for a child?" "Of course there are conditions." Li Rong waved his fan. "I want to make an order for 7 Stars Hall. You have to accept it." Lin Feibai didn't speak. Li Rong knew that he was waiting for her. She leaned forward and whispered, "The person who assassinated Pei Wenxuan is one of your people, right?" Lin Feibai didn't say anything. Li Rong laughed, lowered his voice, and said seriously, "Who suggested that you assassinate Pei Wenxuan? Go back and kill him in the same way. After you do it, find someone to pretend to be an ordinary person and make a deal with me. I can sell you a piece of land from my fief. Of course, you don't need to give me money. Just make a deal on the surface and pretend that you and I don't know each other. Move your stronghold from Xianxia Mountain to my fief and I'll guarantee your lives." Lin Feibai hesitated. Li Rong saw that he didn't immediately agree to such benefits, so she understood that the people behind him must have given the same conditions as her. She thought about the location of Xianxia Mountain, took a sip of tea, and said slowly, "Think about it. The Xie family is only an aristocratic family after all. Even if they have a lot of land, the government and the army there belong to the imperial court in name. If father sends people to investigate you, it's still unknown whether the officials there will listen to the Xie family or the imperial court. And my fief," Li Rong looked up at Lin Feibai. "I'm a princess. My fief is mine. Do you understand the difference?" Lin Feibai's expression changed. Li Rong fiddled with the teacup in her hand. "I'll give you a cup of tea's time. Think about it carefully. Since we're already in the mire, you have to stand on the same side between the Xie family and me. Before I get up, you have to give me an answer." Lin Feibai didn't speak. Li Rong lowered her head and fiddled with the tea floating on the surface of the teacup. After a cup of tea's time, Li Rong stood up and was about to leave when she heard Lin Feibai say quickly, "It's Xianxia." Li Rong paused. Lin Feibai looked up at Li Rong. "The Minister of Justice, Xianxia. Are you sure you still want to kill him?" Xianxia was the current master of the Xie family. It might not be difficult to assassinate him, but it was difficult to counterattack with the strength of such a big family. Li Rong was silent. Xianxia frowned and was about to speak when Li Rong said, "Kill." With that, Li Rong walked out and instructed Xianxia, "Get someone to interrogate him. I'll go out first." Xianxia responded reluctantly. After sending Li Rong out, she turned back and spread out a pen and paper in front of Lin Feibai. She said decisively, "Confess." Lin Feibai looked up at her and stared at her for a long time with a pair of eyes as sharp as an eagle's. Xianxia felt a little scared. "Why are you staring at me?" "I remember you," Lin Feibai said coldly. Xianxia raised her eyebrows and Lin Feibai continued, "The one who stuffed a rag into my mouth." "Xianxia, I won't confess. Get someone else to do it." Lin Feibai turned his head away and stopped talking with a cold face. Shang Guanya's anger rose in an instant. She raised her hand and wanted to hit him, but then she remembered that Lin Feibai had key evidence in his hands. She paused in midair and was in a dilemma. Just as she was feeling awkward, she heard a chuckle from the door. "You want someone else to interrogate him?" "Sure, I'll do it." With that, Su Ronghua walked in from the door and sat opposite Lin Feibai. He lifted the hem of his clothes and leaned against the chair. He looked up and said lightly, "Young master, speak." Lin Feibai didn't speak. Su Ronghua pointed at the rag on the ground and ordered, "Stuff that rag into his mouth." Lin Feibai's eyes widened when he heard this. He said angrily, "You dare?" "Lord Shangguan dares, but I don't dare." "You're underestimating me too much, stuff it in," Su Ronghua ordered. The jailers hesitated for a moment before two of them went forward to pick up the rag on the ground. Lin Feibai couldn't hold it in anymore. He suddenly turned around and said to Shang Guanya, "Get him out." Shang Guanya spread her hands. "You said you wanted someone else." "I'm not changing." Lin Feibai pulled a long face and replied impatiently, "Get him out." "I'll confess now." When Shang Guanya heard this, he sneered, "Wouldn't it have been fine if you said so earlier?" With that, Shang Guanya turned and bowed to Su Ronghua. He raised his hand and made a pleased gesture. "Lord Su?" When Su Ronghua saw Shang Guanya asking him to leave, he sighed. "Zhong Wuyan is really something, and Xia Yingchen is always there. Heartless, truly heartless." Su Ronghua sighed with emotion as he stood up, bowed to Shang Guanya, and walked out. Shang Guanya turned around and pushed the pen and paper in front of Lin Feibai. "Hall Master Lin, please?" By the time Shang Guanya finished interrogating Lin Feibai, it was already late at night. Lin Feibai's position was high and he knew a lot of things. The amount of information he confessed along the way was too much. After Shang Guanya sorted out his confession, he went out and ordered the others to walk forward. "Detain the others first. I'll interrogate them tomorrow." "Lord, His Highness interrogated them overnight and has finished interrogating them." The attendant lit a lamp and led the way for Shang Guanya. Shang Guanya was stunned and asked in surprise, "His Highness hasn't left yet?" "Yes." The attendant smiled. "His Highness is still reviewing documents." When Shang Guanya heard this, he hesitated for a moment before turning and frowning. "I'll go visit His Highness." Shang Guanya walked all the way to Li Rong's study and saw that she was still in the study from afar. Her desk was lit with a lamp and her back was straight. As if she didn't know fatigue, she quietly reviewed the confessions that had just been interrogated. Shang Guanya walked to the door of Li Rong's room and stood at the door for a while. Su Ronghua just happened to lock his door and come out. When he saw Shang Guanya, he was a little surprised and said, "Lord Shangguan?" Shang Guanya was startled by Su Ronghua. Li Rong also heard their voices. She raised her head and looked at the two people standing at the door. She smiled. "Why aren't you leaving?" "Your Highness." Shang Guanya and Su Ronghua bowed to Li Rong together. Li Rong looked at the moon outside and urged, "It's late, go back early." "Your Highness." Shang Guanya hesitated. Li Rong seemed to know what he was going to say and said tiredly, "Go back. Today's situation is special. If it's convenient for you, Lord Su, please send Lord Shangguan off." They dared to do such a big thing today, so it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't retaliate. If they couldn't kill Li Rong, it was possible that they would target Shang Guanya. Su Ronghua was with Shang Guanya. If they wanted to touch Shang Guanya, they would have to give face to the Su family. Li Rong was just saying it, but he didn't expect Su Ronghua to agree. Li Rong was even more relieved. He nodded and said, "Go." Shang Guanya didn't say anything. Su Ronghua raised his hand and said, "Lord Shangguan, please." Shang Guanya sighed and bowed in a low voice. "Your Highness, go back early." Li Rong responded and lowered his head to look at the booklet. "I'll go back after I've dealt with this matter." Shang Guanya saw Li Rong's expression and didn't say anything else. She walked out of the door with Su Ronghua. Su Ronghua quietly looked at her and said with a smile, "Lord Shangguan seems to have something on your mind." "It's nothing." Shang Guanya smiled. "I'll have to trouble Lord Su to send me off today." It's nothing. Su Ronghua walked side by side with Xianxia. It's my honor to send Miss Xianxia home. Xianxia didn't say anything. After a while, she sighed. Su Ronghua, I really don't understand you. We all know why you're here at the inspection department. But if you send me back today, you'll be helping me and His Highness. Miss Xianxia, I don't always want to go against you. Su Ronghua said with a rare seriousness. I know what's right and wrong. If I think you've crossed the line, you'll help others. If I think others have crossed the line, they'll help you. Doesn't Lord Su have his own position? Xianxia looked up at him. Su Ronghua lowered his head and smiled. Yes, but my position is what's right and wrong in my heart. It has nothing to do with the aristocratic families or the imperial power. Is that so? Xianxia's voice was very faint. It was clear that she was being perfunctory. Su Ronghua sighed. Forget it, forget it. It's rare to have such an opportunity. I won't talk about this with Miss Xianxia. Miss Xianxia's worries today are probably related to His Highness. Why don't you tell me? Xianxia didn't say anything. The two of them walked out of the door. Su Ronghua tapped his palm with the fan in his hand and said slowly, Miss Xianxia, I know even if you don't say it. The Lord Pei probably spent a lot of effort to plant the peonies in the mountain today. But the princess set up an ambush there. The relationship between the Lord Pei and the princess seems to be quite subtle. Xianxia stopped. Su Ronghua turned to look at her. Miss Xianxia, are you thinking that His Highness clearly has the Lord Pei in his heart, and the Lord Pei also has His Highness in his heart? But why does it seem that the relationship between the Lord Pei and the Lord Pei is so tense? Su Ronghua. Xianxia looked up and looked at him coldly. Is His Highness someone you can talk about? Su Ronghua laughed. He moved closer to Xianxia and said softly, smile. Xianxia didn't say anything. She stared at Su Ronghua and only said, why? Although she didn't say it explicitly, Su Ronghua knew that Xianxia was asking for the answer to the question he just asked. He raised his eyebrows. Is this the attitude you use to ask people? If you don't want to say it, then forget it. Xianxia's voice was very soft. She walked straight to the carriage. Before she reached the carriage, she heard Su Ronghua say, because I care. The more His Highness cares about something, the more he doesn't dare to touch it. She's different from Pei Wenxuan. Back then, Pei Wenxuan and his wife loved each other very much. That's why Pei Wenxuan is more affectionate and courageous when it comes to relationships. Both you and I know that His Highness was born in the palace. Born like us, we've been taught that there are only rules between husband and wife. Love is like the moon in the sky and the flowers in the water. Why doesn't His Highness think so? Born in different places, it's natural that our temperaments are different. Pei Wenxuan may seem gentle and modest, but he's actually very strong. If he decides on something, he'll advance step by step and fight for every inch of land. Especially when it comes to relationships, he won't give up until he achieves his goal. However, His Highness isn't like that. His Highness is solemn and sorrowful when it comes to relationships. She's afraid that she'll lose her sense of propriety when it comes to relationships. That's why the more she cares, the more afraid she'll be. Why do you say that about His Highness? Xianxia turned around and frowned. She couldn't find any fault with Su Ronghua's words, but she was curious as to why Su Ronghua knew so much about Li Rong. Su Ronghua shrugged. Don't say that I said it. Someone else told me. Who? You don't need to know. Su Ronghua chuckled. I'm only telling you to dispel Miss Xianxuan's doubts. Pei Wenxuan and His Highness are actually not a good match. His Highness can't afford Pei Wenxuan's feelings. His Highness will be afraid. Xianxia didn't say anything. She looked at Su Ronghua quietly. Su Ronghua walked forward and sighed. So you don't have to worry about them. Just leave it to fate. Xianxia laughed when she heard this. It's not up to you to decide whether he's a good match or not. After saying this, she walked toward the inspection department. Su Ronghua was stunned. Xianxia crossed the courtyard and walked quickly to Li Rong's room. Li Rong was still writing with her head lowered. Xianxia walked in front of Li Rong and pulled the pen out of Li Rong's hand. She said seriously, Your Highness, stop writing. Li Rong paused. Xianxia said, Your Highness, if you want to divorce, you should do it sooner. If you want to keep your husband, you should go back now. Why aren't you leaving? Li Rong laughed. She looked up at Xianxia and said helplessly, Why do you care so much at such a young age? Your Highness, you're only 18 years old this year. Xianxia looked at her seriously. I'm a little older than Your Highness. Your Highness, listen to my advice. Go back. Li Rong didn't say anything. She looked calm, as if she didn't understand what Xianxia said at all. Xianxia frowned. Your Highness, you've always been decisive. Why do you have to escape like this? You can't keep writing memorials in the inspection department until you die. You have to see him. Li Rong listened. After a moment, she laughed and turned to look at the lantern flower. You think I'm indecisive now? I'm not likable, right? Xianxia was stunned. Li Rong took the pen from her hand and said gently, If I go back, Pei Wenxuan wants to see me like this. So what? Xianxia couldn't help but say, Pei Wenxuan has you in his heart. It's not like you don't care about him. Who told you I care about him? Li Rong lowered her head and wrote word by word on the paper. Xianxia was so angry that she laughed. She didn't care about the seniority and asked directly, Your Highness, have you fed others soup? Li Rong paused. Xianxia continued, Have you served anyone? Have you carefully cared about other people's feelings? Do you care about other people's feelings for you? Don't you care about them? When the assassins wanted to kill you that day, you told me not to care. But they assassinated Pei Wenxuan, so you wanted to kill them all. Now it's obvious that it's too risky to kill Xiao Lanqing, but you still want to kill him to warn them. You're presumptuous. Li Rong shouted. Xianxia pursed her lips and stared at Li Rong. Your Highness, if you go on like this, how will you live your life? If you go on like this, you'll drive away all the people you like. Haven't I thought about it? Li Rong calmly responded to Xianxia's question. She said very seriously, I've thought about it very clearly. I don't care about others, and I don't need others to care about me. In this life, I'll let the people I care about live well. I have money and power. I'll let whoever I want to be by my side. I've thought about it all my life. I don't need you to tell me how to live my life. Xianxia was a little shocked when she heard Li Rong's reply. Li Rong put down her pen, as if she was a little annoyed that she had said this to Xianxia. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She adjusted her emotions and stood up, trying to calm herself down. I understand. You think that there should be an end to everything. Pei Wenxuan wanted to force me with this end, and now you want to force me too. He's right. I don't want to give him anything, but I want him to be by my side. Li Rong said, then stopped. She tried to control her tone and make herself look normal. I know that this is selfish. No matter how good I am to him, if I can't give him what he wants, then I should make everything clear. I shouldn't keep him. Today's matter is my fault. Li Rong said rationally, without any fluctuation in her tone. I've been avoiding his feelings, so I have to think about everything in a bad way. Today, if I had been more careful, I wouldn't have hurt him. I should apologize to him, and I should make it clear to him. I can't be so self-righteous as to think that I can make up for what he has done for me. Whatever he wants, I have to give him. If I can't give him, I have to make it clear to him. You don't have to say any more. I'm going back. Xianxia listened in a daze. Li Rong decisively flung her sleeves and left the room. Xianxia took a long time to react. She said in disbelief, Your Highness. Li Rong stopped in her tracks. Xianxia looked back at her. Why have you never thought of being with him? Li Rong didn't say anything. She turned her back to Xianxia. After a long time, she said calmly, Let's go back. Li Rong walked out as she spoke. She got into the carriage and sat alone in it. She clenched her fists the moment she felt like she was about to be swallowed up. She repeatedly opened and closed her palms, regulated her breathing, and forced back all the emotions that were surging out. These were all small matters. She didn't need to care about them. She shouldn't lose her sense of propriety because of these things. What should be solved should be solved. She shouldn't drag it out. All of her rationality was controlling her. However, at some point, Xianxia's question would pop up in her mind. Why had she never thought of being with him? Why? It wasn't that she hadn't thought about it. But every time she imagined the future, she would inadvertently think about how long they would be together. Would they separate? What would become of her after they were together? What would happen after they separated? She had seen her mother sit in the Northern Yan pagoda for an entire night. She had seen countless women in the palace being promised and then separated because of various reasons. She firmly remembered the humiliation and self-reproach she felt when she heard Pei Wenxuan say, "I can't let go of her," when she was 18. She also clearly remembered the moment when she tried to ask Su Yongqing, "I can't let go of her." Su Yongqing was at a loss when he knelt in front of her. Those past events were engraved in her bones. She was never willing to pull out such a humiliating side for others to see. She only wanted to be Li Rong in everyone's eyes. Even if she was arrogant, she would never lower her head. When she recalled the past, she cooled her heart bit by bit and calmed herself down. After a long time, the carriage stopped. She heard Jing Lan respectfully say from outside, "Your Highness, we've arrived." Li Rong calmed down in the carriage before responding. She reached out her hand and let Jing Lan help her down the carriage. The cold wind gently blew and a burst of coldness swept over her. She stood at the entrance of the princess residence and raised her head to look at the golden signboard. She didn't know why, but she remembered the princess residence in her previous life. In her memory, the princess residence was always cold and quiet. Even if Su Yongqing followed behind her like a shadow, silently accompanying her through every corner, she would still feel a bone-chilling coldness that seeped into her bones. But in this life's princess residence, she had never felt this way. When Su Yongqing was behind her, he was like her shadow, another her. They were too similar. Buried together in the princess residence, there was a lifeless atmosphere. No one understood her better than Su Yongqing. But because of this, when they fell into darkness together, no one could save the other. They could only sink together. But Pei Wenxuan was different. He was a completely different person from her. He stood behind her and she knew of his existence. She could clearly feel that there was someone who could reach out and pull her out no matter what situation she fell into. This feeling made her afraid and uncontrollable. So even though she knew she was in the mud, she still couldn't help but reach out to him. But she clearly knew that her feelings were a swamp. If she reached out to Pei Wenxuan, she would only be pulling a person on the shore into the swamp to drown with her. She would destroy Pei Wenxuan. Her sensitivity, her paranoia, and her selfishness would wear down this person who held the most beautiful expectations in her heart. Then, bit by bit, he would become a person similar to her. Li Rong walked step by step into the courtyard. Then, she saw the youth standing in the corridor. He was wearing a single shirt and a pure white fox fur coat. He quietly looked up at the moon in the sky. Silver frost sprinkled down. Li Rong stopped at the entrance of the corridor. She didn't dare to go forward. Pei Wenxuan gently turned his head and saw Li Rong. They were separated by the corridor, quietly staring at each other. The moment he saw Li Rong, Pei Wenxuan couldn't explain why. He just felt an indescribable pain in his heart. He felt like he was seeing Li Rong in his previous life. Every time she appeared in front of him, she was cold and aloof. Neither of them spoke. They just quietly looked at each other. After a long time, Pei Wenxuan smiled. "Your Highness is back." "Yes." Li Rong replied, "You haven't slept yet? I have something on my mind. I wanted to wait for your Highness to come back and ask, so I've been waiting." "Ask away." Li Rong seemed to be honest. It was as if she had already made a decision and was fearless. Pei Wenxuan saw that her mood was not right. He paused, then said, "Today, your Highness finally talked about your previous life and got angry with me. I saw that your Highness seemed to be sad. Your Highness has always been introverted. For you to say something like that, it must be because the events of your previous life hurt your Highness too deeply. I know that I shouldn't ask such a question, but I still want to ask your Highness. Pei Wenchuan asked her seriously. In my previous life, I hurt your highness. No matter how I explain, your highness can't let it go, right? No, you explained the events of my previous life very clearly. I also let it go. Li Rong lowered her eyes. Then your highness said today that I wasn't the only one who felt that my feelings were trampled, and I wasn't the only one who felt that I was pitiful. What did you mean? I just wanted to tell you that no matter what, you should always be rational. Just like her in the past. Hearing this, Pei Wenchuan's movement stiffened. After a moment, he took a deep breath, as if he felt that it was a bit absurd. He wanted to say something, but he restrained himself. In the end, he chuckled. Your highness is still your highness. This humble subject thinks too much. Pei Wenchuan raised his hand and saluted. He said respectfully, Your highness, this humble subject has been leaving early and returning late. This humble subject is quite busy. In order to not disturb your highness, this humble subject intends to sleep in the study. I hope your highness will allow this humble subject. Li Rong lowered her head and replied, Yes. Thank you, your highness. Pei Wenchuan straightened up and said calmly, It's late and the dew is heavy. Your highness should rest early. With that, Pei Wenchuan turned and left. Looking at Pei Wenchuan's back, Li Rong finally said, I'm sorry. Pei Wenchuan paused. Li Rong lowered her head and stared at the ground. She said softly, I didn't make it clear to you in the past. I was wrong to hide from you all this time. It's also my fault that I failed to live up to your expectations. Pei Wenchuan listened to her words. He wanted to laugh, but he found it difficult to speak. After a long time, he exhaled and said calmly, Your highness doesn't need to take it to heart. Everything is my own decision. Whether you accept it or not, it's your highness's business. There's no right or wrong. Today, I was presumptuous. I hope your highness can forgive me. Li Rong didn't speak. Pei Wenchuan didn't move. He didn't know what he was waiting for, but he felt that if he left now, he might not be able to turn back. Therefore, he didn't dare to move, and the person behind him didn't leave. The two of them were in a deadlock. In this silence, Li Rong slowly raised her head. She quietly looked at Pei Wenchuan's back. The light shone on his body. There wasn't a single part of his body that wasn't good-looking. Even his back was tall and slender, like a bamboo blade. He was extremely beautiful. Such a good person. As long as he moved, she probably wouldn't have any interaction with him anymore. Pei Wenchuan was a person who could be submissive when he wanted something. However, he was actually very arrogant. If she rejected him this time, there wouldn't be a second time. She had never had him, so she was going to lose him. The princess residence without this person would be as cold and gloomy as in her previous life. Without this person, her life would also be like her previous life. Other than power, there would be nothing else. Actually, she had made all the preparations on the way here. However, at this moment, she realized that no preparations were enough. She didn't know why, but she remembered Xianxia's words. Your Highness, if you continue like this, have you thought about how you'll live the rest of your life? These words corresponded to the night of her wedding. Pei Wenchuan sat quietly in front of her and told her seriously, because you want to live a good life. You don't want to live like your previous life. You want His Highness the Crown Prince to be well, you want a beautiful family, you want someone to love you, you want a child to be happy, you want someone to rely on in your old age, and you want to go to hell together, don't you? Isn't that right? Li Rong's hands trembled slightly. She quietly looked at the person's back. She looked at the person standing there, as if he had been waiting for her. She didn't know why, but she suddenly felt a little bit of courage. Pei Wenchuan waited for a long time. Finally, he was a little tired. He tiredly said, Your Highness, this official is tired. I'll take my leave first. Pei Wenchuan. Li Rong suddenly called out to him. Her voice was trembling. Pei Wenchuan looked back in confusion. He saw Li Rong standing at the end of the corridor. She looked at him, her eyes full of seriousness. Can you wait for me a little longer? In fact, he didn't know what she was thinking. But the moment Li Rong spoke, he felt that she was like a person who had traveled through mountains and rivers. She tore open the thorns that had cut her until she was dripping with blood. She leaned in front of him and spoke with all her might. Pei Wenchuan. Li Rong seemed to be exhausted. I'm not a likable person. I know that when it comes to relationships, I'm annoying. I'm not worth it. I'm not good. I can't believe in you. I can't believe in myself. I know countless reasons, but I can't do these. But even if I'm not, Li Rong forced a smile. Can you wait for me on account of the fact that we were brought together by God in 2 lifetimes? Pei Wenchuan didn't say anything. The short silence exhausted her courage. Li Rong smiled awkwardly. She lowered her head and seemed a little embarrassed. I'm just saying. You probably don't understand. If you think it's ridiculous, then forget it. Just follow your heart. It's okay to leave if you're sad. We're already very familiar with each other. As Li Rong said this, Pei Wenchuan felt a slight pain in his heart. It spread through his heart and fell on his soft flesh. It was sad and bitter. He looked at Li Rong and interrupted her self-deprecating words. He said in a low voice, Rong Rong. When Li Rong heard this, she slowly raised her head. She saw Pei Wenchuan standing under the light with a smile on his face. His expression was gentle and tolerant. It was like a spring breeze that gently wrapped around her heart and soothed all the pain. Don't be afraid, he said gently. It's okay if you're a little slower. I'll always be here when I'm here. Do you know? Pei Wenchuan laughed. In my previous life, I waited for you for 30 years. As he spoke, Pei Wenchuan slowly walked in front of her. He reached out and gently placed his hand on her face. I'm very patient. I can wait for a long, long time, Rong Rong. He lowered his eyes and looked at her. His voice was low and hoarse with a hint of affection. I like you. I've liked you for a long time. Li Rong didn't know what to do as she listened to him. No matter how sad she was in her life, she had never shed tears. But at that moment, tears rushed out and fell on his hand. This confession, which had been delayed for 30 years, was finally delivered to her in such an embarrassing and ordinary moment. You. Li Rong's voice was low and hoarse. She seemed to want to laugh but couldn't. Why didn't you say so earlier? It's been 30 years. Li Rong raised her head and looked at him with red eyes. Tell me, what do you want to do now? I want to be with you. Pei Wenchuan's expression was calm. He spoke decisively and looked at her. I don't want to let go. I want to hug you when you cry. I want to be with you when you laugh. I want to hold the umbrella for you every time it rains. I want to be with you every time you are embarrassed, happy, glorious, low, life and death. What do you see in me? I have a bad temper and I always bully you. Li Rong laughed. Pei Wenchuan also laughed. Maybe I'm blind. There was a warm smile in his voice. That's why I think there's no one better than you in this world. Li Rong. He gently stroked her face with his fingers. I'll wait for you. You just have to keep moving forward. I'll always be here. Li Rong didn't say anything. As she listened to these words, she felt an indescribable softness gently wrapping around her. This kind of gentleness was hard for her to understand, but it also made her feel at ease. For a moment, she felt as if she was 18 years old. Only the 18-year-old her had the qualifications to express her emotions without any concealment, and still have someone to sympathize with and comfort her. She lowered her head for a long time before finally looking up. Somewhat embarrassed, she said, I've made a fool of myself in front of you. How could that be? Pei Wenchuan laughed. I'm happy to see your highness in such a sorry state. Li Rong heard this and glared at him with red eyes. Are you itching for a beating if you don't get scolded for a day? Your highness, Pei Wenchuan folded his hands in his sleeves. You've let me down today. Shouldn't you do something about it? Do you know how expensive the flowers you blew up today were? No matter how expensive it was still my money. I'm afraid you've forgotten where your money came from. Li Rong sneered. Every day you spend money on useless things like this. You're lucky I didn't make trouble for you. How dare you ask me to compensate you? Your highness, Pei Wenchuan brushed his sleeves and said proudly, I'm afraid you've forgotten that I'm the heir to my father's fortune. After being rebuked by Pei Wenxuan, Li Rong remembered that ever since Pei Wenxuan caused trouble at the Pei family, Pei Wenxuan had taken all of his father's money. Li Rong raised his eyebrows. Did I underestimate you? Pei Wenxuan nodded elegantly. It's good that your highness knows. Li Rong was speechless for a moment. He waved his hand and walked forward. Forget it, I don't want to talk to you. It's so cold. As he spoke, Li Rong hurriedly walked towards his room. Before he could take 2 steps, he felt Pei Wenxuan's warm cloak cover him. Li Rong turned to look at him. Pei Wenxuan was wearing a single shirt. He was walking along the corridor with a smile on his face, but he didn't say anything. Li Rong quickly looked away and lowered his head. She didn't know why. She didn't feel anything when she was talking, but after she finished speaking and Pei Wenxuan interrupted her, she felt an indescribable awkwardness, which made her whole face heat up. Pei Wenxuan glanced at Li Rong from the corner of his eye and saw the slight blush on her face. He suppressed the smile on his lips and did not add fuel to the fire. The 2 of them entered the room. Pei Wenxuan accompanied Li Rong into the room. Li Rong felt a little nervous when she thought about sleeping face to face with Pei Wenxuan at night. However, she didn't want to push Pei Wenxuan away when they finally agreed to it. She could only pretend that nothing had happened and wash her hands with her back to Pei Wenxuan. Pei Wenxuan saw that Li Rong was deliberately busy and didn't look back at him. He also didn't enter the room. He put his hands in his sleeves and leaned against the door, smiling as he watched Li Rong busy herself. After a while, Li Rong heard no movement behind her. She finally turned around and saw the young man standing at the door. She couldn't help but ask, "Why don't you come in? Didn't your highness allow me to sleep in the study?" Pei Wenxuan replied confidently. Li Rong was stunned. She didn't know why, but her nervousness suddenly disappeared. At the same time, she was worried that Pei Wenxuan was still angry. However, when this thought appeared, she forcefully stopped it. She felt that it was a little awkward to care about whether he was angry or not. For a moment, her thoughts were tossed and turned. Pei Wenxuan saw the expression in her eyes change. Finally, he heard Li Rong say, "Then why are you still standing at the door?" After saying that, Li Rong seemed to feel that her words were too stiff. She softened her tone and said, "Rest early. You still have to go to court tomorrow." When Pei Wenxuan heard her say this, he immediately laughed. He straightened up and bowed to Li Rong. He said respectfully, "I will follow your highness's instructions. This official will take his leave first." Li Rong responded stiffly. Pei Wenxuan turned around and leisurely left. She stood quietly in the room. For a moment, she couldn't understand Pei Wenxuan's intentions. Just now, everything was fine. Why did he want to sleep in the study? While she was thinking, she heard footsteps outside. Then, she saw Pei Wenxuan turn back. He came to the door and said with a smile, "I almost forgot about something." Wah! Before she could finish speaking, Pei Wenxuan came in front of her. He bent down and gently kissed her face. He said softly, "Your Highness, good night." Then, without waiting for Li Rong to react, he straightened up, turned around, and walked out. Li Rong stood there expressionlessly. After a while, she raised her hand and wiped her face. She muttered, "Gaudy." After saying this, she finally relaxed. She took off Pei Wenxuan's coat and hung it on the side. Then, she walked to the bedside and gently sat down. Not long after she sat on the bedside, Jing Lan came in. He looked at Li Rong and restrained himself. He said, "Your Highness, this servant heard that the prince consort wants to sleep in the study today." "Yes," Li Rong said calmly, "add a quilt for him." "Your Highness," Jing Lan said with difficulty, "how can a husband and wife have an overnight grudge? We don't have any grudges." "Don't worry about it," Li Rong looked up and said calmly, "the prince consort and I are just having fun. Don't bother us." "Ah?" Jing Lan said in surprise. Li Rong stood up and walked to the clean room. He ordered Jing Lan, in a while, send a bowl of ginger soup to the prince consort. Don't let him catch a cold. Also, send someone to find out how much the prince consort has spent on buying peonies. Take out some money from the treasury and send it to him. Jing Lan silently listened to Li Rong's words. The more she heard, the more shocked she became. Even the money spent had to be returned. What kind of fun was this? They were clearly living separately. However, she understood Li Rong's temperament. If she said anything more, Li Rong would probably be annoyed by her. Thus, Jing Lan could only swallow her words. Without saying a word, she wrote down Li Rong's orders. Pei Wenchuan walked to the study. When he entered the study, he closed the door. Thinking of Li Rong's surprised expression, he laughed happily. He lay down on the small couch. After a while, he heard Dong Ye's voice from outside, "Gongzi, the quilt is here." Pei Wenchuan hurriedly sat up and said loudly, "Come in." Dong Yi hugged the quilt and pushed the door open to squeeze in. Pei Wenchuan stood up and looked at Dong Yi arranging the quilt. Dong Yi couldn't help but say, "Gongzi, why are you being angry with His Highness? His Highness will be angered to death if you take the initiative to sleep here." "AI, what do you know?" Pei Wenchuan said with disdain. "This is called retreating in order to advance. This is a tactic." "I don't understand your tactic." Dong Yi made the bed and muttered, "This servant knows that the small couch in the study is too hard. If you really want to live separately, why don't you find a guest room and sleep in the study? Won't you be torturing yourself if you sleep in the study? Go, go, go." Pei Wenchuan saw that Dong Yi made the bed and waved his hand. "How can the study and the guest room be the same? Sleeping in the study is to wait for His Highness to summon me back. If I sleep in the guest room, do I have a reason to go back? Then why don't you just stay here?" Dong Yi asked in a self-righteous manner. Pei Wenchuan was rendered speechless by his question. A moment later, he reacted and hissed, "I say, why are you getting bolder and bolder? Do you not want to work anymore?" "I'm worried about you," Dong Yi said earnestly. "Gongzi, a relationship can't withstand the torment. Since you care about His Highness, you should be more direct. You're so thick-skinned and shameless. A woman is afraid of being pestered by a man. You originally had the advantage of being in a favorable position, but now you've moved to the study. It's cold, hard, and lonely. What are you after? What are you after?" Pei Wenchuan raised his eyebrows. "Of course, you're after the princess. Don't say any more." Pei Wenchuan walked over and waved his hand. "You can leave. I want to sleep." Dong Yi saw that Pei Wenchuan didn't listen to him. He sighed and turned to leave. After Dong Yi left, Pei Wenchuan turned off the light and lay down on the bed. He first lay flat on the bed. After a while, he turned over and thought about what Li Rong was doing and thinking at this moment. He could tell that Li Rong was probably very embarrassed after saying these things to him today. She might need a long time to accept him, so he stepped back and gave Li Rong some time. He also gave himself some time. He didn't expect Li Rong to say these things to him. However, when Li Rong said these words, he clearly saw for the first time that Li Rong's last life was such a deep wound. He thought that time had healed these wounds, but now he knew that they didn't heal out of thin air. They were just hidden in a deeper corner, as if they had disappeared. But if it had always existed, then it would silently play a role in the countless choices made in life. Li Rong was afraid of relationships. She had been proud her whole life, but she had no confidence in herself when it came to relationships. Because she knew that she was bound to lose, she would decisively withdraw at the beginning of every relationship. This was the knot between them. She couldn't accept him, and he was too weak. So in their last life, even if there was no Qin Zhenzhen or Su Yongqing, they would still end this relationship because of other things. He couldn't force her. Pei Wenchuan thought quietly. Li Rong was like a cat that had just entered the world of relationships. She was afraid of everything, so he could only let her explore. He couldn't put everything in front of her at once. She could come and go as she pleased. Only with enough decision-making power could he feel secure enough. This was probably what Li Rong wanted to wait for. The distance between them should be decided by Li Rong, not him. Li Rong was willing to take the first step and decide this distance. This was already a very good start. Pei Wenchuan pursed his lips in the night and couldn't help but laugh. The two of them fell asleep while thinking about what happened that night. When dawn came, Li Rong vaguely heard someone wake her up. She subconsciously wanted to call Pei Wenchuan, but then she remembered that Pei Wenchuan had gone to sleep in the study. She groggily called out, and the Jing Lan came in with a lamp. Li Rong couldn't get used to the glaring light for a while. Then she was called out of bed. In the past, Pei Wenchuan would first get up and cover her eyes with a handkerchief. Then he would go back to the window and use his shadow to block the light. Then he would put her clothes under the quilt and help her put them on, making sure that she didn't feel cold at all. Now that he wasn't here, even if the servants did their best, they couldn't be so considerate. However, this small detail reminded Li Rong of Pei Wenchuan's good points. She sighed softly and turned her head to ask, "Has the prince consort gotten up?" "The prince consort is already waiting in the dining room." The Jing Mei helped Li Rong get dressed and said with a smile, "Does your highness want to go over and eat together?" "Naturally, I want to go over," Li Rong replied. After getting dressed, she went to the dining room. Pei Wenchuan had already changed into his official robes and was sitting down to read the information that had just been sent back. Li Rong entered the room. Pei Wenchuan looked up and said with a smile, "Good morning, Your Highness." "Good morning," Li Rong smiled and her eyes fell on the information that had just arrived. "Is there any special news today?" "Nothing much." Pei Wenchuan put down the information in his hand and looked at Li Rong. "Did your highness sleep well last night?" "Very well," Li Rong said and sat down next to Pei Wenchuan. "How about you?" "Not bad either," Pei Wenchuan said. Li Rong nodded and wanted to find a topic to talk about. However, before he could think of anything, he heard Pei Wenchuan say, "About yesterday's assassination, Your Highness, do you plan to go to the imperial court today or do you plan to wait and see?" "Wait and see." Li Rong saw that Pei Wenchuan took the initiative to talk about business and said, "Maybe we didn't, but the mastermind took the initiative to report him?" "It's not impossible." Li Rong nodded and said slowly, "Let's wait and see." Pei Wenchuan nodded and began to talk about other business with Li Rong. Pei Wenchuan didn't mention a word about what happened last night, as if nothing had happened. Li Rong followed Pei Wenchuan's words and talked about business, but there was a faint sense of uneasiness in her heart. She felt that she should say something, but she didn't know what to say. After the meal, the two went to the imperial court together. Li Rong and Pei Wenchuan walked side by side in the corridor. Usually, Pei Wenchuan would find some reason to pull her, but today, Pei Wenchuan was very proper, as if they were just colleagues. There was no charm or gentleness, and he only talked about the imperial court. When Pei Wenchuan didn't pull her, Li Rong had an indescribable feeling in her heart. She seemed to have become used to this. When Pei Wenchuan suddenly stopped, she had an indescribable, unaccustomed feeling. She didn't show it on her face, but quietly approached Pei Wenchuan and walked side by side with Pei Wenchuan. Pei Wenchuan felt Li Rong leaning over, and her sleeves rubbed against his. As the two walked, her hand inadvertently touched the back of his hand. Just this short intertwining caused an indescribable itch. Pei Wenchuan couldn't help but look up at her, then pretended that he didn't know anything and continued to talk about business seriously. He didn't dodge, but he didn't take the initiative either. He just let Li Rong's sleeves rub against his, and he only lowered his eyes and lowered his head. Li Rong talked about the imperial court. "According to what you said, if Xiao Lanqing really instructed Lin Feibai to help the Chen family assassinate you, then with the Xia family's current position, would they still be willing to support the crown prince?" As Pei Wenchuan spoke, the two of them arrived at the side of the carriage. At this time, Pei Wenchuan finally reached out and Li Rong helped Li Rong into the carriage. Li Rong placed her hand on the back of his hand, and their skin finally overlapped. Pei Wenchuan's face was calm, and he only treated this as a polite gesture. Li Rong took advantage of the time when the two of them overlapped hands to slowly trace the back of Pei Wenchuan's hand with her fingertips. She felt that her goodwill should be obvious enough, but Pei Wenchuan was still unmoved. The two of them got into the carriage, and Pei Wenchuan continued to analyze for Li Rong. Moreover, with Xiao Lanqing's intentions, he will probably take the initiative to participate in the Chen family's memorial today. Wouldn't it be too late for your highness to participate in it another day? Let's wait and see first. Li Rong replied casually. In any case, Xiao Lanqing was like a grasshopper after autumn and wouldn't be able to jump around for long. She was only concerned about one thing now. They clearly agreed on it last night, so why did Pei Wenchuan go back on his words today? What did Pei Wenchuan mean by this? If he rejected her last night, he shouldn't have come back to kiss her. If he promised her, why did he sleep in the study and ignore her so much in the morning? Li Rong thought about it. Pei Wenxuan's words went in one ear and out the other. In any case, she had already thought about the problem last night, so she didn't want to repeat it. She listened to Pei Wenxuan talk at the side, sizing him up from time to time. Pei Wenxuan saw her gaze and knew that Li Rong had bitten the bait after he gave in by an inch. He didn't change his expression and continued to talk nonsense about the court. Li Rong thought about it all the way. When she got off the carriage, Pei Wenxuan reached out to help her down. Li Rong coughed lightly and decided to make it more obvious, Pei Wenxuan, that the small couch in the study is very small. It won't be easy for you to sleep on it, right? Replying to Your Highness, Pei Wenxuan replied with a smile, after sleeping on a high bed for a long time, the small couch has a different flavor. Li Rong saw that Pei Wenxuan didn't respond and couldn't help but laugh. She said gently, it's so easy to sleep on. Why don't you sleep in the study for the rest of your life? Your Highness is joking, Pei Wenxuan immediately said, this official will still have to go back. After all, this official and Your Highness, Pei Wenxuan looked up at her with a smile that wasn't a smile, there will be plenty of time in the future. Li Rong didn't say anything. She stared at Pei Wenxuan's smiling face for a long time before she finally came to her senses. The peony this time was indeed a bit expensive. She finally understood that Pei Wenxuan didn't want to part ways with her. She was afraid that after agreeing to her request, he couldn't stand the destruction of the mountain full of peonies and decided to find a place to vent his anger and put on airs with her. Li Rong thought for a moment, then tapped her small fan on the palm of her hand and said considerately, I understand what you mean. Pei Wenxuan was a bit confused. Li Rong looked up and said seriously, I will compensate you for the peony, but in the future, you can't be so arrogant. Pei Wenxuan, he clearly understood every word, but why couldn't he understand when they were put together? Pei Wenxuan was thinking about how to reply when an old man called out, Your Highness. The two of them looked over at the same time and saw Xianxia walking over from a distance. Pei Wenxuan and Li Rong looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Xianxia walked in front of them and bowed to Li Rong, Your Highness. Minister Xia. Li Rong nodded as a greeting, then smiled and said, Minister Xia usually doesn't talk to me. Why did you take the initiative to greet me today? These words were very embarrassing, especially for Xianxia, who had been in the key position of the Minister of Justice for many years. It was even more difficult to see. However, Xianxia's expression did not change. She said calmly, I heard that Your Highness was assassinated yesterday. This old official is quite worried. I'm afraid that Your Highness is young and inexperienced, so I came to ask if you need help from the Ministry of Justice. I've caught the person and interrogated him. Li Rong looked into Xianxia's eyes, Minister Xia doesn't need to worry. Then Your Highness knows the mastermind now? Xianxia asked directly. Li Rong put his hands in front of him and looked at Xianxia with a smile. Xianxia frowned, why didn't Your Highness answer? Why do you ask, Minister Xia? Pei Wenxuan interrupted at the right time. Xianxia looked at Pei Wenxuan and saw Pei Wenxuan say with a faint smile, Is there something that Minister Xia is worried about, so you specially came to confirm with Your Highness? This old official is just worried that Your Highness asked casually. Lord Pei is thinking too much. Xianxia's face was cold and she was quite dissatisfied. Pei Wenxuan put his hands in front of him and bowed as an apology. Since Your Highness is suspicious, this old official will not ask. Xianxia turned around and said coldly, Your Highness, investigate it yourself. Xianxia said and returned to her seat. Pei Wenxuan looked at Li Rong and then smiled, Your Highness, this official will leave first. Pei Wenxuan said and bowed, then returned to his seat. Not long after, Li Ming arrived at the main hall and started the morning court as usual. Li Ming looked a little tired and seemed to be very irritated. After he went to court, he asked about the weather, then turned to Li Rong and said stiffly, Ping El, Imperial Father. To Li saw her actions, to ask for forgiveness. Li saw her movements and slowed down. Li said, I heard that you were assassinated yesterday to you. 2. Li see. It. Li Ming suddenly stood up and shouted, "Who dares to assassinate you? Do they want to die?" Imperial father, the arrested murderer confessed that he is from the family of Chen Guang, the former manager of the Tsong division. He came for revenge. Revenge? Li Ming heard this and laughed. He is not dead yet. What revenge? Moreover, he embezzled the army's funds and committed such a heinous crime. Doesn't he deserve to die? His family still has the face to seek revenge? Your Majesty, this official has a memorial. A censor stood out from the censorate. Li Ming looked up and said coldly, "Zhen is talking to the princess. What do you want to report? Can't you wait?" Your Majesty, the censor did not retreat and continued, "This official's memorial is related to the princess." Li Ming frowned. Li Rong also turned his head and looked over. After a moment, he finally recognized the person. It was Chen Guang's cousin, Wang Huan. Li Rong raised his eyebrows and saw Li Ming waving his hand impatiently. Wang Huan bowed and said, "This official requests your Majesty to summon Chen Wangshi." Chen Wangshi? Li Ming was a little confused. Wang Huan said respectfully, "It is Chen Guang's mother, Chen Wangshi." Li Ming hesitated for a moment. Then, he seemed to think of something and said impatiently, "Announce it." Li Rong observed Li Ming's expression and had some thoughts in his mind. After a while, there was the sound of hurried footsteps at the door. A moment later, an old woman with white hair came in and said respectfully, "Your Majesty." "Long live your Majesty." Everyone looked over. Li Ming seemed to think for a moment, then said hesitantly, "You seem to be, Your Majesty." The woman raised her head and said respectfully, "This official was originally a female official in the palace. When Her Highness was young, she took care of your Majesty for some time. I didn't expect your Majesty to still remember." "I remember, Li." Ming's face relaxed a little and nodded, "You were originally a servant in the Empress Dowager's palace for some time." When Chen Wangshi heard this, she quickly cowed out again with tears in her eyes. Li Ming saw Chen Wangshi's white hair and said in a low voice, "Madam Chen is not young anymore. Please take a seat. Why did you come to the imperial court today?" "Your Majesty, this official came today to seek justice for my son." As Chen Wangshi spoke, she raised her head and cried, "Today, I came to the imperial court to accuse Princess Pingle of extorting my son, Chen Guang, by torturing him to make him confess. I hope your Majesty can judge clearly." Li Ming frowned and glanced at Li Rong. Li Rong just finished accusing Chen family of trying to assassinate her, and this Chen Wangshi came to accuse Li Rong of torture. Everyone looked at Li Rong like watching a show. Li Ming hesitated for a moment and said, "You said that Ping Li beat Chen Guang. You are a woman. How did you know?" "Your Majesty, although this official is a woman, but I miss my son very much. So, I asked the servants to ask around. Finally, I got a chance to see my son. This official knows that what I did is wrong, and I am willing to bear it. But what this official said is true. Your Majesty, please order other officials to re-examine the military pay case and clear my son's name. Besides you, are there any other witnesses? In addition to this official, there are also the servants who came with me. There are also other guards in the inspection department. But whether they are willing to tell the truth or not, this official doesn't know. Your servants are surnamed Chen, so they should avoid suspicion. As for the guards in the inspection department, you can't find them. In other words, what you said has no evidence." Li Ming thought and said slowly, "Today, Ping Li accused your Chen family of trying to assassinate her. But there are witnesses and evidence. Do you admit it? My Chen family tried to assassinate the princess?" Chen Wangshi's eyes widened. Then, she hurriedly said, "No, impossible. Your Majesty, my Chen family has been loyal to the emperor for hundreds of years. We don't dare to disobey the emperor. Even if Her Highness killed my son and exterminated the Chen family, we don't dare to assassinate Her Highness." "Then, do you have evidence?" Li Ming asked calmly. Chen Wangshi's face became pale. She knelt down in a daze. After a long time, she cowed out and said, "Your Majesty, I don't have it. This official is just a woman in the backyard. Even if I use all my wealth, I can only see my son once. I can't extort a confession by torture, nor can I bribe others. I don't have a master to forge evidence and reverse black and white. But this official believes that in this world, there are gods watching over us. This official doesn't have evidence, but this official, Xianxia said calmly, is willing to die to prove my innocence. After that, Xianxia's head fell to the ground. Li Rong suddenly stood up and shouted, "Stop her." At the moment when she stood up, Pei Wenquan had already rushed out. The others were shocked. When Pei Wenquan rushed to the front of Xianxia, the old woman was still kowtowing on the ground. There was already a pool of blood on the ground. Pei Wenquan hurriedly turned the old woman over and put his hand on the tip of the old woman's nose. Li Rong calmly called, "Imperial physician, call the imperial physician over." After that, Li Rong went to the front of Xianxia. Her hand was slightly trembling. Pei Wenquan raised his head and shook his head with a calm face. After that, he stood up. The imperial physician rushed in and checked Xianxia's pulse. After a while, the imperial physician raised his head and said in fear, "Your Majesty, this madam, has passed away." Li Ming's face was extremely ugly. He seemed to be trying hard to control himself for a long time. Then, he said, "Take her away first." The imperial bodyguard received the order and hurriedly went forward to take Xianxia away. The court was dead silent. After a long time, Li Ming took a sip of tea and said, "Let's adjourn first." Everyone saluted and then left silently. Pei Wenquan walked to Li Rong's side and called in a low voice, "Your Highness." "I'm fine." Li Rong calmed down. At this time, Fu Lai walked over and whispered, "Your Highness, His Majesty asked you to go over." Li Rong responded and turned to Pei Wenquan, "You go back first." Pei Wenquan didn't say anything. He saluted Li Rong and Fu Lai. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "I'll wait for your highness outside the imperial study." Li Rong didn't have the heart to respond to him. He nodded and left with Fu Lai. Fu Lai led her all the way to the imperial study. When she entered the room, Li Ming stood with his back to her. As soon as she entered, she knelt down and saluted, "I kowtow to father, look at what you've done." Li Ming hit Li Rong's head with a booklet. The booklet instantly bruised Li Rong's forehead. Li Ming saw the bruise on Li Rong's head. He paused for a moment, then said in a tough tone, "How many times have I told you to be steady and not act rashly? Look at yourself now. How can you act so recklessly when you're interrogating such a big case? Do you really think that you can do whatever you want just because I pamper you? This son doesn't know what imperial father is blaming me for." Li Rong kneeled on the ground and said calmly, "Does imperial father think that this son shouldn't be interrogating the Qin clan case and the military pay case? What kind of attitude is this?" Li Ming was furious when he saw Li Rong's attitude. "Are you threatening me? I asked you to handle these two cases, not to cause trouble for me. You don't know that you can't punish the landowning households, and you actually tortured the officials." "I didn't," Li Rong said decisively. Li Ming looked around, then raised his hand and waved for everyone to leave. Then he walked in front of Li Rong and squatted down. "Do you think that I'm angry because you tortured them? If you want to investigate a case, then use your own methods. I only want results. What I'm angry about is that you didn't clean up the mess properly." "I didn't." Li Rong raised his head and said firmly, "Imperial father, why don't you believe that I didn't torture them? They were the ones who wanted to harm me and assassinate me. It's fine if you don't blame them, but you're actually blaming me today? Imperial father, don't you know how much resistance there is to these two cases? For the sake of imperial father, for the sake of justice, do you not understand how much pressure I've endured?" Li Rong's eyes reddened as she spoke. She stared at Li Ming. "You clearly know how many of them wanted to harm me, but you still believe them, Ping Le." Li Ming saw Li Rong cry and suddenly felt a little guilty. "It's not that imperial father doesn't believe you. It's just that your temper." "What's wrong with my temper?" Li Rong didn't care about her manners. She knelt on the ground and cried loudly, "My temper isn't good, is it? I don't deserve to be a princess or a daughter, is it? They want to kill me every day. How can I have a good temper? You're my imperial father. It's fine if you don't protect me, but you still want to bully me with them. Why are you talking about this?" Li Ming had a headache. "What do you mean by bullying?" You're now an official of the imperial court. Why are you still acting like a child? What's wrong with you? I don't want to be an official anymore, Li Rong cried. I don't want to be an official anymore. Let me go back. Chang'e and Hualu are living well. Why should I get involved in this mess? Why should I? Imperial father, what do you think I want? As Li Rong spoke, she raised her head and clutched the clothes on her chest. Didn't I go through life and death just for imperial father? I can't bear to see those aristocratic families force imperial father. Did I do something wrong? These words instantly hit Li Ming's heart. He looked at Li Rong, who was crying pitifully at his feet. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. His heart ached. Li Rong cried painfully. After hesitating for a long time, Li Ming couldn't say anything. He sighed and finally said, "You go back first. Don't worry about the military salary case and the Qin clan case. If I don't care, who will care?" Li Rong said in a low voice, "Imperial father? Or the crown prince? Or someone else? Whoever cares about this matter will be unlucky. After working so hard, imperial father wants to lower his head again, isn't that right?" Li Ming remained silent. Li Rong supported himself and slowly got up. "Imperial father, you can decide. This son won't care about anything else." Li Ming looked at Li Rong's dispirited back and hesitated. After a long time, he finally said, "Then, let Pei Wenxuan make the decision. You should be relieved that he's here to convict you, right?" Li Rong's back was facing Li Ming. After a long time, she said respectfully, "Thank you, imperial father." Li Rong bowed. "This son will take his leave." Li Ming nodded. Li Rong wiped her tears and left. After she left, Fu Lai brought a cup of tea and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, Her Highness is still a child. She's still young." "I thought she had grown up," Li Ming sighed. "She's still young." Li Rong wiped her tears and walked out of the imperial study. As soon as she walked out of the corridor, her expression became cold. Today, Li Ming's mood was not right. He was obviously dissatisfied with her. Chen Wangsher's matter was also prepared. She estimated that when she set up the ambush yesterday, those people in the dark came up with today's play. But who influenced Li Ming? Li Rong thought and stepped out of the door. As soon as she walked out of the courtyard, she saw a young man standing in the corridor. He was wearing a black and red official's robe and holding a ceremonial tablet. He was quietly looking at the dead branches in the courtyard. Hearing the sound around him, he turned his head and looked at Li Rong. Seeing that it was Li Rong, he smiled and respectfully said, "Your Highness." Li Rong didn't expect that Pei Wenxuan had been waiting here. She suddenly panicked. She lowered her head and wanted to hide the traces of her crying. She walked to his side and said in a hoarse voice, "Why didn't you go to the government office?" "Just now, Your Highness didn't listen to what this official said," Pei Wenxuan said as if he didn't see anything. He sighed and said, "This official said to wait for Your Highness, but Your Highness didn't care at all. It seems that this official's weight in Your Highness' heart is still not enough." Li Rong heard his words and couldn't help but laugh. "How heavy do you want it to be?" "Not too much, not too little," Pei Wenxuan gently tapped his heart with the ceremonial tablet. "The whole heart is enough." "Your appetite is too big." Li Rong sneered. "Daydreaming." Pei Wenxuan gently nodded. "Thank you for your praise, Your Highness. This official's biggest strength is that I have a good appetite, great ambition, insomnia at night, and good luck." Li Rong was amused by his words. She lightly glanced at him and raised her eyebrows. "Didn't you want to sleep in a separate bed from me yesterday? You're not angry today? Your Highness must be joking." "When have I ever been angry at Your Highness?" Pei Wenxuan said calmly. "This official just felt that I should keep a distance from Your Highness. Our relationship hasn't reached that stage yet. I can't let Your Highness sully this official's innocence and take advantage of this official." Li Rong, very good, very bad temper. Pei Wenxuan saw that Li Rong's expression had calmed down. He felt that the atmosphere was about right. Seeing that there was no one around, he gently leaned over and whispered, "I just went to investigate. Last night, His Majesty stayed overnight at Consort Rose Place. Her Highness Hua Lu threw a tantrum with His Majesty and was punished by copying the precepts for women 10 times. Li Rong glanced at Pei Wenxuan. Pei Wenxuan smiled. I'm sure I can solve your Highness's confusion. Li Rong didn't say anything. She walked along the corridor with Pei Wenxuan, so she did indeed understand the situation. Yesterday, she set up an ambush at the Butterfly Gorge. The Qin family planned this assassination. Logically speaking, they should be able to use this assassination as a bargaining chip to force the military salary case and the Qin clan case to be settled. The mastermind behind this must have thought of this as well. They didn't want these two cases to be settled. Once they were settled, not only would there be a large number of changes in the officials, but more importantly, there would be many of Li Rong's people who would be promoted. This would stabilize Li Rong's position in the imperial court. They were afraid that Li Rong would gain a foothold in the imperial court, but at the same time, they were also afraid that Li Rong would investigate this matter. The people involved in the assassination were also very fearful, so they must have reached an agreement overnight. At the very least, they must have reached an agreement with Consort Ro. Consort Ro must have used Hua Lu as a mouthpiece to say something to Li Ming today. Based on Li Ming's attitude today, Hua Lu probably said that she didn't do a good job, that she was too arrogant, and that she was too unruly. Therefore, Li Ming punished Hua Lu. However, Li Ming took these thoughtless words to heart and came to make trouble for her. When Li Ming had a problem with her, he asked Chen Wangshi to come to the imperial court to prove her innocence. This would make it difficult to investigate the assassination case. After all, the mastermind was already dead. Moreover, the cases that Li Rong was involved in, no matter how much evidence there was, would still be some doubts in the eyes of ordinary people. Whether it was for the sake of public opinion or to appease the aristocratic families, Chen Wangshi's death in such a way would most likely prevent the military salary case and the Qin clan case from being heavily punished. Li Rong frowned and lowered her head. After taking 2 steps, she heard Pei Wenxuan respectfully say, "Minister Xia." When Li Rong heard this, she looked up and saw Xiao Lanqing standing in front of her. Xiao Lanqing looked quite happy. She raised her hand and saluted Li Rong, "Your Highness Ping Le, Minister Xia, where are you going?" Li Rong's voice was a bit hoarse when she spoke. Xiao Lanqing smiled gently, "This old official is going to find His Majesty." "What happened to your Highness? Your eyes are red. It seems like you've been crying." "The wind and sand blinded my eyes." Li Rong pretended not to hear the mockery in Xiao Lanqing's words and replied, "Since Minister Xia has other matters to attend to, I will leave first." "Your Highness, please wait," Xiao Lanqing called out to Li Rong. Li Rong turned to look at her. Xiao Lanqing smiled, "Your Highness, the sea of bitterness has no bounds. Turn back and the shore is at hand." Li Rong stared at Xiao Lanqing. After a long time, she smiled, "Minister Xia, thank you for your advice. I also have a message for you." "Oh," Xiao Lanqing raised her hand, "I'm all ears. Mind your own business and enjoy the rest of your life." After speaking, Li Rong flung his sleeves and left. Pei Wenxuan saluted Xiao Lanqing and followed Li Rong. Pei Wenxuan chased after Li Rong and whispered, "Don't be angry." "Why are you angry with this old man? He won't live long anyway." In her previous life, after Li Chuan ascended the throne, Xiao Lanqing was the first high-ranking official to be beheaded. Li Rong looked coldly at Xiao Lanqing's back and moved closer to Pei Wenxuan. Pei Wenxuan bent down slightly and heard Li Rong whisper in his ear, "I finally know why Chuan beheaded him." Li Rong gritted her teeth, "This old man is so annoying." Pei Wenxuan thought for a moment. In fact, Xiao Lanqing didn't say anything just now. Li Rong was so angry because Xiao Lanqing saw him crying. Pei Wenxuan glanced in the direction Xiao Lanqing left and smiled, "Your Highness is right. This old man isn't good." Li Rong felt a lot better when she heard Pei Wenxuan standing on her side. When Pei Wenxuan sent her to the carriage, she remembered and said with some dissatisfaction, "Why didn't you comfort me?" Pei Wenxuan sat across from her and smiled, "Your Highness, what are you referring to? Don't pretend to be confused." Li Rong raised her hand and hit him with her fan, "Why are you getting bolder and bolder?" Pei Wenxuan knew that she was referring to how he didn't say anything when he saw her crying. Pei Wenxuan found it funny, but he didn't show it on his face. He lowered his head and opened the booklet. Your Highness doesn't want face, but I do. Li Rong frowned, then heard Pei Wenxuan say leisurely, you haven't paid yet, and you want me to comfort you? Li Rong was speechless for a moment and couldn't help but feel a little guilty. She thought about it. When she went back, she would pay Pei Wenxuan the money for the peony. After the debt was settled, they could talk properly. Pei Wenxuan secretly glanced at Li Rong's expression. He suppressed the smile on his lips and pretended to be focused. He suddenly felt that Li Rong was very interesting. She was like a cat that wanted to stretch out her claws and scratch you, but felt that she had lost face. She was scratching her heart and liver, thinking about how to attract your attention. He had never seen Li Rong like this before. Now that he saw her, he found it new and interesting. He suppressed all his plans and didn't say anything. Li Rong thought about returning the money. She saw Pei Wenxuan lowering his head and crazily smiling. She stopped what she was about to say and was speechless for a moment. She was already so happy. If she had a tail, how could she still pretend to be so indifferent and distant? She felt helpless with Pei Wenxuan. After thinking for a moment, she decided not to say anything. Pretend. She thought that after she paid him the money, she wouldn't owe him anything. If he still acted like this, then don't blame her for being impolite. Li Rong was still thinking about the compensation and subconsciously covered his forehead. She glanced at Pei Wenxuan and turned her head back. She didn't know why, but she felt a little wronged for no reason. Pei Wenxuan acted as if he didn't know anything. He looked down at the booklet in his hand and didn't say a word. The two of them arrived at the princess's residence in silence. As soon as Li Rong jumped out of the carriage, he saw Xianxia standing guard in front of the princess's residence. Xianxia saw Li Rong and asked in surprise, Your Highness, what happened to your forehead? When Li Rong heard this, he turned his head and glanced at Pei Wenxuan. Even a crude person like Xianxia could see it. Pei Wenxuan was indeed blind. It's nothing. Let's go in first. Did you hear the news? Li Rong withdrew his gaze from Pei Wenxuan's face and led Xianxia into the residence. Pei Wenxuan watched the two of them return to the study together. He stood in the courtyard for a while, then turned his head and ordered a servant, bring me the Yuji ointment and gauze. Li Rong and Xianxia entered the room. Xianxia immediately said, I heard that Chen Guang's mother died in the imperial court today. Yes. Li Rong sat down and told him what happened. Xiao Lanqing came to ask me about the situation this morning. Then, they brought Madame Chen out of the imperial court. Madame Chen insisted that we tortured Chen Guang and that she didn't assassinate him. She also said that she wanted to prove her innocence with her death, so she killed herself. How ruthless. Xianxia sighed and sat opposite Li Rong. Qin Jinjin gave them inspiration. You used Qin Jinjin's death to force the Qin family case to be retried. Now, they used Madame Chen to force the case to be closed. Your Highness, Xianxia leaned back in his chair, is this case still ours? How do you think my brain is working? Li Rong glared at Xianxia and said, Father and I have agreed that Pei Wenxuan will be in charge of this case. Xianxia nodded, and his expression relaxed a lot. Just as she was about to speak, someone knocked on the door. Li Rong shouted, Come in. Then, Pei Wenxuan slowly walked in with ointment and bandages in his hands. He smiled and bowed to Xianxia. Li Rong was a little puzzled. What are you doing here? Nothing. Pei Wenxuan smiled and walked to her side. He said calmly, I'm here to apply the ointment for your highness. Please continue. Don't worry about me. As he spoke, Pei Wenxuan pinched Li Rong's chin and lifted it. He raised his hand and rubbed the ointment on her head. Then, before the two of them had time to react, he wrapped her head in layers of gauze and tied it into a big bow. It was as if what hit her forehead was not a booklet, but an inkstone. Her skin was not broken, but a bloody hole. After he finished, he did not say much. He took the medicine jar and the rest of the things and left. Before he left, he did not forget to close the door for Li Rong. After he left, Xianxia muttered, What's wrong with him? He's acting so strange. Probably because I haven't paid for it yet. Li Rong came back to his senses. With the bow on his head, he continued, Don't worry about him. Continue talking about what happened just now. Now that the case is under Pei Wenxuan's charge, we can rest assured. But I think Madame Chen's matter won't end so simply. Then what does your highness plan to do? Xianxia immediately replied. Li Rong thought for a while and said solemnly, let Lin Fei buy out tonight. Tonight? Xianxia said in surprise. She thought for a while and finally said, Your Highness, it's too risky for you to let Lin Fei Bai assassinate Xia Lanqing in this kind of situation. It's fine. Li Rong said calmly, let him out secretly and tell him clearly. Remember the agreement with me. Your Highness, just do it. Don't worry. Li Rong looked up. I'm confident. Xianxia saw Li Rong's expression. After hesitating for a moment, she said respectfully, yes. There's one more thing. Xianxia saw that Madame Chen's matter was finished and couldn't help but mention another matter. Consort Chen went to Mingle Palace last night. When Li Rong heard this, he paused, then replied, I know. Your Highness, Xianxia was a little uneasy. Shouldn't we slow down? If we push too hard, many people in the aristocratic families will probably defect to Prince Su's side. Hearing this, Li Rong laughed. Ah yeah, do you know why Imperial Father dotes on Consort Ro? Xianxia didn't speak. Li Rong fiddled with the teacup. He gives her unconditional honor and love. Everyone says that he dotes on Consort Ro and that Consort Ro is a demoness who brings disaster to the country. If he really cares about Consort Ro so much, how could he let her bear such a reputation? Your Highness means that His Majesty doesn't love Consort Ro as a person, but Consort Ro represents something? Consort Ro's doting is a means to keep Imperial Mother in check. Li Rong's voice was calm. As long as she's a bargaining chip, no matter what mistakes she makes, no matter how serious Prince Su's crimes are, Imperial Father won't truly give up on them. If he gives up on them, there's only one reason. As he spoke, Li Rong raised his eyes and looked at Xianxia. He smiled meaningfully. They're no longer bargaining chips. Xianxia didn't speak. She looked at Li Rong. After a long time, she raised her hand with a straight face and pointed at the bow on Li Rong's head. Your Highness, you should seriously treat your head before saying these words to me. Otherwise, I'm afraid that if I laugh, it'll seem disrespectful to you. Li Rong's expression changed. He then shouted in a low voice, quickly get out of here and do your job. Xianxia laughed. She stood up and saluted. Your Highness, then I'll go back and let the mice out of the cage. You should rest well. Li Rong nodded. Xianxia walked out. After taking 2 steps, she suddenly remembered something. She leaned back and looked at Li Rong. She smiled and said, speaking of which, aren't you angry that your head was smashed? Do you want me to help you vent your anger? You don't have to do such a small thing. Li Rong waved his hand. Hurry up and leave. Xianxia smiled. Then I'll leave. After speaking, Xianxia withdrew her body and disappeared through the door. Li Rong thought for a moment. He touched his forehead and looked up at Jing Lan. Speaking of which, is my head really that ugly? Do you want me to show you a mirror? Jing Lan asked hesitantly. Li Rong hesitated for a moment. He waved his hand and said, forget it. It's not a big deal. Li Rong stood up and ordered Jing Lan. Go to the accountant and ask how much the prince consort paid for the peony medicine. Return the money to him. I'm going to sleep for a while. Your Highness. Jing Lan glanced at Li Rong and whispered, why don't you stop thinking about it? Li Rong paused and looked up. What's wrong? I've asked about the flower. It's half a year's worth of expenses for the princess residence. The accountant can't take out so much money in such a short time. Hearing this, Li Rong almost fainted. Ever since her rebirth, she had been diligent and thrifty when it came to money. It was so that she could deduct more money to develop her own strength. She had to support secret guards, intelligence agencies, and now the inspectorate. Which one of these wasn't money? Pei Wenxuan's spending was half a year's worth of expenses for the princess residence. When she heard this, she didn't have any romantic feelings. She was so angry that she wanted to scold him. However, just as she took a step forward, she quickly calmed down. She had already had a conflict with Pei Wenchuan on this matter. It was already in the past. It was useless for her to say anything more. Pei Wenchuan wasn't someone who didn't know the importance of things. He was willing to spend so much effort because he was diligent. She had taken away his flower. If she said that he was extravagant and wasteful, she was afraid that there would be another conflict. Li Rong paused. She realized that Pei Wenchuan was clear about her accounts. Pei Wenchuan also knew how much money he had spent. He probably already knew that she couldn't afford it. Now that she couldn't afford it and Pei Wenchuan was angry, it was normal that he didn't want to see her. It only took a moment for her anger to turn into guilt. However, when she thought of Pei Wenchuan's indifferent attitude these past few days, especially today, her dissatisfaction rose again. Jing Lan looked at her unpredictable expression and carefully said, "Your Highness, there's no need to draw such a clear line between husband and wife. If you really sent the money to the prince consort, he might be angry. I think it's better if you treat the prince consort better. The prince consort has a good temper. If you say a few good words and admit defeat, the prince consort might be happy." Admit defeat? How can I admit defeat? Li Rong coldly said, "Am I not soft enough?" Your Highness, Jing Lan was somewhat helpless, the prince consort is still sleeping in the study. You call this soft? Then what? Do you want me to carry him back in a palanquin? Li Rong's temper rose. She walked to the small couch next to her and lay down. Jing Lan quickly covered her with a blanket and said softly, "You should talk to the prince consort." What's there to talk about? Li Rong closed her eyes. I can't afford to pay him this money. He's not comfortable in his heart. Why should I find this soft nail to suffer? Today, I was wronged, but he didn't comfort me. When he saw that I was injured, he pretended not to see it. He even wrapped my hair with such an ugly bandage. It can be seen what he's thinking. I won't go to him to suffer. After Li Rong said this, Jing Lan was speechless. She didn't know why, but she could hear a bit of grievance in Li Rong's words. However, she thought that Li Rong wasn't such a delicate person. He wouldn't make a sound over such a small matter. She couldn't persuade him. She sighed and could only say, "Your Highness, please rest first." Li Rong responded and closed her eyes to rest. When Jing Lan walked out, Li Rong was very annoyed. She got up and took a book that Pei Wenchuan usually liked to read. Then, she fell back to sleep. After being tormented for half a day, there was nothing that went well. It was so annoying. She fell asleep in a daze. She slept until night fell. When she got up, she heard that Pei Wenchuan was still at the official residence and hadn't returned. She ate by herself and returned to the study to deal with the inspectorate. After a while, Jing Lan came in with a pile of small papers. She respectfully placed them in front of Li Rong. "Your Highness, this is the information that was sent today." Every day, Li Rong's informants would organize all the valuable information in the capital and send it back. Li Rong responded and began to look at the papers. Yesterday, Li Ming went to Consort Ro's place to punish Hua Lu. She already knew this in the morning. It didn't hurt or itch. When she opened the next paper, she saw, Princess Hua Lu had dinner with the emperor. She was scolded for wearing a white magnolia hairpin. The princess deceived the emperor. The emperor was angry and tied her up. When Li Rong saw this paper, she couldn't help but be stunned. As Consort Ro's daughter, Hua Lu had a temper that swayed according to the wind. She was used to being pampered. It was just a hairpin. How could she be beaten by Li Ming? Li Rong pondered. She raised her hand and read through all the information. She still couldn't find the reason why Hua Lu was beaten. She thought for a moment, then looked through Li Ming's schedule again. Only then did she see that Li Ming had summoned Pei Wenchuan before dinner. Li Ming met Pei Wenchuan, then met Hua Lu. After that, he taught Hua Lu a lesson. Li Rong thought for a moment. She couldn't help but wonder if Pei Wenchuan had done something. Pei Wenchuan had never cared about the affairs of the imperial harem. Why did he meddle in Hua Li's affairs today? When this question came out, Li Rong immediately had a vague answer. This answer stunned her for a moment until Jing Lan asked her, "Your Highness, why are you in a daze?" Only then did she react. She hurriedly said, "Nothing." As she spoke, she rearranged the things in her hands. She actually wanted to ask Pei Wenchuan what was going on. However, she felt that it would be awkward to ask about such a small matter. She simply pretended not to know and continued with her work. She sat and endured until Pei Wenchuan returned. As soon as Pei Wenchuan entered the residence, Jing Mei ran back and said happily, "Your Highness, Prince Consort is back." Li Rong's expression didn't change. She continued to look at the booklets. She only said, "He's back. Why are you making such a fuss?" "Your Highness." Jing Mei knelt in front of Li Rong. "Aren't you going to take a look? He didn't come to pay his respects to me. Instead, he wants me to visit him?" Li Rong said mockingly, "What a great official's prestige." Jing Mei and Jing Lan looked at each other. Li Rong lowered her head and said, "You can leave. I'm going to sleep soon." Pei Wenchuan returned late and didn't come to pay his respects to Li Rong. Li Rong washed up, turned off the lights, and went to sleep. After the lights were turned off, Li Rong lay on the bed for a while. She couldn't help but turn over. Without Pei Wenchuan here, the bed was much bigger. However, she didn't know why, but she couldn't fall asleep on such a big bed. When a person became used to it, they would take everything for granted. For example, it was natural to ask after her when she was injured. It was natural to give in to her. It was natural to laugh with her. No matter what happened, it was natural to lie by her side at night. Even though she knew logically that this was Pei Wenchuan's right, she still felt that it was unreasonable and uncomfortable to take things for granted. She didn't like the feeling of being controlled by others, but she had no choice but to accept this. Whether it was the feelings she had expressed in the corridor or the inexplicable shock and secret joy she felt when she saw Pei Wenchuan being punished in Hualu, it was clear that this relationship was out of control. Li Rong tried hard to close her eyes, but she felt that her mind was in a mess. After a long time, she didn't know why, but she kept thinking about Hualu being tied up. She finally couldn't help but lift the quilt and turn over. She had to find Pei Wenchuan and ask him clearly. She thought to herself that if Pei Wenchuan's attitude was good, she would take the opportunity to ask Pei Wenchuan about going back to the room. If Pei Wenchuan's attitude was bad, she would let him die alone in the study. After all, she had promised him that she would work hard to change her personality. Pei Wenchuan said that he would wait. She couldn't always be stubborn like before. She had to wait for Pei Wenchuan to give in to her. Li Rong thought to herself. When this thought came up, she couldn't control herself. She seemed to have found a reason to rationalize all her actions. This reason seemed to have a magical power that tempted her to get up and quietly go to the window. Even if she took the initiative to look for Pei Wenchuan, she didn't want others to see her. Therefore, she pushed open the window and stuck her head out. She looked around and saw that there was no one outside the window. She jumped out of the window wearing only a single layer of clothing and trotted all the way to Pei Wenchuan's study. When she arrived outside the study, she looked around and saw that there were only 2 people guarding the door of Pei Wenchuan's study. They were dozing off. She went around to the back of the room and went to the window. It was night now. There was a charcoal brazier in the room. Pei Wenchuan left the window open for ventilation. Li Rong gently pushed open the window and climbed in. After entering the room, it was pitch black. Li Rong searched her memory and carefully walked to the side of the small bed. After a few steps, she used her sleeve to pull down a few books. She hurriedly caught them. For a moment, she didn't know if she had startled Pei Wenchuan awake. She held the books and froze in the room for a moment. When she saw that there was no movement, she sighed and continued to move forward. At this time, she had also adapted to the light in the room. She roughly saw Pei Wenchuan's direction. She came to Pei Wenchuan's bedside like a cat. Before she had time to think about what she was doing, the person on the bed suddenly reached out and pulled her into the quilt. Pei Wenchuan covered her mouth with one hand and hugged her waist with the other. He wrapped his legs around her body and hugged her in his arms. Li Rong's heart was beating fast. She heard Pei Wenchuan whisper in her ear, "Princess, why did you come to this official's bed in the middle of the night?" As he spoke, Pei Wenchuan moved closer. His lips were almost touching her ear. There was a hint of laughter in his voice. His thin lips moved as he spoke. It was as if his lips were brushing against her ear. His voice, which was always clear and bright, was a bit hoarse. It was like a beautiful voice rubbing against a piece of brocade. "Did you miss me?" Pei Wenchuan was good-looking and had a pleasant voice. Li Rong couldn't see his face, but just by listening to his voice, she was somewhat moved. Pei Wenchuan said as he removed his hand from Li Rong's mouth. Li Rong pretended to be calm and said, "You deliberately waited for me? Your Highness, you think too much." Pei Wenchuan moved back half an inch and seemed very polite. Li Rong turned over and saw Pei Wenchuan lying on his side with one hand under his ear. His white shirt was open, revealing a large portion of his chest. He looked at her lazily and said with a smile, "This official heard a cat push open the window and wanted to open my eyes to take a look. In the end, I saw a big cat come in." Pei Wenchuan's words were not so much teasing as flirting. Li Rong listened to his low, hoarse, and seductive voice and thought for a moment. She pursed her lips and smiled. She put her hand in front of her as a pillow and leaned over. There was a hint of seductiveness in her softness as she leaned against Pei Wenchuan's chest. She looked up at Pei Wenchuan and blinked her eyes. Then, "Older brother, do you want to teach this cat a lesson?" These words made Pei Wenchuan react instantly. She was serious. He immediately felt awkward and didn't know whether to advance or retreat. Li Rong saw that he was embarrassed and immediately became happy. Pei Wenchuan saw her smile proudly and couldn't help but sigh. He raised his hand to press down on Li Rong's body and made sure that she was tightly wrapped in the quilt before saying, "It's so cold. Why did your Highness come here wearing only a single layer of clothing? You didn't go back." Li Rong was a bit depressed when talking about this. "So I had no choice but to come here. If your Highness wants me to go back, just say the word." Pei Wenchuan smiled. "How can I freeze myself? I can't afford to pay for Xiaoyao." Li Rong buried her head in the quilt. "Aren't you still angry?" "How am I angry?" Pei Wenchuan's voice was gentle. Li Rong looked up and glared at him. "Then why are you ignoring me?" "Since when am I ignoring you?" "You and I sleep in separate beds," Li Rong said in a muffled voice. Pei Wenchuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Your Highness, you asked me to wait. I sleep in separate beds to give your Highness some time. That's all." Li Rong didn't say anything. Pei Wenchuan raised his hand and smoothed Li Rong's messy hair behind her ear. Li Rong buried her face in the quilt. She wasn't afraid of Pei Wenchuan saying anything rash or doing anything shameless to her. She was afraid that Pei Wenchuan would touch her so seriously and tenderly. She probably didn't like good people, so she didn't know how to deal with a gentleman in bed. Pei Wenchuan explained, "I know that your Highness was embarrassed after saying those words that day, so I thought that it would be more appropriate for your Highness to take care of our relationship. If your Highness wants me to move back, then I'll move back. If your Highness doesn't want to, then I can sleep in the study. Don't say it so seriously, as if everything is for my own good." Li Rong looked up and glared at him. "If that's what you really want, then why don't you sleep in the guest room? Don't you want me to coax you into sleeping on this small and hard bed so that you can put on airs with me?" Li Rong seemed to have become smarter. Pei Wenchuan was speechless for a moment. He felt a bit embarrassed that he had been seen through. He casually turned his eyes away and coughed lightly. "Your Highness thinks too badly of me." "Is it me who thinks badly of you?" Li Rong saw that Pei Wenchuan still didn't want to admit it. He simply sat up with the quilt wrapped around him. He slapped the bed and said, "You old man, you're so evil. What are you saying to me now? It's not that you don't care about me, it's just that you're pretending to be a good person. During the day, you keep a distance from me and purposely give me the cold shoulder. When I'm injured, you don't ask me. When my eyes are red, you don't care that I've cried." Li Rong pointed at the bow on his head and said with dissatisfaction, "You're clearly treating me like I'm an 18-year-old girl who doesn't know anything. You're playing hard to get, and you're refusing to play the role of being a pretty boy by yourself. You're trying to trick me." Pei Wenchuan was completely exposed by Li Rong. He couldn't continue pretending. His face alternated between red and white in the night. After holding it in for a long time, he could only tug at Li Rong's quilt and say, "If you want to talk, then talk. Don't take the quilt." What kind of quilt do you need? Li Rong wrapped the quilt tightly and glared at Pei Wenchuan. Aren't you a fox? Go warm yourself. It's cold in the middle of the night, Pei Wenchuan frowned. If I get sick from the cold, I still have to go to court tomorrow. It's too noisy in the bed. Li Rong hesitated for a moment. He felt that Pei Wenchuan's words were reasonable. He couldn't let this kind of thing delay the important matters. So he gave the quilt to him and got into the bed with Pei Wenchuan. The small bed in the study was originally meant for one person. When two people lay down, they couldn't even lie flat. They could only face each other. In such a small space, a young man and woman wearing only a single layer of clothing should be a little impulsive. But Pei Wenchuan looked up and saw Li Rong's eyes. In the night, they were frighteningly bright and full of condemnation. He suddenly lost all his feelings. He subconsciously wanted to talk back, but he calmed down before he opened his mouth. He felt that it wasn't easy for their relationship to progress to this point. He couldn't be rude. So the two experienced a long silence. Pei Wenchuan said in a low voice, "Your Highness, leave me some face." "Then you're leaving me some face?" Li Rong didn't give up. "You old pervert." No, Pei Wenchuan couldn't take it anymore. "Li Rong, why can't you give me a way out? Must you continue to quarrel like this? I have a little plan in my heart. I want you to coax me. Do you dare to say that you don't know that you're not cooperating with me? Do you want me to say it out loud and embarrass everyone? What's there to be embarrassed about?" Li Rong sneered, "I'm not like you, saying one thing in the open and another in the dark." "Oh, you're not like me," Pei Wenchuan smiled with a bit of ridicule. "I say that I like you, but I also like you in the dark. I'm not like you, saying that you want me to stay, but secretly knowing that I'm sleeping in the study. I don't know how happy you are. You're gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain." Li Rong raised his hand and poked him in the chest. "If I'm happy, why would I come here?" "You don't want me to go back," Pei Wenchuan said directly. "You're afraid that I'll run away." Li Rong's movements stiffened. Pei Wenchuan saw her stiff movements and felt that he had said something wrong. His heart softened a bit. He sighed and reached out to hold Li Rong's hand. "Don't worry, I understand." "What do you understand?" Li Rong lowered his eyes. Pei Wenchuan lowered his voice. "I'm not really lying to you. I'm sleeping in separate rooms with you because I really want to give you some time. I understand what you said to me that day. You asked me to wait for you because you know that you have to let go of the past in your heart. It's not something that can be done overnight. Before that, you can't give me the feelings I want." "I'm not, don't say anything." Pei Wenchuan raised his hand and put it on her lips, gently saying, "You said those words to me because you care about my performance. I don't blame you. You can't let go of your feelings for me now, and you can't afford to be with me. So, you're desperately trying to be good to me. In fact, you're just trying to keep me. But our feelings haven't reached that point. You're forcing yourself to do these things." "I don't understand what you're saying," Li Rong laughed. "For example?" "For example, Your Highness," Pei Wenchuan raised his hand and slid it to the knot on her waist. "If this humble official wants to serve Your Highness, will Your Highness allow it? The Lord Pei is skilled in this way. This is something that both you and I are happy about." Li Rong raised her eyebrows. "Why wouldn't I allow it?" "That's it." Pei Wenchuan withdrew his hand. "But if I'm here to have sex with Your Highness, then I might not be able to enter Your Highness's heart for the rest of my life. Because I've neglected what Your Highness truly wants in terms of feelings. Your Highness has been wronged in our relationship. Your Highness has been wronged too much in terms of feelings. If I can't make Your Highness feel that there's no need to wrong yourself in this matter, and that it's within Your Highness's control, then Your Highness will never be able to give your heart to me." Li Rong didn't speak. She quietly looked at Pei Wenchuan. She suddenly felt that Pei Wenchuan seemed to live in her heart. He could see things more clearly than she could. She was also confused about many things. For example, why did she want Pei Wenchuan to come back to her room, but was also afraid that he would come back? On one hand, she was happy when he treated her well, but on the other hand, she was afraid. In the end, it was just that she couldn't give Pei Wenchuan the feelings that he wanted, but she was also afraid that he would leave. She herself didn't realize that she was vaguely pleasing Pei Wenchuan, resisting everything that made her feel that Pei Wenchuan might leave. I can joke with your highness, and let your highness give me some benefits. I'm very happy that your highness secretly came to find me tonight. But I can't really ignore your highness's true feelings. After your highness revealed your true feelings to me that day, you've been very nervous. If I don't leave, I'm afraid that your highness will continue to be so nervous. Your highness, don't worry. I'm not angry with you. I'm waiting for you. Then you should go back, right? Li Rong looked up at him. Pei Wenchuan laughed. Of course. I slept in the study because I wanted your highness to feel distressed. When your highness really wants me to go back, I'll give your highness a way out and make it convenient for your highness to summon me. Your highness is a person who cares about face. Pei Wenchuan pursed his lips. He didn't want to embarrass Li Rong at this time, so he restrained his laughter and said, I'm paving the way for your highness. Sly old fox. Li Rong muttered. Pei Wenchuan smiled but didn't say anything. After a while, Li Rong hesitantly reached out and wrapped her arms around Pei Wenchuan's neck. Her soft body pressed against his, and she gently leaned her head on his chest. She whispered, then you should go back. Is your highness sincere in saying this? If I go back, will your highness feel that I'm too intimate and nervous? As he spoke, Pei Wenchuan added, no matter what your highness decides, this humble subject will not be unhappy. Li Rong leaned against Pei Wenchuan. She thought seriously for a long time. She listened to Pei Wenchuan's heartbeat and felt a silent sense of security surrounding her. She rarely felt so calm. Relying on this person, it was as if the wind and rain didn't exist in this world. After a long time, she whispered, it won't happen now. When Pei Wenchuan heard this, he raised his hand and pulled her into his arms. He said calmly, then sleep. I'll go back tomorrow. No. When Li Rong heard this, she immediately covered herself with the quilt and got up. She said seriously, I can't sleep here. Otherwise, they'll know tomorrow. Then your highness means, you'll go back with me. Li Rong said seriously, we'll go back the way we came and don't alarm anyone. That way, no one would know that she took the initiative to look for Pei Wenchuan. Pei Wenchuan looked at Li Rong with an indescribable expression. Li Rong looked determined. The two faced each other for a while. Pei Wenchuan looked at his small bed and finally nodded, okay. Then let's go back. Pei Wenchuan got off the bed with Li Rong. He put his clothes on Li Rong and said, let's go quickly. After the two finished their discussion, they quietly climbed out of the window. Then, they avoided the servants and sneaked back to Li Rong's room and back to the bed. When they reached Li Rong's big bed, the two finally felt relieved. They looked at each other and smiled. Pei Wenchuan pulled a quilt and covered Li Rong, sleep. When Pei Wenchuan came back, the bed suddenly became much smaller. However, Li Rong didn't know why, but she felt that the bed seemed to be warmer and softer. In short, she felt more comfortable. Pei Wenchuan slept next to her. She couldn't help but turn over and lie on the bed with a smile. She looked at Pei Wenchuan and said, Pei Wenchuan. Yes? Pei Wenchuan put one hand behind his head and looked at her from the corner of his eyes. Li Rong smiled and said. According to what you said, if it's not time yet. Li Rong raised her hand and gently tapped Pei Wenchuan's chest. Are you a gentleman in bed who can sit still and let the wind blow from all directions? Is this the right way to use this poem? Pei Wenchuan smiled and let Li Rong draw circles on his chest. Li Rong lay on the bed and supported her chin. Her feet dangled in the air. Her fingers gently slid across Pei Wenchuan's chest. Is this important? I'm just asking you. I promised your highness, so I will naturally do it. Pei Wenchuan said and supported himself to get up. He approached Li Rong, but your highness, if you take the initiative to seduce me, then it will be a debt. I will remember it and repay it in the future. As he spoke, he moved closer to Li Rong's ear. We are newlyweds. This humble subject remembers very clearly when your highness didn't go out for a few days. When Li Rong heard this, her movements stiffened. After a moment, she sneered, you're just bullying me because I'm young. But even though she said this verbally, she still behaved. She lay back down, closed her eyes, and pulled the quilt, sleep. Pei Wenchuan laughed softly, but didn't say anything else. Li Rong's back was facing Pei Wenchuan. she opened her eyes at night. That night, she was very happy. She didn't know what she was happy about. Many years later, when Pei Wenxuan asked her about it, she thought for a long time before she understood. That was the first time in her life that she felt that she was doted on. It was easy to be doted on, just like her imperial father, who would occasionally dote on her. It was also not difficult to be loved, just like her mother, who carefully protected her in the palace. But to be doted on was to have a person who unconditionally tolerated you, allowed you to make mistakes, allowed you to not pay attention to equality, allowed you to do whatever you want, and even thought that you were very cute. He didn't ask for anything, and didn't want to get anything from you. He loves you, only for you. But at that time, Li Rong didn't understand so much. Even when she covered herself with the quilt and closed her eyes, she still couldn't help but smile when she slept. The two slept until the morning assembly. Jing Lan knocked on the door and whispered, "Your Highness, it's time to wake up." Li Rong woke up in a daze. Before she could get up, she felt Pei Wenxuan covering her eyes with something and gently said, "Sleep some more." When she heard this, her weak will to get out of bed instantly collapsed, and she immediately fell asleep again. She vaguely heard Pei Wenxuan get up and call the person outside in, "Come in." Jing Lan was stunned. Then, he revealed a happy expression and looked at the Jing Mei. He pushed the door open and entered the room with a smile. After entering the room, he saw Pei Wenxuan helping Li Rong get dressed. Li Rong leaned on Pei Wenxuan's shoulder and closed her eyes, trying to sleep a little longer. After Pei Wenxuan helped Li Rong get dressed, he whispered, "Get up and wash up." Li Rong finally got up and let Jing Lan help her wash up. Pei Wenxuan glanced at the attendant next to him, raised his chin, and said while washing his face, "Go to the study and bring my official robe." Hearing this, everyone laughed softly, as if they knew what happened last night. Pei Wenxuan glanced at Li Rong secretly. Li Rong coughed softly and said, "What are you laughing at? How dare you laugh at your master's matters?" Hearing this, everyone hurriedly smiled and apologized, but they didn't look scared at all. Li Rong didn't know why, but she couldn't scold them. Perhaps because she was in a good mood, she only said, "No manners." After saying this, the attendant hurriedly apologized again. Li Rong pretended not to see it. After washing up, Pei Wenxuan and Li Rong went out together. Pei Wenxuan sighed, "Today, this humble subject took the blame for your highness. Should I record this merit?" "Record it first." Li Rong smiled and glanced at Pei Wenxuan. Pei Wenxuan looked at the white cloth that was tied on Li Rong's head and saw her lively expression. He couldn't help but want to laugh. Li Rong saw him holding back his laughter and lowering his head. She suddenly remembered, speaking of which, Hua Lu was beaten up yesterday. "Was it you? You came here last night because of this?" Pei Wenxuan knew why Li Rong came to the study last night. Li Rong coughed lightly, "I'm asking you a question." "Yes." Pei Wenxuan said leisurely, "I know you don't like to care about these things, but I'm very stingy." Pei Wenxuan sneered, "You suffered a booklet, and she wants to copy women's principles 10 times to get away with it? In her dreams. Speaking of which, what did you say to His Majesty? He saw you and then went back to beat up Hua Lu." Li Rong was curious. Pei Wenxuan smiled, "I just mentioned in the booklet that the price of white jade in Kuanzhou had skyrocketed. I gave His Majesty an example of the price of a white jade hairpin in Kuanzhou and the relationship between the Xie family and this hairpin." When Li Rong heard this, she remembered the news from yesterday that Hua Lu was wearing a white jade hairpin. She immediately understood. Kuanzhou white jade was the Xie family's property. The Xie family had jade shops under their name that produced all kinds of jewelry. They were quite famous in Huajing, and the most sought-after item was the white jade hairpin. It wasn't easy to buy this white jade hairpin. Not only was it expensive, but it also required one's status. With Consort Ro's background, even if Hua Lu was rich, the Xie family might not sell her the hairpin. However, Hua Lu had a white jade hairpin. Where did this white magnolia hairpin come from? Connecting it to the day before yesterday when Hua Lu spoke ill of her, and yesterday when Chen Wangshi forced her to hand over the Qinshi case and the military pay case, it wasn't hard to guess. A hairpin wasn't a big deal, but Consort Ro, as a knife that Li Ming used to attack the aristocratic families, had actually gotten together with the Xia family. She even suppressed Li Ming, who was helping Li Rong. In addition, Li Ming was probably angered by Xiaolanqing and the others during the day. If Pei Wenxuan just mentioned it and went back to ask, Hua Lu would definitely not tell the truth. After all these troubles, Li Ming had already restrained himself from slapping Hua Lu. Li Rong thought about it and couldn't help but feel that Pei Wenxuan was indeed too scheming and his methods were too good. He didn't directly say anything bad about Hua Lu. He only talked about the state affairs and played it down. However, he directly caused Hua Lu, a princess who was greatly favored by the emperor, to be tied up. This slap didn't just hit Hua Lu, it also hit Consort Ro. Most importantly, it also planted a seed of doubt in Li Ming's heart towards Consort Ro. Li Ming's favor was Consort Ro's biggest reliance. Pei Wenxuan not only helped her vent her anger, he also hit the snake's weak spot and schemed against Consort Ro step by step. Now, Pei Wenxuan was only an imperial censor, but he could do such a thing. It was only natural that he was able to become a minister in his previous life. Pei Wenxuan saw that Li Rong didn't speak for a long time. He turned to look at her and smiled. "Your Highness, what are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking." Li Rong sighed. Lord Pei's wisdom is close to that of a demon. It's unsettling. Li Rong spoke so calmly that Pei Wenxuan couldn't help but smile. "I thought you were going to coax me again." "Coax you for what?" Li Rong raised her eyebrows. Pei Wenxuan took the initiative to hold Li Rong's arm. Before Li Rong could react, she heard Pei Wenxuan pinch his throat and say, "Pei Wenxuan, you're so smart. I admire you so much." Li Rong was amused by him and pushed him. "Nonsense. Am I such a person?" "More or less." Pei Wenxuan returned to normal and spread out his hands. "You and I are allies now. In the past, you wouldn't have told me the truth. Then it can be considered an improvement." Li Rong said earnestly. "You're satisfied?" "Thank you, Your Highness." Pei Wenxuan looked as if he had received a great favor. He held the ceremonial tablet and bowed respectfully. "Give this official a chance to scold you." Li Rong joked with him and couldn't stop laughing. When they reached the door, Pei Wenxuan helped her into the carriage. Pei Wenxuan said seriously in a low voice, "Don't worry. As long as you're my wife, I won't use these tricks on you." "What if I'm not?" Li Rong turned around and looked at him coldly. Pei Wenxuan smiled softly and said gently, "At that time, I'm afraid all the schemes will be tied to Your Highness. Just for Your Highness to come back, I'll call you Madam Pei again." Li Rong was stunned. Pei Wenxuan lifted the curtain and smiled. "Madam Pei, please. Don't be cold outside." "What Madam Pei?" Li Rong sneered. "You're my son-in-law. I'm not your Madam Pei." With that, Li Rong bent over and entered the carriage. The two got into the carriage and began to deal with their official business. They were used to dealing with things at any time to ensure that their lives were efficient. After a while, the two arrived at the palace. The two separated. Pei Wenxuan went to chat with his acquaintances. Li Rong stood in his place and closed his eyes to rest. After a while, the morning court began. Li Ming said, "If you have something to report, please begin." In an instant, many officials stood up. These officials spoke up one by one. If they didn't want to investigate whether Li Rong had tortured Chen Guang, then they asked for a retrial of the military pay case. Li Ming's face showed some impatience, but he still listened patiently. Li Rong sat down with a calm expression. After these people finished speaking, Li Ming finally opened his mouth. "Dear officials, your words are reasonable. Whether or not Ping Eli was tortured should be investigated. Let the people from the censorate take charge." Li Ming looked at the censorate, Shangguan Minji. "Censorate Shangguan, you arrange this matter." Shangguan Minji respectfully complied. Xiaolanqing coldly said, "Your Majesty, Lord Shangguan is Your Highness' uncle. He should avoid suspicion. Why don't we let the Ministry of Justice investigate this case?" "Great uncle," Xiaolanqing had just finished speaking when Li Rong spoke. Xiaolanqing frowned. Li Rong laughed and said, "According to the clan relationship, you are also my great uncle. In the imperial court, we are all relatives, right?" If you talk about avoiding suspicion with your relatives, are you still going to do the work in the imperial court? But, Ping Li is right. Li Ming directly cut off Xianxia and said impatiently, it's decided. The censorate will investigate whether or not Ping Li was tortured. As for the Qing clan case and the military pay case in Ping Li's hands, it has been delayed for so long. There's no need for a retrial. Wouldn't it be a joke if we interrogate every dead person? If there's evidence, we'll retrial. If there's no evidence, we'll decide on a date. But if your highness is involved in torture, another official hurriedly said. Li Ming directly said, so transfer the case to someone else. Hearing this, many officials instantly sighed in relief. Then, they saw Li Ming point at Pei Wenxuan. Pei Wenxuan, you are the censorate. You helped with this case in the beginning. Let's hand it to you. Your Majesty. Several officials anxiously said, the prince consort and the princess are husband and wife. What's the difference between letting him interrogate and the princess interrogate? Then let the princess interrogate? Pei Wenxuan directly replied. The official who spoke immediately said, of course not. If we can't let the princess interrogate, then it means that there is a difference between the princess and this official. What's wrong with transferring the case to this official? Pei Wenxuan's words stunned everyone. After a moment, the official finally reacted and hurriedly said, you will definitely side with them. Why? You and the princess are husband and wife. Lord Chen, previously, you spent a lot of money in a brothel. Your wife led people to the brothel and you and your wife confronted each other on the street. Aren't you and your wife husband? Why do you want to fight and the other don't? You. The official who was called out flushed red. He was ashamed and angry. Pei Wenxuan took advantage of the official's silence to turn around and respectfully kneel down. This official obeys the decree. Thus, the matter was settled. This matter was obviously discussed by Li Ming with the high-level officials yesterday. These small grasshoppers were refuted by Pei Wenxuan, and no one else said anything. After receiving the decree, Pei Wenxuan stood up and returned to his seat. This matter was over. After the morning assembly, Pei Wenxuan and Li Rong walked out of the main hall together. Pei Wenxuan didn't speak for a long time. Li Rong saw that he didn't speak and asked curiously, what are you thinking about? Pei Wenxuan put his hands behind his back and turned to look at her. The assassination is over just like that? Of course not. Li Rong smiled and said, just wait and see. Li Rong patted Pei Wenxuan's shoulder. There are many cases for these two cases. Lord Pei, why don't you go directly to the inspection department? Of course. Pei Wenxuan said and bowed to Li Rong. Your Highness, please. Li Rong walked down the steps and Pei Wenxuan followed behind him. The two left the palace together. After getting on the carriage, Li Rong roughly explained the details of the case to Pei Wenxuan. Pei Wenxuan nodded and then remembered. Did Su Ronghua stop you during this? He did stop us for a while. Li Rong smiled. But he knows. He won't stop us if it's important. He knows? Pei Wenxuan raised his eyebrows. You trust him a lot. The Su family won't act recklessly, even if he's Su Ronghua. Li Rong said calmly. Pei Wenxuan's expression was the same as before. He lowered his eyes and poured tea for himself. He said calmly, actually, I don't understand. Why does your Highness have so much confidence in the Su family? Can't your Highness see the drawbacks of aristocratic families? Li Rong didn't say anything. She opened and closed her small fan. After a long time, she said slowly, everything has its advantages and disadvantages. Aristocratic families have their disadvantages. But don't forget that the prosperity of Xia originated from these aristocratic families. Those who are greedy at the border are aristocratic families' children, but those who fight on the battlefield are also aristocratic families' children. Those who curry favor in the imperial court are aristocratic families, but those who practice the law of Xia and have self-discipline as gentlemen are also aristocratic families. Then how do you know whether the Su family is a drawback or a benefit? Pei Wenxuan's voice was cold. Li Rong thought for a long time. She looked at the curtain outside the carriage, and her expression was somewhat distant. Do you know when Su Yongqing and I first met? Pei Wenchuan didn't expect her to mention this. He looked up strangely and heard Li Rong calmly say, "At that time, I was very young, and he was also very young. Imperial father wanted to go on an expedition to the north, so he and his grandfather knelt outside the palace gate. At that time I couldn't even write well, but he was already in the imperial court, kneeling in front of the imperial study with his father. Then I asked him why he was kneeling. He said it was because His Majesty wanted to go on an expedition to the north, and he wanted to dissuade him. So I asked him again. Going on an expedition to the north was to beat up bad people, so why did he want to dissuade him? He told me seriously that the emperor's achievements were written with the blood of the common people. That year was the 3rd year of the drought in the south. Compared to going on an expedition to the north, he wanted the common people to eat their fill. I asked him if he was afraid. Imperial father would beat him with a plank and kill him. He looked at me and said that the members of the Su family live for the common people and die for the country." As she said this, Li Rong smiled. She turned her head and looked at Pei Wenchuan. Her expression was rarely gentle. Pei Wenchuan, in fact, in this kind of century-old prestigious family, they have higher principles and higher moral standards than ordinary people. There are bad people among them, but it's not them who are bad, it's the human heart. Su Lin was involved in the military pay case, but he was only the most insignificant part of it. The Su family protected him not because of favoritism, but because of the family's internal rules. If I don't make trouble for Su Lin, the Su family will do it themselves. It's just that outsiders can't do it. Even if there are some dirty people in this kind of family, I still respect them. They have their bottom line. As long as I don't cross it, there's no harm. Pei Wenchuan listened quietly. As they spoke, the two arrived at the inspection department. Li Rong led Pei Wenchuan inside. As soon as they reached the door, they heard Su Ronghua's somewhat excited voice. "You said he escaped by himself? You might as well tell me that you were seduced by his beauty and let him go. I'll believe you more. If you don't believe me, then so be it." Xianxia's leisurely voice sounded. "I didn't ask you to believe me." Pei Wenchuan and Li Rong looked at each other. Li Rong led Pei Wenchuan inside. When Xianxia heard Li Rong enter, she hurriedly stood up respectfully and bowed. "Your Highness. Your Highness." Su Ronghua's expression was extremely ugly. Li Rong smiled and looked at Xianxia. "Quarreling again? What are you quarreling about this time?" "Reporting to Your Highness, Lord Shangguan released the felon Lin Feibai without permission last night. Your Highness, please immediately give the order to search the entire city and arrest Lin Feibai." Su Ronghua was obviously furious. She didn't give Xianxia a chance to speak and directly spoke. Li Rong's expression didn't change. He turned to look at Xianxia. "You released the felon without permission?" "I'm innocent." Xianxia pulled out a miserable tone. "I was just a little busy last night and didn't return to the residence. Lin Feibai injured someone last night and ran away. How can you blame me for this?" "Who unchained him?" Su Ronghua immediately turned around. "How come it was all your people last night? Who are you trying to fool?" "Whoever feels that they were fooled is a ghost." Xianxia spread her hands and said innocently, "How would I know who unchained him?" "What do you mean by all my people?" "We're all people from the inspectorate and His Highness's people. Is there a need to differentiate between you and me?" Su Ronghua looked at Xianxia acting shamelessly and was furious. He pursed his lips and endured for a long time before finally saying, "You're going to cause trouble." Pei Wenchuan and Li Rong glanced at Su Ronghua indifferently. He obviously knew something and looked particularly anxious. Li Rong didn't show it on his face and only said, "He's already run away. It's meaningless to pursue who's responsible. Send out a notice and arrest him in the entire city." "Your Highness, there aren't enough notices." Su Ronghua saw that Li Rong agreed and hurriedly said, "We still need to search the entire city. Lord Su, if you feel that it's necessary, you can bring your own people." Li Rong was rather helpless. "The inspectorate has been quite busy recently. I'm afraid there won't be many people." These words weren't false. Su Ronghua wasn't sure if Li Rong was speaking the truth or if he was just brushing him off. He held back for a long time before finally saying, "This humble subject will go and investigate." "Lord Su, thank you for your hard work." Li Rong raised his hand and made a pleased gesture. Su Rongwo respectfully bowed and hurriedly walked out. After he left, Xianxia came forward and whispered, "It was released in the morning." "Don't worry." Li Rong responded and turned to look at Pei Wenxuan. "Let's go. I'll take you to see the files." Li Rong ordered Xianxia, "Go and bring the files of the 2 recent cases. Also, prepare the people to be interrogated by Lord Pei." Xianxia bowed and retreated. Li Rong led Pei Wenxuan to the file room. Pei Wenxuan put his hands in his sleeves and said coldly, "Did you deliberately release Lin Feibai?" "Yes. He is the deputy hall master of the 7 Stars Hall and is inextricably linked to Xiao Lanqing. What are you planning to do by letting him out?" "You'll know tomorrow." Li Rong twirled his fan confidently. Pei Wenxuan hesitated for a moment before finally saying, "What does Su Rongwo know?" "I probably know what he knows too." Li Rong turned his head and said, "Just wait for a good show." Pei Wenxuan didn't speak. He lowered his eyes and seemed to be thinking. As soon as the 2 walked to the file room, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside. A moment later, Xianxia's figure appeared. She walked straight to Li Rong and said with a frown, "Your Highness, something happened to Xiao Lanqing." Pei Wenxuan suddenly turned his head. Li Rong looked calm. Alive or dead?" "Alive," Xianxia said concisely. "Lin Feibai failed to assassinate her on the street and has now been captured alive." "What a pity." Li Rong made a tisk sound. Pei Wenxuan frowned. He wanted to say something but couldn't say it for a while. After holding it in for a long time, he could only say, "It's too ridiculous." Li Rong listened to Pei Wenxuan's words and looked over with a smile. "Lord Pei, why are you in such a hurry?" Xianxia saw Li Rong's unhurried manner and still couldn't keep his cool. Even though he guessed that Li Rong might have been prepared, he still couldn't help but dissuade him. "Your Highness, you have to make preparations early. Now that the Xie family has captured Lin Feibai, I'm afraid he will confess to your Highness. You were the one who asked him to assassinate Xiao Lanqing." Pei Wenxuan turned around in shock. Li Rong ignored Pei Wenxuan. He twirled the fan in his hand and instructed Xianxia, "Go and prepare all the evidence they used to assassinate me." "Is Lin Feibai's confession still there?" "It's still there." Xianxia frowned. "But now, the only evidence that can point to Xiao Lanqing is Lin Feibai's confession. All the assassins in the Butterfly Gorge assassination were bribed by the Qin family. From the flow of money to the people involved, they were all from the Qin family. If Lin Feibai retracts his confession, I'm afraid, what are you afraid of?" Li Rong smiled. "Prepare whatever evidence you have. You just have to suppress the Qin family. You don't have to care about anything else." After Xianxia heard this, she hesitated for a long time. Finally, she agreed and left. As soon as Xianxia left, Pei Wenxuan asked directly, "What do you plan to do?" "And?" Li Rong turned to look at Pei Wenxuan and saw Pei Wenxuan frowning. "Why did you ask Lin Feibai to assassinate Xiao Lanqing? Xiao Lanqing is the Minister of Justice. How can he be so easy to assassinate? Now that Lin Feibai has been captured alive and he has confessed to you, I'm afraid that His Majesty won't be able to protect you even if he wants to." After Pei Wenxuan finished speaking, he felt that his words were too harsh. Li Rong should not be such a stupid person. He thought about it and analyzed. The 7 Stars Hall's lair is built in the place where the Xia family lives. They are inextricably linked to the Xia family. You want to kill Xiao Lanqing because she was sent by him? Li Rong didn't speak. She looked for all the files in the room that she wanted to hand over to Pei Wenxuan. Pei Wenxuan followed behind her and continued, "Qixing Hall is famous for being tight-lipped. They won't confess even if they die. How did you get Lin Feibai to confess to Xiao Lanqing and leave a statement?" Without waiting for Li Rong to reply, Pei Wenxuan immediately said, "You threatened him with the location of their stronghold? But that shouldn't be the case. Lin Feibai should know the power of the prominent families in the area. Even if you send troops immediately, they can retreat in time with the help of the Xie family. Lin Feibai is not a fool." He can't be threatened like this, but he still confessed to Xianxia. He treats me like a fool. Li Rong turned around with a smile and handed a file to Pei Wenxuan. He's plotting against me with Xianxia. There are many possibilities for the assassination, Li Rong said as she continued to draw files from the wall and put them in Pei Wenxuan's hands. Pei Wenxuan held the file and followed Li Rong. He heard her say, with the thoughts of an old fox like Xianxia, it's impossible for him not to have a backup plan in case of failure. Lin Feibai confessed so easily because he was already prepared. According to Xianxia's thoughts, if Lin Feibai confessed, there was a high chance that I would pursue his responsibility. But I couldn't find any other evidence other than Lin Feibai's confession, so I sued him in court. Lin Feibai retracted his confession at the last minute and said that he was tortured by me. Coupled with the incident with Chen Guang extorting a confession by torture, the two big hats of false accusation and extorting a confession by torture will definitely be placed on my head. Since you know, then what do you mean by letting him go out to assassinate Xianxia? Are you sending him to his death? So, then I have two choices. If I believe his words, I will fall into their trap. If I don't accept Lin Feibai's words, I won't be able to trap Xianxia, this old wolf. So if they want to set a trap for me, I will beat them at their own game. Not only will I jump down, but I will also jump deeper. If I let Lin Feibai assassinate Xianxia will definitely sue me in court tomorrow. Only if he exposes himself from the shadows will I have a chance to bite him to death. Pei Wenxuan heard Li Rong's calculations and felt slightly relieved. He held the file and asked respectfully, "Then where is His Highness's fangs?" Li Rong turned around and waved at him. Pei Wenxuan held the file and lowered his head to listen. He heard Li Rong add a few words. Pei Wenxuan looked up in shock. Really? Li Rong lowered her voice. It's absolutely true. This case was investigated by Su Yongqing back then. After all, this matter wasn't a good thing, so he only reported it to me. But this matter was confirmed by 3 parties. Then does Lin Feibai know? Pei Wenxuan frowned. Li Rong shook his head. He didn't know until he died. What about Xianxia? At least not now. Pei Wenxuan stopped talking. He thought for a long time and said slowly, if it's really as His Highness said, then Xianxia really went for wool this time and came home shorn. So don't worry. Li Rong raised his hand and patted Pei Wenxuan's shoulder. Think about it. If the Minister of Justice is gone, who would be better? With that said, Li Rong leaned over to Pei Wenxuan and whispered, I can't afford to compensate you for the peony. How about I compensate you with the position of Minister of Justice? Then this peony is too valuable. Pei Wenxuan laughed. He walked to the table with the file and thought. But with my qualifications, it won't be easy for His Highness to push me up, right? You can choose someone from your family. Li Rong followed him to the table and leaned against the edge of the table. He tapped his shoulder with a small fan and said gently, he took back a portion of the money from your second uncle. It's time for him to return the power, right? Pei Wenxuan paused. After a while, he slowly raised his head and looked at Li Rong's suggestive gaze. He smiled softly. It seems that His Highness doesn't think much of what this official has now. I didn't say that. Li Rong raised his hand and pointed at Pei Wenxuan. He quickly said, don't pour dirty water on me. I'm not pouring dirty water on His Highness, I'm expressing my loyalty. Pei Wenxuan said. He put his hands on the table and leaned over to Li Rong. Rest assured, Your Highness. I belong to His Highness. The Pei family also belongs to His Highness. Eldest young Master Pei doesn't do business at a loss, Li Rong said. He sat on the table and folded his hands in front of him. He smiled and said, Eldest young Master Pei, what do you want this prince to return with? Why don't you guess, Your Highness? Glory, splendor, and wealth? Li Rong raised his eyebrows and deliberately made a guess. Pei Wenxuan knew that he was up to no good. He continued, what else? High position and generous salary? Isn't it the same as before? It seems that Your Highness has nothing else to give this official. Sitting at the table, Li Rong was slightly taller than Pei Wenxuan, who was standing. She looked at Pei Wenchuan with a smile and felt that the gaze of the person in front of her seemed to have materialized. His gaze met Li Rong's. Both of them had the same smile on their faces as usual, but there was a silent confrontation between them. This kind of confrontation was like intertwining vines. One side was fighting and the other was spreading, wrapping around each other tightly and strangling each other. Neither of them was willing to take a step back. However, it was this kind of intense feeling that gave Li Rong an indescribable feeling. Her heartbeat quickened and her palms became sweaty. Pei Wenchuan, at this kind of time, made people filled with an indescribable desire. It was a seduction, but there was also a hint of teasing in this seduction. It was as if he was waiting for Li Rong to lower her head. If she accepted this seduction, she would lose. In the relationship between a man and a woman, the most emotional moment wasn't when they covered each other in bed and made love. It was when they wanted to say something but didn't, when they were attracted to each other, when they couldn't move forward. She couldn't lose, so she couldn't touch this person. However, she clearly knew that this beautiful flower that had just bloomed had already peeked out of the wall and was fluttering in the wind. She wanted to climb the flower. The only thing she could do was to be like this person and make this person fall under her pomegranate dress and take the initiative to find her. Li Rong also lowered her body and moved forward. She approached Pei Wenchuan and softened her voice. Her usually cold voice had a hint of flirtatiousness. Then what does Lord Pei want? When Pei Wenchuan heard this, he felt half of his bones go limp. He sucked in a breath of cold air and straightened up. I won't talk to your highness anymore. I'm going to find my uncle. Have someone send the file back to the princess residence. I'll read it tonight. After saying this, Pei Wenchuan hurriedly walked out. Although he walked steadily, looking at his back, it seemed as if he was running away. Li Rong sat at the table and leisurely picked up a cup of tea from the table. She smiled as she watched Pei Wenchuan's back disappear into the distance. Xianxia led a group of people in carrying the file from outside. When she came in, she saw Li Rong sitting at the table with a cup of tea. She looked very happy, like a big cat that had eaten and drank to its heart's content, lazily licking its paws. Xianxia was stunned and subconsciously said, "You guys are having fun?" Li Rong paused, then she coldly raised her eyebrows and looked over. What do you usually read? Since your highness knows, it seems like you're a kindred spirit. Xianxia cupped his hands in respect. Nice to meet you. You're not even married, yet you talk nonsense all day long. Li Rong grabbed a book beside her and threw it at her. Xianxia laughed and dodged to the side. Li Rong scolded, let's see who's going to marry you. Your highness doesn't have to worry about that. Xianxia smiled and walked to Li Rong's side. She asked someone to put all the testimonies that had been reviewed on the table for Li Rong. She leaned on the edge of the table next to Li Rong and said, I've told my father that I want to retire in the Xianxia family and be an old grandaunt. An old grandaunt? Li Rong laughed. Your father is willing? Of course, this is a joke. Xianxia became serious. My father naturally won't allow me to retire in the Xianxia family. But if I really become the head of the Xianxia family, Xianxia looked up at Li Rong, it won't be up to him. But he still needs me in the next 2 years. Xianxia leaned on the table and said slowly, I can delay it for a few more years. You're that afraid of marriage? Li Rong was curious. She remembered that in her previous life, Xianxia was actually a very proper girl from an aristocratic family. She did everything according to the rules. She was cold, restrained, disciplined. Even when the Xianxia family was almost destroyed by Li Chuan, she couldn't find any fault with it. Even when Li Chuan hated aristocratic families, she still defended her position as the empress. She stared at Xianxia. Xianxia thought for a while and said, if your highness had a choice, before you met the prince consort, would you choose to get married? Li Rong was momentarily stunned by Xianxia's question. Xianxia said slowly, what's so good about getting married? If I don't get married, I'll be the eldest miss of the Xianxia family. No one can bully me. I'm the apple of my father's eye. I want to study and do things. I can even get an official position with your highness, earn some money, and have some entertainment in the casino. What about after you get married? Xianxia looked calm. If I marry into an ordinary family, I'll have a grandaunt and a husband. I'll always follow the rules. If I do something wrong, I'll lose face for the Shangguan family. If my husband is a good man, they may treat each other with respect. But if my husband likes to flirt and even attacks me, what can I do? Even if I have 1,000 abilities, Xianxia sighed and smiled bitterly, once I get married, I'm no longer a person. Not to mention other things, if my husband doesn't let me go back to my parents' home, I won't be able to control the Shangguan family. If he doesn't let me work for your highness, I won't be able to keep the things I've done. You're not such an obedient person, are you? Li Rong raised her eyebrows. Xianxia smiled slightly, of course. If I really meet such a husband, I'll find a wild man outside, have a child with him, poison him, and then use the child's name to become the mistress of the family. Wouldn't that be great? Li Rong's heart sank. She said carefully, what if you marry into the imperial palace? Marry into the imperial palace, Xianxia looked calm, then I won't be marrying a man, but an imperial throne. I won't just be Xianxia, but the honor and disgrace of the Shangguan clan. Li Rong still wanted to ask more questions, but when the words were about to come out of her mouth, she suddenly felt that it was meaningless. What was the point of asking more about the things in her previous life? It would only hurt her feelings. Li Rong was silent. Xianxia laughed, Your Highness, why do you suddenly ask these questions? I just want to know more about you. Li Rong got down from the table and put her hand on Xianxia's shoulder. We're good sisters, let's talk more. With that, Li Rong led Xianxia to sit down. She held her chin and flipped through the file. Tell me the details. When Li Rong and Xianxia were discussing how to deal with Xia Lanqing in the imperial court tomorrow, Pei Wenquan rode the carriage all the way to the Pei mansion. He first went to see the Wen family, then went to pay a visit to Pei Xianqing. Pei Xuanqing's health was not good, so he had resigned early and stayed at home to enjoy the rest of his life. Usually, he was busy with the affairs of his children and grandchildren, so very few people came to see him. When Pei Wenquan saw Pei Xianqing was brewing tea and playing chess by himself. Pei Wenquan came forward and respectfully said, Grandfather, I heard that you are a popular person now, so you must be very busy. Pei Xianqing said calmly, Why did you come to see this old man today? Do you need help? Long time no see, I'm free today. Pei Wenquan knelt in front of Pei Xianqing and smiled, So I came to see my family. When Pei Xianqing heard this, he raised his head and looked at Pei Wenquan. Pei Wenquan and his father looked very similar. Pei Xuanqing's gaze lingered on Pei Wenquan's face for a moment, then he laughed softly, You are like your father, and your personality is also like him. As he spoke, Pei Xianqing raised his hand and pointed at the chess piece next to him, I'm bored playing chess by myself, why don't you play with me? Pei Wenquan respectfully responded and played chess with Pei Xianqing for a while. During the game, they didn't talk about business at all. Instead, Pei Xianqing asked a few questions about Pei Wenquan and Li Rong's marriage. This pleasant atmosphere made Pei Xianqing relax. He smiled and said, You're already 21, it's time to have a child. Don't always be busy with work and neglect the princess. Bring a child back soon, I'll be happy to have a great-grandson. This isn't something that can be rushed. Pei Wenquan smiled and said, Now that His Highness is busy with work, it's not the time to have a child. Pei Xianqing could tell from Pei Wenquan's tone that he didn't want to have a child, so he didn't continue the topic. The two played a game of chess peacefully. Pei Wenquan looked at the sky and said calmly, It's getting late, grandfather, I'll take my leave first. Pei Xianqing nodded. Pei Wenquan stood up and bowed to Pei Xianqing before leaving. Pei Xianqing saw Pei Wenquan walking out and frowned, Are you really fine? Grandfather. Pei Wenquan sighed, I'm only here because I'm a member of the Pei family. In the end, we're family. Pei Wenquan bowed as he spoke. Pei Xianqing looked at Pei Wenquan quietly, and Pei Wenquan left. An attendant came forward and poured tea for Pei Xianqing, saying respectfully, Eldest young master brought your favorite tea over. Among so many young masters, he's the only one who knows about this. Eldest young master is filial to master. Pei Xianqing was silent. He turned to look at the tea and after a long time, he softly said, N. Pei Wenquan went to Pei Xuanqing's place. After thinking for a while, he turned back to the inspectorate. When Pei Wenquan arrived at the inspectorate, Li Rong was still busy. She confirmed the assassin's confession and the account of the Chen family's transactions with Xianxia, then began to confirm the investigation of the Shangguan family that Xianxia was in charge of. Li Rong's idea was to clean up the Shangguan family before Li Ming made a move. This was to prevent Li Chuan from being implicated by the Shangguan family's affairs like in his previous life. Li Chuan was the most reliable crown prince. With his status as the crown prince, there was almost no fault to be found. Dethroning the crown prince was a big deal. As long as Li Chuan did not make any mistakes, it would be difficult for Li Ming to touch him. Cleaning up the Shangguan family was to resolve Li Chuan's worries in advance. When Pei Wenxuan arrived at the inspectorate, he heard that Li Rong was still busy. He did not say anything and asked someone to bring him tea. Sitting in the front hall, he picked up a leisure book and began to read. After reading for a while, he saw an imperial guard hurriedly walk in. Pei Wenxuan looked up and heard the imperial guard anxiously say, "Your Highness, it's not good, Your Highness." When Li Rong heard this from inside, he and Xianxia looked at each other, then straightened up and walked out. When the imperial guard saw Li Rong come out, he knelt on the ground and hurriedly said, "Your Highness, Xiaolanqing entered the palace to lodge a complaint. His Majesty is now urgently calling for Your Highness to enter the palace." "Is he in such a hurry to die?" Li Rong laughed out loud. The imperial guard did not dare to respond. Pei Wenxuan stood up and walked behind Li Rong, saying in a low voice, "I will follow Your Highness into the palace." "Your Highness," Xianxia frowned, "Xiaolanqing probably did not come with good intentions." "Don't worry," Li Rong smiled, "I will send him on his way now." With that, Li Rong turned around, flicked his wide sleeves, and put them behind his back. He led his people forward and said happily, "Let's go." Li Rong led his people out of the inspectorate and rushed directly to the palace. When they arrived at the imperial study, Li Rong saw Xiaolanqing holding his stomach and lying weakly on the chair. Li Rong smiled and entered the room, saying respectfully, "This son greets imperial father." Pei Wenxuan also kowtowed with Li Rong, "This humble subject greets Your Majesty." There were many people standing in the room. Su Mingji, Shangguan Su, Su Yongqing, and the others were all there. Xiaolanqing's chair was placed to the side and Lin Feibai, who was covered in injuries, was kneeling at his feet. Li Ming looked at Li Rong and seemed a little tired. After raising his hand to let Li Rong stand up, he said directly, "Ping Le, Lord Xia said that you ordered this killer to kill him. Do you plead guilty?" When Li Rong heard this, he looked at Lin Feibai with a smile that was not a smile. "I ordered this young master to kill Lord Xia?" As she spoke, Li Rong walked to Lin Feibai's side, squatted down on one knee, and put her hands on one knee. She smiled and said, "I would like to ask this young master, how did I know you and how did I order you around? This commoner is a pugilistic world killer. Half a month ago, His Highness sent someone to find this commoner and wanted this commoner to kill someone. At that time, His Highness used a veil to cover his face. Although this commoner couldn't see His Highness, I remembered His Highness's voice." "Then your hearing is quite good." Li Rong nodded. "And then? Why is His Highness asking so much?" Xiaolanqing interrupted Li Rong directly. "Could it be that His Highness is guilty and wants to confirm if there is anything in the witness's words that you can quibble about? Minister Xia, pay attention to your words." Pei Wenxuan glanced over coldly and said indifferently, "The matter hasn't been clarified yet and you're saying that His Highness is quibbling. Why, does Lord Xia treat this place as the Ministry of Justice and has already decided on the case? Lord Pei really has a glib tongue." Xiaolanqing sneered. "Everyone here understands what I mean. Lord Pei, you don't have to bite the words." "And then?" Li Rong stared at Lin Feibai. Lin Feibai didn't speak. Li Ming said coldly, "Young Master Lin, speak." Then, according to the employer's request, this commoner came to Butterfly Gorge to assassinate the person in the painting. Then, I was ambushed, arrested, and sent to the inspection department. After arriving at the inspection department, this commoner met the princess. When the princess spoke, this commoner knew that this was the employer who asked me to assassinate the princess. The princess knew of my talent, so she asked me to kill Lord Xia directly. Otherwise, this commoner would be beheaded for the crime of assassinating the princess. Although Lin Feibai's tone was cold, coupled with his calm and somewhat angry appearance, it made people trust him more. Li Rong smiled and listened to Lin Feibai's words. He continued, "And then you assassinated Minister Xie?" Lin Feibai ignored him and knelt on the ground with his back straight. Li Rong saw that he had finished speaking and stood up. Li Ming saw that she had a card up her sleeve and only asked, "Is what he said true?" Imperial father, Li Rong turned around with a smile and said directly, "His story is full of loopholes. It's like a few poor people discussing whether the emperor should use a gold pole or a silver pole to carry things. Can this kind of thing about the emperor using a pole to carry soil be true?" When these words came out, Xianxia's expression immediately became ugly. "Is it true or not, Your Highness? There's no need to talk about this nonsense. Okay, Minister Xie's brain isn't very good after experiencing an assassination. This palace can understand. Then, this palace will help you sort out the loopholes in his words. First, he said that I was his employer. Then, may I ask, do I have no subordinates or do I admire his good name and have to pay a visit to him? So, a dignified princess doesn't send reliable people to hire an assassin and has to go personally? Your Highness is right." Pei Wenxuan added, "This humble subject also doesn't want Your Highness to meet with an outsider in private." Li Rong secretly glared at Pei Wenxuan. Pei Wenxuan pretended not to know and was expressionless. "What if Your Highness is cautious and doesn't want others to know about this kind of scandal?" Xiao Lanqing replied coldly. Li Rong smiled lightly and circled around Lin Feibai. "Okay, I'll let Lord Xie do it this time. Just treat it as me being cautious and incompetent, so I can only find an assassin myself. Then, according to what this young master said, I hired an assassin to kill myself and this palace made up and acted out the scene of me being assassinated. Then, since I know that I'm going to meet this young master again, should I wear a veil and not change my voice when I meet him? This commoner has been practicing martial arts since childhood and is extremely sensitive to sounds." Lin Feibai said coldly. Pei Wenxuan whispered, "What sharp dog ears." "Okay." Li Rong lowered her head and laughed. "Even if Hero Lin's martial arts are strong and I miscalculated. But since I planned for someone to murder me, why did I force you to kill Minister Xie instead of directly making you give false testimony that Minister Xie asked you to murder me?" These words made Lin Feibai pause, but no expression could be seen on his face, so it was unknown what his exact mood was. Li Rong saw that he was silent. Xiao Lanqing said slowly, "You'll have to ask Your Highness about this. Perhaps Your Highness felt that mentioning your assassination after Madame Chen Wansher's death wouldn't have the effect Your Highness wanted, so you directly asked him to assassinate me? Then there's a very important question here." Li Rong tapped her fan on her palm. She bent down and looked at Xiao Lanqing, who was sitting on the chair. "Would I let my son kill his father?" Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Xiao Lanqing's expression changed drastically and Lin Feibai suddenly looked up. Li Rong smiled and straightened her back. She tapped her fan on the palm of her hand. "Let's think about this story from a different perspective. Everyone, do you think it's more likely that a princess would let her son assassinate his biological father after having problems with her brain time and time again, or that the father and son would collude and falsely accuse the princess?" "Young Master Lin." Li Rong looked at the shocked Lin Feibai and smiled. "What do you think?" "That's impossible." Xiao Lanqing was the first to react. He hurriedly stood up. "How can I let my son be an assassin? Your Majesty is wise." "Oh." Pei Wenxuan saw Xiao Lanqing stand up and immediately smiled. "Lord Xie's health is not bad. You can stand up just like that? Prince Consort, you must be joking." Li Rong looked back at Pei Wenxuan. "Lord Xie injured his stomach, not his leg. How can he not stand up just like that? Lord Xie, don't be anxious. Listen to me slowly." As Li Rong spoke, he lifted Lin Feibai's face with his fan and said to everyone, "Everyone, take a closer look. Isn't this young master somewhat similar to Lord Xie's?" No one dared to speak. Li Ming looked around seriously and found that Lin Feibai's eyes were indeed the same as Xiao Lanqing's. When Xiao Lanqing was young, he was also a famous handsome man in Huajing. Now that he was old, his appearance couldn't be seen. But with Li Rong's reminder, everyone thought about Xiao Lanqing's young appearance and carefully looked at Lin Feibai. For a moment, they didn't dare to speak. Your Highness, is it because of this that you said that this assassin and Minister Xia are father and son? Su Yongqing suddenly spoke. Li Rong was a little surprised. She didn't expect Su Yongqing to interrupt at this time. She turned around and met Su Yongqing's gaze. Su Yongqing's gaze was very cold. He seemed to be trying his best to restrain something. His cold eyes were like whirlpools, hiding all kinds of emotions. Li Rong couldn't help but pause on those eyes for a moment. It wasn't until Pei Wenxuan coughed lightly that she reacted and smiled. Of course it's not just because of this. This matter started from the assassination of the prince consort more than half a month ago. The year the prince consort was assassinated, the deputy chief Su Ronghua had some conflicts with me. He suspected that the other deputy chief, Shangguan, was torturing Chen Guang. That day, I personally interrogated Chen Guang under deputy chief Su's supervision. After Chen Guang confessed, I received a threatening kite with the word stop written in cinnabar. That afternoon, someone assassinated the prince consort. They injured the prince consort, but there was no poison on the knife. It was obvious that they were just trying to scare me. I felt very uneasy, so I ordered people to investigate. As Li Rong spoke, he waved his hand and Shangguanya came forward with the kite he had received. He respectfully took it and said, "This humble subject was ordered by your highness to thoroughly investigate this item." This humble subject discovered that the cinnabar used on the kite came from Huiming Pavilion, a brush and ink shop in the capital that sells to the nobles. This humble subject looked at Huiming Pavilion's accounts for the past 6 months and discovered that after the purchase, there are still 20 households left. Among them is the Xia family. But Lord Xia has nothing to do with this case. Li Rong continued, so I didn't think that it was Lord Xia. These people obviously don't want me to investigate the things in my hands, especially Chen Guang. But my conscience made me disregard life and death, so I could only grit my teeth and persist. But as the days passed, I became more and more uneasy, so I decided to lure the snake out of its hole. I deliberately went out with the prince consort and released the news. Then, I set up an ambush in Butterfly Gorge and used myself as bait to capture a group of assassins alive, including this young master, Lin Feibai. Li Rong stopped beside Lin Feibai. Everyone looked at Lin Feibai. Li Rong calmly said, "After investigation, I learned that Lin Feibai is the deputy chief of the Seven Stars Hall, the #1 assassin organization in the pugilistic world. The Seven Stars Hall has always been undefeated in the pugilistic world, but in order to protect themselves and long-term development, they never make a move against the powerful. I'm afraid it's impossible for the Chen family to invite Hall Master Lin over with their ability. So I began to suspect that there was someone else behind the Chen family. At this time I interrogated Hall Master Lin and found something on him." As he spoke, Li Rong squatted down and pressed the corner of Lin Feibai's clothes with his fan. Lin Feibai hurriedly grabbed Li Rong's fan and said angrily, "What are you doing? Young Master Lin, don't be anxious. Don't you want to know the truth?" Lin Feibai hesitated for a moment. Li Rong put the fan into his clothes and picked out a necklace around his neck. "Do you recognize this necklace?" When this necklace was picked out, everyone had different expressions on their faces. Every family had their own symbolic objects to identify their clansmen in case of an accident. Most of these objects were close-fitting and easy to carry. Some northern families would use tattoos, while southern families would often use some jade pendants, necklaces, and other objects. Most of these objects were family emblems with names on them. Most ordinary people didn't know about these things, but aristocrats specialized in learning about the relationship between the various clans and were very clear about family emblems. At this moment, this jade orchid carved from Kuan Mountain's white jade fell into everyone's eyes. Everyone couldn't help but have a strange expression. "Where did you steal this?" Xia Lanqing was a little panicked. "How did you get this?" Lin Feibai didn't speak. His face was pale. Li Rong smiled and reached out to flip the jade pendant over, revealing the word Qing inside. Unfortunately, I had seen such a necklace on a younger sister of the Xia family before, so I was attracted by this object. Lin Feibai and this object are somewhat similar to Lord Xia, and with this jade pendant as evidence and the relationship between the cinnabar and Lord Xia, I couldn't help but think more. So I directly asked someone to investigate Xianxing's life and found that when Minister Xia was young, he also had a romantic past that caused a storm in the city. It was said that Minister Xia fell in love with a woman from the pugilistic world, but his family didn't agree and betrothed Minister Xia to his current wife. On the day of the marriage, this woman held a sharp sword and cut off Minister Xia's hair crown before leaving. Then I checked the time when the Seven Stars Hall was established. It was 2 years after this romantic past, which happened to be a year after young Master Lin was born. So I pretended to know the location of the Seven Stars Hall and told Lin Feibai that the Seven Stars Hall was located in the territory of the Xia family. Young Master Lin was shocked and I knew that I guessed right. Li Rong put down the necklace, stood up, and looked at Xianxia with a smile. In this way, the Seven Stars Hall, which has never been involved in the affairs of the rich and powerful, has a reason to take action. Because the Hall Master of the Seven Stars Hall is the woman from the pugilistic world who fell in love with Lord Xia back then. This palace guesses that this should be what happened back then. Lord Xia fell in love with that woman when he was young, but because of his family's obstruction, they couldn't be together. The woman became pregnant and left, giving birth to Lin Feibai. After Lord Xia got married, he found this woman and provided her with protection, helping her establish the Seven Stars Hall. This hall master was unwilling to become Lord Xia's concubine for various reasons and didn't want her child to return to the Xia family, so she left Lin Feibai behind and raised him as a successor in the Seven Stars Hall. And for some reason, Lord Xia agreed to this matter. "You're talking nonsense!" Xianxia shouted angrily, then hurriedly covered her wound. Li Rong tapped his small fan on his palm and said with a smile, "Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, you'll know once you test it. Come, bring some clear water." Li Rong raised his voice and Xianxia's expression immediately became extremely ugly. Lin Feibai was in a daze. After a while, an attendant came in with clear water. Li Rong turned to look at Xianxia. "Minister Xia, you're the Minister of Justice. Let's test your blood." Xianxia didn't dare to speak and stared at the bowl of clear water. Li Rong then looked at Lin Feibai. "Young Master Lin?" Lin Feibai was a little absent-minded. He looked up at Li Rong. Xianxia sighed and said from the side, "She traveled thousands of miles to Huajing and got pregnant before marriage, but was tragically abandoned. On the day of her wedding, she angrily cut off the groom's hair and was alone for nearly 20 years. How pitiful and sad. As a child, don't you lament for your mother at all?" "Lord Xia," Li Rong urged Xianxia. "You're so hesitant. Is it because it's inconvenient for you to walk over, or because you don't dare to?" Xianxia's face stiffened. Lin Feibai suddenly got up and walked to Li Rong. He raised his hand and cut his finger with a sharp blade. Blood dripped into the bowl. He looked up at Xianxia and said coldly, "Come here." Xianxia didn't move. Lin Feibai looked at him coldly. "Minister Xia, come here." When Xianxia was called by Lin Feibai, he heard the warning in Lin Feibai's tone. His face stiffened and he finally stood up. He walked stiffly to the table and stretched out his hand hesitantly. Lin Feibai saw Xianxia's hesitation and simply grabbed him. He raised his hand and slashed down. As Xianxia screamed, he directly cut Xianxia's finger. He pinched his finger and dripped the blood into the cup. The 2 drops of blood diffused in the water, met, and then slowly fused. Looking at the blood droplets fusing together, Xianxia said anxiously, "Impossible, someone is framing me." "Your Majesty, this humble subject requests to be tested again, and, what else is there to test?" Pei Wenchuan laughed. "Lord Xia, do you think this jade pendant is fake? Are young Master Lin's eyes fake? Or are the 2 drops of blood in the bowl fake? Lord Xia, you assassinated the princess first and colluded with her son to frame her. Now, instead of pleading guilty to the law and asking for forgiveness from His Majesty and His Highness, you still want to argue and defy the law here. I want to know who gave Lord Xia the courage to disregard His Majesty, disregard the laws of the country, and disregard the principles of heaven and earth." "Pei Wenchuan, you spouting nonsense, you brat." Xianxia angrily shouted and pointed at Pei Wenchuan. "It's you who instigated His Highness to do these messy things. Now, you even colluded with the assassins and bribed the Chamberlain to frame this old subject. This old subject has been an official for 30 years and has worked hard for the country and the emperor. Today, I have to be framed by these two children. I hope your majesty will investigate clearly. Father Emperor, Li Rong listened to Xianxia's words and she also knelt down. She bent her back and respectfully kowtowed. This son apologizes to Father Emperor. What are you apologizing for? This son knows. In fact, this son has been fooling around these past few days and has caused trouble for Father Emperor. This son is now in charge of these two cases. There are many aristocratic families involved. Among them, there are 2 death row prisoners from the Xia family. Father Emperor allowed this son to take over this case, so he must be under great pressure. This son should also be prepared to disregard life and death when investigating this case. This son has thought countless times that perhaps it would be better for this son to not investigate this matter. After all, this son is only a woman. It would be better for this son and Father Emperor to properly take care of my husband and children at home and be doted on by Father Emperor and my husband. This son can live a stable and wealthy life. It's just that this son can't bear to see the Qin family being wronged. I can't bear to see the foundation of the country, such as the military pay, be eroded by vermin, so this son still stood up. This son is a princess and is supported by the people of the world. I can't just wear the brocade clothes and ignore the silkworms. This road is difficult. This son was afraid that Father Emperor would be under too much pressure and encountered all kinds of difficulties, but this son didn't report them. As Li Rong spoke, her voice became hoarse. Official Xia is a trusted official and has done many good things for the court. He made things difficult for this son. This son shouldn't be in a deadlock with him. But this son. As Li Rong spoke, she was choking with sobs. This son really has no other choice. This son can disregard my life, but the prince consort is innocent. Today, this son doesn't ask for punishment for official Xia's assassination and framing. I only hope that everyone can make a decision on behalf of the prince consort. There should be an explanation for the assassination of the prince consort. It's one thing to bully this son since this son provoked official Xia, but what about the prince consort? As Li Rong spoke towards the end, her voice was filled with tears. It was as if she really had no other way out. Your Highness, Xianxia panicked when she heard this. She hurriedly said, "You are a princess. It is right and proper for you to investigate the Qin clan case and the military pay case for the sake of the country and the people. This old official wouldn't dare to make things difficult for you, let alone assassinate and frame you." Then she's framing you. Li Ming abruptly shouted out. He looked at Li Rong, who was kneeling on the ground and begging for forgiveness in a hoarse voice. The powerlessness that had been suppressed by these old officials for more than a decade suddenly surged up. He felt anger in his heart. He then thought of how Xianxia had said that Li Rong had connections with the eunuchs and the white magnolia hairpin on Hua Li's head. For a moment, he felt that Li Rong wasn't being bullied by Li Rong, but by Xianxia. She is a princess, Li Ming pointed at Li Rong. She is Jin's eldest daughter, the Empress's daughter. You keep saying that she's framing you and scheming against you. She's just a child who isn't even 19 yet, but she's scheming against you, an old fox who has been in court for more than 30 years. Your Majesty, please calm down. Xianxia knelt on the ground and hurriedly said, Your Majesty, there are too many misunderstandings in this matter. Misunderstandings? What misunderstandings? You're just bullying Jin because Jin doesn't dare to do anything to you. It's fine if you don't have evidence today, Jin will tolerate you. Now that the evidence is conclusive, if you have any misunderstandings, go to the prison and clear them up. Come, Li Ming shouted, drag him away and send him to the censorate to be interrogated by Pei Wenchuan. Your Majesty. Minister Jiangjing hurriedly said, Pei Wenchuan is the princess's son-in-law. What, when you do things, you don't have to talk about whose relatives you are. When Jin does things, Jin has to talk about avoiding suspicion? Let Pei Wenchuan interrogate him. Li Ming angrily said, if anyone dares to say another word today, drag them away for interrogation. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. Pei Wenchuan stood up and respectfully said, Your Majesty, please calm down. It's not appropriate for this humble official to be in charge of this matter. It's better to hand him over to the Ministry of Justice. Hand him over to the Ministry of Justice? Li Ming sneered, who dares to interrogate him in the Ministry of Justice? This humble official is willing to recommend someone, Pei Wenxuan said calmly. Li Ming listened to Pei Wenxuan and slowly said, speak. The Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Pei Liming. This person is my paternal uncle. He is an upright person. He has handled cases in the Ministry of Justice for many years and is familiar with the criminal law. This humble official is willing to recommend Assistant Minister Pei to investigate this case. Li Ming was silent. He subconsciously glanced at Su Yongqing. Logically speaking, as the left Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Su Yongqing was much more suitable to investigate this case than Pei Wenxuan. However, now that the case was sent back to the Ministry of Justice and not let Pei Wenxuan's relatives handle it, he was afraid that Xianxia's case would be left unsolved. However, it didn't seem right to let Pei Liming handle the case directly. He was afraid that the Su family would have objections. Li Ming was hesitating when Su Yongqing stood up and respectfully said, "This humble official agrees." This humble official also thinks that Assistant Minister Pei is the most suitable candidate. After Su Yongqing spoke, Li Ming was completely relieved. He nodded and said, "Since Assistant Minister Su also said so, then let's let Assistant Minister Pei handle this case. Write an edict." After Li Ming finished speaking, he asked someone to write an edict for Pei Liming to investigate this case. After the investigator was chosen, Xianxia's expression was very bad. Li Ming waved his hand and said, "Take him away." At this time, Xianxia finally reacted. He threw himself at Li Ming's feet and said anxiously, "Your Majesty, this old official has been wronged. Your Majesty, someone must have interfered with this. Bring the clear water over and test it again. Test it again. Drag him out." Li Ming waved his hand and the guards on his left and right rushed in and dragged Xianxia out. Xianxia wailed and kicked all the way. He didn't look like he was seriously injured at all. After Xianxia was dragged out, Lin Feibai was still standing there in a daze, looking at the bowl of clear water mixed with blood. When the guards came forward to pull him, he finally regained his senses. He swung his arm, turned his head, and strode out. "I'll walk by myself." After Lin Feibai walked out, Li Ming seemed to be a little tired. He waved his hand and said, "We are a little tired, all of you can leave. Pei Wenxuan, stay behind. I have a few words to say." Everyone respectfully saluted and left one after another. Li Rong followed the crowd out. She wiped her tears and her eyes were red. She retreated to the corridor outside the imperial study and stopped. Xianxia walked to Li Rong's side and asked, "Your Highness is waiting for the prince consort?" "Yes." Li Rong sniffed, as if he had just calmed down. Xianxia sighed. "Your Highness has so many grievances in your heart, but it makes this subordinate's heart ache. In the future, your Highness still has to talk to this subordinate more. Don't shoulder everything by yourself." "You're right." Li Rong smiled. "You can go back first." Xianxia nodded elegantly. He glanced at the people around him who were still talking. Thinking that there were too many people around, he finally bowed and left. Li Rong felt the cold wind blowing on her face after the crowd had finished speaking. She slowly restrained her expression and stood in the corridor, quietly looking at the courtyard. Not long after, someone stood by her side. Li Rong didn't say anything, and the other person didn't say anything either. After a long time, Su Yongqing's voice slowly sounded, "Your Highness's actions today greatly exceeded my expectations. Lord Su's actions today have also exceeded my expectations. Does your Highness think I won't do anything?" The distance between Su Yongqing and her wasn't far, but it wasn't close either. They were only an arm's length apart, which seemed to be the distance he used to keep from her in the past. Li Rong noticed this distance and was a little absent-minded. She collected her thoughts and said lightly, "I thought that Lord Su wouldn't let Xianxia's case go." "He tried to assassinate your Highness," Su Yongqing said calmly. "This subordinate won't cover up for him." Li Rong softly responded. After a long time, Su Yongqing asked again, "Your Highness, why did you establish the inspection department?" "For the country, for the people, and for justice." Li Rong's reply was flat. Because it was too fast, it seemed to be a little careless. The withered branches in the courtyard seemed to have condensed into frost in the wind. Su Yongqing quietly looked at the ice and snow on the branches. He whispered, "Your Highness, is it already the justice in your heart to be enemies with the aristocratic families?" Li Rong paused when she was asked this question. Su Yongqing lowered his eyes and said calmly, "Even if there are parasites in the aristocratic families, they are also the foundation of Xianxia. When the water is too clear, there will be no fish. For a few parasites, if you hurt the foundation of Xianxia, when the time comes and the flames of war rise again, where will the justice in your Highness' heart exist?" Li Rong looked at the courtyard and didn't say anything. Su Yongqing turned to look at Li Rong. "Your Highness, after you married Pei Wenchuan, have you been well?" "Naturally, I've been well." Li Rong smiled. "My husband is a very good person." "That's good." Su Yongqing looked at Li Rong and said gently, "When your Highness got married, I had a small wish. I hope that your Highness's feelings don't involve power and can be clean, so that your Highness won't have any regrets." When Li Rong heard this, he turned around in surprise. At this time, the sound of Pei Wenchuan saying goodbye to the attendant came from the door. "Thank you for seeing me off, Fu Gonggong. I'll go back now. My husband, take care." After Pei Wenchuan finished speaking, the sound of footsteps gradually approached. Li Rong looked at Su Yongqing in a daze. Su Yongqing turned his head and said, "I heard that your Highness is well, so I'm relieved. Su Lin will submit a memorial tomorrow to retire and return to his hometown. Your Highness, please think more carefully in the future." After saying this, without waiting for Pei Wenchuan to arrive, Su Yongqing bowed respectfully, turned around, and left. Pei Wenchuan saw Li Rong watching Su Yongqing leave. He paused for a moment, then walked behind Li Rong. He put his hands in his sleeves, leaned over, and said with a smile, "Oh, you're looking very spellbound. Imperial Father finished talking with you?" Li Rong turned to look at him, then withdrew his gaze and said with a smile, "What did you say?" "Then what did your Highness say to Lord Su just now?" Pei Wenchuan walked to Li Rong's side and said slowly, "I saw that your Highness seemed to be very moved." "What moved you?" "You're right," Li Rong nodded. She tapped her small fan on the palm of her hand and sighed. She said with emotion, "He did say something very important to me. It moved my heart very much. I couldn't help but have some thoughts about him." "You don't have enough thoughts about him?" Pei Wenchuan sneered, "How much more do you want? Just put him at ease. It's just that it's hard on Lord Su. Put him at the top of my heart." "How is it hard on him?" Li Rong raised her eyebrows. Pei Wenchuan shook his head and sighed. "He seemed to be sympathetic. The top of your heart is so small. If you want to stand there, you'll have to stand on one leg. If your left leg gets tired, you'll have to change to your right leg. If your right leg gets tired, you'll have to change to your left leg. Tell me, how can Lord Su not be tired?" When Li Rong heard this, she almost laughed out loud. However, she still held back her laughter and said slowly, "That's really too tiring. It seems that Lord Pei can't do such a tiring job. It's better to leave it to someone else." "That's not right," Pei Wenchuan immediately said, "Your Highness doesn't understand me. Standing on one leg is my unique skill. If your Highness is willing, I can stand on one leg at the top of your Highness' heart for a lifetime." When Li Rong heard this, she couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Pei Wenchuan also didn't have the mood to play around with her. He only said, "What did Su Yongqing say to you?" "He said that Su Lin will retire tomorrow and return to his hometown." "What does he mean by that?" Pei Wenchuan frowned. Li Rong tapped her fan on the palm of her hand and said slowly, "He's probably expressing goodwill to me. He wants me to believe in their own way of handling things. He told me that the aristocratic families are the foundation of Xianxia. We can't act rashly. Stability is more important than pursuing absolute justice." Pei Wenchuan didn't say anything. Li Rong turned to look at him and asked, "What did Imperial Father say?" "He asked me about the details of the assassination and how capable my uncle is." Li Rong nodded. Assistant Minister Pei took over Xiaolonqing's case. When the case is over, he should naturally take over the Ministry of Justice. At that time, it will be much more convenient for us to do things. Pei Wenchuan responded. Li Rong walked along the corridor. When Pei Wenchuan saw that she didn't speak for a long time, he couldn't help but ask, "Your Highness, what are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking," Li Rong looked up, "don't you think that Su Yongqing is a bit too strange?" "Your Highness, what do you think is strange about him?" "At the beginning of this life, he told me that he wanted to privately seek refuge with the Crown Prince. However, the Su family has always been neutral. He wanted to use me to seek refuge with the Crown Prince. It was a bit rash." "Maybe he's still young," Pei Wenchuan said calmly. "He thinks that Su Ronghua's appointment as Prince Su's teacher will affect the Su family's neutral position. Therefore, he decided to use this to balance out the Su family's position. But he didn't do this in his previous life. Or maybe he did. You don't know?" Pei Wenchuan said slowly. "After all, after His Highness the Crown Prince was deposed, the Su family was the first to defect to the Crown Prince, right?" Li Rong tapped her small fan on her palm and said, "Then now the biggest reason why he supports the Crown Prince is because the Crown Prince is the legitimate son of the Central Palace. Now that the inspection department has violated the interests of many families, he naturally won't support it." Li Rong didn't say anything. Pei Wenchuan continued, "And he discussed the marriage with you at Northern Yin Tower because he realized the impact of marriage on you. You married a member of the Cold family and established the inspection department. The inspection department is in your hands, but you refuse to let it go. For the aristocratic families, they can only expel you from the capital or keep you as a future trouble. If they expel you from the capital, the Crown Prince will inevitably be resentful. The Su family's position is most likely that they don't want to destroy the current situation. They hope that the Crown Prince and the aristocratic families will work together to prevent Consort Ro from taking advantage of the situation. But if they keep you, with the inspection department in your hands, you have too much control over the aristocratic families. The only way is to marry you while you are in danger. Her Highness is a princess, but Her Highness is still a woman." Pei Wenchuan looked at Li Rong. "To the outside, Her Highness is the ruler. But if she has a husband and her husband doesn't protect her, the so-called yin and yang relationship between husband and wife can crush her." "Highness." Li Rong was silent. After a long time, she smiled bitterly. "If you say it like that, Su Yongqing's thoughts are really disgusting. This is the Su family's thoughts, so the Su family is willing to take the risk of being suspected and allow him to marry Her Highness." Pei Wenchuan's voice was flat, "But he is not." Li Rong turned to Pei Wenchuan. Pei Wenchuan's expression didn't show any joy or anger. Li Rong couldn't help but ask, "What does he think?" "What does he think?" Pei Wenchuan turned to Li Rong. "Does Her Highness not know?" Li Rong heard this and chuckled. "I don't know. I may have overestimated myself." Li Rong turned her head and walked in front of her. "I often feel that the person likes me at some point in time. Then I feel nervous and moved. Sometimes I even think about how to refuse. Sometimes I don't want to refuse, but when the other party doesn't move, I take the initiative once or twice. In the end, I realize that I really think too much. So many times, I don't know if what I think is true or false." Pei Wenchuan looked at Li Rong's back as she walked in front. He looked at her calmly for a long time and said slowly, "What Her Highness feels is true." Li Rong stopped and looked back at Pei Wenchuan. Pei Wenchuan smiled. "It's just that the person who responds to Her Highness is lying. Some lies are because he doesn't know his own heart, and some lies are because he can't respond to Her Highness's feelings." Li Rong looked at Pei Wenchuan quietly. After a long time, she smiled. "Don't you hate him? Why do you always speak up for him?" "It's true that I hate him, but I can't slander him because of this," Pei Wenchuan said and couldn't help but sigh. "In fact, sometimes I feel that it's a pity that only the two of us came back." "What else?" Li Rong raised her eyebrows and asked curiously, "What do you want?" "If he really came back," Pei Wenchuan's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. If there's a grudge, it'll depend on each person's means. It's a pity that the person I'm facing now is a young brat." Pei Wenchuan said regretfully. "Fussing over him will only lower my status." "What a pity." Li Rong listened to Pei Wenchuan say that it was a pity and couldn't stop laughing. She pursed her lips and lowered her head. She raised her hand and said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. I still have things to do." What else is your highness going to do? Of course I'm going to see Lin Feibai. Li Rong said and turned to look at Pei Wenchuan. Now that Xianxia is gone, your uncle has a say in the Ministry of Justice, right? Pei Wenchuan raised his hand and bowed. I'll listen to your highness' instructions. The two of them left the palace together. Pei Wenchuan first sent someone to find Pei Liming. When they arrived at the Ministry of Justice, Pei Liming was already standing at the door. Li Rong and Pei Wenchuan got off the carriage together. Pei Wenchuan stepped forward happily and said respectfully, Uncle. Pei Liming first bowed to Li Rong. Your Highness. Then he turned his head and nodded at Pei Wenchuan. You came quite quickly? Your Highness came in a hurry. Pei Wenchuan lowered his voice. Is he here now? He's already waiting at the Ministry of Justice, and Miss Shangguan is also here. Shangguanya is here too? Pei Wenchuan was quite surprised. Pei Liming nodded. I've put them in. As he spoke, Pei Liming raised his hand and looked at Li Rong. He bowed respectfully. Your Highness, please. Li Rong nodded. Assistant Minister Pei is too polite. It's my duty. Pei Liming said and led Li Rong and Pei Wenchuan inside. When the two of them reached the door, they saw Shangguanya sitting at the door of the prison. She held a handful of peanuts in her hand and crossed her legs, leisurely looking at Lin Feibai inside. Lin Feibai sat on the bed in the cell with his back facing Shangguanya. As soon as Li Rong entered, Shangguanya stood up. Your Highness. Lin Feibai's ears twitched when he heard this. After Li Rong walked in, Pei Liming tactfully said, Your Highness, this humble one will lead the way here. You can stay here for an hour, but the sooner you finish asking, the better, so as to avoid too many people talking. Understood. Li Rong bowed to Pei Liming. Thank you, Assistant Minister Pei. I'll see Uncle off. Pei Wenchuan said as he sent Pei Liming out. Only Li Rong, Shangguanya, and Lin Feibai were left in the prison. Shangguanya hurriedly brought a stool for Li Rong. Your Highness, sit. Why are you here? Li Rong was a little curious. Shangguanya smiled. I guessed that your Highness would come to interrogate Lin Feibai today, so I came here in advance. I'm already very curious in my heart, so I'm just waiting for your Highness to clear up my doubts. Clear up what doubts? Li Rong took the tea from Shangguanya and looked at Lin Feibai. What doubts? Can't young Master Lin tell you all of them? I've asked. Shangguanya sighed. He's stubborn and hasn't said a word until now. Li Rong smiled. She put the tea aside and leaned against the stool. She said gently, Young Master Lin, don't you have anything you want to ask me? Lin Feibai's back was facing Li Rong. He didn't say anything. Li Rong waited patiently. After a long time, Lin Feibai finally said, My mother never told me about him. Lin Feibai's voice was a little hoarse. She only said that my father is dead. She said that my father let her down and abandoned her at Xianxia mountain. I hated my father with her since I was young. I always thought that he wasn't a good man and that he abandoned my mother. What don't you understand? Li Rong gently tapped her palm with her fan. She died 2 years ago. The 7 Stars Hall Master died 2 years ago? Shangguanya was a little surprised. Lin Feibai ignored her and continued in a low voice, 2 years ago, she was still holding on to this necklace at the last moment. She said that she wanted to see the owner of this necklace. She had already sent someone to inform that person. She wanted to wait for him. She told me to wait at the mountain gate. From the mountain gate, I could see the person on the mountain path. I could see that person coming at the first moment. That person would be dressed in black. If he came, she told me to tell her. I stood at the mountain gate and waited. It snowed heavily that day and I waited for a long time. I waited until the snow fell all over my body. I waited until the next morning to melt the ice and snow, but no one came. By the time I went back, she had already fallen asleep. She held on to this necklace until she died. Lin Feibai raised his hand and held the necklace. I thought this was the most important thing to her, so I kept her. Before she died, she left me a lot of requests. One of them was that she owed Xianxia 3 things. She couldn't complete the last one, so she asked me to help her. So Xianxia went to Xianxia Mountain to ask the 7 Stars Hall for help. I knew that getting involved in this kind of thing would bring disaster to the 7 Stars Hall, but I still came. But I don't understand. Lin Feibai clenched his fists. This man, he humiliated her and let her down. He never gave her a status in his life. She clearly hated him so much, so why did she ask me to help him? You don't mean what you say. Xianxia spoke directly. Lin Feibai ignored Xianxia. He turned his head and stared at Li Rong. You know why, right? I don't know. Li Rong answered calmly. I only know that she wants you to live well. And I didn't come here today to answer your question, but to give you a chance. What chance? A chance to live. Li Rong straightened up and said slowly, and a chance for revenge. While Li Rong and Lin Feibai were talking, Pei Wenxuan sent Pei Liming to the door. The surrounding guards were all dismissed by them. Pei Liming sighed and said, You were too reckless. You should have told me about this earlier. I didn't know that this would happen today. Pei Wenxuan smiled bitterly. His Highness didn't tell me. He came too hurriedly. His Majesty asked for help at the last minute, so I could only pull uncle out to help. Although it was said that Pei Wenxuan helped, both of them knew in their hearts that Xianxia was bound to fall from the position of Minister of Justice. Whoever took over Xianxing's case in the Ministry of Justice implied that they would take over the position of Minister of Justice. Pei Liming had been in the position of Right Assistant Minister for nearly 10 years and had finally made a name for himself. However, the person who had given him this opportunity was not Pei Lixian, the provincial governor whom everyone in the Pei family adored, but Pei Wenxuan. Pei Lixian didn't say anything on the surface, but he gradually had a plan in his heart. Although Pei Lixian's official position wasn't low, he didn't give his family many practical benefits over the years. And although Pei Wenxuan was young now, his methods were extraordinary. Li Rong stood behind him and he was generous. Now that the opportunity to be promoted to Minister of Justice was directly handed to him, how could Pei Liming not be happy? He suppressed his thoughts and waved his hand, saying, We're all clansmen, why treat each other like outsiders? Uncle is right. Pei Wenxuan was gentle and polite. We're all clansmen, so we'll have to take care of each other in the future. Pei Lixian smiled. Now that he had received benefits from Pei Wenxuan, not only did Pei Wenxuan not mention it, he even gave him a way out so as not to embarrass him. In just a few words, Pei Lixian already liked Pei Wenxuan very much and regretted not paying more attention to this nephew of his. After the two exchanged greetings, Pei Wenxuan left. When he returned to the prison, he heard Li Rong say to Lin Feibai, You just need to tell the truth and don't hide anything. Xianxia will receive whatever punishment she deserves. That's enough. Although you tried to assassinate me, I will still report to Imperial Father that you made up for your mistakes with merits and let him revoke your punishment. Pei Wenxuan listened to Li Rong's voice and stood behind Li Rong. Lin Feibai's expression didn't change as he only said, Your Highness won't use me again, right? Don't worry about that. Li Rong smiled. I used you before because you wanted to use me. Now that you're not using me, I naturally won't take the initiative to use you. I don't believe a single word you Huajing people say, Lin Feibai said coldly. Xianxia sneered. Then whose words do you believe? But I'm willing to testify against Xianxia. After receiving this response, Li Rong was relieved. This time, she really got evidence against Minister Xia and could kick him down from his high position. Li Rong stood up and nodded. It's good that you're willing. Then I'll leave first. I wish young Master Lin to be released from prison soon. As Li Rong spoke, he walked out. Pei Wenxuan followed behind him, and Xianxia also followed Li Rong out. Halfway through, Xianxia thought of something. She turned her head, took out a set of leaf cards from her sleeve, and placed them in the prison. She raised her chin and comforted, Don't be too sad. Play cards and the days will pass quickly. There are many happy things in this world, there's no need to ruin your life for a few irrelevant people. Lin Feibai ignored her. Xianxia clicked her tongue. You don't know how to appreciate good intentions. After speaking, Xianxia turned around and followed Li Rong. Ai, Your Highness, wait for me. Don't walk so fast. Xianxua's voice faded away. Lin Feibai hesitated for a moment before reaching the edge of the prison. He reached out and held the leaf cards. The leaf cards were drawn by Xianxia herself. Her drawing skills were inherited from famous masters. Not only was she skilled in drawing a few leaf cards, she also made many innovations. For example, she put a flower crown on the head of the warrior in the picture, or added a bird cage to the hands of the scholar. Lin Feibai looked at it quietly for a moment, then sneered in disdain. Then, he put away the leaf cards and put them in his arms. Xianxia chased after Li Rong and Pei Wenxuan. Li Rong turned to look at her. What did you leave for him? A set of leaf cards. Xianxia waved her hand. In case he's bored. You're quite considerate. Li Rong laughed. Xianxia was a little embarrassed. He's also quite pitiful. Okay, where are you going now? I'm going home. Where's your highness? I'm going back to the princess's residence. I'll send you off. Li Rong said as he led Pei Wenxuan and Xianxia into the carriage. After getting into the carriage, Pei Wenxuan poured tea for the two girls. Xianxia sat at the side, thought for a while, and finally said, Your Highness, guess why Lin Feibai's mother is so contradictory? She taught Lin Feibai to hate Xiao Lanqing for a lifetime, and in the end, she let Lin Feibai help Xiao Lanqing. What is she after? Li Rong smiled and looked up at Xianxia. Have you died before? How could I have died before? Xianxia said in surprise. Your Highness, no one in this world has died before. Li Rong and Pei Wenxuan looked at each other and smiled. Li Rong said slowly, I'm guessing that Lin Feibai's mother really hated Xiao Lanqing for a lifetime, but it was also because of love that she hated her. So before she died, she had been waiting for him. She waited and waited until the last moment. In fact, it didn't matter whether he came or not. When people die, what they feel the most is not hatred, but the last beauty in life. Li Rong smiled slowly. Look, Lin Feibai's mother said that she owed Xiao Lanqing 3 requests. Actually, I've heard of this story before. Back then, Xiao Lanqing and Lin Xia met by chance and the two fell in love at first sight. At that time, Xiao Lanqing saved Lin Xia and Lin Xia promised Xiao Lanqing that she could satisfy his 3 requests. Xiao Lanqing's first request was that he hoped Lin Xia would stay by his side. Xianxia was a little surprised. Then Minister Xia was quite romantic back then. Xiao Lanqing's second request was that he hoped Lin Xia would leave his side. In fact, Lin Xia didn't leave Xiao Lanqing later. She established the Qixing Hall in Qingxu Mountain with her junior sister. Xiao Lanqing knew, but he never went to see her in his life. Maybe he heard that she had a child. Xianxia thought for a while. Did he think that she had a new life? These 3 requests were the beginning of their relationship. I think that before Lin Xia died, she probably thought of Xiao Lanqing's good. She didn't hate him anymore. She hoped that this relationship could end in the best way. And after she stopped hating him, she clearly realized that Lin Feibai was still Xiao Lanqing's son. She hoped that Lin Feibai and Xiao Lanqing could have a good relationship. In that case, I can probably understand a little. Xianxia nodded. Lin Feibai is really a little pitiful. The poor are all pitiful. Pei Wenxuan spoke up at the right time. He's already not bad. Xianxia nodded. Indeed, the greatest sorrow in this world is poverty. Birth, old age, illness, and death are given by the heavens, but being poor always makes you doubt yourself. It's like being stuck in a spider's web. You're clearly stuck, but you always wonder if it's because you don't work hard enough that you can't break free. While they were talking, the carriage arrived at the Xianxuan residence. Xianxia bowed to the two of them and smiled. See you tomorrow. With that, Xianxia jumped down from the carriage. When there were only the two of them in the carriage, Pei Wenxuan turned his head and looked at Li Rong. Actually, I'm very curious. What did you see before you died? What about you? Li Rong raised his eyebrows. Pei Wenxuan thought for a while and said slowly, It was during the spring festival that year. I celebrated the new year with you. When we were setting off fireworks, the two of us stood together in the long corridor. You called my name and told me to turn back. Pei Wenchuan said and smiled. When I turned back, you stood on your tiptoes, held my face, and kissed me. Then you asked me if I could watch fireworks with you every year. I agreed. Pei Wenchuan lowered his head and picked up a cup of bitter tea. It's a pity that you broke your promise. Let's watch it again this year. Li Rong suddenly said. Pei Wenchuan looked up and was a little surprised. Li Rong turned her head and looked at him with a smile. This year, I'll watch the fireworks with you. Pei Wenchuan, promise me one thing. Li Rong said and leaned forward. Pei Wenchuan looked down at her. What? In this life, when we make a promise to each other, either we don't open it or we keep it to the end, okay? Okay. Pei Wenchuan smiled and said in a hoarse voice, neither of us can break the promise. Pinky promise? Li Rong raised her pinky. Pei Wenchuan looked at Li Rong's appearance and felt that she was childish. But this childishness became cute because it was Li Rong. He raised his hand and hooked Li Rong's pinky with his. 100 years. You can't change it. Xianxia first sued Li Rong and was countersued by Li Rong. This matter happened under the noses of the court officials, and everyone was waiting for a result. Pei Wenchuan had already informed Pei Liming, so Pei Liming didn't have any intention of covering up and wholeheartedly handled the case. With Lin Feibai's cooperation, in less than 3 days, the case of Xianxia instigating Chen Guang to assassinate Li Rong and Pei Wenchuan was finalized. Seeing that the Spring Festival was approaching, Li Rong handled the Qin clan case, the military salary case, and Xianxia's case together. He invited the Censorate, Ministry of Justice, and Inspectorate of Investigation to conduct a joint trial, and the court decided the cases one by one. Xianxia was still an old official who had served the 2 dynasties. His merits and demerits offset each other, and he was finally sentenced to exile. As for the other 2 cases, 3 of the 70 people were executed, and the others were exiled or demoted according to their respective punishments. When the verdict was announced, Xianxia appeared unusually calm. He seemed to have walked out of all his previous emotions and showed a detached attitude of disregard for life and death. After the verdict, he bowed respectfully, then got up with the help of someone and turned to leave. By the time all the cases were finished, it was already night. When Li Rong walked out of the door, she felt ice shards falling on her face. Li Rong raised her head and looked at the night. Only when the snow passed through the faint light around the lanterns could she see their appearance. Li Rong looked up for a moment and felt someone walk behind her. He raised his hand and covered her back with his wide sleeve, pulling her into his arms. Let's go home. Pei Wenchuan spoke. Li Rong turned around and smiled. Aren't you going back to the censorate with Imperial Censor Shangguan? Pei Wenchuan came with Shangguan Mingji to listen to the trial, so it was reasonable for him to go back with Shangguan Mingji. Pei Wenchuan walked out of the court with Li Rong in his arms and walked towards the carriage. He smiled and said, it's the holidays tomorrow and the Spring Festival is coming soon. He can't wait to go home himself, so why would he care about us? He would have let us go home by ourselves. I heard that although Uncle Minji looks cold, he cares about his family very much. Li Rong nodded and walked out with Pei Wenchuan. Pei Wenchuan sighed, the court is so cold, how can I not be greedy for Madame's warmth? That's really a pity. Li Rong knew what he was hinting at and said with a faint smile, the Lord Pei doesn't have a wife who can give him a gentle home. I can't give you a gentle home. Pei Wenchuan smiled. But my wife's arms are as big as a mountain bear, and she's as fierce as a tiger. She can give me a sense of security, and I think it's not bad. Li Rong knew that Pei Wenchuan was secretly scolding her for being fierce and mighty. She sneered and said, in the past, you only said that I was an adult peony. Now you dare to directly call me a beast. Pei Wenchuan, do you drink bear bile every day? His mouth is bitter and poisonous, and his guts are fat and big. Why does your highness need to ask? Pei Wenchuan and Li Rong walked to the door together and crossed the threshold together. Pei Wenchuan whispered in Li Rong's ear, won't you know after you try it? Li Rong heard his words and turned her head. She raised her eyebrows and raised her hand to pinch his chin. Pei Wenchuan knew that she was bold, but he didn't expect her to be so bold. He was so scared that he quickly retreated. Li Rong saw that there was a bit of panic in his restrained expression as he hurriedly dodged her hand. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. Pei Wenchuan froze. Li Rong lightly scraped his chin with her fan. What are you trying to play with me for? With that, Li Rong turned around and walked down the stairs. Pei Wenchuan's ears turned red. He felt that he had lost face, but he still pretended that nothing had happened. He chased after her and whispered, "We're outside. Don't be so presumptuous." Li Rong went around, so she stopped while she was ahead. She didn't say much and smiled as she walked to the side of the carriage. Li Rong had just reached the side of the carriage when she heard a calm voice call out, "Your Highness." Li Rong and Pei Wenchuan looked up at the same time and saw Su Yongqing standing on the side. He bowed to Li Rong. Li Rong was a bit surprised. "Assistant Minister Su?" "Your Highness." Su Yongqing smiled and said with a gentle expression, "I wonder if your Highness has time. Does Lord Su have something to say?" Pei Wenchuan took a step forward and stood in front of Li Rong. He smiled and said, "Now that the case has been investigated, the court will be closed tomorrow to welcome the Spring Festival. If Lord Su has something to say, why don't you wait until after the Spring Festival?" "It's not about me," Su Yongqing said calmly. He looked at Li Rong and said slowly, "It's about Lord Xia. He wants to see the princess." "Xiaolanqing?" Pei Wenchuan was a bit surprised. Su Yongqing nodded. "Lord Xia has many questions and wants to ask the princess." Li Rong thought for a moment and nodded. "Assistant Minister Su, have you arranged it?" "Lord Xia is at the Ministry of Justice. I'll take your Highness there." "Then let's go now." Li Rong made up his mind and invited Su Yongqing. "Assistant Minister Su, can we go together?" Su Yongqing bowed and thanked him. The three of them got on the carriage together. After getting on the carriage, Li Rong felt that the atmosphere was familiar. Fortunately, she didn't have to think about the order of taking care of the two people this time. As soon as Su Yongqing sat on the side of the carriage, Pei Wenchuan sat next to Li Rong. They were separated by a tea table in the middle from Li Rong. He and Su Yongqing sat on the other side, separating Su Yongqing and Li Rong. Su Yongqing glanced at Pei Wenchuan. Li Rong pretended that he didn't know what was going on and was about to lower his head to pour tea. Pei Wenchuan took the initiative to lift the teapot and poured a cup of tea for Li Rong. "Your Highness, have some tea." Thank you." Li Rong took the tea. She was afraid that Pei Wenchuan would take the opportunity to take revenge on Su Yongqing and embarrass him, so she quickly said, "Pour a cup for Assistant Minister Su as well." "Of course." Pei Wenchuan said and poured a cup of tea for Su Yongqing. He handed the tea to Su Yongqing as if he was the host. "Assistant Minister Su, have some tea." Su Yongqing nodded, "Thank you." Then Pei Wenchuan put down the teapot. Li Rong felt strange. "Why didn't you pour a cup for yourself?" "I'll drink from your Highness' cup." Pei Wenchuan said gently, "There aren't enough cups." Li Rong heard this and turned to look at the cup on the table. Pei Wenchuan noticed her gaze and explained with a smile, "This cup has a gap." How could there be a cup with a gap on her table? But she didn't dare to ask. She was afraid that after she asked, Pei Wenchuan would immediately smash a hole in her cup. Su Yongqing held the cup and lowered his head to look at the ripples. Pei Wenchuan saw that the two of them didn't speak, so he introduced the tea to Su Yongqing. When he spoke, the atmosphere was no longer as awkward. Su Yongqing was also tactful. The two of them began to chat while drinking tea. Li Rong lowered his head and pretended to read, not saying anything. Finally, they arrived at the Ministry of Justice. Pei Wenchuan helped Li Rong down and Su Yongqing led them into the prison. Xiaolanqing sat in the prison. The people next to her arranged a stool for Li Rong. Li Rong sat down and looked at Xiaolanqing, who was sitting on the bed. "I heard that Lord Xia was looking for me?" Xiaolanqing looked at Li Rong. He didn't salute. Li Rong spun his fan and didn't care about his rudeness. The two of them looked at each other quietly for a long time before finally saying, "Have you seen her?" Li Rong didn't speak. Xiaolanqing continued to ask in a hoarse voice, "Lin Xia, you've seen her, right?" "I haven't." Li Rong said calmly, "I've always been in Huajing. She died 2 years ago. She even sent people to Huajing to look for you. You know, but you didn't go back." It's impossible for me to have seen her. Xiaolanqing listened to his words and widened his eyes. She died 2 years ago? You didn't know? Li Rong laughed, then nodded as if he understood. That's true. You haven't seen her in 20 years. But Lord Xia, Li Rong held his chin. Although I haven't seen her, I might know what Lord Xia wants to know. After all, Su Yongqing had investigated almost everyone around Lin Xia and pieced together this woman's wandering life. He was born in a high family and accidentally entered Huajing when he was young. He was the hero who saved the damsel in distress and accidentally met the son of a noble in Huajing. A century-old family gave the man elegance and the innocence of a young man. Even the resolute heart that had been honed since childhood could not help but soften. Fei Bai, Xiaolanqing stared at Li Rong. Is he really my child? Do you still think that I'm lying to you? Li Rong was helpless. Lord Xia, I won't use this to frame you. Back then, when you fell in love with Lin Xia, you were pressured by your family to break up with her. When Lin Xia was together, she gave you 3 wishes. Your second wish was to let her leave. At that time, she was already pregnant with Lin Fei Bai. But she didn't tell me. Xiaolanqing roared. Li Rong was a little puzzled. Why should she tell you? You can't marry her and she doesn't intend to marry anyone else. This child is her only hope. She won't harm him. And if he enters the Xia family after birth, he will be an illegitimate child of a lowly mother. Why should she tell you? Xiaolanqing looked at Li Rong in a daze. Li Rong said calmly, she left with the child and was not tolerated by her family or sect. So she and her junior sister went into hiding. She had no choice but to write a letter and ask you for money. When she asked for money, you should feel relieved. You finally don't feel guilty towards this woman. So you gave her Mount Xianxia with a wave of your pen. Later, she established the 7 Stars Hall and had her left and right protectors. There were rumors in the pugilistic world that she and her right protector, her senior brother, had an ambiguous relationship. So you thought that Lin Fei Bai was Lin Fei's child. After all, Lin Fei Bai was known to you by a full year. Lin Fei Bai's real age is not 20. He is only 19 years old this year. Lin Xia lived her life on Mount Xianxia by herself. Before she died, she still thought of you and sent people to find you, but you were unwilling to go. After she died, she was afraid that the pugilistic world would seek revenge and bullied Lin Fei Bai because he was young. So she asked not to announce her funeral to outsiders and always pretended that she was still alive. So I went to the 7 Stars Hall at that time, it's not her. Li Rong said affirmatively. Xiaolanqing sat in the same place. He looked a little absent-minded. Li Rong stared at him. After a long time, she tapped her fan gently and said slowly, Lord Xia, what else do you want to ask? If you don't want to ask, this queen will leave. Does she hate me? Xiaolanqing suddenly asked. Li Rong thought for a while. I don't know about that. But I'm also very curious. Li Rong leaned forward slightly. Do you love her? Xiaolanqing was silent. After a long time, he smiled. I don't dare to say that I love her. I think so too. Li Rong stood up and said lightly, love is cold to you. It's a pity that Lin Xia has been wandering alone for a lifetime and fell for someone like you. Xiaolanqing didn't speak. When Li Rong walked out, he said in a low voice, I hope that she can live a good life. Li Rong paused. He looked back and saw Xiaolanqing looking up at the sky outside through the window. I was young and didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I thought that by risking my life, I could protect the safety of the 2 of them. I begged her to stay, married her in private, and Huajing with her. I thought that if I didn't care about my life and wealth, I could fall in love with her. But later I found out that under the family, how could I have the right to talk about love? The nobility of the family name, the nobility of the bloodline, and the nobility of marriage. As a disciple of the Xia family, if I casually married a woman from the Jianghu, it would bring shame to my family. My 100 years of nobility would become a joke. My marriage would be affected because of this. The Xia family couldn't tolerate her and me. I could die, but what about her? She was originally from heaven, why did she fall to the mortal world? Xiaolanqing closed his eyes. I let her go because I wanted her to live well. I didn't go to see her because I knew that there would be no result. How could I make her sad? It's not that I don't love her. It's just that I don't have the right and I don't dare to say it. Sometimes I also ask myself over and over again why. What did I do wrong? I like someone and she likes me. Why do so many people have to be punished? Why do so many people have to live unhappy lives? Is this my fault or their fault? But my parents didn't do anything wrong, my family didn't do anything wrong, but what about me? It's a sin to like someone outside the family name, but why is it a sin? Xianxia seemed to find it ridiculous. He closed his eyes. I thought about it for a lifetime. Later I understood. Because I was born in the Zhong family and enjoyed such wealth, I must protect this wealth. Pain is nothing. Love is nothing. Protecting the family is righteous. It's been like this for 100 years, for 1,000 years. I want to protect the Xia family, protect this noble family name, noble bloodline. Your Li family originally had a noble stomach. Xianxia turned his head and looked at Li Rong. But you married someone from the Cold family. It's fine if you're from the Cold family, but you actually listened to this Cold family and separated the crown prince from the family. Your Highness, I can't say it in the past, but now I want to ask. Your Highness, what are you doing today for? To let the son of that lowly Prince Su ascend to a high position? Li Rong didn't speak. She quietly looked at this person who was completely contradictory and separated. She felt that Xianxia was sad, but she didn't know what was sad about him. Sad that he was bound by rules, just like her in her previous life. Or sad that he had a heart that didn't follow the rules, just like Li Chuan in her previous life. She couldn't speak. She quietly looked at Xianxia and fell into some kind of indescribable confusion and sharp pain. It was also in this moment of silence that she felt someone reach out and quietly hold her hand. Your Highness, everything you did today is to let people like Xia Darren not ask this question in the future. Xianxia was stunned. Li Rong turned his head and slowly raised his head. Pei Wenxuan stood next to her. He was like a tall mountain, sheltering her from the wind and rain. He looked at Xianxia and calmly said, liking someone and marrying the person you like represents not only love, but also the most basic right of being born as a person. Xia Darren said that love doesn't count for anything. Indeed, but Xia Darren didn't realize that under such rules, for the family, not only love doesn't count for anything, but also morality and justice don't count for anything. Your Highness doesn't want the family to be the most important thing in the world, but for everyone to live a happy life and have hope. Perhaps it won't happen today, or even in 100 or 1,000 years. But your Highness still hopes that one day, there won't be another Xia Darren who asks what he did wrong. And there won't be another Xia Darren who accuses your Highness of having a noble stomach and marrying into a poor family. Li Rong is married to Pei Wenxuan. Her Highness is married to someone who loves her and is loved by her. Pei Wenxuan's expression was calm and his tone was as steady as a mountain. He can make her happy for the rest of her life, love her for the rest of her life, protect her for the rest of her life, never let her down, never betray her, and never abandon her. Even if it's a poor family, it's not wrong. Li Rong looked at Pei Wenxuan quietly. She looked at Pei Wenxuan's side profile. He was very thin, like pine, bamboo, and snow. When he stood in front of the hall, he looked like a typical civil official in Xia. He held a brush in his hand, and his eyes were looking at the mountains and rivers. At this moment, Li Rong saw not only his handsome features, but also the look of a lover that a young girl would look up to in her dreams. A man's charm was not because he loved a woman more than one, but because he gave his heart and soul to a woman. It was because he looked at the four seas, shouldered the mountains and rivers, but was willing to lower his head for you and gently brush away a peach blossom in his hair. Pei Wenxuan noticed Li Rong's gaze. He turned his head and asked in confusion, Your Highness? Li Rong came back to his senses and forced himself to look away. He looked at Xianxia in the prison and said with a smile, Xia Darren, I've told you what you wanted to know. Xia Darren should be able to leave in peace. Xianxia was a little dazed. Li Rong nodded slightly, then turned to Su Yongqing and said, Assistant Minister Su, if there's nothing else, I'll return to the residence first. Su Yongqing bowed respectfully. Li Rong and Pei Wenchuan bid farewell to Xiao Lanqing. Xiao Lanqing sat in the prison. He did not reply. He stared blankly in one direction, as if he saw someone or something. Su Yongqing and Xiao Lanqing bowed and bid farewell, then followed Li Rong out. When they walked out of the door, the three of them realized that it was raining winter. The winter rain was fine and dense, falling with the snow. Pei Wenchuan asked someone to call for a carriage. Then, the three of them stood together in the corridor in silence. Su Yongqing looked at the rain and snow outside. After a long time, he slowly said, "I think what Lord Pei said just now was wrong. The operation of the heavenly Tao has its own rules. To blindly break the rules to protect one's own desires and harm others, this is not right." Master Xia's biggest mistake was coming into contact with Lin Xia back then. There was a difference in status, a difference between clouds and mud. It was destined that there would be no result. They should have restrained themselves from the very beginning. Even if you can't control yourself, you shouldn't indulge yourself. Just like Assistant Minister Su? Pei Wenchuan looked at Yu Shui and said calmly, "In Assistant Minister Su's world, is he even willing to kill his wife for the sake of his family?" As Pei Wenchuan spoke, he turned around and looked at Su Yongqing. Li Rong's heart tightened. He said coldly, "Prince Consort, why are you saying such unlucky things for no reason?" "I was just asking casually." Pei Wenchuan smiled and raised his hand in salute. "Assistant Minister Su, please don't take offense." "I mind." Su Yongqing opened his mouth and said in a hoarse voice, "Lord Pei, please don't make fun of my wife. Assistant Minister Su hasn't married yet, right?" Pei Wenchuan raised his eyebrows. "You're protecting this identity now. Do you have a sweetheart? Yes or no?" Su Yongqing stared at Pei Wenchuan and didn't back down. Lord Pei shouldn't make fun of these things. Pei Wenchuan smiled and turned his head. He reminded him with a smile, "Assistant Minister Su, you haven't called me Prince Consort until now?" Su Yongqing's body stiffened. The carriage was pulled over. Pei Wenchuan saw them and naturally reached out to grab Li Rong's hand. He reminded Su Yongqing, "Right now, the rank of the Prince Consort is still higher than mine, the Imperial Censor. It's fine if your highness is used to it, but Assistant Minister Su comes from a prestigious family and should abide by the rules. It's best not to make such a mistake again." As he spoke, Pei Wenchuan took an umbrella from the hands of the people around him. He raised his hand and put it on Li Rong's shoulder. He said gently, "Your Highness, let's go." Li Rong was pulled forward by him. In a dark place where others couldn't see, Li Rong quietly elbowed him in the waist and whispered, "Did you eat gunpowder?" Pei Wenchuan smiled but didn't say anything. He only held Li Rong and walked forward. The two took 2 steps. Su Yongqing suddenly opened his mouth. His voice was trembling and hoarse. "Your Highness." Li Rong and Pei Wenchuan turned their heads together. Su Yongqing looked at Li Rong. His eyes were all on her. He seemed to want to say something. There were countless sadness and joy hidden in his eyes. Li Rong quietly looked at him. Seeing that he didn't speak for a long time, she couldn't help but say, "Assistant Minister Su?" Su Yongqing was called back to his senses by Li Rong's voice. Li Rong saw that his eyes gradually calmed down. He took a deep breath and smiled. "The new year is coming. This official wishes Your Highness a happy new year in advance. I hope that everything goes well." Su Yongqing obviously rarely said such simple words of blessing. When Li Rong heard him say it, she was a little surprised. Then she smiled. "Then I also wish Assistant Minister Su a happy new year and a bright future." "Thank you, Your Highness." Su Yongqing smiled. Li Rong turned around and entered the carriage with Pei Wenchuan. After the two entered the carriage, they each sat on one side. The carriage started to move. Li Rong inadvertently looked up and saw the moment the curtain was lifted. A figure appeared from the window. Dressed in white and holding an umbrella, he walked in the wind and rain. The sky was high and the land was wide. He was all alone. Li Rong was stunned. Pei Wenchuan poured tea for himself. He held the teacup and leaned against the wall of the carriage. He said sourly, "Don't look. He has already left." "He didn't take the carriage?" Li Rong was a little puzzled. With the Su family's wealth, how could they let Su Yongqing walk back? Pei Wenchuan used the lid of the teacup to fiddle with the tea leaves. He slowly said, walking back to exercise. Isn't that healthy? You're right. Li Rong nodded. He turned to look at Pei Wenchuan. I wonder where the Lord Pei's bowl of vinegar came from? Pei Wenchuan didn't say anything. He blew on the tea leaves. Li Rong faintly glanced at him. He couldn't help but say, stop blowing. The tea leaves are flying. What a pity. Pei Wenchuan looked up. Why didn't they fly to your highness' face and wash your highness' eyes? There's a beauty to wash my eyes. Li Rong laughed. There's no need for Lord Pei's tea leaves. Li Rong. Pei Wenchuan put the teacup on the table. He put his hand on the table and leaned forward. He smiled and said, you really know how to poke at the heart. I don't have the habit of spoiling people. Li Rong also put his hand on the table and walked in front of Pei Wenchuan. After so many years, Lord Pei's son-in-law still hasn't learned well. Your Highness, teach me? Pei Wenchuan raised his eyebrows. Li Rong raised his chin. You can comprehend it yourself. Your Highness, can you show me the way? Li Rong nodded. He lowered his voice as if he was talking about an extremely confidential matter. Seeing that you're sincerely asking for advice, I'll tell you the only good thing about you. You have to comprehend it well. Your Highness, please speak. Pei Wenchuan cooperated with him. He also lowered his voice and listened attentively. Li Rong dipped his finger into Pei Wenchuan's teacup and wrote a character on the table. As he wrote, he said, this is a secret. Prince Consort, you must not tell others. Prince Consort, please take a look. As he spoke, he finished writing. Pei Wenchuan turned his head and saw the character face written neatly on the table. Pei Wenchuan remained silent. Li Rong raised her hand and patted Pei Wenchuan's shoulder. Prince Consort, you have this good point. You must make good use of it. How? Pei Wenchuan raised his head and sneered. Do you want me to perform the 13 touches? Li Rong didn't expect Pei Wenchuan to say such words. She thought seriously for a moment, then leaned forward and whispered, when? When? I'll definitely come. Go to hell. Pei Wenchuan pushed Li Rong. You're a girl. You're not reserved at all. Li Rong laughed and leaned towards Pei Wenchuan. She raised her hand and placed it on Pei Wenchuan's shoulder. She softened her voice. Pei Wenchuan, did you forget that I'm already 50 years old? Don't talk like that. Pei Wenchuan sat upright and pulled Li Rong away. He said seriously, you're like a demon. It's scary. Now that you mention it, I realize it. Li Rong pondered. You're really like a little Taoist now. Li Rong said and winked at him. You're very likable. Pei Wenchuan's expression didn't change. He seemed to be thinking about something. Li Rong sat up straight and poured tea for herself. She whispered, but seriously, why did you tell Su Yongqing about your past life? He doesn't remember it anyway. What's the use of telling him? I just said it casually. Pei Wenchuan smiled. Your Highness doesn't need to take it to heart. Speaking of which, Pei Wenchuan suddenly remembered. How does your Highness plan to spend the spring festival? Does your Highness plan to enter the palace? I'm already married. Why would I go back? Li Rong shook his head. I'll just spend it at the princess residence. You can make the arrangements. Pei Wenchuan nodded and began to think about the spring festival. The two returned home together. From the next day onwards, they began to rest according to the rules of the imperial court. Li Rong slept until he woke up naturally every day. Pei Wenchuan was the same as usual. After he woke up, he led people to clean the courtyard. He instructed people to hang the lanterns and spring festival couplets. He arranged the decorations in the room and personally chose the incense. From the large cloth to the placement of a vase, he had to do everything himself. When Li Rong woke up on the day of the spring festival, he discovered that the princess residence was almost the same as it was in his previous life. Li Rong walked in the courtyard. Pei Wenchuan went to eat with him. Li Rong looked at the rockery in the courtyard and couldn't help but say, you used to like this style. You still like it now? It's not that I like it. Pei Wenchuan smiled. It's just that I always felt that it was a pity that we parted like that back then. I always wanted to pretend that nothing happened. And then? Li Rong turned his head. If nothing happened, what do you want to do? Then your highness and I will be a newlywed couple. We will do housework together and celebrate the spring festival together. Li Rong raised his eyebrows. Do housework? You dare to make me do housework? I'll do it. Pei Wenchuan quickly said, just watch. Li Rong listened and smiled. Then I'll watch. Pei Wenchuan was a man of his words. He led Li Rong to the dining room. Li Rong sat down. When he saw the peach blossom soup, he smiled. The peach blossom soup looked good, but the details were not exquisite enough. At a glance, it was obvious that it was not made by his chef. She pretended that she didn't know anything and sat down to eat the peach blossom soup. Pei Wenchuan pretended to ask casually, what does your highness think of the peach blossom soup? Yes. Li Rong said indifferently, it's not as good as before. Pei Wenchuan's expression didn't look too good. Li Rong continued, but I still like it. Li Rong looked up at Pei Wenchuan and said meaningfully, I can finish it all. Pei Wenchuan seemed to be happy when he heard this. He picked up his chopsticks and said to Li Rong, in a while, your highness and I will stick up the spring festival couplets and the Fu character. After that, I will go and clean up. You're just looking for trouble. Li Rong found him boring, but after dinner, she still went with him to stick up the Fu character and the spring festival couplets. At first, Pei Wenchuan was the one who stuck up the couplets. She instructed Pei Wenchuan for a long time, but he didn't do it right. Li Rong was a little annoyed and scolded, why are you so stupid? As she spoke, she walked up and took the horizontal couplets from Pei Wenchuan's hands. She was about to stick them on the door when she ordered, stick them here. Pei Wenchuan smiled and didn't say anything. He only watched as Li Rong tiptoed upwards. Pei Wenchuan saw that she was trying to look cute, so he took the horizontal couplet from behind her and directly spread it on the wall. He lowered his head and looked at Li Rong in his arms, your highness, is it here? When he raised his hand from behind her, Li Rong felt as if her whole body was wrapped in his arms. His breath was overwhelming. Li Rong didn't know why, but she suddenly felt a little hot. She whispered, yes. Pei Wenchuan pursed his lips and chuckled. He asked someone to bring the paste and paste the horizontal couplet. The surrounding people looked at the horizontal couplet with different expressions. It seemed that they wanted to say something but didn't dare to. When the two of them finished pasting the couplet, Li Rong and Pei Wenchuan stepped back to take a look. Sure enough, it was crooked. The two of them quietly looked at it for a moment. Li Rong frowned, I think it's crooked. No, Pei Wenchuan immediately said, your highness's horizontal couplet won't be crooked. But I think, it won't be crooked, Pei Wenchuan tilted his head, it's the eyes that are crooked, not your highness's horizontal couplet. You see, I think it's right. Pei Wenchuan, you really know how to mock me. Li Rong glared at him. Pei Wenchuan laughed and put his arm around her shoulder. He pushed her and said, since it's done, let's do the next thing. Let's go. Pei Wenchuan said and pushed Li Rong into the house. Li Rong followed him. In the end, he brought her to the kitchen. The kitchen seemed to have prepared all the tools. Everyone stood by the side in an orderly manner. Li Rong raised her eyebrows and turned around, what are you doing? Making dumplings, Pei Wenchuan laughed, I'm helping your highness make dumplings. You know how to make dumplings? Li Rong was a little curious, a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. Was the Pei family this poor before? Not really, Pei Wenchuan said and smiled as he walked to the table. Li Rong watched him take an apron from the side and put it on. Then, he skillfully sprinkled flour on the table and began to knead the dough. As he kneaded the dough, he said, this is my parents' hobby. My father thinks that making dumplings is the only way to celebrate the new year. Your highness, please sit down. Pei Wenchuan smiled and looked up, your highness, just look at me. The chair had already been prepared. Li Rong was also curious. She sat down on the chair and propped her chin up to watch Pei Wenchuan's performance. Pei Wenchuan made dumplings, kneading the dough, rolling the dough and chopping the meat fillings. His movements were smooth and smooth. He was born handsome and elegant. Even if he was making dumplings, it was as beautiful as a carefully prepared solo dance. Li Rong propped his chin up to admire the performance. After watching for a while, he felt bored. He straightened up and asked for an apron from the servant. Then, he went to Pei Wenchuan and said, "Let me help you?" Pei Wenchuan looked up and smiled, "Your Highness also wants to make dumplings? I have nothing to do anyway." Seeing that Li Rong was interested, Pei Wenchuan took the dumpling skin and taught Li Rong how to make it. Li Rong usually looked smart, but his hands were extremely clumsy. He made a few dumplings, but they were far less beautiful than Pei Wenchuan. They had strange shapes and looked very funny. Li Rong looked at Pei Wenchuan's dumplings. They were plump and beautiful. He looked at his own dumplings. They were a bunch of useless snacks. Li Rong felt embarrassed and angry. Pei Wenchuan glanced at Li Rong and patiently taught him again and again. Li Rong still couldn't make the dumplings. Pei Wenchuan wanted to say something, but Li Rong lost his temper. "Don't say anything. Do I need you to teach me?" Pei Wenchuan didn't say anything. Fortunately, there was no one around, only the two of them. Li Rong still had some way out. Li Rong couldn't make the dumplings by herself, so she didn't let Pei Wenchuan do it. She just wasted the flour alone. Pei Wenchuan could only accept his fate and make the dumplings for her. Seeing that the palanquin still hadn't come out, Li Rong stared at the dumplings angrily. Pei Wenchuan couldn't help but walk behind Li Rong and hold Li Rong's hand. He whispered, "Your Highness, like this, hold your hand here." Pei Wenchuan's breath blew into her ear. His voice was gentle and kind, without the slightest impatience. Li Rong felt annoyed, but when she saw the dumplings in her hand suddenly become beautiful, she suddenly felt happy again. Pei Wenchuan held her hand and told her the process of making dumplings over and over again. After repeating it dozens of times, Li Rong finally understood. Pei Wenchuan let go of her hand and stood beside her to make the dumplings with her. Li Rong was so engrossed in making the dumplings that she didn't notice that she raised her hand to wipe her face. Her face was stained with white dust. Pei Wenchuan looked back and found it funny, but he didn't dare to say anything for fear of disturbing her. After making hundreds of dumplings, Li Rong's dumplings finally looked good. Li Rong was happy and turned to Pei Wenchuan. "Pei Wenchuan, look, don't these dumplings look good? It's my first time making dumplings, isn't it very successful?" Pei Wenchuan looked at her face stained with powder and holding a dumpling in her hand like it was a treasure. He couldn't help but laugh. "It looks good." His voice was gentle. "Your Highness looks even better." Li Rong was stunned. At that moment, fireworks suddenly burst out outside and suddenly resounded through Huajing. Li Rong and Pei Wenchuan couldn't help but look up at the blooming fireworks. Li Rong held the dumplings in her hand and inadvertently looked back at the young man beside her who was looking up at the fireworks in the sky. "Pei Wenchuan." She suddenly called out softly. Pei Wenchuan heard the sound and turned back. At that moment, he saw the girl stand on tiptoe, raise her hand to hold his face, and gently kiss him. The fireworks continued to bloom in the night sky, sometimes bright and sometimes dark. The wind inadvertently blew out the candles in the kitchen. Pei Wenchuan bent down slightly and looked at the girl who closed her eyes in the night. "Pei Wenchuan, Happy New Year." Li Rong's hand was a little cold. When it touched his skin, he could barely keep his mind clear. But whether it was the fireworks in the sky or the girl in front of him standing on her tiptoes with her eyes closed, he couldn't help but feel a little dazed for a moment. He felt that everything was just a nightmare, that it never happened. He was only the 20-year-old Pei Wenchuan, and the person in front of him was only the 18-year-old Li Rong. Rong, he didn't know why, but his voice was choked with sobs. He raised his hand and gently held her waist with one hand, afraid that she would slip down. His other hand was placed on the back of her head, allowing her to bear the force that he exerted on her. With his gentle and lingering playfulness, provocation, and entanglement, Li Rong's breathing became heavier. Her hand lost strength and slid down from his face, circling around his neck. Her whole body leaned on the hand on his waist, and she couldn't help but take a step back. Pei Wenchuan chased after her movements and moved forward, forcing her to press against the table. He didn't move too much. He hoped that this kiss would give her affection, not lust. So he used all of his rationality to force himself not to do more. He just wanted to kiss her, and then let her feel the ultimate joy and all the gentleness in the world from that kiss. In Li Rong's memory, the fireworks that year were very long, one after another. That kiss was different from the past. She had indulged herself for many years. In the later years, whether it was occasionally recalling the kiss with Pei Wenchuan when she was young, or the touch with Su Yongqing, it was more of lust and love. She couldn't remember, or rather, she never knew what it felt like to have more love in this kind of thing. But at this moment, she suddenly understood. The gentleness that fell on her heart like the spring rain softened all of the hard soil. So there was more restraint in her lust, and there was a rush of excitement and uncontrollable joy in it. No matter how many times, how many years, how old she was, how many hardships she had experienced, in that kiss, she suddenly became a little girl. She was shy and moved at the same time. When she tried to be brave and chased after him, she was infected by his caring attitude and felt a little nervous and shy. When the two of them stopped, the fireworks had stopped for a long time. Li Rong sat at the table and looked down at Pei Wenchuan. Pei Wenchuan's lips were moist, and his face was covered with white flour from her hands. He looked up at her with his handsome eyes, restrained with joy. He looked like a young man in front of his sweetheart. Li Rong lowered his head and looked at him. The two of them did not say anything. After looking at each other for a long time, Li Rong raised his hand and wiped his face with his sleeve. He smiled and said, "The dust is all on your face." Pei Wenchuan laughed. "This must be your highness' revenge." Li Rong raised his eyebrows. Pei Wenchuan raised his hand and wiped the white dust on Li Rong's face. "You're like a little kitten, and you still want to drag me down." Li Rong froze. He seemed to have just realized that there was dust on his face. At this moment, Jing Mei's voice sounded from outside. "Your Highness, are the dumplings ready?" She did not rashly come in. She still understood the rules. Li Rong heard the voice and quickly jumped down from the table. Pei Wenchuan raised his hand and patted the dust for him. Li Rong coughed softly. He was afraid that someone outside would hear the strangeness in his voice. He raised his voice and said, "What's wrong?" "Your Highness," Jing Mei's voice carried a smile. "Sister Jing Mei made dumplings. She asked if your Highness needed to be served." "There's no need," Pei Wenchuan said and turned his head to wash his hands. "You guys eat first. I'll call someone later. You guys can come and serve the dumplings." As he spoke, Pei Wenchuan put the dumplings plate by plate into the water. Jing Mei obeyed and did not come in. She turned her head and went outside the courtyard. The servant girls outside pointed to the kitchen and winked at Jing Mei. Jing Mei shook her head and whispered, "Your Highness, the dumplings are ready. Don't be afraid." They were afraid that these two people lived like princes and made dumplings for an entire afternoon. They were afraid that they would be hungry and lose their temper. Li Rong curiously watched the dumplings fall into the pot. She supported her chin and looked at the dumplings. "Pei Wenchuan, does your family celebrate the New Year like this?" "Yes." Pei Wenchuan smiled and raised his head. "Your Highness?" Li Rong thought about it. In the past, when she was in the palace, there was no atmosphere for celebrating the New Year. It was nothing more than a family banquet in the palace. The emperor and empress brought the princes and unmarried princesses to eat and drink. The dishes were all big fish and big meat. They were served one by one. Every year, there would be new dishes. However, every year, she felt that these new dishes were boring. She liked to eat delicacies and could eat them on weekdays. Those new things often had a little bit of good luck. There was a Fu character made of tofu, a phoenix carved from melon skin. They were very beautiful, but they were not delicious. "It's just like the palace banquets you see on weekdays." Li Rong sighed. "It's very boring." "Does your Highness have any New Year's money?" Pei Wenchuan was curious. Li Rong said carelessly, "Yes, it's all kinds of rewards. It's all sent to the treasury. I don't even remember what it was." Oh, 1 year, Imperial Mother gave me a pair of vermilion bird buyao. I liked it very much. Pei Wenchuan listened and thought about it. Just as he was about to say something, Li Rong raised his hand and pointed at the dumplings in the pot. Are these dumplings overcooked? Pei Wenchuan turned around and saw that the dumplings were cooked and had floated up. Li Rong stared at the dumplings and said worriedly, this prince saw that some of the dumplings were already rotten. That's fine, but why are there so many of them floating on the water? Is it because they can't be eaten? Your Highness. Pei Wenchuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They're cooked. Cooked? Li Rong was a little surprised. So this is cooked. I was wondering how you know if the dumplings are cooked or not. So it's like this. Pei Wenchuan knew that Li Rong was a person who couldn't differentiate between grains and grains. He didn't find it strange. He smiled and called for the servants outside to come in. They took out plate after plate of dumplings and sent them to the dining room. The other servants of the princess residence were cooking in the small kitchen. The dishes had already been prepared. Li Rong and Pei Wenchuan's dumplings were the last to be served. After the dumplings were placed on the table, the two of them went to the dining room. Several tables had been set up in the courtyard outside the dining room. The servants who didn't go back to celebrate the New Year stayed here. Pei Wenchuan turned to look at Li Rong and explained to Li Rong, this is my order. Is it all right? You've already given the order. How can I not give you face in front of everyone? Li Rong said and sat down with Pei Wenchuan. He raised his hand and said to everyone, sit down. After Li Rong finished speaking, everyone bowed respectfully and then sat down. This was the first time Li Rong sat with the servants. She was a little unused to it. She couldn't help but look back at Pei Wenchuan. Pei Wenchuan gave her a dumpling and said with a smile, Your Highness, why don't you say something festive? It can be considered as a New Year's greeting so that everyone won't be nervous. Li Rong paused for a moment and hesitated for a while before saying, Then I wish that everyone's wealth will be rolling in the coming year. Their families will be in good health. Those of marriageable age will find a good match. Those who are already married will have a child soon and be happy. Thank you, Your Highness. Li Rong softened his tone. Everyone was completely relieved and responded with a smile. Let's eat. Li Rong said and picked up a dumpling from the bowl. Although everyone was relieved with Li Rong around, they were still a little reserved. When Pei Wenchuan saw this, he called out to everyone, don't be reserved. Drink when you should, eat when you should. Eat when you should, eat when you should. Let's show His Highness what we usually do. If anyone eats a copper coin today, there will be a reward. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Rong hissed and a copper coin rolled out of her mouth. She didn't expect that Pei Wenchuan would put a copper coin in the dumplings. This was a folk custom. The palace wouldn't casually put this kind of thing in food. She was unprepared. When she took a bite, she felt that half of her teeth were about to break. Li Rong held back her tears and raised her hand to throw her chopsticks in pain. Pei Wenchuan's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He grabbed her hand with one hand and covered her mouth with the other. He said loudly, It's actually Your Highness who ate a copper coin. Your Highness is very lucky this year. After saying that, Pei Wenchuan whispered, Your Highness, give me some face. What face? Li Rong pushed him away and covered her mouth angrily, Why didn't you tell me you put a copper coin in advance? My teeth are about to break. I also didn't expect Your Highness to eat so fiercely. I was just about to say. Pei Wenchuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Li Rong usually looked unruly, but in fact, rules were hidden in the details. For example, when she ate, she chewed slowly. When she slept, she lay flat with her hands on her stomach. Who knew that she was so hungry today that she didn't care about her manners and took a bite? Li Rong felt that she was in the wrong, but she didn't argue with Pei Wenchuan. She only stretched out her hand to ask for a reward. Where's the reward? Pei Wenchuan laughed and raised his hand to give Li Rong a red envelope from his sleeve. It was the first time that Li Rong received a red envelope like this, so she felt a little strange. She opened the red envelope in front of everyone and found that there was nothing inside. She shook it and found one tael of silver in her hand. Looking at the tael of silver, Li Rong thought of her teeth and was dissatisfied. You have the nerve to give me a red envelope that's only worth one tael of silver? Okay. Pei Wenxuan was afraid of her, so he took out a red envelope that he had hand-drawn with a golden phoenix. This is yours. It's extra. Li Rong saw the beautiful phoenix and was a little moved. She reached out her hand to take it without hesitation. Pei Wenxuan moved the red envelope to the side and said with a smile, Your Highness, you have to say something nice to take your New Year's money. Prince Consort, you must be joking. Jing Lan laughed at the side. You gave His Highness a red envelope. How can it be called New Year's money? You don't understand. Pei Wenxuan turned to look at Jing Lan, then looked back at Li Rong with a smile. His Highness is still young. I usually take care of him, just like looking after a younger sister. This New Year's money has to be given. When everyone heard Pei Wenxuan's words, they burst into laughter. Li Rong raised his eyebrows. You dare to bring people to laugh at me? I don't dare. Pei Wenxuan hurriedly said, This is a smile that symbolizes the joy of the new year. It's definitely not meant to laugh at Your Highness. Red envelope. Li Rong was too lazy to talk to him. He didn't want to banter with him in front of the servants. Pei Wenxuan held the red envelope and said with a smile, Does Your Highness not know how to say nice things? That's right. Li Rong directly raised his hand and said lazily, So just give me the red envelope. If you don't know how to say it, I'll teach you. As Pei Wenxuan said, he leaned forward and handed the red envelope to Li Rong. At the same time, he put his hand on Li Rong's ear. I like you. I want to celebrate the new year with you every year. Your Highness. Pei Wenxuan asked in a very small voice, Have you learned it? When Li Rong heard Pei Wenxuan's words, she couldn't help but look up at him. Pei Wenxuan was born with a scholarly face, but when he looked at her, his eyes seemed to have a natural smile. Li Rong stared at him for a moment. Pei Wenxuan smiled and retreated, then took her to dinner. That night was very lively. Li Rong had never experienced such an experience. The whole new year was noisy and peaceful. She didn't have to worry about saying the wrong thing. It was as if she was far away from the palace and the imperial court. Pei Wenxuan drank some wine. Now that he had a weak stomach, he didn't drink if he could. But when everyone was in the mood for the new year, he drank a few cups with them. After drinking, she didn't know if it was because he was happy or because of the wine, but he seemed to be very happy. When he returned to the room with Li Rong, he pulled Li Rong and walked in front of her, humming a little song like a child. Li Rong found it funny. What are you happy about? I'm happy about two things. Pei Wenxuan held her hand and walked in the corridor. Li Rong raised her chin. What is it? First, Your Highness took the initiative to kiss me today. You're that happy? Li Rong raised her eyebrows. If you're happy, I can take the initiative to sleep with you. Pei Wenxuan smiled and shook his head. Second, Pei Wenxuan stopped and pulled Li Rong's hand to his chest. I made Your Highness happy. As long as you don't talk nonsense, I'll be happy. Li Rong smiled and replied. Pei Wenxuan continued to shake his head. He thought for a moment, then raised his hand to hold Li Rong's head and pressed his forehead against hers. Rong, you came out of the palace. I know. Li Rong answered calmly. I moved to the princess residence from the day I married you. In the future, I'll give you a home. It's different from the palace. Your Highness, he said very seriously. I'll heal all the wounds in your heart. In the future, Your Highness will have a prince consort, and Li Rong will have Pei Wenxuan. Li Rong didn't say anything. She lowered her eyes. After a long time, she said in a low voice, I know. In the future, Li Rong will have Pei Wenxuan. When Pei Wenxuan heard her say I know, he laughed again. He turned around and pulled Li Rong back into the room. When they returned, the two of them washed up and fell asleep. Perhaps Pei Wenxuan was tired. Not long after he laid down, he fell asleep. Li Rong looked at him in the dark. After a long time, she touched him carefully. She first reached out and placed her hand on his chest. Seeing that he didn't wake up, she didn't know why, but she reached out and hugged him. Then she leaned on him. She listened to his heartbeat and felt his breath. She smelled his usual scent. she felt peaceful and calm. In an instant, she felt that she wasn't herself, but she didn't feel bad. The two of them slept all the way until dawn. Pei Wenchuan woke up early because of the morning court session. When he opened his eyes, he saw Li Rong sleeping on his chest. He stopped in his tracks. After a while, he smiled and raised one hand to rest on the back of his head. He used the other hand to gently brush Li Rong's hair, gently combing it. Li Rong's hair was very soft and carried the scent of her body. The fragrance bag on her body was personally made by him, so this scent belonged only to him. When Pei Wenchuan thought of this, he looked down at Li Rong lying on his chest. He couldn't help but think of last night when Li Rong took the initiative to stand on tiptoe and kiss him. When he kissed her last night, he wholeheartedly felt that it was like a pledge of love. Now that he woke up this morning, he was already sensitive. With a beauty in his arms, Pei Wenchuan's body felt a bit uncomfortable. His gaze couldn't help but fall on Li Rong's body. From her hair to her thick eyelashes, high nose, and plump lips. He quietly looked at the person in front of him. His gaze couldn't help but deepen. When Li Rong woke up, the sky was already bright. She vaguely heard voices outside. She blankly opened her eyes and saw Pei Wenchuan looking down at her with a smile. His clear voice greeted her, "Good morning, Your Highness." His smile was gentle, but the way he looked at her was a bit strange. He clearly looked harmless and peaceful, but for some reason, she felt that there was an indescribable sense of aggression. Li Rong looked at him and propped herself up. At this time, she discovered that half of her body was numb. Pei Wenchuan saw her discomfort and reached out to massage her arm. His hand touched her arm. The man's hot and broad palm pinched her sore muscles. After a while, Li Rong felt a lot better. Then she felt that even though the action of pinching her arm was neat and tidy, she couldn't help but inadvertently feel a bit more caressing. Li Rong couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. She looked up at him. Pei Wenchuan noticed her gaze and looked up with a smile. "What are you looking at, Your Highness?" Pei Wenchuan's gaze didn't have any impurities. Li Rong felt a bit strange. Pei Wenchuan wasn't a Lu Xiahui. The two of them slept like this for a night, and in the morning, he helped her massage her shoulder. Why didn't she have any reaction? Li Rong had questions, so she looked for answers. She raised her hand to lift the quilt. Pei Wenchuan's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He pressed the quilt down and asked nervously, "What do you want to do, Your Highness?" Li Rong looked down and said, "I'm a bit curious." "What are you curious about, Your Highness?" Pei Wenchuan heard her question and seemed to be even more nervous. His ears turned red. Li Rong looked at him and couldn't help but find it funny. "It's not your first marriage. Why are you so reserved?" Li Rong leaned forward and said in a low voice, "You're not interested in me? Why do you ask when you already know the answer?" Pei Wenchuan smiled bitterly. "Get up. There's still a palace banquet today." Pei Wenchuan. Li Rong raised an eyebrow. "Actually." Li Rong raised his hand and tried to reach inside Pei Wenchuan's collar. "I don't care that much." "It's because Your Highness doesn't care." Pei Wenchuan held Li Rong's hand and sighed, "That's why I care more. In my previous life, Your Highness and I were unwilling at the beginning." Pei Wenchuan pressed Li Rong's hand on the bed. He took his clothes from the bedside and put them on and buttoned them. "The two of us were forced to marry, and Your Highness agreed. Now, I hope that Your Highness and I will take this matter more seriously. We can't speed up the process just because we've experienced it before. We'll take it as we should." Pei Wenchuan lifted the quilt and got up. He sat on the bed and put on his shoes. "Don't rush ahead." When Li Rong heard him say this in such a serious manner, he didn't know why, but he felt more at ease and wanted to tease him. If a man took the initiative to ask for this matter, Li Rong would feel a bit uneasy. Now that Pei Wenchuan refused in such a serious manner, he was interested. Pei Wenchuan was about to get up when she suddenly threw herself on Pei Wenchuan's back and wrapped her arms around his neck. Pei Wenchuan's body stiffened. Li Rong said coquettishly, "Brother Pei." Li Rong called out to him. He leaned forward and pressed his entire weight on Pei Wenchuan's body. He whispered in his ear, "Even if you're a pawn, you still have to move forward. Brother Pei, don't you feel uncomfortable holding it in? Then what does Your Highness mean?" Pei Wenchuan turned his head to look at her and raised his eyebrows. Li Rong blinked and leaned forward a bit. She leaned on Pei Wenchuan's shoulder and moved her hands. Pei Wenchuan sucked in a breath of cold air. Lord Pei? Seeing him like this, Li Rong leaned on his shoulder and chuckled. Sleep a little longer? Pei Wenchuan didn't say anything. He closed his eyes and couldn't help but raise his chin slightly. He said in a low and hoarse voice, Your Highness's order, this humble subject doesn't dare to disobey. Li Rong laughed out loud and rolled on the bed. He raised his hand and called out, Come in. Pei Wenchuan elegantly and calmly put down the curtain and returned to the bed. Even though it was already daytime, the bed was still dim after the curtain was put down. When Pei Wenchuan pulled her into his arms, he lowered his head to look at Li Rong, who was pursing her lips and smiling proudly. He pressed her head against his chest so that she wouldn't see his uncontrollable smile. The two of them tossed and turned until noon, when they went to eat together. After lunch, Li Rong followed the rules of the palace and brought Pei Wenchuan to visit Shangguanyu. The palace would usually host a banquet on the first day of the first lunar month to entertain the married princesses and important officials. On New Year's Eve, there was a small banquet in the palace. On the first day of the first lunar month, there was a large banquet that gathered many members of the imperial family. Li Rong hadn't visited Shangguanyu in a long time, so he went to the palace in advance to talk with Shangguanyu for a while. When the two of them arrived at Weiyang Palace, they saw that Li Chuan had already arrived. He was sitting down and talking with Shangguanyu. When Li Rong entered, Li Chuan became happy. He stood up and walked out of the hall and excitedly said, Older sister. Don't make that expression of missing Li Chuan because you haven't seen him in a long time. Li Rong pushed away Li Chuan, who had opened his arms to hug her, and walked towards Shangguanyu. He mocked Li Chuan as he said, The imperial court is watching us every day. But me and imperial mother. Li Rong turned to look at Shangguanyu. We haven't seen each other in a long time. Your Highness. Pei Wenchuan raised his hand and bowed respectfully towards Shangguanyu. Shangguanyu nodded at Pei Wenchuan and gestured for him to sit down. Then, she looked at Li Rong and said, I heard that you were busy these days, so I didn't want to disturb you. I heard about your affairs in the imperial harem. One after another, it made me nervous. However, I thought that you had your own plans, so I didn't ask any more questions. Imperial mother has lost weight. Li Rong looked at Shangguanyu. After a while, he held Shangguanyu's hand and said emotionally, You're getting older, and we've also grown up. You don't have to work too hard. Take good care of your body. The one who lives longer is the biggest winner. I don't have anything to worry about now. Shangguanyu smiled bitterly. You have your own ideas, and I don't want to have any disagreements with you. When it comes to the imperial court, someone has to give in. Now that you want to move forward, I'm also old. I can only give in. Imperial mother, are you blaming me? Li Rong raised his eyebrows. Shangguanyu hurriedly explained, Don't accuse me wrongly. You're my daughter. How could I have such thoughts? I'm just teasing you. Li Rong held Shangguanyu's arm and leaned on Shangguanyu's shoulder. Shangguanyu lowered her head and looked at her daughter leaning on her shoulder. Her heart softened, I don't care about anything now. There's only one thing I'm worried about. Chuaner. Shangguanyu turned to look at Li Chuan, who was sitting at the side. Even if you don't marry Yaya, there are so many ladies in this world. You can always find someone to be the crown prince consort, right? Pei Wenchuan and Li Rong looked at each other. Shangguanyu looked at Li Chuan, who was forcing a smile and trying his best to explain, Imperial mother, it's not that I don't want to. It's just that it's hard to find someone suitable. It's not that you can't find someone suitable. You're just afraid of getting married. Shangguanyu interrupted him and then began to nag, Actually, you have to learn how to make do with marriage. Look at your sister and the prince consort. They were also bestowed a marriage, and now they're inseparable. What's wrong with that? Li Rong heard this praise and couldn't help but turn his head and cough lightly. Li Chuan felt wronged and said in a low voice, I'm still young. Let's talk about this later. Talk about it later? When do you want to talk about it? Imperial mother, I've thought about it. Li Chuan's face was full of seriousness. How can I talk about marriage when the world is unfair? as the crown prince. You just don't want to get married, and you're talking nonsense about the world with me. Shang Guanyu interrupted him, I don't care if you get married or not, but you're not married now. As long as you don't get married, there will be a lot of people watching you. Consort Ro's niece is still wandering around the palace and bumping into you at the entrance of the Eastern Palace every day. Who doesn't know what she's thinking? If you can get rid of her, you can get married whenever you want. As Shang Guanyu spoke, she sat down and scolded in a low voice, you don't have any ability, yet you want to talk about love and love. You're so selfish. Li Chuan felt a little uncomfortable being scolded and kept his head down. Pei Wenchuan sensed that the atmosphere was not right, so he coughed lightly and suddenly asked Shang Guanyu, Your Highness, this official recently discovered that His Highness's leg bones tend to hurt when it's cold. Does Your Highness know why? Shang Guanyu was immediately attracted by her daughter's health when she heard that her daughter's health was not good. Once she started talking to Pei Wenchuan, she couldn't stop. Pei Wenchuan took the initiative to change the topic, and the four of them continued to talk about health. When it was almost time, Li Rong and Pei Wenchuan had to leave to prepare for the palace banquet. The two of them bid farewell to Empress Li Chuan. After they left, Li Rong sighed. Pei Wenchuan looked over, Your Highness, why did you sigh? Imperial Mother is right about Chuaner's marriage. We can't keep delaying it. Li Rong was a little worried, according to Chuaner's temperament, I'll persuade him and suppress him a little. Then, the crown princess will choose whoever she wants. But now, His Highness won't do that. Pei Wenchuan's voice was calm. He raised his hand and held Li Rong's hand, His Highness hopes that His Highness the Crown Prince can continue to live well. Li Rong and Pei Wenchuan walked hand in hand along the corridor. After hearing his words, she didn't say anything for a long time. Pei Wenchuan saw that she was deep in thought, so he thought about it and said, Actually, I have an idea. And? Li Rong looked up at him. Pei Wenchuan was about to answer when they heard a laugh not far away, Isn't this Sister Ping Le? You went to the palace today? When Li Rong heard this, he turned his head and saw Consort Ro and Hua Li's sedan. The two were carried on the sedan. They were draped in fox fur and held a stove in their hands. They looked graceful and luxurious, showing how much they were doted on. When Li Rong saw them, he couldn't help but smile. So it's Consort Ro and Mimi Hua Lu. As Li Rong spoke, he looked them up and down. Hua Lu didn't bow to her, so she also didn't bow to Consort Ro. The three parties had a tacit understanding of not following the rules. After a moment, Consort Ro laughed first and reminded Hua Lu, You didn't get off the sedan to bow to your sister. Who taught you the rules in the palace? No need, Li Rong raised his hand to stop Hua Lu from getting off the sedan and said directly, Since Her Highness doesn't have me as her sister in her heart, there's no need for these empty courtesies. Consort, do you have other matters? I'll take my leave first. As he spoke, Li Rong waved his hand and led Pei Wenchuan to the main hall. As soon as the two left, Hua Lu turned to Consort Ro and said angrily, Mother, look at her. How arrogant. You're a noble consort, but she didn't even bow to you. Didn't you also not bow to her? Consort Ro laughed and didn't really care. He only said, people have to pay the price for what they say and do. As he spoke, Consort Ro patted Hua Li's hand and said gently, Remember. Pei Wenchuan followed Li Rong and left. He thought that Li Rong must have angered Hua Lu and couldn't help but laugh, Why did Your Highness lower yourself to their level? So they won't bother me if I don't broaden their horizons? Li Rong chuckled. The result will be the same anyway, so I might as well say it out loud. Did Your Highness notice the girl standing beside them? Pei Wenchuan suddenly mentioned someone. Li Rong thought for a moment before he remembered the person's face. That person was elegant and dignified. She was also a beauty, but Consort Ro's beauty was too great. Standing beside him, she seemed to pale in comparison. One had to think carefully to recall her appearance. Li Rong was a little surprised that Pei Wenchuan mentioned her. She was about to turn around to ask when she heard Pei Wenchuan say, It's Xiao Wei. She was the niece that Consort Ro had always wanted Li Ming to bestow upon Li Chuan. During the last palace banquet, Consort Ro had racked her brains to make Xiao Wei stand out in the incense selection competition so that Li Ming would have a reason to bestow a marriage. In the end, Li Rong had ruined everything. Now, nearly half a year had passed, and she was still in Huajing. Thinking of this, Li Rong couldn't help but frown. She turned to Pei Wenchuan and asked, "What was the method you mentioned to help Chuan get out of this situation?" "Recently, a monk came to Hugua Temple. It said that he knows the past and the present, and can predict the future." When Pei Wenchuan mentioned this, Li Rong understood. She hesitated for a moment. Pei Wenchuan saw her silence and couldn't help but ask, "Is your highness worried about something?" "This monk is a swindler." Li Rong directly exposed him. Pei Wenchuan didn't care. Are there any alchemists in this world who aren't swindlers? Only swindlers are easy to use. No matter what, in my previous life, he was indeed famous in Huajing and had many followers. But in the end, he was still driven out of Huajing. Li Rong frowned. Pei Wenchuan reminded her, "That's what you did. In this life, if you don't tear his skin off with your own hands, he'll be considered an expert. Make him say the prophecy that your highness won't be able to get married in 5 years, then instigate this matter among the people and let it spread. Now that the Shangguan family is almost under your highness' control, they can't produce a crown princess, so they won't let anyone else. This prophecy can be used as an excuse for the various factions in the imperial court to fight among themselves. In this way, within 5 years," Pei Wenchuan raised a hand, "your highness won't have to worry about marriage. This is still risky." Li Rong tapped her fan against her palm and said slowly, "Let me think about it." As the two spoke, they walked into the Great Hall. Many officials had already arrived in the Great Hall and were chatting with others. After Li Rong and Pei Wenchuan entered the Great Hall and sat down, Li Ming led the others over. Li Ming led the concubines of the imperial harem. Shang Guanyu and Li Ming sat side by side. Consort Ro led the others behind them. As soon as Li Ming entered, everyone knelt down. After Li Ming had everyone rise, he said a few auspicious words according to his usual habit and then announced the start of the banquet. The New Year's Palace banquet was a necessary event every year. Those sitting at the front of the Great Hall were all high-ranking officials and nobles. Everyone was familiar with each other and was not reserved. After a while, the scene became lively. With the old officials leading the way, familiar officials started to move around. It could be considered a social occasion. Pei Wenchuan and Li Rong sat to one side. The two of them were not well liked in the imperial court, especially Li Rong. Thus, no one came to talk to her. Pei Wenchuan accompanied her and chatted with her while cracking melon seeds. The two observed the other people at the banquet. The old men were separated by their official positions and chatted in their own circles. The young people were separated by their birth and stayed in their own circles. For a humble family like the Pei family, they had real power in the imperial court, but their name was not in the noble family register. They were considered new nobles in the imperial court. Some of the high-ranking members of the Pei family could barely make conversation in the upper circles. Some of the lower-ranking members of the Pei family were in the circle of the humble, but they were calm. The men were in the Great Hall, while the women were in the back. Other than the Empress and Consort Gue, Li Rong was the only woman in the Great Hall. It was very strange. The two of them stayed together for a while. Then, someone ran over from the back of the Great Hall and whispered something in Li Ming's ear. Li Ming listened for a moment and then scolded with a smile, "Little girls like to be in the limelight." Although he said this, Li Ming still ordered Fu Lai, "Have the dancers leave. Bring Hua Lu over." Li Rong wasn't far from Li Ming. When she heard Li Ming's order, she couldn't help but look over. Not long after, she saw Hua Lu holding a jade flute walk over from the back of the Great Hall. She bowed to Li Ming and respectfully said, "Fu Huang." Compared to Li Rong, Hua Lu was much more docile. She was gentle and delicate. In Li Ming's heart, a woman should be. When she arrived, the Great Hall slowly quieted down. Then, she heard Li Ming say with a smile, "I heard that you prepared a song to be performed with Prince Su to celebrate the new year?" "Yes." Hua Lu held the flute and smiled, "It was Ching Didi's idea. He said that since the new year started, he wanted to give Fu Huang a good omen. He wanted to perform a sword dance for Fu Huang. First, to celebrate the success of last year's war in the northwest. Second, to show the world the manliness that our Xia should have." "He's only 11 years old," Li Ming mocked, but his expression was very happy. he's going to be a man at this age? Fu Huang, Prince Su, Li Cheng, who was sitting next to Consort Ro, said proudly, urchin's swordsmanship improved greatly last year. Shifu said that even though a Ken is young, I won't lose to any adult man? Oh? Li Ming asked curiously, then can you beat your Taizi Gidge? If it was an ordinary family, Li Ming's question wouldn't be a big deal. But in the imperial family, when Li Ming asked this question, everyone's expression turned ugly. Li Rong smiled and looked at Li Cheng, waiting to see how Li Cheng would answer. Li Chuan's expression was calm, as if he didn't hear anything. He had a steady attitude. Of course, Li Cheng immediately replied seriously, Taizi Gidge is good at studying. I'm different from Taizi Gidge. Did you hear that? Li Ming laughed and turned to look at Li Chuan, you're the older brother. If you don't work hard, your younger brother will look down on you. When Li Chuan heard this, he smiled and bowed respectfully, Fu Huang is right. Chung'er will be a fierce general in the future. He will guard the borders of Xia and raise the prestige of our country. Li Chuan might be childish in front of Li Rong, but he had been the crown prince since he opened his eyes. He was no stranger to this kind of situation. He knew very well how to resolve the awkwardness caused by Li Ming. However, in the end, he still carried a bit of a young man's temperament. When he replied, he couldn't help but jab at Li Ming. He was just short of directly telling Li Ming that the Su prince's stupidity wouldn't make him the emperor and that he shouldn't waste his efforts. Li Ming heard the hidden meaning in Li Chuan's words. His expression immediately darkened. Consort Ro saw this and hurriedly said, Your Majesty, don't just talk. The child has prepared a gift for so long. You should take a look. Yes, yes, yes. Li Ming was given a way out. He turned around and no longer paid attention to Li Chuan. He smiled and said, Dear officials, Princess Hua Lu and Prince Su have specially prepared a grand dance to celebrate the new year with everyone. Go, Li Ming looked at Hua Lu, little lark. Hua Lu bowed to Li Ming and walked to Prince Su's side. She went on stage with Prince Su. Li Cheng went on stage. He took off his coat and revealed his martial arts uniform. This uniform was the uniform used by the soldiers of the Northwest to practice martial arts. It implied that he was a soldier of the Northwest at this moment. Then he went to take a sword and drew a sword flower on stage. Li Ming immediately applauded and said loudly, Good. Li Rong smiled and knocked on his fan. He watched with great interest. Everyone was attracted to the stage. It had to be said that Li Cheng's sword flower was very good. At first glance, one could see that he was quite talented. It was no wonder that Li Ming was happy. Pei Wenxuan leaned over and filled Li Rong's cup with wine. He whispered, Your Highness, don't you feel unhappy? What's there to be unhappy about? Li Rong turned his head and chuckled. He said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, If you were on the street, you would have to pay. Now that you don't have to pay, why don't you take a few more glances? Pei Wenxuan knew that Li Rong's mouth was unforgiving. He smiled and didn't say anything. After Li Cheng finished drawing the sword flower, he received a lot of cheers. He stuck out his chest and looked very proud. Hua Lu stood on the side of the stage and said to Li Ming, Imperial Father, the song I'm going to play today is Ping Chuan entering the array song. This song has been lost for 100 years. Sun has looked through ancient books and only found half of it. A few days ago, I happened to hear Assistant Minister Su play this song for Brother Cheng, so I recorded the second half of it. Today, I present this song to Imperial Father. I hope Imperial Father will like it. It was this kind of modesty to secretly show off his amazing talent. Li Rong felt tired. She turned her head and whispered to Pei Wenxuan, Why haven't they started yet? Be patient. There's probably something important that they haven't said yet. Pei Wenxuan patted her hand. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard Hua Lu say, However, Sun only has the flute. Without the accompaniment of the guqin, it would be too weak. If Assistant Minister Su doesn't mind, Hua Lu turned his head to look at Su Yongqing, who was sitting at the table with a calm expression. Would you be willing to accompany me and perform this song for Imperial Father? Hearing this, everyone looked at Su Yongqing. Pei Wenxuan subconsciously looked at Li Rong. Li Rong noticed that Pei Wenxuan was looking at him and looked back at him strangely. While everyone was looking at Su Yongqing, the two people quietly looked at each other. Su Yongqing didn't speak. Hua Li forced a smile and said, "Assistant Minister Su." Hua Li's call awakened Li Rong's mind. She finally understood Hua Li's purpose tonight. He had an ulterior motive for Su Yongqing. With Hua Li's status, even if she was a princess, it would be difficult for her to marry into a noble family. Unexpectedly, Consort Ro and Hua Lu knew that Hua Lu wouldn't be able to marry into a noble family under normal circumstances. Thus, they chose an unusual path. Now that she wasn't rejected by Li Ming and was born into a noble family, the best marriage partner was Su Yongqing, who clearly understood that he was going to inherit the Su family. For a moment, Li Rong was surprised by Hua Li's appetite. She didn't take the normal path and really went straight to the clouds. However, she couldn't let Hua Lu marry into such a noble family. Thus, without waiting for Su Yongqing to reply, Li Rong immediately stood up and said, "Younger sister, there's no need to trouble Assistant Minister Su." As soon as Li Rong spoke, everyone looked over. Pei Wenxuan stared at her with a cold expression. Li Rong didn't dare to look at Pei Wenxuan. She directly walked up to the stage from behind the small table, not giving Hua Lu any chance to refute. She smiled and said, "Actually, the Ping Chuan entering the array song isn't completely lost. It's just that many famous teachers aren't willing to teach it to ordinary disciples. Coincidentally, I once learned it from a famous teacher. Younger sister, do you need an accompaniment? Elder sister will help you." As she spoke, Li Rong gracefully sat on the ground in front of the guqin. Her red clothes were already dazzling, and Li Rong was born with outstanding beauty and an extraordinary bearing. She didn't restrain her aura. When Hua Li stood next to her, it was like a maid standing behind her. No one noticed them at all. Hua Li realized that everyone's eyes were not on her. She subconsciously moved a little further away from Li Rong. She knew where her shortcomings were and didn't want to appear too obvious in comparison. Li Rong saw Hua Li secretly moving to the side. She raised her eyes and said with a smile, "Younger sister, move a little further to the side." Hua Lu was a little confused. Li Rong raised her hand and pointed to the side of the stage. She said gracefully, "Move a few more steps and then get off the stage. There's no harm in leaving elder sister to perform alone." After Li Rong said this, faint laughter immediately came from the surroundings. Hua Lu was a little embarrassed. She forced a smile and said, "Elder sister, you're joking. Let's begin." As Hua Lu spoke, she turned her head and put the jade flute to her lips. Li Rong lowered her eyes and raised her hand to pluck the strings. The tense opening melody came out. Li Qing gripped his sword and took a stance. Then he shouted loudly and began to perform along with the melody. Consort Ro was able to reach this position because he naturally had his own unique skills. Although he was born into a poor family, Consort Ro's taste was not bad. For example, this Ping Chuan entering the battle formation was chosen to suit Li Ming's taste. It could also display one's ability to control a musical instrument to the extreme. At the beginning, the song was very tense. Then it gradually became more intense. The melody kept rising without any pause. It was as if one was holding a sharp blade and slashing into the enemy, killing to one's heart's content. A person's song often represented their entire state of mind. Consort Ro's choice of song was not bad, and Hua Li's skills could barely keep up. If there was no comparison, Hua Lu was not bad. But now that Li Rong was here, everything was different. Li Rong had learned this song on the battlefield. In her previous life, Li Chuan had led many expeditions to the north. Li Rong had personally gone to the front lines. This song was taught to her by Su Yongqing. She had played this song on the city gate tower to stimulate the soldiers' morale. Compared to her state of mind, Hua Li's flute sounded weak and tasteless. Hua Lu also noticed the problem. She could not help but panic. This panic caused her breathing to become chaotic. It became more and more difficult to keep up with Li Rong's music. Li Rong's music became more and more intense, as if the battle had reached a critical moment. At this time, Hua Li's low voice could no longer keep up. She could only try her best to keep up. This made the music seem somewhat lonely. It was clearly the best time, but there was still something missing. At this time, Su Yongqing silently stood up from the crowd and walked towards the nearest group of musicians. Pei Wenchuan, who was in the row opposite him, also stood up and walked towards his own group. Su Yongqing took off his coat as he walked. Then he came in front of the drum and placed his coat on the drum stand. In a low voice, he said, "I'll borrow this." As he spoke, he took the drumstick from the drummer's hand and slammed it down. The sound of the drum and Li Rong's music mixed together. The dense sound of the drum and the impassioned sound of the zither made Li Rong feel as if she had returned to the time when she was playing the zither on the city gate tower and Su Yongqing's drumming accompanied her. Li Rong looked up in surprise. It was at this moment that the hurried and desolate sound of the eru suddenly cut in. The sound of the eru was much slower than the sound of the zither and drum. It seemed out of place. However, it was precisely because of this incompatibility that it was clearly different from the original tone. Li Rong looked up and saw Pei Wenchuan sitting in the group of musicians opposite her. He had one hand on the string of the eru and the other hand smoothly and powerfully pulled the bow. He was looking at her provocatively. Li Rong saw from the corner of her eye that the musician next to him was holding the suona tightly and sighing in relief. She knew clearly in her heart, if it were not for the suona, perhaps it would not be the eru that was playing now. Pei Wenchuan's eru sounded like it was playing a chord for Li Rong, but it was completely different from the drumming. Li Rong was fast but slow, while Li Rong was slow but fast. However, the combination of the two was strange. Amidst the abruptness, there was an inexplicable, pleasing to the ears. Everyone was shocked. Li Ming turned to the Ministry of Rites Minister Gu Zidao, who was most proficient in music, and asked, "Minister Gu, is this how the Ping Chuan entering the battle formation song should be played?" Gu Zidao twirled his white beard and listened carefully with his eyes closed. After Li Ming asked, he slowly opened his eyes and turned to face Li Ming. He said respectfully, "Your Majesty, the original Ping Chuan entering the battle formation song was naturally not played this way. At the beginning, His Highness Ping Le, His Highness Hua Lu, and Assistant Minister Su collaborated on the guqin, flute, and drum. It was the most orthodox. Prince Consort Pei's subsequent edition of the eru was an innovative move." Li Ming twirled the prayer beads in his hand and nodded. "It's not bad. Prince Consort Pei's edition of the eru is very different from the Ping Chuan entering the battle formation song of the past. However, there is a different meaning to it. Previously, the Ping Chuan entering the battle formation song depicted King Ping Chuan leading his troops into battle and slaughtering his enemies. However, with the addition of the eru, there is a sense of desolation. The addition of the eru to the last stanza of the song describes the corpses and the suffering of the common people in the later stages of the war. It immediately filled the song with a lot of artistic conception and added a lot of color to the music. It's a pity that Prince Consort Pei is obviously not good at eru, and Assistant Minister Su doesn't often use drums." Gu Zidao laughed. "If a master were to play it, it would be even more outstanding. However, the two of them have reached a certain level of artistic conception. It's a pleasure to be able to enjoy the music of these two young people in the main hall." As Gu Zidao made his comments, the music gradually faded and the audience applauded. Most of them were discussing the changes in the eru after the addition of the music. Li Qing and Hua Lu had long been forgotten. Hua Lu could still tolerate it, but Li Qing was so angry that he threw his sword away and rushed back to Consort Ro's side with tears in his eyes. Hua Li's expression was not very good, but after all, she was older and could not be as willful as Li Qing. Li Rong stood up and walked to Hua Li's side. He smiled and said, "Sister, you play the flute well. Sister, please don't make a fool of yourself." Hua Lu forced a smile and returned to her seat without saying anything else. Li Rong and Pei Wenchuan had just sat down when Pei Wenchuan said softly, "You played the guqin well. I couldn't hold back my desire to show off." "Lord Pei, there's no harm in holding back." Li Rong had a smile on his face. His lips moved and he said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "If the musician didn't hold the suona tightly, I'm afraid you would have to play the morning music in the hall. You look down on me too much." Pei Wenchuan said in the same voice. He leaned his head towards Li Rong and said, "I have a broad mind. Today, I can play the joyous good marriage for you." Li Rong wanted to reply, but before he could say anything, he was interrupted by a loud and clear voice of praise. Today, you played the guqin well, played the flute well, played the drums well, and played the erhu well. Li Ming's voice rang out. He said happily, most importantly, Prince Su's sword was well danced. Danced with vigor. This is what a man of Xianxia should be like. What do you think, my beloved subjects? The entire hall was silent. It was slightly awkward. After a moment, it was Gu Zidao, the sly old man, who spoke first. He said with a smile, Your Majesty is right. Prince Su is so young and has such spirit. It's really rare. In the future, Crown Prince will be able to prosper the country with his literary skills, and Prince Su will be able to conquer the country with his military skills. One scholarly and one martial, the two brothers are of the same mind. It's a blessing for Your Majesty, and also a blessing for Xianxia. Gu Darren is right. Su Mingji smiled. Following Gu Zidao's words, he praised Li Chuan and Li Qing. This way, he didn't offend either side. Finally, someone began to speak. With one sentence after another, the scene finally became lively. Li Ming saw that the officials didn't respond to his words, so he didn't say anything else. However, he seemed to be somewhat unwilling. He turned to look at Li Chuan and asked, Crown Prince, you see, your elder sister and younger sister all want to do something to celebrate the new year. As the Crown Prince, what do you think now? Son isn't as good at dancing as you. Li Chuan's voice was steady. I can only be diligent in the court in the future, share Fu Wang's burdens, and benefit the people. Flowery words, you make it sound nice. Li Ming snorted coldly. Li Chuan's face was stiff, pretending that he didn't hear Li Ming's sarcasm. Li Ming was silent for a while, and then directly said, You're 17 years old now. The matter of choosing the crown princess should be put on the agenda. How long do you plan on delaying it? When Li Rong heard this, her heart jumped. She was afraid that Li Chuan would refuse like this. Just as she was about to open her mouth to help Li Chuan out, she heard Li Chuan calmly say, Son has never had the intention to refuse. I will listen to Fu Huang and Muha's orders. Li Rong was a bit surprised. She didn't think that Li Chuan would respond so calmly. Li Chuan had agreed, so Li Ming couldn't say anything more. He only said, Then when spring comes, you can prepare to choose the crown princess. Yes. Li Chuan said respectfully. Li Ming saw that Li Chuan wasn't moved by force or persuasion, so he simply turned his head and rewarded the 4 performers. After waiting for a while, he hastily ended the palace banquet. When Li Ming left, everyone dispersed. Some went to the imperial garden to sober up, while others simply left. Li Chuan and the others drank a bit too much. It seemed that they couldn't handle the alcohol. They waved their hands at the officials and left. Li Rong saw Li Chuan get up and walk towards the waterside pavilion. She patted Pei Wenxuan's hand and said in a low voice, I'll be back soon. Help me cover it up. After Li Rong finished speaking, she didn't wait for Pei Wenxuan to reply. She quickly got up and chased after Li Chuan. Li Chuan was served by a eunuch. He walked all the way to the waterside pavilion. Li Rong quietly followed behind him. She saw that his figure was tall and slender. He seemed to have grown a bit taller. He vaguely overlapped with the emperor in her memory, who was so thin that he lost his human aura. She felt a bit nervous. Li Chuan walked to the pavilion in the middle of the lake and had someone lower the curtain. Li Rong walked in and saw Li Chuan sitting in front of the long table. When he saw Li Rong walk in, he smiled, Sister, why are you here? The main hall is stuffy. Li Rong hesitated, I came out to get some fresh air. As she spoke, she walked to Li Chuan and sat down. Did they make you drink too much? Li Chuan laughed, how could that be? None of them dared to make me drink. I just didn't want to stay, so I came out. Your marriage? Li Rong hesitated, but before she could finish, Li Chuan directly interrupted her. Sister, I want to ask you a question. Li Rong looked up at him. She knew that Li Chuan wouldn't casually ask a question. She hesitated for a moment, but still said, Ask. If, Li Chuan smiled bitterly, I'm saying if, today, I refuse imperial father, will you help me? I will. Li Rong answered without hesitation. Li Chuan nodded lightly. I know, I always knew. Li Chuan's voice was a bit hoarse, Sister is the best to me. Chuan Li Rong looked at Li Chuan and felt a bit sad. actually, you can refuse today. What about the next time? Li Chuan asked directly. I can't refuse people like this forever. There's a price to pay for being willful. Sister, Li Chuan paused and hesitated for a long time, then slowly said, I'm sorry for the Qin family. I'm also sorry for Qin Jinjin. If I had agreed to marry Sister Ye, Li Chuan was a bit confused, would the Qin family not have been framed? No. Li Rong's answer was resolute and decisive. Li Chuan looked up at her and asked doubtfully, no? Li Rong hesitated for a moment. After a long time, she slowly said, Chuaner, no matter what you do, sister will support you. You don't have to wrong yourself. Li Chuan didn't say anything. He lowered his eyes and looked at the tea in his hand. After a long time, he smiled, Sister, I'm actually very curious. I don't know when it started, but your attitude towards me became very indulgent. It's like no matter what I do, you're willing to support me. Why? I'm your sister, Li Rong said seriously, I want you to live well, just like how you are now. Then tell me the truth, Li Chuan stared at her, did I do the right thing? Li Rong was momentarily speechless. Li Chuan looked at her quietly, in this palace, I hope to marry someone I like. I also hope that the person who marries me is someone who truly likes me. Sister, don't you think that's the right thing to do? Without waiting for Li Rong to speak, Li Chuan took a deep breath, it's not the right thing to do. The first time you stood on my side, I was very happy. But from the day the Qin family fell into trouble, I regretted it. When Qin Jinjin left, I went to see her off. Li Chuan closed his eyes. He put one hand on his knee and supported himself with the other. At that time, I thought that if I married Xianxia according to imperial mother's wishes, and then took in a few more concubines according to imperial father and the other officials' wishes, then it would just be a group of beasts biting each other in the circle. I'm a beast, and so are the other party. I can't harm the people who pass by. But I just couldn't accept it. I felt pity for the person who married me, and I also felt pity for myself. As a result, I harmed the Qin family. Imperial mother is right, Li Chuan placed the cup on the table and propped himself up. I can't take advantage of sister and imperial mother's love for me to act recklessly. Sister, you don't have to worry. I've thought it through. The woman who marries into the Qin family knows what the palace is like, but she still wants to come. Naturally, she won't be sad because of love. I can't cause trouble for sister. I'm the crown prince. This is a small matter. Sister, don't worry, Li Chuan smiled, I'll take care of it. Don't worry. I'm a man. I'll be fine. After Li Chuan finished speaking, he looked around, I can't let anyone see that we've been talking for so long. I'll leave first. As he spoke, Li Chuan took the lead and left. Li Rong sat in the pavilion in the middle of the lake. After a long time, she turned her head and looked at Li Chuan. She saw that Li Chuan's back seemed a little like an adult. Li Rong sat in the pavilion in the middle of the lake for a while. Then she stood up and walked towards the main hall. There weren't many people left in the main hall. Pei Wenxuan was still sitting in his seat, waiting for her. After she sat down, Pei Wenxuan looked at her face. He seemed to want to say something, but stopped himself. A moment later, he finally said, It's late. Let's go home first. Li Rong nodded. Pei Wenxuan ordered people to prepare a carriage. Then he had someone bring a cloak. He put it on Li Rong and tied it for her. Li Rong saw that he cared for her in every possible way. She couldn't help but smile and whisper, I thought you were still angry with me. I'm angry. Pei Wenxuan tied the cloak and smoothed out the cloak. He put his hands in his sleeves and turned to walk out of the hall. He said calmly, In any case, your highness won't coax me. In the end, I still have to bow my head. What's there to be pretentious about? Li Rong heard this and thought it was funny. She walked to Pei Wenxuan and whispered, I got up today because I don't want Consort Ro to get what he wants. Hualu had been a chess piece in Consort Ro's marriage alliance since she was young. Hualu knew that she wouldn't choose such a song for no reason and asked Su Yongqing to play it. She did this today to let the world know that Consort Ro and the Su family have a good relationship. This way, the people of the Han clan who follow Consort Ro will have more confidence. If Su Yongqing really expressed his stance today, with Imperial Father's temperament, he might even appoint a marriage. His Majesty can't really appoint a marriage. Pei Wenchuan calmly analyzed, Hua Lu is marrying Su Yongqing now. If Su Yongqing refuses the marriage in court, His Majesty won't be able to do anything. He doesn't dare to take the risk. As for the other reason, Pei Wenchuan stopped and turned to look at her. I can accept it for the time being. But I still feel uncomfortable. It's annoying. What do you think I should do? Li Rong tapped her fan against her palm and sighed. In the end, I don't think you're angry at all. Pei Wenchuan raised his eyebrows. Li Rong looked up. Her eyes were full of understanding. She said helplessly, you just want to take advantage of me. Your Highness is joking, Pei Wenchuan directly refuted and said seriously, this official isn't. Before he could finish, Li Rong threw herself into Pei Wenchuan's arms. She wrapped her arms around his waist and hugged him tightly. Pei Wenchuan's voice came to an abrupt stop. His body was a bit stiff. The people around them couldn't help but look at them. Li Rong looked up at Pei Wenchuan and asked innocently, are you still angry? Pei Wenchuan looked into Li Rong's eyes. He knew that Li Rong was digging a hole for him to jump into. In the end, he could only answer honestly, I'm not angry. Then do you want to take advantage of me? Li Rong continued to ask. She vowed to prove that Pei Wenchuan was looking for an opportunity to take advantage of her. Pei Wenchuan sighed and said helplessly, can I not? After saying that, Pei Wenchuan pulled Li Rong's hand away and pulled her forward. Okay, you win. Let's go home. Li Rong heard Pei Wenchuan's words and couldn't help but laugh. She took the initiative to hold Pei Wenchuan's hand and leaned forward. Pei Wenchuan. Your Highness, do you have any other orders? Pei Wenchuan's hand was held by Li Rong. He looked like he was ready to climb a mountain of swords or dive into a sea of fire. Li Rong laughed and whispered, does this count as coaxing you? Pei Wenchuan was slightly stunned. He suddenly realized that Li Rong seemed to be taking the initiative to coax him just now. He couldn't say anything for a moment. He felt a little happy, but he also felt that he should be steady. He walked in the darkness. When he passed through the palace gate, the shadows shrouded them. They were in the temporary darkness when Pei Wenchuan softly answered, yes. When Li Rong heard Pei Wenchuan's N, she knew that Pei Wenchuan was happy. She held Pei Wenchuan's arm and walked forward. When the two of them got into the carriage together, Pei Wenchuan remembered. I saw that you seemed unhappy just now. Did you say something to His Highness the Crown Prince? Chuaner has decided to choose a consort. Li Rong sighed. Actually, this is also a good thing. It's best if he can figure it out, but I don't know why, but I always feel a little uncomfortable in my heart. What is your Highness uncomfortable about? Pei Wenchuan poured tea for Li Rong. Li Rong was silent. After a while, she smiled. It's nothing. It's best that everyone doesn't have to worry about him like this. After all, he is the Crown Prince. Li Rong looked up at him and smiled. Isn't that so? Pei Wenchuan didn't speak. He didn't seem to want to touch on this topic. He pushed the poured tea to Li Rong and only said, Your Highness, drink some tea to ease the effects of the alcohol. Li Rong looked up at Pei Wenchuan's slightly alienated expression under the candlelight. She hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she didn't say anything. The New Year's holiday passed very quickly. After staying at home for a few days, the entire imperial court began to operate again. On the first day Li Rong returned to the inspection department, she heard that the banishment team was going to leave the city. Li Rong thought for a while and suddenly remembered. He turned to ask Xianxia, was Lin Feibai sentenced to exile? Yes. Xianxia nodded and asked curiously, why did you suddenly think of this? Let's go. Li Rong stood up and smiled. Let's go see him. Xianxia was a little surprised that Li Rong would have this idea. She followed Li Rong out and hurriedly asked, why does your Highness want to see him? He's a talent, Li Rong explained. It's a pity not to send him off. The two went out and got on the carriage. After a while, they arrived at the city gate. At this time, a row of prisoners had already gathered at the city gate. They were wearing white prison clothes, heavy shackles on their feet, and had wooden chains around their necks as they bid farewell to their loved ones. It was a scene of crying in front of the city gate. Only Lin Feibai stood in the crowd, looking very calm and out of place. Li and Xianxia. Li. Rong greeted him with a smile. Young Master Lin. Lin Feibai didn't reply. Lin Feibai responded and didn't say much. Li Rong looked at the torture instruments on his body, turned her head, and instructed Xianxia, take care of the officers and soldiers who are escorting them. They still have to maintain their dignity. Don't give young Master Lin so many things. Xianxia cupped his hands and retreated. Li Rong turned to look at Lin Feibai. Lin Feibai's expression didn't change. Li Rong looked him up and down. From young Master Lin's appearance, are the people from 7 Stars Hall already prepared for the journey? Why? When Lin Feibai heard Li Rong mention 7 Stars Hall, his expression finally changed a little. Your Highness thinks that you have to remove the roots to cut the weeds. Now, you're here to remove this root? Young Master Lin is wrong. I'm here to provide young Master Lin with a path. Li Rong raised his hand and looked at the folding fan. He said gently, has young Master Lin ever thought of becoming an official? Lin Feibai frowned. Li Rong analyzed for him. If the 7 Stars Hall rescues you this time, it will definitely alarm the imperial court. With my imperial father's temper, I'm afraid he won't let an organization like the 7 Stars Hall off so easily after the assassination attempt. So what do you want to say? Lin Feibai stared at Li Rong. Li Rong smiled. I just want to know, since we're both killing people and risking our lives, is young Master Lin willing to fight on the battlefield? This time, young Master Lin is going to be exiled. Li Rong turned his head and looked into the distance. Being exiled is different from being exiled. It's both in remote areas. The exiled will have no future, but if the exiled makes military contributions, they will have the opportunity to atone for their crimes and hold an important position in the army. If young Master Lin is willing, I can cooperate with young Master Lin. As long as young Master Lin makes a small contribution, I will ask His Majesty to let you enter the Xia family's genealogy and turn from a sinner to a good citizen. This way, you can make contributions on the battlefield. Do you want to wander the world from now on or enter the family's genealogy and exchange your life for your future and rise in the officialdom? Li Rong leaned forward. Young Master Lin, think carefully. Actually, there was no choice, and there was no need to choose. Lin Feibai looked at Li Rong and frowned. His eyes couldn't help but be filled with doubt. You dare to believe me? After all, it wasn't the first time he had breached the contract. Last time, he promised to cooperate with her to deal with Xia Lanqing, but he turned around and dealt with her with Xia Lanqing. Li Rong laughed. I'm still clear about whether I can believe you or not. Previously, you were bound by your mother's will. Now, I think you will make the most suitable choice for yourself. My choice? Lin Feibai sneered. You sentenced me to be exiled and let me choose. Is this called a choice? Why are you here pretending to be a good person? Young Master Lin, you're taking things too hard. Li Rong rubbed the fan in his hand. You killed me and framed me. I'm already being magnanimous by letting you be exiled. Now, I'm even providing you with a path to take. Shouldn't you be grateful to me? Young Master Lin has taken many lives. I'm sure you can see past grudges. You and I are not enemies. You didn't kill me because you hated me, and I didn't sentence you because I detested you. In that case, now that I can provide you with benefits, why don't you become friends with me? Lin Feibai didn't say much after Li Rong's words. He wasn't a fool. After thinking for a moment, he agreed and said, I'll listen to your Highness's instructions. While the two were talking, Xianxia walked over and said to Li Rong, it's done. He's still at the door, so it's not easy to do anything. When he's far away and out of Huajing's territory, they will remove the torture equipment from his body. As he spoke, Xianxia turned to look at Lin Feibai. Thief Lin, why aren't you thanking the princess? I'm thanking her, not you, Lin Feibai replied directly and glanced at Xianxia. What does it have to do with you? You're simply a dog biting Lu Dongbin. Xianxia was angry when he heard Lin Feibai's words. He raised his hand and said, give me my yi token. The southwest is poor and boring, Lin Feibai said slowly. I'm not returning it. After saying this, the escorting officer arrived in front of Li Rong and said with an apologetic smile, "Your Highness, this young master has to set off. Why don't the two of you catch up in the future?" These words were pleasant to hear. Li Rong nodded and let Xianxia reward him with silver. He raised his hand and gave Lin Fei Bai a jade pendant engraved with the word Ping. He only said, "Write more letters in the future." After Li Rong finished speaking, he led Xianxia back. As soon as they entered the city, an attendant walked over and said to Li Rong, "Your Highness, the prince consort said that he can't go back today and invites you to have a meal by yourself." "What's the matter with him?" Li Rong was a little puzzled. Pei Wenxuan rarely didn't go home to eat, but now he wasn't going back to eat. The prince consort said that he wanted to invite some lords to a banquet. When Li Rong heard this, he frowned, but it wasn't good for him to flare up in front of others, so he suppressed it and planned to go back and ask Pei Wenxuan. Xianxia observed Li Rong's expression from the side. As soon as the attendant left, Xianxia nudged Li Rong with his shoulder. "Are you unhappy that the prince consort didn't accompany you to eat?" "Why would I be?" Li Rong retracted his gaze from the departing attendant and turned his head. "I'm just wondering why he invited others to a banquet. In February, the Ministry of Personnel will determine the results of the assessment, and in March, they will announce the personnel transfer list." However, that list was also decided in February. Xianxia was very familiar with this and said, "The officials who want to be transferred are now moving around. Since the prince consort is inviting them to a banquet, he must want to transfer them." As he said this, Xianxia suddenly remembered. "He has been in the position of imperial censor for a while, right? He is your prince consort. Logically speaking, he should be promoted after marrying you. He has also worked with you on a few cases, so it is reasonable for him to be promoted. Why hasn't he been promoted yet?" "The position of imperial censor has real power," Li Rong explained to Xianxia. "Although the rank isn't high, it is much more important than those official positions that only have a false reputation. If he wants to be transferred, he will definitely be transferred to a place with real power. Those places are not easy to enter. Imperial father must be suppressing it." Li Rong made a squeezing motion. "When it bounces back high." Then, Xianxia thought for a while. The prince consort's promotion should be in the bag. What is he still busy with now? Li Rong crossed his arms and thought about Xianxia's words. "I'm afraid that someone is making things difficult for him. For something like a promotion, if one was forcefully sent to a place, there would be plenty of ways to make things difficult for them. Pei Wenxuan wanted to be an official with real power, so he had to have his own henchmen. I'm afraid that someone is making things difficult for him," Li Rong muttered. Xianxia looked at her and couldn't help but laugh. Li Rong looked up in confusion. "What are you laughing at?" "Your Highness," Xianxia winked at her. "Your relationship with the prince consort is quite good now, isn't it?" When Li Rong heard Xianxia's question, they walked on the street and looked at the people around them. Li Rong slowly said, "Thanks to you, there is a change. When do you plan to have a child?" Xianxia and Li Rong walked on the street. Li Rong looked at the rattledrum on the side of the road and heard Xianxia's question. For a moment, she was a bit absent-minded. She had never had a child in her life. When she was young, she didn't want one. Later on, she didn't dare to have one. In the end, she couldn't have one. To her, a child was like an expensive luxury. She heard people talk about it from afar, but except for the first year of her marriage, she didn't think about having a child again. Now that Xianxia mentioned it again, she suddenly realized that everything that she found difficult to obtain in her previous life, including a child, seemed to be something that could be obtained by tiptoeing and working hard. Li Rong seriously thought about this problem. Seeing that she didn't speak, Xianxia continued, "Why, you haven't thought about it?" "I'll tell you the truth." Li Rong looked around and leaned closer to Xianxia. She lowered her voice. "We haven't consummated our marriage yet." Xianxia widened her eyes in shock. But after thinking for a moment, she calmed down and said, "Your Highness, if there's any problem, you can tell me more." "There's no problem," Li Rong frowned and analyzed seriously. "Actually, I don't care. It's just that Pei Wenxuan, he can't?" Xianxia said in shock. Li Rong quickly explained, yes, there's no problem with his body. Then? Xianxia showed a puzzled expression. After being married for more than half a year, his body was fine, the woman was willing, their relationship was harmonious, and he could still sit still. What kind of reincarnation was this? That's what he told me, Li Rong said honestly. He thinks that relationships should be slower and wants to take it step by step with me. I understand. Xianxia nodded and showed a look of understanding. Your Highness, I'm very clear about this. You're clear? Li Rong was a little surprised. She turned to look at Xianxia. She, an old woman who had lived for more than half her life, was not clear about this. How could Xianxia be clear about this? I'm clear, Xianxia said seriously. The steps between you and your husband are not in place yet. Tell me. Li Rong began to be interested in Xianxia's thoughts. Xianxia walked side by side with Li Rong and said as if she was a fortune teller, Your Highness, in your relationship, it's usually the prince consort who pleases you, right? Yes, Li Rong admitted frankly. Usually, he's the one who accommodates me. Then what have you given him? Have you deliberately made him happy? No, Li Rong didn't know why, but she felt a little guilty when she said it. Xianxia began to analyze for Li Rong. So you see, the prince consort's hint is so obvious. He thinks that relationships should be done step by step. Why haven't you slept with him yet? It's because you haven't reached this stage yet. Your Highness, if you're willing, it means that you've reached the prince consort's step. But if you don't do anything, the prince consort won't feel that it's suitable. Li Rong tapped her palm with her fan and listened to Xianxia. So, if you want to sleep with him, don't be too reserved. You have to take the initiative and attack. Attack his heart and you'll be able to play with him in the palm of your hand. As Xianxia spoke, she made a gesture of clenching her fingers into a fist. Li Rong frowned. She didn't really agree with Xianxia's theory. For example, she felt that Pei Wenxuan's reluctance probably came from the fact that he felt that their feelings for each other were not compatible. But there was one thing that she cared about. She cared about what Pei Wenxuan said the other day. She had never coaxed him. So if she coaxed him a little, he would forgive her. Actually, she didn't want this to happen. She didn't know why, but she hoped that Pei Wenxuan would be more presumptuous in front of her. She asked him to wait for her. She couldn't just coax him and do nothing. Li Rong thought about it and decided, you're right. I have to treat him better. As she spoke, Li Rong made up her mind. I have to help him with his transfer. Your Highness is wise. When Xianxia heard Li Rong's decision, she immediately cupped her hands and flattered, the transfer is the prince consort's biggest worry now. If your Highness can help him solve it, he will be very grateful and overjoyed. He will feel your Highness' concern for him and will open his heart to your Highness. There's no need for the rest. Li Rong coughed lightly, as long as he's happy. As for the rest, Li Rong thought for a moment, actually, what he said may not be bad. Your Highness, what do you mean? Xianxia was a little puzzled. Li Rong put her hands behind her back and smiled. I've never had a proper relationship with anyone before. I only took one look at the portrait and got married in a hurry. I'm so muddle-headed that I don't know how it feels to fall in love, get engaged, and get married. As Li Rong spoke, he turned to Xianxia. The current Xianxia was lively and beautiful. Li Rong looked at her for a long time and slowly smiled, you're not young anymore. Don't spend all your time looking for a partner for others. You should also look for a partner for yourself. If you can't do it, just call me. Li Rong raised his eyebrows, I'll help you. Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness. When Xianxia heard that Li Rong wanted to help her, she immediately said, your matter is more important. It's just a simple marriage. This subordinate can solve it by myself. Li Rong nodded and didn't care about it anymore. After all, this was Xianxia's private matter. She didn't care about what she thought. Thus, she returned to the matter of Pei Wenxuan's transfer and thought of a solution. If Pei Wenxuan wanted to be transferred to the Ministry of Personnel, first, the censorate had to be willing to let him go. Second, the Ministry of Personnel had to be willing to accept him. Shangguan Mingji was in charge of the censorate, so it wasn't difficult. However, Wang Howen was in charge of the Ministry of Personnel. She had offended many members of the Wang family before. If Wang Howen knew that Pei Wenxuan wanted to be transferred, he definitely wouldn't be transferred. Thus, the safest way now was to find someone who was in charge of the Ministry of Personnel and let Pei Wenxuan secretly enter the Ministry of Personnel. Once it was settled, even if Wang knew about it, it would be difficult for him to chase Pei Wenxuan out. First, he wanted to sneak into the Ministry of Personnel and then make plans later on. What Pei Wenxuan needed to do was secretly put his name to the Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of the Ministry of the Ministry of Personnel's transfer. Shangguan Yu's, Shangguan Yu, Shangguan Mingji, Wang, Shangguan Mingji. That's strange. Li Rong was just thinking about Pei Wenxuan's promotion when he heard Shangguan Yu mumble. Li Rong looked up and noticed that there seemed to be many non-Huajing scholars coming and going on the streets. Some of them were asking for directions while others were chatting. There was a mix of accents from all over the world that filled the streets. Li Rong couldn't help but take a few more glances at them. Shangguan Yu also noticed the situation. She was curious. There seems to be a lot of non-local scholars recently. Do you know why? Li Rong turned to Shangguan Yu. Shangguan Yu shook her head. Although she was well versed in the ways of the upper class, she didn't know much about the affairs of the lower class. Li Rong, on the other hand, was very familiar with the origins of these scholars. The imperial examinations start in the 3rd month. At the beginning of the 2nd month, students and tributes from all over the country have to arrive at the Ministry of Governmental Affairs to report there. This was a major national event in the later period of her previous life. Then why are they here so early? Naturally, they have other purposes. The imperial examinations don't just test the essays of the day. They can also submit their daily essays to the head examiner. If the head examiner likes it, even if the essay is average, they can rely on their daily essays to enter the court examinations. But how do these ordinary students submit their daily essays to the head examiner? Do they hand them their essays at the same time in the examination hall? Shangguan Yu was a little confused. Li Rong looked to the side and saw 2 scholars talking about what they had seen and heard in the Su mansion. She listened and explained to Shangguan Yu, that's why they come to Huajing in advance and submit their essays to the residences of the nobles who like to receive poems. If they are valued, the nobles will recommend them to the head examiner. Then, Shangguan Yu pondered. Actually, the imperial examinations aren't that interesting. What do you mean? Li Rong saw that Shangguan Yu seemed to have realized something. Shangguan Yu pursed her lips. If the nobles recommend them, the head examiner can give them extra points. Then wouldn't the nobles all be top scorers if they participate? Why would the nobles need to participate in the imperial examinations? Li Rong laughed. The nobles are indebted to their ancestors and can be directly recommended to the court. For example, Su Yongqing followed his grandfather to the court when he was 12 years old. Why would he need to participate in the imperial examinations? Therefore, those who participate in the imperial examinations are mostly from ordinary families or arrogant nobles who want to test their abilities. The imperial examinations are unfair because of the internal conflicts among the ordinary people and not because of the nobles' interference. Shangguan Yu heard this and sighed. Li Rong couldn't help but laugh. What are you sighing about? Your Highness, Shangguan Yu sighed. Fortunately, we worked hard when we were reincarnated. The 2 chatted on the way back. Li Rong sent Shangguan Yu back to the residence. After returning to the residence, Li Rong turned around and ordered someone to investigate the physician of the Ministry of Appointments, Lu Chunhang. After a series of matters were settled, she heard that Pei Wenxuan had returned. After Pei Wenxuan returned, he didn't go to see her first. Instead, he went to the bathroom and washed up before coming back. Li Rong was reading through the booklets. When she saw him come in after changing his clothes, she didn't even raise her head. She only said, "Prince Consort, where did you go to drink wine with prostitutes?" "Your Highness, I'm innocent." Pei Wenxuan laughed. He walked to Li Rong and sat down cross-legged. "With this humble subject around, who would be so daring as to bring me to drink wine with prostitutes? The old dogs in the imperial court are very daring." Li Rong put aside the booklets she was reading. Didn't I bring you there before? It's not like I don't know. Today is different from the past. Pei Wenchuan leaned to the left and said with a smile, when you brought me to drink wine with prostitutes, Princess Ping Le at most went to His Majesty to complain. His Majesty only verbally reprimanded her. In private, His Majesty probably told His Highness to cultivate more female virtues. But now, he brought me to drink wine with prostitutes. Pei Wenchuan grabbed a peanut from the plate and threw it into his mouth. He's afraid that the inspectorate will immediately go to his residence to investigate a case. He'll cause trouble for himself. Women. Pei Wenchuan sighed. They become fierce when they have money. What, I used to be very gentle? Li Rong raised her eyebrows and looked at him. Pei Wenchuan saw the warning in her eyes and hurriedly said, you're still gentle now. Especially gentle. Li Rong was amused by him. She was too lazy to be serious with him. She only said, are you going to talk about the transfer today? Isn't that right? Pei Wenchuan sighed. I spent a lot of effort and invited the people from the Ministry of Personnel. They all made excuses. I can even recite their words. Prince Consort, it's not that we don't want to help you. Pei Wenchuan straightened up and imitated those people. He said in a strange tone, this matter has to be done according to the rules. When the time comes, whoever is suitable will be who should be. Prince Consort, don't worry. Just follow the rules. After saying this, Pei Wenchuan lightly spat. This group of old dogs. They have a damn rule in their hearts. What they want is money. It's just that they don't dare to take my money. How about, Li Rong probed, leave this matter to me. You think I can't handle it? Pei Wenchuan turned his head and raised his eyebrows. Your Highness. He straightened his body and was quite serious. You can say that I'm a bad person. But, Pei Wenchuan raised his hand and pointed at his head. You can't say that I'm stupid. Then? Li Rong carefully asked, you can handle this matter yourself? I can handle it myself. Pei Wenchuan raised his hand and rolled up his sleeves. He slowly said, it's a small matter. There's no need to trouble your Highness. What if I want to be troubled? Li Rong hesitated and asked this question. Pei Wenchuan paused. This sentence entered Pei Wenchuan's mind. In an instant, he analyzed Li Rong's many motives. What did he mean by wanting to be troubled? She hoped that he could rely on her. Why did she want him to rely on her? Was it? Pei Wenchuan reviewed all the fragments of their interactions in his mind. He suddenly realized that every time he was in trouble, Li Rong seemed to treat him a little better. Pei Wenchuan couldn't help but think of what his grandmother said to his mother in the past. When husband and wife get along, you have to learn to show weakness. If you do everything yourself, the other party can't do anything for you. No matter how good you are, it's hard for him to take you to heart. Translated, this roughly meant that if everything didn't cost anything, naturally, he wouldn't cherish it. From the looks of it, wasn't he? Usually too eager to excel, if it was a normal woman, she would be overjoyed if he was strong. But Li Rong was used to being strong. Would it make Li Rong happier if he showed weakness? A bunch of thoughts quickly flashed through his mind. Pei Wenchuan's action of rolling up his sleeves paused for a moment, then he smiled and continued to roll up his sleeves to his arm. He slowly said, then how does your Highness want to be troubled? Why don't you leave this matter to me? Li Rong was interested and said happily, I don't think I've done anything for you before. I'll help you this time. I guarantee that I'll do it properly. Okay. Pei Wenchuan smiled and looked up. Then I'll leave it to your Highness. Actually, it's very difficult for me to do this. If your Highness can help, it would be best. When Li Rong heard Pei Wenchuan say that it was very difficult for him to do it, he subconsciously ignored the small matter he said before and suddenly became happy. Pei Wenchuan saw that she was happy and raised his hand to help her stack the booklets. Then he stood up and reached out to pull Li Rong. Okay, it's so late. Let's sleep. Li Rong was pulled up by him and walked to the bed with him. When they were in bed, Pei Wenchuan put down the curtain. Li Rong then remembered. She turned and looked at Pei Wenchuan. Did you drink today? No. When Pei Wenchuan heard her question, he also turned and looked at her. I don't drink if I can. Why don't you drink for the rest of your life? Li Rong was a little puzzled. She remembered that Pei Wenchuan used to be a successful official. His alcohol tolerance was also trained by him. Pei Wenchuan only said, "First, I don't want you to take care of me anymore. It's troublesome to take care of me if I drink. Secondly, I cherish my life." As Pei Wenchuan spoke, he raised his hand and gently tucked Li Rong's hair behind her ear. He said softly, "In my previous life, both of us tortured our bodies badly. You were sick in your early 50s and I wasn't much better than you. When you were lying on the hospital bed, I was also coughing up blood. I didn't know." Li Rong sighed. "You hid it too well. Only the doctor and I know." Pei Wenchuan's voice was gentle. "And it didn't take long for the two of us to leave together. I think if I'm still alive, it shouldn't be long. So in this life, let's not torture ourselves. If we live longer, we can spend more time with you. I still have to wait for you. If my life is short and I can't wait, don't talk nonsense." Li Rong was not happy with him saying this. Pei Wenchuan smiled and didn't say much. He thought for a while and saw that Li Rong was interested in talking to him. He said, "You went to see Lin Fei Bai today?" "Yes. I asked him to go to the southwest to be exiled and make contributions." "That's good too. We can't always count on Qin Lin. Now he has been exposed very clearly." Pei Wenchuan nodded. Li Rong thought for a while and suddenly said, "Pei Wenchuan, did you want children in your previous life?" These words stunned Pei Wenchuan. After a while, he said slowly, "Of course I did. Especially later on, I felt very lonely every time I went home alone." "Do you want a boy or a girl?" Li Rong was a little curious. Pei Wenchuan thought for a while and replied, "It doesn't matter. It's all about the same. But now, I don't really want it." "Why?" Li Rong was surprised. Pei Wenchuan stared at her. After a long time, he gently touched her forehead with his forehead. "I'm afraid that something will happen to you, so I don't want any. I don't want to take any risks." When Li Rong heard this, she lowered her eyes. Pei Wenchuan looked at her appearance and raised his hand to pull her into his arms. He said gently, "Sleep." Pei Wenchuan promised to let Li Rong handle the transfer matter and really didn't ask any more. Since he didn't have to worry about the transfer, Pei Wenchuan was idle. He set up a wooden cylinder at the entrance of the princess residence and wrote the two words "accepting the talents." This wooden cylinder was called the accepting the talents cylinder. Before the imperial examinations, if the noble families of Huajing were interested in reading the essays of scholars, they could set up a wooden cylinder at the entrance. The scholars could put their works in the wooden cylinder and put their names on it for the influential officials to read. If they liked the essays of scholars, they could invite them to the residence as guests. After Pei Wenchuan set up the accepting the talents cylinder, the residents began to have frequent gatherings. Every day when Li Rong returned home, she could hear Pei Wenchuan and a bunch of scholars discussing current affairs. In addition to these scholars, some of the children of aristocratic families would also come over. Before the imperial examinations, because scholars attended banquets everywhere, it was also the most popular period of time. Sometimes, Li Rong would sneak over and see a bunch of scholars talking loudly in the room. Pei Wenchuan was wearing a white blouse with golden cloud patterns and a jade crown on his head. One of his legs was crossed and the other was bent. He held a teacup in one hand and the other hand was on his bent knee. He looked unruly and arrogant, but when he smiled and observed people, he looked more calm and restrained. Li Rong sneaked over at first because she happened to see Pei Wenchuan and bumped into him. Then, when she saw so many people, she felt that it wasn't good to go in and quietly left. But later, she found that every time she went over, she seemed to see a group of servant girls gathering at the door and secretly sizing up the people inside. Once, not only did she see the servant girls, she also saw Xianxia. She didn't say anything and pretended that she didn't see anything. Later, she found that not only did Xianxia come, but a group of aristocratic young ladies also began to follow Xianxia to the princess residence as guests. Every time they mentioned Xianxia's name, a group of people would hide in the garden to watch Pei Wenchuan hold a talk. This matter was exposed when Li Rong suddenly thought of going to see Pei Wenchuan one day. When she went over, she found a group of aristocratic young ladies that she was familiar with following Xianxia to her courtyard. She confirmed that this group of people didn't announce themselves and only reported Xianxia's name. She looked from afar and confirmed that these young ladies' eyes were all on the men in the talk. Most of them were on Pei Wenxuan. She quietly walked over and lightly kicked Xianxia from behind. Xianxia angrily turned around and whispered, "Damn." Before she finished speaking, she saw Li Rong looking down at her condescendingly. Xianxia was so scared that she stuttered, You, come with me for a moment." Li Rong directly grabbed Xianxia's collar and dragged her away. After the two of them walked far away, Li Rong crossed her arms and looked at Xianxia, who lowered her head and didn't dare to speak. "Sure," Li Rong sneered, "you didn't do anything and brought a group of young ladies to my residence to see my son-in-law?" "Your Highness," Xianxia stammered, "actually, it's not all to see the son-in-law. Should I thank you for letting him go?" "Your Highness," Xianxia took a deep breath, "actually, this is also a strategy for us to win people's hearts." "Using my son-in-law's face?" "No," Xianxia immediately said, "Your Highness, you have to know that a good-looking man doesn't have much lethality, but a group of good-looking and talented men is different. Especially this feeling of sneaking a peek. If you don't believe me, I can show you." Li Rong listened to Xianxia's words and was dragged by her, half believing and half doubting, into the crowd. There were too many young ladies here, and everyone was hiding outside. Li Rong felt a little awkward for a moment. She didn't know why she had to be so sneaky when she came to see her husband. Most importantly, why did those men wear single shirts in the greenhouse while they shivered in the cold wind? She felt that these young ladies' brains were all damaged, but she was still curious as to why Xianxia's brain could be so damaged. Therefore, she decided to follow Xianxia to experience it. Pei Wenxuan's talk banquet was the most popular in recent days, so there were many people who came today. Su Ronghua, who was from the noble family, and Cui Yulong, who was from the ordinary family, were all in this hall. Whether it was Su Ronghua or Cui Yulong, they were all famous figures in Huajing, and Pei Wenxuan was among them. Dressed in plain clothes and a jade crown, he didn't appear to be weak at all. No matter whether he was sitting or standing, his posture was elegant, and he was very proficient in poetry and debate. Today, he and Su Ronghua were debating about etiquette. The two of them sat down on the ground. Pei Wenxuan raised his hand and motioned Su Ronghua to go first. Su Ronghua nodded and asked, "Etiquette, law, right?" "What is law?" Pei Wenxuan looked calm and asked calmly. "Rules are law." "What is law?" "Law is law." "What is the difference between rules and law?" This question made Su Ronghua hesitate for a moment, and finally said, "Law is rule, but rule is not law. Etiquette is rule, law is also rule, and both are a kind of rule, but they are not the same. If you violate the law, you will be punished by the government. If you violate etiquette, you may not be punished." Therefore, Pei Wenxuan raised his eyes and smiled from the side. "Etiquette is not law." His smile seemed to be glorious. Li Rong bent down and hid in the garden to look at him. She didn't know why, but her heart beat half a beat faster. She was stunned for a moment. At this moment, a girl behind her seemed to be too excited, and suddenly slipped and fell forward. So one person pushed the other, and Li Rong happened to be at the front. After being pushed, she directly fell forward. She hadn't recovered from Pei Wenxuan's smile, and was pushed forward. Li Rong staggered and fell to the ground. Everyone was startled and looked over at the same time. Pei Wenxuan was still holding his teacup, and looked over with a pair of smiling eyes. When he saw that the person who fell to the ground was Li Rong, he raised his eyebrows. Li Rong was stared at by so many people, and awkwardness filled her heart. Fortunately, she was thick-skinned. She tried her best to maintain a graceful posture, and then patted the dust in a graceful manner, and commented, "Well said, please help yourselves." As she spoke, she waved her fan and walked into the crowd with a smile. When she left, she kicked Xianxia, who was behind her. Xianxia gasped, but didn't dare to make a sound, and hurriedly limped after her. Everyone watched as Li Rong left while waving her fan in the cold weather. At this time, a scholar finally reacted and turned to look at Pei Wenxuan, and asked in confusion, "Lord Pei, who was that lady just now?" When Pei Wenxuan heard this question, he turned his head and smiled apologetically. My wife is naughty and mischievous, please excuse me. As he spoke, he drank a mouthful of tea. When he thought of how Li Rong looked at him blankly when she fell to the ground, he couldn't help but smile even more. After Li Rong led Xianxia far away, she could finally vent her anger. She turned her head and pointed at Xianxia with her fan, and said angrily, "Look at you, isn't the prince consort very handsome?" Xianxia raised her hand and grabbed Li Rong's fan. Li Rong was stunned by her question. Xianxia stared at Li Rong and said seriously, "Your Highness, do you feel like your heart is moved? It feels different when a group of men look at it together, right? Li Rong, Lu Hangchen, have you checked?" Li Rong felt that there was no point in arguing with a teenage girl. After all, Xianxia was still young, and young girls yearned for love. She was also like this when she was young. She didn't want to answer the question of whether Pei Wenxuan was handsome or not, so she could only change the topic. Xianxia nodded, "I've checked. Tomorrow, I'll send the things you want to your table. Speaking of which, seeing that I've spent so much effort to help you, can you do me a small favor?" "Speak." Li Rong nodded. Just as she finished speaking, she saw Xianxia take out a pile of colorful papers. "Your Highness, can I trouble you to tell the prince consort to distribute these papers, and let the person who wrote the name on the paper write something on the paper? Write a name, write a poem, write anything." "Are you crazy?" Li Rong's face was full of shock. "You want me to ask Pei Wenxuan to do this?" "Your Highness," Xianxia said with a serious face, "my relationship with the young ladies of the aristocratic families depends on you." Li Rong didn't say anything. She quietly looked at the paper in Xianxia's hands. After taking it, she looked at the names on the paper one by one. Finally, she took a deep breath. "These names can't be signed for nothing. One piece of paper is 5 taels of silver." "Deal," Xianxia said happily. Li Rong stuffed the paper into her sleeve and returned to her room. At night, Pei Wenxuan's meeting was almost over, so he returned to his room. As soon as he returned, he saw Li Rong waiting for him in the room. Li Rong heard Pei Wenxuan enter the room, but when she thought of what happened in the afternoon, she felt a little embarrassed and didn't want to take the initiative to greet him. Pei Wenxuan walked in and sat opposite Li Rong. He said with a smile, "Your Highness? You're back?" Li Rong didn't look up and continued to read the booklets. Pei Wenxuan smiled and stared at her for a while. Li Rong knew that he was sizing her up, so she pretended nothing happened. She raised her head and looked at Pei Wenxuan. "You did a good job at the meeting. Did you see any useful people?" "Of course there are. After all, there are many talented people in this year's Longhu list." Li Rong heard this and nodded. Pei Wenxuan smiled and looked at Li Rong. Li Rong was a little embarrassed by his gaze, but she didn't show it on her face. She only coughed lightly and said, "Then you should interact with them more." "Of course." Pei Wenxuan raised his hand and picked up a peanut from Li Rong's plate. He said slowly, "How long did your Highness secretly look at them?" "Not long," Li Rong subconsciously retorted. Then she felt that there was something wrong with this direction, so she quickly corrected herself, "I didn't look at you." "Oh." Pei Wenxuan answered casually. Li Rong then remembered that she still had a task today, so she quickly softened her attitude. "Pei Wenxuan, can I ask you for a favor?" "Your Highness, please speak." Pei Wenxuan rubbed the peanut in his hand. Seeing Li Rong's awkward expression, he guessed that the matter that Li Rong asked for his help most likely had nothing to do with official business. If it had nothing to do with official business, then it should be a private affair. Thinking of the way Li Rong looked at him during the day, and Li Rong's previous actions of helping him transfer, he couldn't help but guess that perhaps the reason why Li Rong wanted to help him now was because she liked what he wanted to do. For example, asking him for a piece of calligraphy to copy. Thinking of this, Pei Wenxuan's smile widened. He tried to restrain himself, but then he heard Li Rong say, "I know that scholars like you all write well." "Can you?" "Of course." Pei Wenxuan happily answered, "Your Highness wants to look at this stack of paper." Li Rong took out a stack of paper and said with a bit of flattery, "Can you distribute the names on this paper and ask your friends to sign their names?" End of chapter 99. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.